Our male lead this time is named Yen Yunhi. Unlike other reincarnation stories, in this series he actively wanted to regress to his past life, reincarnating by relying on his own power. To explain the reason, we must go back in time a bit at the Heavenly Demon Palace of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. At this time, Yen Yunhi was the young cult master of this place, and this white-bearded man was the divine physician treating Yunhui's master. His master had been suffering from chi deviation for a long time, and the condition was so severe that even the divine physician was helpless. Even the 1,000-year spiritual medicine selected from Hebei was useless. Yunhi had always blamed himself, believing everything stemmed from a foolish disciple like him. His lower dantian was damaged from birth. His body could not cultivate internal energy. Everything relied on techniques from lay practitioners to try and gain a tiny bit of internal force for cultivation. It was thanks to that external support that Yunhi could stand in his current position in this prestigious Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He tried to do all of this just to repay the kindness his master had shown him. But now, his master's illness was getting worse by the day. No matter how many good elixirs were used, it was hopeless. While Yunhi was lost in thought, wondering where to find more effective spiritual medicine, a voice suddenly rang out. It was the vice-cult master of the Heavenly Demon Palace, also Yen Yunhui's martial uncle, Tian Xiaxin. He had just returned from suppressing other small factions outside. Tian Xiaxin had never harbored any good intentions. His return this time definitely meant he had a scheme in mind. But to avoid conflict right upon returning, he could only pretend his reason for coming back was that Yunhi could not handle all the affairs in the cult. This old body, no matter how overworked, wanted to contribute to making this cult prosperous. Oh, it sounded so noble. Thanks to this martial uncle, Yen Yunhi could sleep peacefully every night, sleeping soundly in the Jade Pavilion. Yunhi knew Tian Xiaxin was a sly old fox by nature. He wouldn't just return at this time and claim Yunhi lacked the ability to manage the cult for no reason. Although he had predicted this day would come, Yunhi did not expect that old Xiaxin to be so reckless. At night, Yunhi was sitting in the front hall regulating his breathing. Knowing he had a habit of drinking wine while in seclusion, he had ordered people to poison the wine beforehand. The moment Yen Yunhi drank it, his body reacted immediately. This enchanting glass of wine was enough. So you all have come here, come down and drink a cup with me. Drinking wine alone is truly lonely. At this moment, the group of assassins that had ambushed him earlier stopped hiding. They immediately showed their faces and rushed at Yen Yunhi to take his life. Seeing they refused the toast, Yunhi no longer bothered to be polite. Just as they rushed in to tear him apart, Yunhi quickly used illusion arts to escape effortlessly. Wanting to take down Yunhi in his own territory was not that simple. These small fry were still too green and young. They weren't skilled enough to fight him. The group of assassins, despite seeing this, did not give up and continued to charge forward. Seeing how stubborn they were, Yunhi could not be lenient. With a rebellion conspiracy this large, this was surely just the beginning. With superior strength, Yen Yunhi made each assassin disappear one by one. Martial Uncle Xiaxin at this point did not bother hiding anymore. Together with several other elders, he immediately confronted Yen Yunhi directly. However, seeing him still so full of vitality and demonic power, Tian Xiaxin was slightly shocked. The poison in the wine was red crane poison, a rare poison that, with just a sip, even a peak martial artist would find hard to escape. Yen Yunhi had drunk such a deadly poison yet remained as calm as if nothing had happened. It was just that his body was temporarily not as vigorous as before. Otherwise, Tian Xiaxin and these elders would not be able to stand before him. Well, since it had come to this, Yen Yunhi and Tian Xiaxin were now sworn enemies under the same sky. Tian Xiaxin had always regarded Yen Yunhi as a thorn in his side. He and many other elders had dedicated themselves and tried to do everything for the cult for so many years. So he was unwilling to stand by and watch an orphan brat with low martial arts sit on the cult master's throne. Anyway, before acting today, Tian Xiaxin had also found ways to coax and lure the elders into agreeing to do these things. Elders at this moment began to rush in to surround Yunhi. He looked at them with eyes full of nothing but contempt. A whole bunch who only knew how to bully the weak with numbers, resorting to poison and then ganging up on a kid who knew no martial arts. Truly despicable. Tian Xiaxin pointed straight at Yunhui's face and said that if he had known his place from the start and not sat on the cult master's throne, this wouldn't have happened. Yen Yunhi felt it was ridiculous upon hearing this. From the start, he knew Tian Xiaxin had someone behind him pulling the strings. Although he had status in the cult, he absolutely had no right to depose Yunhi. The ghost of House State, Lei Jingxue, the master of the demonic path, or forces opposing the heavenly demon divine cult could all be the ones Tian Xiaxin sold the cult out to for some benefit. Even the murder of Yunhui's master was definitely orchestrated by someone. Not knowing if it was a guilty conscience, But after hearing Yunhui say those things, Xiaxin immediately flew into a rage and unleashed his power. He reached out and rushed towards Yunhui frantically. Perhaps this was the price for excessive trust in a person, as Yunhui's master had once said. Spoiling creates ungratefulness and betrayal. Xiaxin rushed over, grabbed Yunhui's neck firmly with his hand, and pinned him against the wall. Since things had reached this point, there was nothing left to say. It was just that Yunhui was a bit disappointed that an arrogant and capable man like Xiaxin would act as a lackey for foreign factions and commit treason against the cult. Every word of Yunhui was like a fuse, making Xiaxin even more crazed as he strangled him tighter. He arrogantly believed that after killing Yunhui, the heavenly demon divine cult would prosper and regain its prestige in the Jianghu under his leadership. Hearing this, Yunhui couldn't help but laugh out loud, a bizarre laugh that emitted a terrifying aura. The group of elders here also felt a chill run down their spines. Facing death right before his eyes, Tian Yunhui showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he was very confident, because he still held a trump card within him, a secret weapon named the demonic dragon sword. Tian Xiaxin seemed to know its power, so he immediately wanted to snatch it from Tian Yunhui's hands but failed. Tian Yunhui drew the demonic dragon sword out. A surge of power radiating blinding purple light surrounded the entire room. Tian Xiaxin was also astonished, not expecting him to possess such powerful internal energy, because Tian Yunhui had long foreseen that this day would come for him. So he had poured all the internal energy of his life into the demonic dragon sword. This sword was used by the first heavenly demon, so it was by no means simple. With the little strength remaining and the demonic dragon sword in hand, Tian Yunhui would blow this place away and drag all the wretches here to die with him. Seeing this, the elders panicked and wanted to join forces to set up a formation to increase defense. But it was all too late. The demonic dragon sword had been activated, unleashing the ultimate move, spiritual might hellbreaking earth soul. In an instant, everyone in the front hall, including Tian Yunhui, was blown away. Even this heavenly demon palace castle could not escape. It exploded and turned into ashes. It was all over. Everything had been dealt with. Tian Yunhui, of course, could not escape the fate of meeting King Yama. Although his life was unfortunate, he never thought that one day he would have to die like this. People often say that before death, memories of one's life appear like a rewinding tape. Memories of Tian Yunhui's childhood also emerged at this moment. Tian Yunhui was orphaned early on since childhood. Back then, he was just a skinny, sickly young. Beatings and even torture. The simple reason was that Yunhui possessed a special ability, the yin-yang eyes. At that time, his dantian was also crippled, forcing him to become a useless fool. Everyone assumed that Yunhui was possessed by ghosts to end up like that. Everyone wanted to stay away from him. The only things Yunhui experienced in this life were extreme contempt and ridicule. But even a worm will turn if trodden on. If oppressed too much, there will come a time when a person stands up to fight back. That moment, Yunhui's final shred of dignity was insulted, so he instinctively grabbed a stone on the ground and resisted. But in the end, he could only run away in a cowardly manner and sit alone amidst the vast mountains and forests. He felt hatred for life, hatred for everything, hatred for the children who bullied him, and hatred for the ghosts and demons that kept following him. Right now, he just wanted them all to get lost so he could live in some peace. Exactly at that moment, the savior of his life appeared. The person was none other than Yunhui's master. From the very first meeting, he exuded a terrifying power. Yunhui couldn't even sense his presence or how he appeared. Dressed in martial attire, carrying an exquisite sword, he didn't think such a person would come looking for him. After all, Yunhui had nothing left to lose. Enduring until now was already a great effort. He decided to let fate take its course. Yunhui quickly agreed to the man's offer to become his disciple. He had always hated the ability he possessed. He thought this man came to take his eyes. Yet, surprisingly, the man draped a coat over Yunhui to keep him warm. He even said that his eyes were not a curse, but a blessing for the lucky one who received them. Only children with exceptionally developed upper dantians and innate spiritual roots are gifted by the heavens to do extraordinary things. People say that sweet words are often lies. But for a child who had experienced endless darkness in life, it was like a warm ray of light warming his soul. Under the master's guidance, for the first time, Yunhui felt that he was not useless. It was also the master who gave him the name Yen Yunhi. Since then, he seemed to find his reason for living. Therefore, he was always ready to do anything to repay his master's kindness. So if Yunhui accepted death now, it would be no different from betraying the master's care and upbringing all this time. His current body was nearly shattered after pouring all his internal energy into the sword. Even trying to crawl was useless. There was only one way left. Yunhui had to use the forbidden secret technique of the heavenly demon sect, the cycle of reincarnation. This is a secret technique that only a few sect leaders can use because it is extremely risky, all or nothing. If lucky enough to succeed, one will overcome death and reincarnate into another life. But with such a heaven-defying technique, the rate of failure or backlash is very high. But now Yunhui had no choice. He could only take the gamble. With everything remaining, Yunhui decided to execute the cycle of reincarnation, hoping his destiny could change. Hoping his master in heaven would bless this disciple to return and meet him again on that day. A moment of silence passed, followed by loud cursing noises. He felt pain all over his body. His head felt like it was exploding along with the noisy scolding. It seemed that Yunhui had successfully performed the cycle of reincarnation technique. And the bitter woman scolding him right now was Yunhui's stepmother from his previous life. Seeing him standing silently without saying a word, she angrily swung a stick, intending to hit him hard. Fortunately, Yunhui was quicker this time and blocked her hand. Seeing Yunhui's rebellious attitude and action, she was extremely furious but could do nothing. She then resentfully stormed out and slammed the door shut. Finally, there was a bit of peace and quiet. The primordial spirit reincarnation was a lucky success, but unexpectedly, he returned to a situation where he was nearly beaten to death a second time. Truly a miserable fate. His past life was unhappy, and reliving this life was no better. In his current body, he didn't have much internal energy either. The most important thing that Yunhui cared about was that the lower dantian in his abdomen was now still intact. If so, he would be able to smoothly practice martial arts. Combined with the powers that the upper dantian and the death eye the demon god possessed in the previous life. Thanks to those resources, Yunhui would certainly be able to achieve great things in this life. Only then could he protect his master and punish the traitors who dared to touch him. At the Tang clan in Sichuan, one of the 9 great sects of the Wulin, this was the leading clan of the Sichuan Wulin. The west was Qinghai, home to the Padala Palace and the presiding Kunlun sect. To the south were the heavenly dragon temple, Diansong, and 5 poisons. To the north was the enemy of the Central Plains Wulin, the heavenly demon cult. The Tang clan's influence was immense, holding the Sichuan Wulin in its hand. The key vanguard force of the Tang clan was the Hurricane Squad. The head of the Tang clan, leading with correct policies to maintain the clan's position, was the Patriarch Tang Haoshan. He had fought north and south with the Hurricane Squad without rival. Along with that, he established a branch of the Tang clan. The 9 Dragons branch, a major branch of the Tang sect, assisted in many matters where the Tang clan could not openly intervene, along with suppressing forces and managing the Tang sect's trade with the Central Plains Wulin. In Kowloon County, one of the busiest trading branches in Sichuan, this was also a key area of interest for the Tang clan. Tang Haoshan had 3 children. The child with his main wife Nangong Shanying was the eldest daughter of the clan, Tang Guazhan. Next was Tang Yushan, and furthermore, a child born to Tang Haoshan and a maid when Tang Haoshan was drunk and lost control. That person is me, Tang Yunhui, who just reincarnated into the Tang clan. Naturally, being the son of a maid in the clan, my status, sitting calmly on the bed, Tang Yunhui closed his eyes and pondered. My status is no different from a servant in the Tang clan. Living a life generally no different from my past life, however, I do have a spot as a candidate for the Tang clan patriarch position. Just then, a servant arrived, shouting rudely at him. The first madam is furious and won't send food anymore, so we're as good as dead. Tang Yunhui looked at the servant and sighed, thinking that even a servant of the Tang clan could scold him without fear. The servant's face was full of panic and anger, eyes bulging, mouth distorted, showing he was both scared and out of control. He continued to scream like a madman. You must go meet the first madam and kneel to apologize, maybe you'll be forgiven. As soon as the servant finished speaking, a powerful slap landed straight on his face. Tang Yunhui's thunderous slap sent him rolling backward. He scrambled up, looking at Tang Yunhui with eyes full of hatred and anger. He gritted his teeth furiously. You bastard! I said all that and you're still stubborn? Seeing Tang Yunhui standing in front raising a hand like a ghost, the servant panicked and threatened. You will die for this. If you dare treat me like this, you'll be in big trouble. I will report this to the madam. Immediately, a series of slapping sounds rang out. Amidst the forceful slaps, the servant had to hurriedly admit fault. Stop! It's my fault. Tang Yunhui spoke up. Xingsan, I have always tolerated you because you are from the same hometown as my mother. But you seem to have gone too far. Do you understand what I'm saying? Xingsan's face was now beaten to the point of being unrecognizable by his own parents. Eyes swollen shut, cheeks puffed up. He obediently replied, the kindness of the young master and the lady, this subordinate will never forget. From now on, this subordinate will not dare to overstep again. Waiting for just that, Tang Yunhui bent down to look at him and asked with a sly smile. So the thing I told you about, can you bring it here? Xing San's eyes widened, his body trembling in fear as he replied, "This subordinate will go prepare it immediately." Then he stood up, clasped his hands in front, and bowed. "This subordinate takes his leave." After Xing San left, Tang Yuanhui lifted his trembling hand to look, muttering with disappointment. "Just slapping that bastard once and my knuckles feel torn apart. This Tang Yunhui's body is truly too weak." Not only was the body weak and incompetent, but looking around, in this Tang clan, the name Tang Yuanhui didn't have a single trusted confidant. It's all due to that old hag first madam isolating and harming me. So in this situation, it is hard for me to act. Touching his lower abdomen, Tang Yuanhui told himself, "Currently, my strength is insufficient. I can only endure. However, since I have the lower dantian, sooner or later I will regain my internal energy as desired, but the Nine Demons' divine art is a black path devil art. Can it merge into one with the Tang clan's internal cultivation method?" Tang Yuanhui lowered his eyes and thought, "Say what you will, in the heavenly demon cult, many figures from the white path even originated from the Tang clan. Although my upper dantian cannot exert much power yet due to lack of training, my memories of it are abundant. From those memories, I can create a virtual illusion space and obtain what I desire. Thing I want to recreate in the virtual illusion realm. It is the library of the heavenly demon cult, with countless martial arts manuals of the Wulian collected over 1,000 years. Thinking of this, Tang Yuanhui smiled softly in relief, fortunate that his memories after reincarnation were still quite clear. Currently, the most suitable mental cultivation method for my body right now is the Poison Dragon mental cultivation method. The Poison Dragon mental cultivation method was an art created by a Tang sect expert belonging to the Mad Demon Squad. Learning this art is not difficult, but there are some points worth noting. Instead of using demonic energy like the heavenly demon divine art, the Poison Dragon mental cultivation method uses poison energy, also adapted from the heavenly demon cult's martial arts to suit the Tang clan's techniques. However, sitting calmly on the bed, Tang Yuanhui thought to himself, among the 9 great sects of the Central Plains, the Tang clan might be the rare sect that uses poison energy as its foundation. This is fine. I will use this Poison Dragon art as a temporary foundation. That way, the Tang family will not detect anything unusual. However, cultivating this poison energy requires the body to endure immense pain, as one must absorb the poison into the body and master it. Tang Yunhui's eyes suddenly radiated a purple aura. He sat carelessly on the edge of the bed, muttering. Along with that, once activated, the upper dantian formed a mental realm, and the purple eye also opened. At this moment, both of Tang Yunhui's eyes glowed with purple energy. He stared into the empty space ahead and curled his lips into a smile. "Do not look at me like that. There is no difference between my past life and this current one. Staring at me like that will make me shy." Martial Uncle Tian and the Great Elders. Familiar figures appeared before Tang Yuanhui, led by the figure of Tian Shashin. The vice leader stood alongside the Great Elders, their eyes full of hatred, each wearing a chain around their neck. Tian Shashin roared and cursed, "Yuanhui, I knew you were a madman who would stop at nothing, but I never thought you would dare turn us into this." The elders behind Tian Shashin raised their chains, their voices threatening angrily, "Young leader, remove these soul chains at once, or you will never know peace." Tang Yuanhui remained calm on the bed, resting his chin on his hand and smiling as he looked at them. "You all seem to have plenty of energy left to scream, but seeing you like this only satisfies me more." The elders opposite him were furious upon hearing this. "We beat you to that state, yet you remain so arrogant? No wonder no one in the heavenly demon sect likes you." Hearing this, Tang Yuanhui channeled his purple spiritual power, reaching out to grip the chain tightly. He spoke coldly. "If you intended to kill me, you should have considered the consequences." Tang Yuanhui yanked the chain, slamming Tian Shashin face down onto the ground. As he lifted his pain-stricken face, Tang Yuanhui continued, "Martial uncle, you know of my abilities, do you not?" A demonic avatar appeared, surrounding Tang Yunhui's body. The two-horned demon bared its fangs, its crimson eyes looking ferocious. Tian Shashin gasped in shock. "The Demon King! What kind of power is this?" Seeing the terror in Tian Shashin, Tang Yuanhui spoke. "As long as you are bound by these soul chains, you cannot reincarnate, so you must be terrified." Tian Shashin bared his sharp teeth, his eyes turning pitch black. He roared, "Damn it! You want me to reveal who is behind this, don't you? If you want me to speak, then I will speak." As he spoke, Tang Yuanhui suddenly interrupted him, causing him to pause in confusion. He said coldly, "It is no longer necessary. There are plenty of others behind you who can tell me." Tang Yuanhui raised his hand, emitting a purple aura toward Tian Shashin's face. From his palm, a blinding light shot out, locking onto the man's gaze. Tian Shashin's black eyes went wide, filled with fear as he stared into it. Immediately, Tian Shashin's soul was pulled into an invisible vortex in the air. A round white pill appeared in Tang Yunhui's hand. He said, "This is a wraith spirit pill. It is extremely toxic to the soul. It is the crystallization of the resentment and hatred of the dead. But now, it is a supreme tonic for me." With those words, Tang Yunhui tossed the wraith spirit pill into his mouth. The three elders opposite him stared with eyes wide and mouths agape in horror. As he swallowed the wraith spirit pill, Tang Yunhui's entire body tensed in agony. Seeing Tang Yunhui's pain, the three elders whispered in shock. How can he consume a wraith spirit pill? Perhaps he has some poison resistance. He was fine even after taking the crane's red crown poison before. In a split second, Tang Yunhui looked up, smiling at the elders and asked, "Now that old man has become my nourishment, what will you choose? Submit to me, or become my food?" The elders were terrified upon hearing this, their faces twisting in fear. After the elders had recounted everything, Tang Yunhui held a handful of wraith spirit pills. He spoke, "You say an organization called the Society is behind this, ordering you? Is this a mysterious organization?" Elders were now nothing more than floating ghosts. Hearing Tang Yunhui's question, they replied in unison with fear, "Correct, we are not lying." Tang Yunhui rested a hand on his chin, pondering. A nameless, mysterious organization, with members powerful enough to shake the martial world. One of the elders' ghosts begged. "We were controlled by them and forced to obey. We worshipped the leader like a god." The elders, too, were always loyal to the leader. Yet they could command the high-ranking forces of the heavenly demon sect to target me. It seems the power of the society is even greater than the leader they worship. Thinking of this, Tang Yunhui lowered his head and sighed. It must be a force outside the heavenly demon sect, or that mysterious power in the martial world I suspect. The Transcendence Tower, a tower that seems to pierce the sky. The strongest in the martial world who wish to surpass their limits always aim to conquer that tower. Calling them half-immortals would not be an exaggeration. Tang Yunhui sat on the bed, holding the wraith spirit pills, bowing his head in thought. Only such a force could control the elders to betray me. He tossed the remaining wraith spirit pills into his mouth and swallowed them. Tang Yunhui muttered, "But now that I have consumed the pills, I have no time to think. I must meditate to control the toxicity. Whatever is meant to come will come." 2 months later, in the first madam's room, she threw a cup against the wall, shattering it and shouted, "You didn't let that bastard eat, did you?" Xing Sen knelt on the ground, kowtowing in fear as he replied, "How would we subordinates dare to go against madam's will?" Madame questioned angrily, "Why is he still healthy without eating? He should have crawled here begging for his life by now, shouldn't he?" She rested her hand on her forehead. She gritted her teeth in anger. "There are rumors in the courtyard that I killed him and replaced him with a double. The Patriarch is returning soon. With such rumors, how can I not be afraid?" Remembering something, she asked Xing San, "By the way, what documents did he ask me to bring earlier?" Xing San, kneeling on the ground, hurriedly replied, "Was it news related to the Jianghu recently?" Hearing that, the first madame clenched her fist and rested it on her forehead to think. That trash was never interested in martial arts before. But after 2 months, has he changed that much? Suddenly, she was startled by a thought. Could he have found someone to back him up? It could be due to his special status that someone wants to turn him into a puppet. If he catches the Patriarch's eye, the person behind him will surely gain some benefits. There is no shortage of scheming people in the Jianghu who profit from others' identities. Thinking so, she suddenly flew into a rage, standing up and slamming her hand on the table. She screamed, "Damn it! Only Zhener and Xiang'er are worthy of the Patriarch position. How dare that bastard delusionally aim for that seat?" While she was angry, a servant's voice reported from outside, "Young Master Youxiang requests an audience." The first madam asked in surprise, "Xiang'er, has my son finished his closed-door cultivation already?" Seizing this chance, Xing San stood up, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. "Your subordinate will withdraw so as not to disturb the madam." The first madam sat down. She pointed a finger at Xing San, her eyes coldly instructing, "Watch that bastard. Report anything to me." Immediately after, Tang Yuchong appeared in the first madam's room. He cupped his hands in greeting. "Mother, have you been well recently?" The first madam looked at her son happily. "You've worked hard. Sit down. Have you achieved the results you desired?" Tang Yuchong replied smugly, "Although not exactly as I wished, I have achieved small success in hidden weapon control." The first madam was overjoyed and praised him proudly. "Truly my son." Suddenly, Tang Yuchong's face became serious. On the way here, I heard about that brat. I heard he was disrespectful to mother. The first madam put her hand to her forehead and sighed. Thinking about him gives me a headache. I don't understand what he is plotting. Tang Yuchong spoke up. At a glance, it seems he has a backer. The first madam exclaimed in surprise. You think so too? Tang Yuchong stood there with arms crossed, acting like a brilliant analyst. A weakling like him surviving 2 months without food. Who would believe that? Someone must be secretly bringing him food. The first madam slammed her fist on the table and replied. I think so too, but I can't guess which force is doing it. Tang Yuchong raised his index finger to propose. Therefore, I suggest letting him attend the Patriarch's welcoming ceremony. The first madam asked in surprise. Why? Tang Yuchong smiled sinisterly. If he appears there in front of many people, he is likely to reveal something. The first madam rested her chin on her hand, thinking, then agreed. Right? When he has to cope alone, he will show flaws. At that moment, the person behind him won't be able to stay hidden and will have to help. Then we will catch them all in one fell swoop. But things go out of control. What will the Patriarch think of us? Tang Yuchong replied confidently. Mother, rest assured. With me here, nothing will happen. The force behind him cannot oppose the two of us. If he causes trouble, eldest brother and I will directly punish him. Outside Tang Yunhui's room, a stream of purple energy flowed out from the window. Inside the room, Tang Yunhui was still diligently cultivating. On the side of the mother and son pair, Tang Yuchong's voice continued to resonate, full of disdain. I don't care what the person behind him is plotting. But him? A weakling who only practices the lowly introductory Tang sect Qigong? What use is he? To have a voice in the family, strength is supreme. I think he can't do anything to you, mother. In Tang Yunhui's room, he sat on the bed and asked suspiciously, 6 years? What are you saying? Xing San was kneeling on the floor in front of Tang Yunhui, his head bowed. Hearing the question, he hurriedly replied, Yes, your subordinate heard that the demonic cult fell into civil war 6 years ago. Tang Yunhui thought to himself, I thought enough time had passed since the wheel of reincarnation stopped turning. But this is too far outside my calculations. 6 years. The time of ultimate despair. Xing San looked up at Tang Yunhui with a confused look, thinking, What are you saying? He continued speaking. Your subordinate heard that the heavenly demon disappeared without a trace this time. Tang Yunhui asked in surprise. What? Disappeared? Xing San replied. Yes, for a while, there were rumors that it was a plot by the demonic cult. People were always afraid the heavenly demon would suddenly appear somewhere. Tang Yunhui thought, there is a possibility Master still exists, even if it is just a fragile ray of hope. I want to rush straight to Tianshan right now, but I lack manpower. Information and finances. The most important thing is information. The traitors are also looking for Master by any means necessary. If they haven't found him yet, then at least I need an information source equal to theirs. Coincidentally, there is news about the Dark Venerable. The Tang Patriarch will come to the 9th branch. The Patriarch of the Tang family in Sichuan is one of the 10 great experts of the world, the Dark Venerable Tang Yunhe. I heard the Dark Venerable is about to establish a special task force. If I join the task force and use the Tang sect's information network, there will be many opportunities. Tang Yunhui was currently in a spacious room with light streaming in from the window. His long black hair was tied back in a ponytail. He was shirtless, only wrapping a cloth around his waist. At a glance, his body was extremely muscular, highlighting his six-pack abs and clear veins. It seemed he had just been training bitterly. On the table beside him, a small spider looked at him in surprise and spoke up. It seems you have cultivated the precious fox Tenir Soul to the stage of great achievement. The precious fox Tenir Soul is a high-level martial art passed down by wanderers. Tang Yunhui thought to himself, continuously pushing the body to its limit through intense training. Combining the circulation of the Poison Dragon Heart Mantra and swallowing the Wraith Spirit pills to cleanse the acupoints and meridians. Looking at the spider on the table and the pile of pills, Tang Yunhui asked with a grimace, So I have to use fasting pills? The spider replied, That's right, there is no other way. Young cult master, the guard force is too strict. It turned out this spider was possessed by the soul of an elder. Hearing the spider say that, Tang Yunhui threatened, If you fail, I'll turn you into a Wraith Spirit pill and swallow you. The spider replied in fear, Trust your subordinate. This subordinate will do his best. Tang Yunhui picked up a fasting pill and popped it into his mouth. He asked, All right, I know. Have you investigated anything yet? Where is the Dark Venerable? The spider pointed a leg to the right and spoke. It is unclear where the Dark Venerable is. But I heard Tang Yuchong probably just finished his secluded cultivation and returned. Tang Yunhui reached out and swept all the remaining fasting pills on the table. He said,
Tang Yuchong,
if the Dark Venerable is arriving, it is time for him to show his face. Is that all? The spider replied. I also saw him discussing something with the madam regarding the young cult master. Tang Yunhui was surprised and glanced over. Nangong Shannying and Tang Yuchong intend to plot against me? Tell me what you heard. After a while, having heard the spider recount the entire conversation between the mother and son, Nangong Shannying and Tang Yuchong, Tang Yunhui asked, his tone firm. So they intend to dethrone me at the reception for the Dark Venerable, right? Tang Yunhui had now put his clothes back on. He stood with arms crossed, talking to the spider. They think we have a backer? The spider replied. Yes. To think I got nominated for the special squad selection. What an unpredictable fate. I was still thinking about it. Yet they offered it up themselves, and they planned to use this to humiliate me. Truly ridiculous. Suddenly, Xing-san's voice echoed from outside the door. Young master, it is Xing-san. Tang Yunhui was startled, glanced at the door, and snorted softly. Gomain. Xing-san walked in carrying a tray. On it was a steaming bowl of medicine. Tang Yunhui asked suspiciously, What is this? Xing-san replied. The madam told me to send the young master some tonic. Tang Yunhui turned to look at him and said in surprise. The madam said? Didn't I say I wouldn't accept any food? Xing-san replied. She said she has thought clearly and wants to nourish your health. Tang Yunhui sighed and closed his eyes, thinking, this woman's scheme is too obvious. He pretended to agree and said, All right, leave it there. Xing-san's face showed clear anxiety. He looked at Tang Yunhui and said, The madam said I must watch you drink it with my own eyes. Hearing this, Tang Yunhui had to laugh. And without hesitation, he picked up the bowl and drank it all in one breath. He thought to himself, I could tell there seems to be luminous parasite poison in here. Anyway, with my poison dragon heart mantra, none of this matters. Suddenly Tang Yunhui was startled to realize something in the medicine bowl. 100-yield herb, chaos refining essence, a bit of luminous parasite poison, and even 5 purification pill. Even such precious things were added. At first glance, this is a spiritual medicine that helps restore vitality and increase internal energy. But if used for a long time, the toxicity will destroy the nerves.
Tang Yunhui snorted softly.
Up to this point, it is still within my calculations. But there is even cinnabar poison. The spider also sighed and exclaimed, Giving the young cult master cinnabar poison? That Nangong woman must be crazy, daring to use evil arts to control the young cult master. Furthermore, monitor Nangong Shannying and find the one creating the evil arts. The spider received the order and immediately leaped through the window. As you command. Placing the empty bowl on the table, Tang Yunhui continued to think. A plan to drive me mad with luminous parasite poison and turn me into a puppet with evil arts. I am curious to see how far she will go. After thinking, Tang Yunhui turned to look at Xing-san and asked, I finished drinking. Why are you still standing here? Xing-san was startled. He replied clumsily, because the martial arts master the madam ordered to come is waiting outside. Tang Yunhui asked in surprise, Martial arts master? Outside in a large square paved courtyard, Tang Yunhui was standing opposite a martial arts master who had just arrived. The master spoke first. I am Tang Kuan, the one teaching martial arts to young master Yunhui. Time is short, but I hope for your guidance. Looking at the master in front of him, Tang Yunhui thought,
Hurricane Tang Kuan,
formerly a key pillar of the Hurricane Squad, one of the 5 strongest experts of the 9 Dragons division. But he particularly hates responsibility. He only likes to live a leisurely life. Why did he become a martial arts master? Tang Kuan crossed one arm over his chest. With the other hand, he held up 4 fingers in front of them and said, The madam said, before the clan master arrives, I only need to take charge for 4 days. Hearing this, Tang Yunhui realized. He accepted being a martial arts master to avoid the trouble of the time-consuming event preparations. This old woman really knows how to arrange things, using an expert like Tang Kuan as a martial arts master, giving a legitimate reason that she is worried about her son. But in reality, she wants to control and dethrone me in front of the clan master. Turns out she knows how to play games. Tang Yunhui looked up at Tang Kuan and asked, So what does the master intend to teach me? Tang Kuan held a leaf in his mouth, closed his eyes, and spoke nonchalantly. The madam has provided a martial art. Tang Yunhui asked in surprise. Provided? Tang Kuan did not answer his surprised question but just continued. You watch closely. I won't do it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Kuen's body turned into countless afterimages that surrounded Tang Yuanhui. Seeing this, Tang Yuanhui thought, footwork moving as flexibly as a phantom. This, not yet. Finish his train of thought. Tang Kuen's figure appeared to the left of Tang Yuanhui. He crossed his arms, looked at him and spoke. Phantom steps. Tang Yuanhui looked at Tang Kuen and asked curiously, the thing Tang Yuchong often uses?
Tang Kun replied.
Correct. It is a basic technique of phantom chi that young Master Yuchong often uses. Tang Yuanhui heard this, sighed, and thought, this woman is truly, she clearly wants to humiliate me by comparing me to her son. Tang Kuen still had a blade of grass in his mouth. He raised his hand, closed his eyes and said, his voice indifferent, phantom steps is a useful technique for silent movement, using hidden weapons or poison hands. I have left footprints on the ground. You just need to do the same. Tang Yuanhui looked at the glowing footprints on the ground and secretly admired. Leaving footprints on the ground while shifting the entire shadow. As expected, the title Gale Knight is not just for show. After stating his requirements, Tang Kuen held out 2 fingers in salute and smiled slightly. I have shown you the phantom steps. Now practice hard. If there is anything you don't understand, don't ask me. Ask the other silent peak masters. Suddenly, Tang Yuanhui replied with a sentence. I finished learning it. Tang Yuanhui's answer made Tang Kuen's eyes widen in shock, asking suspiciously, what? Seeing Tang Kuen still frozen, Tang Yuanhui repeated his sentence. I said I have finished learning phantom steps. Tang Kuen reached up to scratch his head and replied, young Master Yuanhui has never practiced martial arts, so you don't understand. Phantom steps is a technique with quite high difficulty. Even members of the Gale Squad need at least 10 days to perform the basic form. Tang Kuen closed his eyes and pointed at himself. Even a genius like me took 5 days to finish learning it. And to understand the meaning of the move took 3 months. Tang Yuanhui heard this and chuckled inwardly. Calling himself a genius. Truly. Tang Yuanhui then spoke up. So normally it takes that long? Tang Kuen turned to leave, waving his hand behind his back to instruct. If you know that, then focus on practicing. Tang Yuanhui felt a bit annoyed hearing that and replied immediately. I said, I finished learning it already. Hearing that, Tang Kuen stopped walking. He raised a hand to cover his face. His body trembled with anger. How could young Master Yuanhui possibly learn it after just one look? Standing behind him, Tang Yuanhui raised 3 fingers in a challenge. Want to bet? I am certain I have finished learning phantom steps. I bet 30 taels of silver. Hearing that, Tang Kuen was startled, turned his face back, and blurted out, 30 taels of silver? Tang Yuanhui looked at him and smiled. Oh, your eyes are bright now, aren't they? I heard the monthly salary at Silent Peak Pavilion is about 10 taels. Betting 3 months' worth. Don't you think that's exciting? Tang Kuen put a hand over his mouth and coughed dryly. Phantom steps is a precious martial art containing the soul of the Tang clan. Using it to bet is truly. Tang Yuanhui also mimicked Tang Kuen's posture. He put his hand over his mouth and cleared his throat. Martial master.
Tang Yuanhui provoked.
Are you scared? This sentence made Tang Kuen so angry his eyes were about to pop out. Not stopping there, Tang Yuanhui turned around, pretending to leave, then continued to smile provocatively. Scared, aren't you? The Gale Knight claims it took him 5 days to learn, yet reacts like this? Fine. I will practice by myself. Tang Kuen stood there. His body trembled, unknowing if it was from extreme anger. Suddenly, he raised his head, gritting his teeth in anger, then laughed. Hold on. It's surprising that young Master Yuanhui is so good at provoking others. Fine. Consider this the fee for looking down on martial arts. Tang Yuanhui heard this but did not turn his head. He just smiled and asked back. You agreed, right? No changing your mind later. Tang Kuen looked at Tang Yuanhui's back and replied. I know. Show me. Just as Tang Kuen finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, Tang Yuanhui appeared right behind Tang Kuen's back. Before he could react, in front of him only Tang Yuanhui's afterimage remained. Cold sweat broke out on Tang Kuen's face. He turned his face to look behind him, as if unable to believe the situation that had just occurred. His mouth stammered. How is it possible? How is it possible? Tang Yuanhui closed his eyes slightly and smirked. Martial master. In Tang Yuanhui's hand, he was already holding Tang Kuen's money bag. The movement was so fast that neither gods nor ghosts would know. He looked at where Tang Kuen was standing and grinned broadly. Today you must be planning to treat everyone to a round, right? This is quite thick. Tang Kuen at this moment could only exclaim in horror. Even my money disappeared? That's unbelievable. Tang Kuen's face grimaced, looking at Tang Yuanhui with disbelief. How could you learn phantom steps so quickly? Tang Yuanhui crossed his arms, looking arrogantly at the emotional Tang Kuen. Tang Kuen truly could not understand. It is true, but how can you just look once and already? Tang Yuanhui looked at Tang Kuen and smiled brightly. Are you still not convinced? Or do you want me to do it again? Not stopping there, Tang Yuanhui continued to provoke Tang Kuen again. To be honest, phantom steps is relatively simple. Can you show any other martial arts? Or are you afraid I will learn that martial art too and scare you? If you don't have confidence, how can you stand in the Jianghu? Tang Kuen's face darkened. He angrily turned to leave. Before leaving, he turned his head and left a sentence. Wait a moment. I will go get the betting money. Tang Yuanhui turned his face to the side, smiling triumphantly as the fish took the bait. He thought happily. Too easy. When Tang Kuen turned to leave, his face was angry, breathing heavily. He gritted his teeth and muttered. For me, phantom steps is just a small part. I still have a pile of secret manuals. Let's see how much you can learn. Tang Yuanhui gave a slight smile, looking at it from a certain angle. Me learning so quickly makes everyone shocked that a person with no martial arts can perform it at a glance. Who wouldn't be terrified? Along with that, I can also reevaluate my own potential a bit. In Tang Yunhui's mind, he thought. Although I haven't learned many martial arts before due to my defective dantian. But the people I faced in the Jianghu when I was the young sect master were all great masters. With the lion eye, memorizing their martial arts is a simple thing. Furthermore, the soul of an elder appeared, giggling as he reported. I have completed the task you entrusted. Tang Yuanhui smiled and communicated via telepathy. You did well. Then Tang Yuanhui smiled. His hand reached up to untie the string of Tang Kuen's money bag. No matter how good I am currently, his strength was not yet stable, so snatching the coin pouch from Tang Kuen was mere wishful thinking. But with the ghost elder's support, it became simple. I only need to focus on countering the other martial arts. Seeing Tang Kuen fuming with rage, Tang Yuanhui laughed even more delightedly. I will surprise you all. 2/4 of an hour later, Tang Yuanhui continuously executed techniques like the flying soul slash and the wind god art. Tang Yuanhui executed every technique with excellence. Tang Kuen could only laugh through his tears, watching his coin pouches drift away. Impossible. How can this be? The two elder ghosts floated nearby, witnessing everything. Anyone involved with the young master is doomed to suffer. It truly reminds me of what I endured while alive. Tang Yuanhui stood proudly with hands on his hips, his waist laden with one-coin pouches, looking like a radiating golden god. He smiled at Tang Kuen. Do you have any moves left? Tang Kuen sat dazed on the ground like a bankrupt gambler. I fear I have no silver left to bet with you.
Tang Yuanhui phây ghen rét.
Truly a pity. All right, let's make this the final round then. Tang Kuen looked dejected, depressed to the extreme, and burst into tears. I am empty-handed now. Hearing that, Tang Yuanhui threw several coin pouches onto the ground. This is exactly why I bet with you. One final, grand match. Tang Kuen stood up in surprise, trembling with anger. Huh? If I lose, what must I do? Tang Yuanhui replied. No need to be afraid. Raised a finger. Honestly, there is a martial art I cannot simply learn. Do you know what it is? He paused, then uttered 3 words. Hurricane dance. Hearing this name, Tang Kuen froze, his eyes widening. Young Master Yuanhui. Tang Yuanhui just tilted his head, looking at him. Suddenly, wind rustled around Tang Kuen as a powerful aura erupted from his body. I won't speak of other martial arts, but the hurricane dance is the signature art and pride of the Hurricane Squad. Using it as a wager is an insult to the squad. Please have some self-respect. Seeing Tang Kuen's demeanor, Tang Yuanhui showed no sign of flustering. He looked straight at Tang Kuen, thinking, so he still has the spirit of a Hurricane Squad warrior. His gaze turned sharp. So you think I am unworthy of learning it? Tang Kuen closed his eyes, sighed, and replied softly. You certainly have the qualifications. Both the first and third young masters have learned it, so teaching you is permissible. Tang Yuanhui stood opposite Tang Kuen, clenching his fists.
Tang Kuen.
I am not asking about my right to learn it due to my bloodline with the Patriarch. I am asking if I have the talent for it. Tang Kuen was startled. What do you mean? Tang Yunhui's eyes were sharp as he shouted. Hurricane Knight Tang Kuen, in your opinion, can I become a member of the Hurricane Squad? Do I, Tang Yuanhui, have what it takes to be worthy of inheriting the position of Patriarch? Seeing Tang Yunhui's dignified and mature demeanor, Tang Kuen was astonished. The great hurricane cause and the Patriarch's seat, he thought. Tang Kuen's mind drifted back to the past. After that failure years ago, he temporarily returned to a peaceful, resigned life. But I was not content. I thought one day I would return as a hurricane sweeping everything away. Yet 20 years have passed. That hurricane dream has faded in my heart. I never thought I would hear those words again. But, snapping out of his memories, Tang Kuen looked at Tang Yuchong. Your words do move me. However, for someone like you to wager the hurricane dance while speaking such bold words, I find it hard to trust. Hearing this, Tang Yuchong felt stifled anger. He punched his own chest and exclaimed, "Oh heavens! I only met you 2 quarters ago. If I didn't show you my strength and just asked to learn the hurricane dance, tell me, would you trust a weakling like me? Come to think of it, you plan to leave after teaching me the shadow steps just once." Tang Kuen felt guilty hearing that. He turned away to avoid eye contact. I have no words to refute you. Tang Kuen's eyes lowered, looking pensive. So you mean you wanted to prove your strength? Seems the rumors of your change are true. Both your strength and wisdom have transformed.
Tang Yuchong nodded.
Correct. Tang Kuen stroked his chin thoughtfully, muttering. But the martial arts I taught you were beyond your capacity, or so I thought before. Regardless of the change, 2 months of internal energy isn't much. Yet, today you showed great effort. Perhaps you consumed elixirs to boost your internal energy, but hid it to avoid the madam's eyes. Hearing Tang Kuen's deep analysis, Tang Yuchong praised, "You are smart." Suddenly realizing something, Tang Kuen's eyes widened. If you even deceived the madam, you are truly cunning, young master. Tang Yuchong felt annoyed, thinking, I can't tell if he's praising or insulting me. The 2 ghost elders floating beside Tang Yuchong mumbled, "He seems to have realized your true strength and that your useless appearance was just a disguise." Tang Yuchong, annoyed, glanced at the ghosts and transmitted his voice. "Are you mocking me like he did?" Tang Yuchong put a hand on his hip, looked at Tang Kuen, and asked, "So, will you teach me?" The ghosts giggled. "He will surely teach you, he has no choice." How could a Tang sect warrior resist the words of the heavenly demon god sect's young master? Hearing the ghosts prattle, Tang Yuchong smiled sinisterly, grabbed them tight, and transmitted, "You talk too much. It's giving me a headache." Suddenly, Tang Kuen spoke up. "All right, I will teach you the hurricane dance." Hearing that, Tang Yuchong smiled and replied, "In that case." Yen clasped his hands solemnly and said, "I am Tang Yuchong. Please instruct me." Tang Kuen was surprised to see Tang Yuchong's action. Then he smirked. Crossing his arms before Tang Yuchong, he replied formally, "Tang Kuen, Hurricane Squad, I accept your request." Tang Kuen stomped 1 foot and spoke up. "It is not as simple as previous skills. The hurricane dance." Tang Kuen's aura surged around him as he stated the key point. "It is not simple enough to learn at a glance." Tang Yuchong smiled and replied, "If so, do you dare to change the bet?" Tang Kuen sighed. "Still betting, huh?" Tang Yuchong grinned. "Let's see if I can learn the hurricane dance. The loser must treat a meal at a restaurant." Tang Kuen, assuming a stance, sighed and agreed. "Fine. A meal is nothing to me. Now watch this." Immediately after, in the blink of an eye, Tang Kuen jumped into midair. Floating in the air, Tang Kuen looked at Tang Yuchong and said, "Members of the Hurricane Squad are always loyal to the Tang family and will not participate in the young master's battle for the Patriarch position. Therefore, if Lord Tang wants to learn this martial art to become the next Patriarch, I consider it fate. Of course, with a talent like you, I have no doubts about your absolute trust." Hurricane battle was about to be reenacted. 2 tornadoes appeared close together in the courtyard. Tang Kuen continued, "This has been my wish for a long time. Whether the young master can fulfill that wish depends on fate, but I will have gained another friend in this Tang family." In a certain office, Tang Kuen sat like a petrified statue. He thought to himself, "Truly unexpected. What I thought was correct. Young Master Yuchong really has strength. Even if I lost, I am happy. Such an excellent young master will be hope for the Tang family. But as a drinking buddy, it seems wrong because he eats like a starving tiger." Seeing Tang Yuchong finish all the food, with empty plates stacked on the table, Tang Kuen looked fed up. "Watching him eat makes me feel poor already." The owner smiled brightly at such a lucrative customer and asked Tang Kuen, "Does Lord Tang need more service?" Tang Kuen was helpless. "Add another pot of plum blossom wine. Let me drown in drunkenness. I don't want to see this scene." Hearing that, Tang Yuchong, who was eating greedily, looked up. "Turns out Lord Tang Kuen is a wine lover, huh? Then we should have gone to the Coiling Dragon restaurant." Hearing that name, Tang Kuen startled and held his head. "Do you know how expensive that place is?" The owner brought the wine out and replied, "Although this place isn't as famous, it is not ordinary either." Tang Yuchong raised the wine pot, gulped it down, and choked out, "That's right. I thought you ate simply, but looking at this, I've lost a whole week's food money on this meal." Yen Yunhi looked at Tang Yuchong sitting opposite and thought, "I didn't want to go to an expensive restaurant anyway. This place, a bustling restaurant, fits my plan better." Tang Yuchong gently and secretly left a mark under the table and muttered to himself, "After 2 months of confinement, I have endured enough. I can't delay any longer." 3 souls appeared. Seeing the mark Tang Yuchong left under the table, they were surprised. "This is the communication method of the Demon God Fire sect members. Do you want to leave a signal for them?" Tang Yuchong looked down at his hand clenching under the table and thought, "Correct. I must report to those still in despair that the heavenly demon young master is Yen Yunhi." On a leafless old tree at Nangong Shanning's palace, a small spider diligently perched on a branch, watching carefully for a long time without seeing anything new, which made it start grumbling. 10 days have passed with no suspicious targets. While depressed, it suddenly saw a girl walking toward the woman's room. It muttered in its head, "Isn't that the Taoist robe of the Qingcheng sect? Why is she present at the Tang family branch? Ah, so that's it. She is the eldest miss of the Tang family, Tang Guasian, the daughter of that Nangong woman. Surely there is a plot to discuss." Suddenly it thought anxiously, "Daughter? I hope that child is still safe. Oh my, now isn't the time to think about such things. First meeting must create a good impression with the young cult master. Asking for help can wait." Having said that, it jumped down from the treetop. Then it jumped and clung to the iron frame of her window and began to eavesdrop. However, the conversation between Nangong Shanning and her daughter surprised the little spider. "Are you determined to stab this knife into your mother's heart?" He argued back. "It cannot compare to the knives mother has stabbed into Yunhui all this time, not counting the confinement order and the food ban this time." The woman acted as if nothing had happened, speaking calmly, "Humph, you don't have to worry. He already has backing. Someone is secretly taking care of him. You just need to focus on the fact that the Dark Venerable is coming here." Tang Guasian clenched her fists, trembling with anger. After hearing the woman finish, she slammed her hand on the table. Her face furious, she said, "Is that the reason mother made up to mistreat Huir? Even the story about having backing. What do you know? You plan to kill him too, right?" Seeing her daughter's attitude, the woman's eyes turned teary as she asked, "Are you getting angry at me for a lowly bastard? Are you really the child I carried and painfully birthed?" Guasian turned her back and then looked back at her. Her tone of anger did not diminish. "Bastard, bastard. Mother hasn't changed at all. Since it's like this, I will speak the whole truth." With that, she turned and walked away without saying another word. The woman panicked and reached out to call, "Wait, Cana. Listen to me first." After she left, the woman bowed her head on the table. Putting her left hand to her forehead, she began to calculate, saying, "Since childhood, she has been a soft-hearted child. Since entering the Qingcheng sect, she has become even softer. How can I hand over the responsibility of succession to her like this?" The little spider witnessing this scene outside the window muttered in its head, How should I report this? What a chaotic family." Suddenly, she stood up, slammed her hands on the table, and spoke angrily. "It was that bastard who ruined everything. I can't wait for the Dark Venerable to arrive." Finished speaking, she turned to the door and shouted, "Is anyone there? I must go out now." The servants started and thought, "Going out because the cult leader is missing? True, she must be going to meet a warlock." Thinking done, it jumped from the table to the floor and continued to follow her. In the courtyard, Yunhui was still being instructed by Tang Yuchong, diligently practicing martial arts. While practicing, he pondered his schemes. It's been 10 days since he left the signal at the inn, but no response. The contact for Fire Venerable Yang Mo was also arranged in Nine Dragons County. Perhaps the contact has withdrawn. Or maybe he is restricted and cannot act. Whatever it is, it's not good at all. My internal power must become faster and stronger. Seeing Yunhui finish his practice, Tang Yuchong commented, "Good, very good. You learned this weapon technique quite well." He glanced at Tang Yuchong and asked, "Still not satisfied?" Tang Yuchong lowered his head and replied, "People of the Tang family usually learn hidden weapons and poison techniques, or weapon techniques. Enough, I've said too much." Gripping the staff tightly in his hand, Yunhui thought, the Tang family's mindset is truly steadfast. Then he turned back, smiled at him, and explained, "Isn't the scattered flower staff technique also a Tang family martial art? That's why the ultimate skill is segmented like that." He looked at him in surprise. His eyes widened as he asked, "You can see that?" Yunhui stood with legs wide apart, raising his thumb in a pose. Arrogantly, "You didn't realize I am a rare talent? Teaching 1, knowing 10? He bit the straw in his mouth firmly. Grumpily, "Such talent, yet you haven't learned humility, huh?" After that, he practiced while contemplating. Many sects use complex methods to demonstrate their understanding of martial arts. But the Tang family is famous for hidden weapons and poison. Both share the commonality of using consumable tools. Therefore, the Tang family's martial arts have been systematized. So when a tool wears out, one can switch immediately to another and use ultimate skills for flexibility. Thus, Tang family martial arts are not too flashy. However, twirled the staff in his hand. Where should the focus be placed? That move should be, come to think of it, Miss Guasian has arrived, right? Looking at the stick in his hand, Yunhui thought to himself. Of course, this system is the foundation for using the Tang family's weapons and poison effectively. But, Master's 9 Heavens demonic sword technique that I want to learn is also a segmented ultimate skill. Learning the Tang family system will help me utilize the 9 Heavens demonic sword. I wonder if the 9 Heavens demonic sword technique I saw in my dreams in my past life is still usable? I'll have to leave hidden weapons and poison for later. Apologies, instructor. Seeing his face smiling so cunningly at him, Tang Kuan asked curiously. Thinking of something nonsense again? Almost forgot. I heard Miss Guasian has arrived. You two are close, right? Yunhui glanced at him in surprise and replied awkwardly. Yeah. Then he closed his eyes, and memories of the original host Tang Yunhui and Guasian surfaced. She was the only sister who treated Yunhui like family in the 9 Dragons branch. Person who reminded the remaining subconscious of the original host of the word family. And now that I am Tang Yunhui, she still sends letters to me. Letters of love and care, praying that our relationship will always be good. But I plan to confront Nangong Shanying. I don't know if she will stand by my side. It might be difficult. Just then, Tang Kuan spoke up. She's probably greeting the elders in the branch and taking a walk today. She'll come to you tomorrow. Yunhui sighed deeply and replied, perhaps so. He looked at Tang Kuan and reminded him. Before she comes, I must quickly finish the work. He asked in surprise. You mean the matter from the other day? Starting today? Continued to grin sinisterly and replied. Starting? I finished it long ago. At another courtyard, there were 2 figures. One sitting inside asked the one kneeling outside. Right. Over the past 10 days, are you sure you followed the medicinal decoction procedures without any errors? Turned out to be Xing San and Yuchong. He knelt, bowed his head and replied. Yes, no errors at all. Yuchong threw a bag of money to him and said, good work. He replied, thank you, sir. Seeing him happily hugging the money bag and running out, Yuchong called out coldly. Wooing. Can you handle it? Yeah. Deal with it yourself. Sitting alone in the room, Yuchong rubbed his chin in thought. For the past 10 days, I've been giving him the frenzy poison continuously. He is definitely poisoned. Before the Dark Venerable's visit, even if discovered, he certainly won't be able to detoxify in time. Tang Kuan is very seriously teaching him as an instructor. But it took me 8 days to master the forms of the Dark Department, so perhaps by the time the Dark Venerable arrives, that bastard will only learn the basic forms. The problem here is the elder sister. I heard she had a big argument with mother because of that bastard. He stood up, walked closer to the window, and thought, so the plan might be affected. She will become the successor of the 9 Dragons branch when she reaches the age of independence. But she is too soft-hearted to become the master of the Tang family's branch. He continued to look at the radiant sun outside, analyzing and pondering. She learns martial arts but does not inherit the Tang family's martial arts to become the successor. Indeed, the position of successor to the 9 Dragons branch must be mine. He was calculating when a servant's voice called out. There is a letter from the White Palace sent to young Master Yuchong. He looked surprised and replied. From the White Corpse Hall? Bring it in. The person holding the letter was Xing San. He looked worried and said, this is a letter from young Master Yunhui, young Master Yuchong. Ah well, he asked. Why so timid? Give it to me. When he held the letter and read it, the content was written. Especially sent to young Master Tang Yuchong. Come fight me, you prick. Finishing the letter, he shook with anger. Veins popped out on his face as he thought. Ha, it seems the frenzy poison made this bastard stupid. No, could this be a trap? Aiming to make me panic. For example, poisonous gas in this letter? In the Tang family, these things are easy to find. Thinking so, he held the letter high out the window and untied the string. He said, it does not seem like a trap at all. Looking at the letter's content. I want to mend our long-distant brotherhood. Like true martial artists, let us resolve our grievances with a duel. He thought again. Is this just a provocation? What is that bastard planning? but I can stand out more by turning him into a puppet in front of the Dark Venerable. He turned his head and spoke to Xing-san. I have received the letter and refuse his offer. Answer him like that. Hearing this, Xing-san hurriedly knelt down. Bowing his head, he replied, yes, this subordinate will relay the message. A moment later, in his hand, he held another letter sent by Yunhui. Inside, the content read, coward. He clenched the letter in his hand and said to Xing-san, aha, it seems he is very impatient. He will send many letters like this, so refuse all correspondence from the White Hall. Next morning, when he walked out the door, he saw the word coward written on the wall. He was completely infuriated. Furiously, he told the servant sweeping the yard, go to the White Hall and tell him. He roared loudly, shouting, tomorrow at Martial Arena No. 2, at noon, I will personally stuff your head into the cesspit. A while later, that servant went to meet Tang Yuchong and Tang Kuan to relay Tang Yuchong's message. Bowing to them, he said, that is the message he sent. Hearing this,
Tang Yuchong sneered.
Oh, he finally agreed. And yet he kept refusing. Tang Kuan asked in astonishment, how did you provoke him that he could not bear it? Ah, let me guess. He glanced at Tang Kuan and smiled cunningly. How can my younger brother be the successor if he has no patience at all? Martial Master will not stop me, right? Tang Kuan gave a wry smile. Why should I stop it when I get to watch a good show? Clenched his right hand and smiled. Then I will interact a little with my beloved younger brother. I promise to leave him with his breath. Inside a room, the scolding voice of a woman rang out. Schwanger, did you say you want to duel with Huir? The person who just spoke was none other than Tang Guizhen. She was scolding her younger brother Tang Yuchong after hearing the news that they would duel tomorrow. She asked, what is the meaning of this? Tang Yuchong was also helpless with his older sister. Initially, he had no intention of directly attacking Tang Yuchong. However, Tang Yuchong was like a maggot in the bone, constantly provoking him. In a moment of agitation, he agreed to a match. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Sister, that bastard provoked me first. If you want something, go and blame him. Hearing these words from her brother, Guizhen found it hard to believe for a moment. Her face went blank. Huir was the one who provoked first? After calmly considering it, she decided to go to the White Hall to understand the situation and visit Tang Yuchong, the pitiful younger brother in her impression. Stepping to the door of the White Hall, an aura radiating from inside made her suspicious. What is this killing chi mixed with demonic chi? She thought as she slowly entered. When I stepped inside, I felt everything much more clearly. Poison chi and killing chi are spreading everywhere. Traces are clearly visible on both the walls and the floor. This is like a dwelling of berserk martial artists. She slowly assessed the surrounding space when she suddenly felt a terrifying aura from behind. Tang Guizhen immediately swung her sword, slashing in the direction guided by her spiritual sense. When Guizhen struck, her temperament changed completely. Tang Yuchong managed to catch her sword with his bare hand just in time. Tang Guizhen was startled when she realized who she had just attacked. Could it be? Huir, is that you?
Tang Yuchong replied unyapili.
Sister, you seem to have come here a bit too hastily, haven't you? Tang Guizhen hurriedly waved her hands to explain. Sorry, I did not know it was you. Yunhui furrowed his brows in thought. When I was channeling the poison dragon art, my reaction was a bit slow. If because of that, Tang Yuchong realizes my internal energy and the poison chi spreading here, the plan will not be good. Before the duel with him, I cannot reveal any flaws for him to grasp my weakness. While Tang Yuchong was thinking, Tang Guizhen looked at him and smiled gently. I was worried you were being oppressed by mother, but it looks like you are fine, right? He also silently assessed the sister in front of him. Although in the original owner's memory she was a good person, he still trusted his lion's eye more. Her eyes look quite like Master's who truly worried about me. Thinking so, the words from his mouth were not unpleasant. It seems you were not sent by the first madam to monitor me. She felt something strange in her younger brother's words, but not much, so she just said, but Huir, what was that aura radiating from you earlier? Demonic chi is spreading. Are you cultivating a demonic art? Yunhui had anticipated she would ask that, so he raised a hand to channel energy. A stream of purple poison chi appeared. Ah, perhaps you are mistaken. That is the poison chi I am cultivating day and night. Guizhen covered her nose in discomfort. Why is this poison chi so strong? That is right, it also has curse essence added. He replied while thinking to himself. That is actually poison chi combined with demonic chi, so other martial artists might mistake it for poison essence. Later, when using moves, it will be hard to hide the demonic chi. Thus, calling it poison essence seems best. Tang Guizhen heard him and could not hide her surprise. You practice poison curse essence? He sighed. Because the clan does not support me. Therefore, I have no other martial arts left besides poison curse essence. Looking at your expression, it seems I was somewhat correct. As a member of the Tang family, strength is supreme. Therefore, it is understandable that I do whatever it takes to become stronger. Saying this, Tang Yunhui's eyes turned slightly cold. He shifted into a defensive stance towards Tang Guizhen and said, But if you are dissatisfied with anything, sister, then you can try to defeat me before speaking. On this side, her face had darkened for a while now. Ever since he spoke those disrespectful words. You truly have changed far too much. Yunhui also realized Guizhen's emotions were shifting. He had deliberately spoken that way to draw a clear line with her. After all, the people he was about to strike against were her biological brother and mother. Currently alone in the Tang family, if she still treated him like the old Tang Yunhui, it would be inconvenient to act. Therefore, I need to draw a clear boundary with her right here and now. Tang Guizhen covered her mouth. Indeed, things were no longer the same as before. She lowered her hand, revealing an eerie smile. Mother and brother Yuchong being wary of Yunhui is partly correct. After speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from her body. Yunhui stepped back slightly. This bursting killing intent was simply too strong. On this side, Guizhen's entire body trembled with excitement, wearing a wicked smile. Truly, you have exceeded my expectations. Yunhui could not help but be surprised by this situation. It was indeed eerie. This is the seed of the molting spirit root. I did not expect her to also possess the azure ghost visage spirit root. Under Yunhui's lion's eye, Tang Guizhen's internal state was seen through. He continued to think, indeed, only with a spirit root like this can one become the heir of the Nine Dragons division. This also answered his question as to why Tang Guizhen, the top lady of the Sichuan Tang clan, became a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. To explain further about the spirit root, becoming a suitable molting practitioner requires many conditions. Tang Guizhen is truly a martial prodigy favored by the heavens. The spirit root is the foundation of a martial artist's soul. For it to grow strong, the soul must be nurtured. This is the core of the Qingcheng sect's internal cultivation method, which focuses on nurturing the soul. Additionally, the azure ghost visage requires the martial artist to fight continuously to gain experience. Therefore, combining the extreme combat arts of the Tang family with the internal cultivation of Qingcheng will turn her into an incredibly terrifying assassin. Finally, Tang Yunhui spoke up. Looking at the aura you just released, Big Sister is not inferior to me in the slightest. Miraculously, all the aura radiating from her was suddenly retracted, and she sheathed her sword. I apologize. It was surprising how well Tang Guizhen controlled herself. She bowed slightly to Tang Yunhui. Perhaps I forgot my purpose for coming here. Drawing my sword while you were training must have frightened you. I am truly sorry. He silently exclaimed. Indeed, she could unleash it and suppress it just as quickly. This proved she had practiced the Qingcheng arts to an extremely high level. To prevent the situation from becoming more awkward, he asked, Do you want some tea? Guizhen naturally agreed, and they sat at the table to drink. After taking a sip of tea, Tang Guizhen spoke in praise. This is good. At Qingcheng, we do not have tea as delicious as this. Tang Yunhui also smiled and replied, This is a special type of tea. I really did not expect to gain a reputation for being so skilled at tea appreciation. She exclaimed, then suddenly remembered something. Ah, that is right. I brought this for you. Saying so, she took out a paper bag containing several skewers of tonghulu that looked very appealing. Tonghulu bought from the foot of the mountain. Used to like eating this very much, right? Tang Yunhui looked at his sister before him and thought, I do not know about the past, but now I do not like sweets at all. However, in the identity of Tang Yunhui, I must show a different expression. Taking a skewer of tonghulu from Guizhen, he put it in his mouth, chewed, and praised, It is truly delicious. Just that small act made her very happy. Is that so? That is wonderful. One had to admit that this eldest young miss of the Tang family made people look at her with new eyes. If he had not just witnessed the killing intent and eerie smile with his own eyes, seeing her completely changed temperament, anyone would think they were two different people. Her attitude shifted too quickly. One moment bursting with killing intent, the next gentle as a rabbit. It would not be strange to consider them two separate people. Returning to the main topic, Tang Yunhui finally asked her, So, what brings you here? If you came to stop the duel between me and Tang Yuchong, then... He stopped there. He was sure she understood the implication.
Tang Guizhen nodded.
Actually, that is partly the reason. However, I also wanted to apologize to you for everything Mother has done to you. He asked back unhappily, You do not assume that I will forgive her just because of that apology, do you? She expressed her remorse. That is true, but I can only apologize. Truly. Tang Yuanhui felt a bit of a headache coming on. He sighed. No matter what you say, big sister, I will not call off that duel. Asian looked at him and said, I thought you were forced into that duel, but it turns out you were the one who chose to fight Yuchong. However, brother Yuchong's strength is not ordinary. How confident are you of winning? Furthermore, he is being guided by many famous masters. Hearing Guasian's words, he silently made his own judgment. It seems she still considers this a normal sparring match. She does not understand that the mother and son pair want to harm me. They are surely waiting for the match to use the Nangong family's secret technique to trigger the poison in my heart. On this side, Guasian continued, but if you defeat Yuchong, mother will not let it go. This is something I do not wish to see happen between my two younger brothers. Tang Yuanhui pretended not to notice her worry. He knew his own abilities best. As for her mother, he already had a plan. He smiled slyly. Big sister, you do not need to overthink it. I am the one who initiated this battle. Tomorrow will decide everything. Therefore, you just need to come and watch. Seeing the smile of this younger brother, her head filled with questions, but she could only nod. All right then. The next day, at the martial arts arena, the crowd was bustling with noise. The news of the duel between the two young masters of the Tang family excited many people. Immediately, someone responded, I am raising the bet on young Master Yuchong. 3 more coins that he will win. I bet that he will win within 2 rounds. It seems Yunhui's reputation is poor, so no one bothers to pay attention to him. Tang Guasian asked worriedly, What are you thinking, brother Hui? Contrary to her worry, Tang Yuanhui held 2 skewers of candied haws, eating while speaking. In this battle, the first madam won't be able to interfere in front of the crowd. Furthermore, at a glance, brother Yuchong seems quite annoyed already. Therefore, as his elder brother, I won't let him down. The martial arena was crowded with people gathered to watch the match between Tang Yuanhui and Tang Yuchong. Among them was naturally a familiar face, the carefree guy from the Chongfeng squad. Tang Kuan was excitedly watching the fun. People are gathering here in large numbers, huh? At this moment, 2 others from the Chongfeng squad walked over. The one with a scar near his eye, named Tang Xian, spoke up. Young Master Yuanhui has caused big trouble. Tang Kuan saw them ask and conveniently replied, Oh, you guys came to watch too? Tang Tai replied, We are just here to work. 2 successors dueling attracts the attention of so many people like this. Doesn't it need management to avoid mishaps? Whatever, any reason for coming is fine. What do you think of this match? The result of this contest? Tang Xian said calmly, Does it even need to be said? Even if you taught young Master Yuanhui, it has only been a dozen days. Tang Tai agreed. Tang Yuchong winning is only natural.
Tang Kun smiled mysteriously.
Yeah, everyone gathered here thinks the same. But this match was created by young Master Yuanhui. Don't you feel there might be something strange hidden behind it? Scene change. On Tang Yuchong's side, he was listening to a subordinate's report. Is that all? The subordinate bowed his head low, not daring to delay. Yes, young Master Yuanhui spread the news about the duel, and anyone can come to watch through the Chongfeng nights. He was so angry veins popped on his forehead. Humph, no matter what he does, this duel is just me, Tang Yuchong, teaching a lesson to a bastard son. It seems all the idle people in Jiaolong County have gathered here. This moment, Tang Yuanhui's voice from the opposite side rang in his head, mocking him. What are you dissatisfied with, my dear younger brother? As a mama's boy, are you worried because the first madam isn't by your side? There's still time to bring the first madam here. I'll wait right here. Tang Yuchong was truly furious, but in front of so many people, he tried to remain calm and transmitted his voice back. Lowly scum, I don't know where you learned such vulgar language. Stop it. You animal, do you want to poison my ears? It seemed Tang Yuanhui wouldn't let him go and continued provoking. Forget it. Can a mama's boy only listen to nice words? I, Tang Yuchong, told you to shut your mouth already. Finally, this brainless guy couldn't hold it back and shouted loudly. You damn bastard son, come here.
Tang Yuanhui,
I will tear your damn mouth apart. Saying that, he rushed straight onto the stage in an unstable emotional state. This caused the crowd below to buzz. Huh? Third young Master Tang Yuchong came out first? Wasn't the provoker second young Master Tang Yuanhui? Over here, Tang Yuanhui, after successfully goading his opponent, leisurely stepped onto the stage. My younger brother has no mental fortitude to withstand such provocation. Perhaps this will be easier than I thought. Stepping into the martial arena, he stood opposite Tang Yuchong. Yuanhui clasped his hands. White Palace, Tang Yuanhui. Although I have no title, just a nameless nobody. I hope we will have an interesting match. Tang Yuchong, currently furious, saw Yunhui speaking politely and thought he was afraid, so he sneered. Just putting on a show. You only feel fear once you're on the stage. Tang Guozian witnessed Tang Yuchong's strangeness and partly guessed the situation, secretly sighing.
Schwang er.
It seems Huir provoked him via sound transmission. But as a defensive type, he should have endured it. At this time, the audience below whispered. Young Master Yunhui appears truly polite. While young Master Yuchong only said that much, everyone knows what he implied. Tang Guozian also heard those words and secretly exclaimed. Just one action has made everyone look at Yunhui differently. But in the end, the most important thing is still the result of the match. Huir looks very confident. But Schwanger is known as a shadow prodigy, a potential talent of the Tang sect, not an easy opponent to deal with. Tang Yuchong was also transmitting his voice to provoke Tang Yuanhui. Humph, is all you can do those despicable provocations? He also transmitted back a reply. Did you come up here for a verbal debate? Tang Yuchong's provocation didn't affect him at all, but just one bored reply from him made Yuchong's veins pop with anger. He couldn't control himself and shouted. Haha, fine. I will start as you wish. I don't know what your goal is, but I'm telling you beforehand, I'm not easy to devour. As he spoke, he threw a smoke bomb, causing the stage to be covered in thick smoke. Audience below was unhappy. What the heck? A dark ink bomb? We can't see anything like this. Over here, Tang Yuanhui stepped back a bit, covering his nose with his hand. Using a dark ink bomb? Honestly, using shadow chi in an open place like this isn't very effective. Either way, he couldn't just rush in recklessly. Yunhui was assessing the situation. A figure appeared behind him, rushing forward with extreme speed. He was a bit surprised. This younger brother, even if he views me as mediocre, he doesn't hesitate to strike from behind. Truly a person of the Tang family. Thinking this, he still quickly dodged the shadow attack. Tang Yuchong quickly recognized the opponent's footwork. Shadow step. Yunhui smiled. My dear younger brother, did you forget that I asked Tang Kuan to teach me the shadow step? He spoke while moving to dodge Tang Yuchong's attacks. Yuchong gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! You've already mastered the shadow step? Even if your mother is mediocre, you still have half of father's bloodline. But the shadow step is just a technique to cultivate shadow chi. Let me show you what real shadow chi is called. Tang Yuchong channeled his energy and changed his technique. His aura gradually became faint, sinking into the surrounding space. His speed changed dramatically, making it difficult for people to catch his trajectory. Facing the shadow chi of Tang Yuchong, Tang Yuanhui calmly assessed the situation, precisely blending his own aura with the darkness to mask both his sound and form. Being called a shadow prodigy was no exaggeration. Inside this veil of darkness, one could not locate him with the naked eye. However, in Tang Yuanhui's eyes, Tang Yuchong's figure and movement trajectory appeared clearly, allowing him to dodge every attack continuously, much to his opponent's shock. Conversely, in Tang Yuchong's eyes, he was like a slippery loach. Just when it seemed he was caught, he skillfully slipped away, driving Tang Yuchong mad with the feeling of being toyed with. On this side, Tang Yuanhui's lion's eye had long been activated. He muttered to himself, You cannot deceive my lion's eye. Moreover, your killing intent is too direct. I don't even need the lion's eye to find you, for as the young master of the heavenly demon sect, I am most familiar with demonic chi and killing intent. Releasing it like that is practically screaming, I am here. On the spectator stand, Tang Tai nodded approvingly. Young Master Yunhui can use the shadow steps to such an extent, truly amazing. And young Master Yuchong's shadow chi has clearly improved compared to before, likely the result of his secluded training. This match is nothing more than a game of tag. Tang Xan chimed in. Is young Master Yunhui planning to dodge until the dark veil fades? If the dark veil fades and young Master Yunhui cannot deal a finishing blow, then it is just a waste of time. Tang Kuan also spoke up to join the fun. Haha, I taught him a finishing move, causing the other two to look at him doubtfully. Tang Kuan, did you do more than what the first madam ordered? Tang Kuan glanced at his two teammates in dissatisfaction. Don't you trust your own teammate? To which both replied in unison. Who understands you like we do? Down in the arena, the battle continued, and after a long time, Tang Yuchong still had not hit Tang Yuanhui once. Tang Yuchong's anger peaked as his patience ran out. This damn bastard keeps dancing around like a mouse. Damn it. The darkness is fading, and I can't maintain the shadow chi much longer. At first, I only wanted to break one of his legs. But this is the price he brought upon himself. Even if you can dodge with shadow steps, you cannot escape within this arena. Determined to take half of Tang Yuanhui's life, he changed strategies. More items appeared in his hands, launching hidden weapons toward Tang Yuanhui. Torrential pear blossom needles. Go die, you damn bastard. The unique technique of the Tang clan, the torrential pear blossom needles, rained down poison needles straight at Yuanhui. The situation turned dangerous due to the arena's limits. If Yuanhui left the ring, he would lose, but if he stayed, the poison needles would critically injure him. Watching from the start, Tang Guozian couldn't help but worry. Schwanger wants to kill Hui, and she touched her sword, ready to jump into the ring to save Tang Yuanhui. On the stage, Tang Yuanhui faced the dangerous situation without changing his expression. Instead, he wore a smile. I intended to play with you a bit longer, but perhaps it is time to end this. She swirled around Tang Yuanhui's body, creating a wind barrier that deflected the poison needles. Every single needle fell away as the wind grew fiercer. The entire audience noticed the anomaly and buzzed with discussion. What is that? What wind is this? The destined heir of the Tang clan, Tang Guozian quickly recognized the origin of the move. This wind is, that's right. I didn't notice back then because the killing intent and demonic chi were everywhere. Now I finally know the martial art that Huier has practiced. That is the Gale Storm dance. Tang Yuchong was buffeted by the impact of the violent gale storm that Tang Yuanhui was unleashing. His mental state took a heavy hit. Even elder sister and I haven't mastered this move. You are just a mediocrity. How could you? He screamed. Teasing his younger brother was truly too much fun. So Tang Yuanhui continued the psychological attack. I must thank you immensely. Luckily, I was taught this just before our match. To thank you for that favor, I will let you fully taste this powerful move. The gale gathered upon Yunhui's hand. He used his footwork to quickly approach the dazed Tang Yuchong. The ultimate taboo of combat is losing one's cool. Tang Yuchong committed that mistake and took the full brunt of Tang Yunhui's attack. Pain surged as his eyes rolled back white. Boom! Impact force was massive, knocking him away, but luckily he was stopped by the stone wall. The wall crumbled. Tang Yuchong fell unconscious, and the result of the match was decided. Sound of sharp intakes of breath rang out. The crowd, who hadn't dared to breathe earlier, now clamored in shock. Young Master Yuchong lost? And defeated in one move? How is that possible? This must be a dream. It's something no one had expected before the match. The Gale squad was also quite surprised. How could young Master Yuanhui learn that move? To which Tang Kuan replied, but this is also a surprise. Tang Tai asked in disbelief, you mean he mastered the violent gale storm in just a few days? And Tang Kuan smiled happily. Yes, that's right. There are many things he can do that few would expect. In this match, according to you all, has he shown his potential? Can he meet our expectations? Tang Tai wondered, does young Master Yuanhui also have talent like the sub-branch master, possessing a wind spirit root? Tang Kuan replied, I'm not sure, but in just a few days, his strength has increased significantly. Though it is still early, I think young Master Yunhui's future is worth hoping for. Moreover, he wants to inherit the Gale squad, so I trust him even more. I hope this does not disappoint me. Tang Kuan was just exclaiming when he suddenly realized something. Huh? It seems the gale hasn't stopped yet. Could it be? Tang Yuanhui ignored what everyone was saying. He looked toward Tang Guozian below and smiled, saying, Elder sister, would you grant me the honor of a duel, elder sister? The crowd below continued to whisper in astonishment. Is that young Master Yunhui's elder sister? So that is the renowned Tang Guozian, the disciple of Qingcheng sect. Isn't it? Looking closely, it really is her. She must have returned to the branch because of the branch master's visit. It has been years, so it is hard to recognize her immediately. If the young master dares to challenge the young miss, he must be quite confident. Tang Guozian is known as the Tang clan's calamity. I think this match is worth looking forward to. This match will surely be exciting. It will be completely different from the previous match of young Master Yuchong. Speaking of this, the crowd immediately got excited. They really wanted to see the beautiful eldest miss of the Tang clan display her talent. They wanted to know if the Tang clan's calamity lives up to her name. Today is truly a lucky day to witness two good matches and also see the beautiful face of Miss Guozian. Tang Guozian was completely taken aback by the situation before her. Just a moment ago, she was astonished by the raging storm dance performance of her younger brother Yuanhui. Before that shock could pass, he continued to give her another surprise like this. Tang Xian was a bit worried. It seems this matter is getting bigger. Tang Tai also chimed in to ask, Brother Tang Kuan, do you see any chance of victory for young Master Yuanhui? Tang Kuan knew that Tang Yuanhui wanted to fight Tang Yuchong to demonstrate his power and prove his potential. However, the scene just now exceeded his expectations. He answered honestly, I think he cannot yet confront the young Mississippi. I do not think he wants anything, so why challenge the young miss? That is what he said out loud. But inside, Tang Kuan could not help but worry. Just defeating young Master Yuchong would have given Tang Yuanhui fame. If he wins against Miss Guasian, who is considered the Tang clan's successor, is he aiming for the position of family head? But if he loses in the match with the Tang Miss today, he will be in a weak position. This move is indeed quite dangerous. The Tang Miss surely understands Yunhui's intention. Therefore, she will go all out. Tang Guasian fell into deep thought at this moment. What is Brother Hui thinking? If not in the arena, I would not step onto the fighting stage. But in front of the Tang clan disciples, I am the future successor before the family head. How can I simply retreat? But enough, I will not think anymore. It was you who provoked me first, right? Seeing that battle-hungry appearance, I should just fight according to my battle instincts. No, how can I do that? Brother Hui has always been oppressed. Is this the time he wants to regain his dignity? Being a girl with a kind nature but carrying the spirit root of the green-faced ghost, Tang Guasian's spirit is somewhat split, one gentle and one battle-crazed. At this moment, these two psychologies kept fighting to occupy her mind. She was holding her head in chaotic thought. The voice of Tang Yuanhui rang out. It is just a normal sparring match. There is no need to worry too much. Just enjoy the fight. Tang Guasian fell silent for a moment. Enjoy it? I have tried to suppress it, but... Having said that, she leaped onto the stage with force. The people below chatted happily. Miss Guasian has taken the stage. She clasped her hands. I am Tang Guasian, the future successor of the Tang clan, a disciple of Qingqing. I have studied at the Qingqing sect for 5 years. My combat specialties are the 4 absolutes, 1 sword and heaven and earth infinity. Friends in the Jianghu fondly call me by the title Heavenly Butterfly Fairy. I hope this will be a great sparring match. Yunhui also clasped his hands in response. I am Tang Yuanhui, the second son of the Dragon Division. I have mastered the Raging Storm Dance. Please instruct me, elder sister. Everyone in the stands cheered happily in response. The match has been set. Tang Yuanhui then asked Tang Guasian. It seems elder sister is also quite excited. Aren't you? Tang Guasian had now completely changed into a combat state. She smiled an eerie yet excited smile. It has been a long time since I felt this kind of excitement. If you are this excited, then fine. Tang Yuanhui began to channel his energy. Around him, the wind was gradually picking up. Tang Guasian became even more excited. Since my younger brother wants to fight me, then how can I let this opportunity pass? She began to draw her sword, her true energy also rising. Alright, so are you ready yet? Take this move. Both of them rushed forward, unleashing their ultimate skills. Tang Guasian quickly drew her sword and executed footwork to approach Yunhui. Yunhui was not idle either. The storm gathered on his hand, quickly condensing into an invisible wind blade. Raging Storm Dance. Battle Wind Blade. Boom! The wind blade and the sword clashed, creating endless shockwaves. Tang Guasian said happily, so the aura released was for this. Don't think mastering this move can defeat me. Both continued to exchange moves, borrowing the opponent's recoil force to retreat. In that case, let the two of us fight a battle to our heart's content. Since you want me to enjoy the match, I will fight with all my might. Tang Guasian spoke while increasing the speed of her footwork. Tang Yuanhui on this side secretly exclaimed, too fast. So then he quickly switched to the footwork that splits 1 into 3, changing to a form of the phantom drifting body technique. Tang Guasian was surprised. You even learned this movement technique? That is truly beyond my expectations. However, at a glance it looks very clumsy. Immediately, she swung her sword, attacking the real person among the 3 phantom images. Quickly reacted, using the wind blade to block. I did not think the Qingqing sword art would be so mighty. This is not the Qingqing sword art. She smiled and replied, you are still hiding your true strength. Thanks for watching the video. If you say so, then, I have no choice but to show it. After that, his aura also changed. Utilizing the poison dragon art, the heart dragon chi manifested, appearing both mighty and evil. He continued to channel his true energy through the trajectory of this technique. Demon Dragon Eruption. Shouted happily. This is exactly it. Killing intent and demonic chi. Her aura also gradually underwent a bizarre transformation. I have wanted to fight that thing for a long time. Tang Yuanhui observed Tang Guasian, thinking to himself. Her aura has changed. The Azure Killer Ghostface has been enveloped by the sword's pure fortune. That is why the killing intent is surging. How strange. Behind her is a ghost-faced fairy. First, I must strike preemptively. I will seize the initiative with a powerful blow. Tang Guasian also evaluated his move. The explosive wind blast that defeated Schwanger was indeed powerful. But it is too predictable. The movements of this technique are too clumsy. Even when facing a weaker opponent, one should still be careful. She continuously predicted and dodged his attacks. She could easily counterattack as well. He was struggling quite a bit. Thank you for the guidance, elder sister. Then he thought. Combining explosive force with the Tang family's cutting techniques creates a one-hit kill art, the Frenzied Wind Dance. But it only works on opponents of the same level. It has too many openings against stronger enemies. Thus, I need a martial art suitable for combos, wrapping it within the Frenzied Wind. The trajectory of spiritual power changes as the moves transform. Tang Yuchong quickly recognized the move he was using. Did you even learn the Violent Tiger 20 strikes? She silently sensed Yunhui's method of combining moves with the Wind Dance, which has its greatest strength in explosive propulsion force. If used as a catalyst to rotate the Violent Tiger 20 strikes, it becomes faster. Furthermore, thanks for watching the video. The opponent will counterattack at this distance, right? Saying that, Tang Yuchong unleashed a sword move. Lightning Flash Absolute Light Sword. Being continuously hit made him suspicious. Did I attack too hastily? Oh, that's it. It's coming. Yuchong also realized something. That's right. That is it. Now this is worthy of a fight. Let's make it more exciting. The two continuously unleashed moves to counter each other. The audience below the stage also kept cheering. The noise slowly woke Tang Yuchong up. What is happening? He clutched his stinging head and asked a nearby servant. You are awake, young Master Yuchong? At this moment, Tang Yuchong also realized the situation, which made him furious. His voice trembled. That bastard who kicked me away is fighting on equal footing with elder sister? Has mother returned yet? Not yet, sir. Hearing the servant's reply, he gritted his teeth. Although she probably won't lose to him, the longer he fights, the more his value increases. While he was thinking to himself, the sounds of discussion about the match continued outside. Ah, young Master Yunhui is overwhelming her. Tang Yuchong gritted his teeth. Impossible. If she really loses, please don't let that happen. Back to the match between the two. Tang Yuchong finally caught Tang Yuchong's opening. There is an opening. Keep attacking. Tang Yuchong unleashed a palm strike that made him dizzy. Don't focus too much on the sword. His face turned grim as he thought. Palme technique? This is not the style of Qingqing. She made a teasing face. What is with that look? I am a Qingqing disciple, but I am also a member of the Tang family. Combining the resilient swordsmanship of Qingqing and the 8 strikes of the Tang family to exploit openings. That suitability for relentless attacks. Is that the power of the Azure Ghostface Spirit Shield? Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he used shadow steps to widen the distance. However, one of Yuchong's sword strikes nearly sliced past his head. Fortunately, he possessed keen spirit sense and dodged in time. By now, he was exhausted. His whole body was numb, his mouth bitter, and his heart racing. I must say, this is the feeling of exerting full power to fight someone. Tang Yuchong was also a bit suspicious. Huir is very strange. Strange how? His martial arts are only at the elementary level. His movements haven't completely transcended mere form practice. Yet, he has the ability to see through his opponent. Sharp as a general in battle. Ha! Is that so? It really is. In the past, Tang Yuchong's body had no internal energy, yet he had to face experts who could destroy a mortal in one strike. So the skill of seeing through opponents to dodge attacks has been my way to survive and win for the past 10 years. But when I learned martial arts, I forgot something important. I used to wield techniques flexibly, not just rigidly applying basic moves like when using evil arts. It should be the same in martial arts. Although he was fighting, thinking of this, he unconsciously smiled. Tang Yuchong looked happy. Changed your expression. Have you? Very good nuance. What is it? I am waiting to see what new moves Huir has. Let me see, he calmly observed. Continuous combo. Look closely. Tang Yuchong always dodges fatal strikes. Combined with the prolonged battle capability of the Ghostface Spirit Sword and her worry for me, an opening has formed. I appreciate that mercy, but there is no reason for me to ignore this opening. Tang Yuchong felt something strange, so, isn't this attack the same as earlier? The previous attack was reflected back, gathering in front to reduce my movement. Did you learn to control the gale in just that short time? A move was unleashed by Tang Yuchong. Yuchong thought to herself. This move is too dangerous. Immediately raised her sword to block. The shockwave exploded, making everyone drop their jaws in astonishment. The dust from the shockwave of the last strike dispersed. The 3 members of the Wind Squad gaped in astonishment. Suddenly, Tang Xian and Tang Tai turned to look at Tang Kuan, leaving him bewildered. What? Did something happen? Anyway, is Lady Yuchong all right? You noticed it, didn't you? The two took turns asking. Tang Kuan also silently exclaimed. Correct. What amazed us all is that young Master Yunhui exceeded all expectations brilliantly. But that light just now. On the stage, Tang Yunhui also spoke up. Elder sister. Isn't doing that a bit unfair? Tang Guizhen replied to him. So you discovered it too? I intended to hide it a while longer, waiting until Huir revealed his ultimate move, but since it has been discovered, I have no other choice. A sharp stream of sword chi radiated from the sword, making it clear to everyone at this moment. That is the power of sword chi. I did not expect Lady Guizhen to have entered the early peak realm, truly worthy of being the successor of the Nine Dragons branch. The thick-skinned Tang Yuchong also heaped praises at this moment. Truly worthy of being elder sister. This little brother has always admired your talent. With this level, that bastard son certainly won't have a single chance left. Tang Guizhen obviously could not hear his flattery. Right now, she was still busy with Tang Yunhui. You know, Yunhui, when sword chi appears, we cannot delay the time any longer. Yunhui also sighed and replied, I understand. Dallying too long with a weaker opponent is unwise. It is a pity. I intended to prolong this to see if Yunhui held any other secrets. He thought silently, just as Tang Guizhen said, this battle will end right in the next move. Northern Wind Blade not just now was enough to stop Tang Guizhen's sword, but against a sword wrapped in sword chi, that is a different story. I cannot use evil arts right now. My final trump card is the only way left. Seeing his pensive look, Tang Guizhen became even happier. Does Yunhui have something planned? Sister thinks so. She affirmed. That is right, because right now you look very excited. His face flushed red with excitement that could not be hidden. Me? Perhaps I am too excited. Being pushed to this edge makes me look just like a madman obsessed with martial arts. Tang Guizhen asked him back. What are you saying? Pardon. Those who are passionately obsessed with martial arts like that are often called martial artists. Was startled. So that is it. A martial artist, huh? Since reincarnating as Tang Yunhui, I have plunged into martial arts training like a madman. However, what Yen Yunhui, a man without a dantian, always respected in a martial artist was not this. The feeling I get when fighting Tang Guizhen is pouring all the martial arts I have accumulated until now to confront and test how those skills can perform against an opponent. It is precisely that excitement and the spirit of striving for victory that truly makes me want to become a martial artist. Seeing Yunhui's serene face, she took a stance. It seems you have thought things through. Can we make our moves now? Yes, sister, please go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Guizhen's true chi gathered upon her sword. Her footwork quickly rushed in, preparing for a final powerful strike. He secretly assessed. As I predicted, Tang Guizhen will use a killing move. In that case, I will also put my full power into the strongest move of the Berserk Wind Dance. Yunhui quickly gathered true chi in both hands. Additionally, he combined it with ghost chi to increase the power to the maximum. A move that he was executing for the first time. Berserk Wind Dance. Blast Wind Rush. Boom boom, the two strongest moves of both sides collided. A wave of aftershock spilled out. Facing a supreme expert is indeed not easy at all. No, I must not think distracting thoughts anymore. The only thing to do is focus on seeing if my move is effective or not. Just that. Dust and smoke filled the air, making it impossible for spectators to see the full scene clearly. Tang Yuchong also exclaimed, the distance between me and sister is getting further. What a pity. But once that bastard son takes a heavy hit, he surely won't survive. What? How is that possible? At this moment, the dust gradually settled. The blast wind rush combined with ghost chi gathered in Tang Yunhui's hands. He whispered, I have been waiting for this exact moment. The sword will become normal. Right at this moment, his strike had blocked her sword chi. My hand is paralyzed. Usually, when the opponent's sword breaks, the match is considered over. But this time it won't be that easy if it is Tang Guizhen. If it is the person possessing the Azure Ghost Face root, the sword breaking will not be able to stop her from moving forward. Naturally, I will not be an exception either. All my remaining strength will be used in this move. He formed a new move again. Berserk Wind Dance. Demon Wind Hammer. Tang Guizhen went without saying. She was insanely excited. Ha ha ha, Yunhui, you are truly excellent. She also unleashed an extremely powerful hidden strike. Asterisk soaring favor leg technique.
Ascending Heaven Extreme Yang Blessed.
The three members of the Gale Squad were frantic. These are two good seeds of the Tang family. They are executing extremely dangerous moves. The match has surpassed the level of sparring. Moreover, neither of them can get hurt. The old woman prepared to rush down to stop them. Damn it! Both of them are too agitated. If this continues, Surely both will be heavily injured. Suddenly all three froze. A familiar tall and large figure had rushed between those two children. The fun should end now. You intend to welcome the family head while lying on a sickbed? It turned out the arrival was the branch master of the Tang family, Tang Yuchong, the biological father of the Tang Guasian group. They quickly paid respects.
Tang Yuchong.
Greetings to the branch master. Yunhui silently evaluated the person in front of him. So this is that person, the branch master of the Nine Dragons branch, also the father of Tang Yuchong. He respectfully bowed.
Tang Yuchong.
Greetings to the branch master. Vong Lin beside him saw that serious face and couldn't help sweating. Young cult leader, be careful. I thought the Gale squad had disbanded and he was no longer improving. I did not expect him to reach this realm. Hearing that, he also wavered. Right? I also realized that, even if I achieved many merits, ultimately it was just a small shadow guard squad of the Tang family. I estimated the branch master's strength to be on par with the elders of the heavenly demon god sect. But even the Yen Yunhi of the previous life would not dare to be certain of winning. As reading Tang Yunhui's thoughts, he looked straight at the young man, creating a tense atmosphere. You seem dissatisfied. Do you have something you want to say to me? Hearing that made his heart skip a beat. Did I stare too much? However, wearing an innocent face, he looked at him. I was just curious why the branch master came here. Tang Guasian standing nearby jumped, shocked by the question just uttered. Now it was a confrontation between those two men. In this Nine Dragons branch, is there any place I cannot go? Tang Yunhui's face remained indifferent. I was only worried that this mediocre match would dirty your eyes, so I asked. Everyone around hearing that dropped their jaws. Everyone's face froze stiff, drained of every single drop of blood. Tang Guasian was confused. What the hell is this? I can feel everyone's astonishment. Daring to argue with the branch master right here at the Nine Dragons branch. It makes sense though. Moreover, the one arguing is Tang Yuchong, the abandoned bastard. But based on information from the remnant memory and what I've observed, I understand now.
Tang Yuchong.
He is a true member of the Tang clan. Turned away abruptly. Indeed, the match between the two of you did not interest me at all. But anyway, though you have changed, I am very pleased with what you have shown. Except for one person. I am very disappointed. His face was full of disappointment as he looked straight at the three people kneeling on the ground.
Tang Kowen. Tang Yin. Tang Tai.
Your reactions were too slow. Hearing those words of reproach and instruction, they only knew to obey. Yes, as you command. Tang Yuchong looked towards Tang Guasian. Why do you look so downcast, sister? Her face was full of worry. We are still not enough to be recognized by father. Hui, are you okay? I'm fine. The branch master has always been like that. He will care about the second daughter if she has potential, and will abandon the third child if he does not meet expectations. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that. Surely your father isn't that bad. Tang Yuchong did a 180-degree turn. Anyway, are you hungry, sister? Let's go change clothes and go drink wine. He gave a light smile and invited her. This guy's face changes as fast as flipping a book. Naturally, they really went to drink wine. Wonderful. She felt like she was scratched right where it itched. Just ecstatic. He watched her, constantly doubting life. Anyone looking would think you starved for days. Did Ching Ching not feed you? Oh my god. This devil asks such tactless questions. They did? A lot. But it was all vegetables. Thinking of the scene of eating only vegetables daily. It's been so long since she ate delicious dishes like the ones on the table today. She had even more motivation to eat vigorously. Tang Yuchong could only sigh helplessly. A Taoist temple, where Taoists cultivate, deep in the mountains, quiet and pure. Once some people get drunk, they can no longer control themselves, just acting like fools, creating chaos. I am at the age of eating and growing. I eat meat, drink wine. Brother Hui, you tell me, am I right? Now that she's drunk, who dares to argue with this great aunt? Yes, yes, I offer you a cup, sister. One pouring, one drinking. Good, good.
Pour mort.
Taking this opportunity. If he had any questions, he tried to ask them all now. Speaking of Ching Ching, what kind of person is your eldest senior brother? Hearing the question, she jumped in surprise. Eldest senior brother. Why do you ask about eldest senior brother? Tang Yuchong had a sinister look, trying to look dangerous to scare others but failing. You mentioned him many times in your letters. How could I not be curious? You even added some provocative sentences. I was scolded by eldest senior brother, so I'm sad. Training with eldest senior brother is wonderful. The junior sisters are all buzzing, discussing eldest senior brother. Hearing that, she couldn't take it and had to scream. Ah, stop it. You mean stop, woman? As if taking advantage of the momentum. His tongue seemed to extend as if wanting to swallow her whole. I heard he will come to the Nine Dragons branch as a guest for the ceremony welcoming the clan head. I have to research carefully to be able to cope. Tang Guizhen was terrified. You really are a master of using schemes in the Tang clan. Hearing that, he just nodded slightly. The fact that the head disciple of the Qingcheng sect, Li Taizhan, is coming here is a matter to note. The Dark Venerable aims for the Nine Dragons branch. Rumor has it that the Dark Venerable wants to establish a guard unit like the Gale Squad of the past. If that is true, all sects in Sichuan will find ways to stop it. And the Qingcheng sect, a sect with a close relationship to the Tang clan, is no exception. Because they cannot completely trust Tang Guizhen, they sent the eldest senior brother here. It seems she doesn't know anything or they want to investigate. Just as he thought of this, he was startled and waved an acquaintance over to the table. Over here, over here. Tang Guizhen's eyes lit up when she saw someone coming to join them. Another drinking buddy? Who is it? Just as she turned around, she spat out her food. The person scratched his head. Finally done with work. Stop destroying the martial arts arena. Ulala, isn't this? Second uncle. She hurriedly stood up and bowed in greeting. Second uncle's voice was full of reproach. Lady Guizhen, I am very surprised to see your sword chi has reached this realm. Then she squealed. Thank you, uncle. Now he was annoyed with this little girl sitting and drinking with him.
Viewer.
Why didn't you tell me Uncle Tang Kuan was coming? He answered cunningly. You didn't ask me, sister. Resentful but unable to do anything. You cannot scold him, so she had to curry favor. Uncle, please sit. Seeing her so well behaved today, he was surprised. Oh, thank you, child. You ordered so many dishes today. Don't tell me you're charging this to my tab.
Tang Yuchong clinker galat.
Oh, is that allowed? He clinked back. What is wrong with you? Seeing them so close, she sat on the side wondering.
Viewer.
Why do you talk to uncle like that? Do you not know who Uncle Tang Kuan is? Though not officially sworn brothers. But he and father are almost like biological brothers. He saved father from danger in the battle at the Qingqing bloodbath, and was granted the title of knight by the clan head. Hearing that, he was also a bit afraid. Martial instructor? No.
Uncle Tang Kuan.
Suddenly shouting so loud. He also wondered. What the heck? Woman? Why did you suddenly? Tang Yuchong clasped his hands, bowed his head. Disciple has been rude for not knowing the relationship between you and father. Please forgive me. Seeing him apologize like that, she smiled triumphantly. Well done, sworn brother. If you sincerely apologize, he will overlook your past mistakes. But the truth wasn't like that. His face wrinkled like a monkey's, but not believing his ears. What the hell are you guys doing, Lady Guizhen? Did you put him up to this? He stood by the side smiling sinisterly. So, martial instructor, how do the former members of the Gale Squad rate you? Replying with a voice full of challenge. How many points do you think they would give you? Asking a question right in his wheelhouse. With full confidence. Is there anything I don't dare? Maximum points. Listening to this makes my ears itch. Truly delusional. This guy is so annoying. He held out his bowl to receive wine. That is right. The old man poured wine with eyes full of judgment. Yes, that is right. It is difficult to make someone who is confident mixed with a bit of delusion feel inferior. I know that. Tang Yuchong poured wine for the old man. I will drink with you, uncle. Seeing the offered wine, the old man did not hesitate. Oh, thank you, child. Looking at them, Tang Yuchong thought silently. Through this battle, I have attracted the attention of the former members of the Guangfeng squad, Tang Xiongzhen and Tang Haoshan. Problem is seeing what Nangong Qingying will do before the Dark Venerable arrives. Scene shifts to another forest. The little spy bug is standing on the carriage. I didn't expect to have to travel this far. If I go too far, she will think I'm running away and kill me. Stopped already? Have we arrived? The servant helped the madam down from the carriage. I didn't give advance notice. I don't know if the spirit master is there. The little spider looked on with disdain. Spirit master. The one who put cinnabar poison into the young patriarch's medicine. Looking at that door, it seems to emit a stream of dark purple aura. Such heavy Yin energy. Who exactly have that woman and the Nangong clan colluded with? Black Shadow stepped out. Welcome, donor Nangong. Yangsher's face appeared full of cunning. Two tufts of hair stood straight up on the sides. Sunken eyes. Sharp teeth. Suddenly reminds one of a Labubu doll. The master is waiting for you inside. Please come in. The little spider hid behind the wheel, secretly watching their every move. A Jiangshi. Moreover, it is a living Jiangshi with sentience and memories. How could an ordinary warlock refine a living Jiangshi? something that even great mages find difficult to create, and even use it as a servant. This is not the abode of an ordinary warlock. Just reporting what I see should be enough. Saying this, it paused. But that is not enough. I must satisfy the young patriarch. Then it hopped away. That is the place the Jiangshi is inviting them into. Inside that door is an atmosphere full of mystery. Cold. Striking the eyes is a large back mumbling. I beg you, please grant me more divine power. Please grant me more divine power. The Jiangshi walked in. Spirit Master, Donor Nangong has arrived. The praying voice stopped. Let them in. The madam clasped her hands. Greetings, Spirit Master. As if guessing her thoughts, that figure spoke up. Have you come here again because of something unsatisfactory? You are truly greedy. The gods always bless those who follow the way. You only seek the gods when you need help. You will be spurned. But if every time one comes, one makes generous offerings, things that ordinary people dare not think of, then what will the gods think? Then, he hesitated. Then a terrifying face appeared with a haunting smile. They will feel delighted. Turning around, he caused a startle. His body was covered in white fur. Long nose, pointed, wide mouth grinning up to his ears. Earrings smile to the ears. One might think of the handsome Joker, seducing everyone. But looking at this is like a shattered dream. The madam ordered servants to bring items in. Yes, silver ingots, packed full in 2 boxes. Seeing money, his eyes lit up. Grinning so wide the skin stretched. Gods, are you satisfied? Me too. Are you from the Tomb Mountain sect? But you seem more sinister. The madam looked proudly at the greedy man. If successful, I will give you another chest. The white bone necromancer became visibly enthusiastic. As expected of Donor Nangong, you really know how to please the gods. Just like humans nowadays, having money is having everything, like a despicable face of this world. He sat arrogantly, crossing one leg. So then, how can I help you? Honestly speaking, that face is terrifying to look at. Bony, grinning wildly. She kept a stern face. Do you remember my previous request? He sneered. You want me to curse that bastard? Is this matter not still in progress? The madam shook her head. The situation has changed. I want something faster and more certain. Hearing this filled him with questions. Meaning? She immediately recalled those days. Initially, I only intended to turn him into a puppet before the Dark Venerable and then discard him. Generous attitude and the moves of the person backing that bastard could cause unforeseeable consequences. Can you create a living Jiangshi? She emphasized her voice. Her attitude was fully hardened. Her whole being seemed to emit an energy that no one dared to touch. The white bone necromancer felt it was ridiculous upon hearing this. It seems you have touched someone's reverse scale. The little spider in the corner of the ceiling eavesdropped and could not stand it. Those bastards. I must report to the young patriarch immediately. No sooner said than done. It ran off immediately. If that spirit master can create a living Jiangshi, then the current young patriarch will find it hard to resist. Suddenly, 1,000 glowing red eyes focused on it. These are beast Jiangshis. Pack appeared like wolves. Their faces looked like twin brothers to the one sitting in that room. The little spirit was full of worry. He can even create beast Jiangshis. So that is it. Black Bone Ghost Valley, a branch of the Tomb Mountain sect that has submitted to the heavenly demon cult. Hearing the noise, the 2 people sitting inside also had to turn around to look. The white bone necromancer understood everything. It seems Donor Nangong has brought a big trouble. The madam was extremely surprised. Am I being followed? He lowered his face and laughed. His eyes flashed with red light. The person backing that bastard seems harder to deal with than I thought. This tone is not complaining about a difficult opponent. He was acting like he was at a disadvantage, but in reality he just wanted to extort more money. The madam was helpless. I will give you another chest. I said, having money is having everything. Very good. Having received the money, one must work properly. Investigate the person behind this clearly, and turn that bastard into a living Jiangshi. Always smiling. Out in the real world, people would call him a junkie. Yes, then first, I will go track the person behind this. Black shadow accompanied by a cold wind rushed in. A tall and muscular human, hair white as an 80-year-old man. He is Black Bone Ghost Valley. Master, you called for me? As if meeting a god of war, the white bone necromancer became even more confident. Catch that escaping spirit, and track the warlock behind it. With just one phrase, as you command, everyone had to fear the moment that followed. Jumping into the air, landing on the roof. Have those water Jiangshis not caught him yet? He is truly agile. But the little spider's sixth sense seemed to be warning of danger. What is this?
A terrifying aura.
Little cult master. Run away. Contrary to that tension, Tang Yuchong and Tang Guoxian's side was quite peaceful. He held the stick, his heart full of questions. You aren't planning to leave? What are you thinking? She is drunk, asking hard questions like this. The weather is so nice. I will go in after I sober up. Seeing that scene, he could not help thinking. After being defeated by me and their plan failed, Tang Yuchong and Nangong Qingying will certainly stop at nothing to harm me. Tang Qingzhen knows that too. If you don't listen, fine. I won't beg. I understand. As long as you don't bother me. She also happily waved goodbye. Just focus on practicing. Spirits took the chance to gossip. Although she is a disciple of the Qingqing sect, this young lady is truly upright. How could Tang Haoshan and that Nangong woman give birth to such a good child? Spirits keep arguing. Too noisy. Do you want to become spirit orbs? Holding the stick in his hand, he kept placing question marks on himself. Seeing that, a spirit concernedly asked him, Little cult master, is there a problem? He hesitated. The feeling today is different from before the duel. Admittedly, it sounds really confusing. Can you speak more clearly? One hand holding the stick, one hand clenching tight as if practicing moves. When using martial arts, I feel a discrepancy between thought and action, like gears being out of sync. I thought it was because I wasn't used to martial arts. But now, although there is still some discrepancy, it has clearly decreased a lot. A spirit puffed out its chest and spoke. I used to be a famous instructor in the divine sect. Can I inspect your body? Tang Yuchong was very relaxed. Is that so? All right. Like a police officer investigating. Circling the whole person. From front to back. From top to bottom. Not missing a single corner. Little cult master. Do you know what accumulated force is? Seemed very new to him. Accumulated force? Isn't it internal energy? The truth is not so. The meanings are different. Full of curiosity. Tell me. Since you asked, I must answer. The spirit explained thoroughly. The same cultivation method. But depending on comprehension, background, and personality, each person will accumulate a different type of internal energy. Hearing that, Tang Yuchong also pondered. Meaning, the cultivator's nature will be manifested in the internal energy. The spirit illustrated with his own small body. Correct. That is also why martial arts like the essence-absorbing great art, which specializes in absorbing others' internal energy, cannot significantly enhance one's own. Though the little cult master's case is quite special, so I am not certain. The force accumulated in Tang Yuchong's body for 17 years and the force that the little cult master recently cultivated have different natures. That is what caused the discrepant feeling you mentioned. That feeling of discrepancy decreasing means the little cult master's accumulated force and Tang Yuchong's accumulated force are gradually merging. Though it is just a guess. As if enlightened, he was full of thoughts. Meaning I have started to understand and accept Tang Yuchong, to the point that my accumulated force and his are merging. This is an inner torment. Thoughts hard to put into words. Because I am forced to live with Tang Yuchong's identity. I always think this is my body. But my subconscious still considers this body as someone else's. Through this duel, my thinking changed from using martial arts with Tang Yuchong's body to, I am using martial arts. The emotions I felt regarding Tang Qingzhen and Tang Haoshan, people I only knew through Tang Yuchong's residual memories, have gradually broken the barrier in my subconscious. Yes, the human heart is hard to describe. Questions with no answers for oneself. Images attached to each stage past. All seem to paint a colorful picture. Immediately asked, so what is the current fusion rate? The spirit beside him was quick to answer. About 40%. If this fusion rate increases, the little cult master will achieve martial success more easily. Full of determination. Good. That is enough. And he put all his effort into swinging the stick. In the process of cultivating magic arts, the fusion of soul and body is also very important. The higher the fusion rate between Ling Yunhui's soul and Tang Yuchong's body, the more my magic power will recover. Meanwhile, Tang Guoxian sitting nearby seemed very drunk but was not. You have changed a lot. I did not expect you to be so passionate about martial arts and full of confidence like that. I feel guilty and pained that you had to change due to circumstances. But now, you have started building your own stronghold and it will become increasingly solid. But Mother will not sit still waiting for your stronghold to become solid. A cold wind suddenly blew past the ears. A figure like a grinning demon was right behind her back. Hey, someone is coming. As predicted, indeed. Surrounding Tang Yuchong were small spirits. Little cult master, this is. He grinned with hidden meaning. Yes, this is Ghost Mist. Looking at how the toxic cinnabar was prepared, I guessed you belong to the spirit system. You finally took the bait. Now then, let's see what you are. Hoisting the stick on his shoulder, a handsome profile with a straight nose, a smile mixed with personality that captivates many. Higu of Ghost Valley stood on the roof, hands on hips. Hunting for a long time, huh? As Master predicted, the one behind this bastard uses a rather special type of spirit art. Then the demonic energy he uses will also be special. The traces on that spider led here, so the sorcerer is definitely inside. I am looking forward to it. The ancestor's ghost mist has been deployed. Clapping two hands together, a pile of evil curses ran along his arms. A talisman appeared on the ground, full of magic. Ghost mist has the ability to mask perception. If combined with the ghost mist formation, no matter what happens inside, the outside cannot perceive it. Come. Where is the prey? Tensing his hands, getting into a combat-ready stance. Seeing Tang Yuchong from afar, he kept wondering. Why link with that bastard? Second target, TSK trying to run? That warlock isn't using necromancy directly but controlling that mongrel to activate the spell? From behind, he revealed an eerie smile. What is this mist? I can't see a thing. Hearing that, the other felt like he had fallen into a trap. The one behind this is more cunning than I imagined. This mongrel is also a target. If I catch him, the mastermind will surely appear. Anyway, inside this ghost mist, he can't see anything. If you obediently listen, I will spare you. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. What? There is another person. That person radiated a blazing purple flame, rushing forward quickly to punch him. Isn't this our Tang Chuanjin? Got you. Overjoyed, Tang Yuchong turned his head and smiled. It's a big catch. Both a zombie swordsman and a goo worm user. The spirits beside him were extremely worried, as expected of the Blackbone Ghost Valley. But this zombie swordsman seems to have reached the 3rd rank. Will the young master's plan succeed? He reached into his shirt. He took out a candy and popped it into his mouth. A Qingcheng Taoist defeating a high-level Jiangshi is easy. But the problem is this Jiangshi is an assassin sent by Namgung Sanying. Will Tang Chuanjin hold back? Will she fulfill the demon-exorcising duty of a Qingcheng Taoist? Now we can only trust in her choice. Rushing towards that guy. Those seemingly small hands were gripping the face of that stinking guy tightly. Hit by a surprise attack, he fell to the floor. Qingcheng Taoist from the Kowloon branch right now is definitely Lady Tang Chuanjin. Why is she here? Unable to stop doubting, he jumped up. He shouted loud. Lady Tang Chuanjin. Wait, listen to me. Carrying anger within her, she knocked him away once again. What? Do I have to listen to you people? You filthy Yangshi. Being beaten repeatedly with hard-to-block moves, he tried to resist. Damn it, my nemesis. If I strike Tang Chuanjin, even if I achieve the goal, I will lose the deal with Patron Namgung. At that time, Master will be furious. Then I will be tortured. The Master's face appeared. Terrifying. Seeing this face, who wouldn't be scared? Being tortured would be no different from death. The more she fought, the more aggressive Tang Chuanjin became. She went crazy uncontrollably. What are you hesitating for? Why are you standing there like an idiot? But honestly, being beaten without retaliation, no matter how good you are, you'll get critically injured. Many slash marks ran down his body. If this continues, I will die. If I knew it would be like this. Knocked away again. It seems I can't take it anymore. I intended to hold back because you are Patron Namgung's daughter. It's all because you did not listen. As he spoke, his body deformed. The bandages wrapped around his body snapped, revealing a muscular body and long sharp fingernails. His whole body was covered in pitch black. Now he looked like a yeti with sharp teeth that could swallow anything in his way. Seeing this guy, Tang Chuanjin stood dazed. This is bad. This guy landed a punch right on her. If you had obediently retreated, wouldn't it have been better for both of us? Her small body was trembling. The staff in her hand could not hold out much longer. Don't waver, Tang Chuanjin. I know Mother is the one behind this. Capture this guy and interrogate him. I will stop Mother from continuing on the wrong path. Truly resilient, using her little strength to push his hand away. Demonic energy. Damn it, if only this girl wasn't so stubborn. Her small body, she could dodge every attack. With that massive body, using so much strength and missing causes heavy panting. Tired like, even with the illusionary ghost tomb formation, we risk being discovered by the Zhengfeng squad. Moreover, the warlock behind him could join the fight at any time. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantaged I am. Although the ghost mist will be broken, I must take the risk. Anyway, my target is that bastard. Dragon appeared, soaring in the dark sky. Seeing that, the spirits were even more surprised. Young sect master, the living Jiangshi has stopped withdrawing the ghost mist. Finally, I've been waiting until I'm sleepy. The spirits were somewhat relieved. I'd rather he control the living Jiangshi to attack us. But if the zombie swordsman comes here, a deafening roar rang out. The dragon changed direction, flying straight down to where he stood. It opened its mouth wide as if to swallow that whole body. But it's not that easy, pal. Tang Yuchong felt no fear, only extreme annoyance. Making so much noise in the middle of the night. Down. The dragon seemed to be under a spell, screaming even more miserably. It seemed its body was writhing in pain. Yes, instead of crashing into that handsome man like love-struck girls crashing into a red flag, it chose to crash straight into the floor a distance away from him. Seeing this stupid scene of the dragon, Tang Yuchong felt helpless. No, I didn't tell you to crash that hard. The spirits approached the dragon that was planting its head in the ground, but in the air to examine it. Judging like gossiping aunties. Lucky its neck didn't break. But the goo worm is truly sturdy. Took so many materials and time to create one. Yet it dared to attack the young master. Why make him so unbearable? You guys are making too much trouble. You did great. Get up, idiot. Looking closely, this doesn't look much like a dragon. It's a mix with some bird species. It doesn't look majestic like what it tried to show off at all. Scared pale by Tang Yuchong, I give you a choice. Choose. Do you want to fight him or fight me? Grinning and baring all his sharp teeth like that, of course it's scared. Standing before that big ugly devil and this handsome but slightly scary guy. That female demon chose to fight the ugly one. Choice made. It shed the role of a stupid bird. Eyes red. Tongue long like an earthworm, it ran to attack. Was extremely surprised. Who would have thought this beast would choose him? What? Why choose me? Have I lost control of the goo worm? He struggled while thinking. Could that warlock be powerful enough to seize control of the ancestors' goo worm? More dangerous is that the warlock is hiding somewhere nearby. Must run. What are you thinking, kid? Surrounded now. Tang Yuchong jumped high, pointed her sword at his face. You are distracted. A swish rang out. She had dealt him a direct slash to the body. I want to cut you. He howled in pain. My left arm. Must quickly regain posture. Why did she only slash the left arm? Yes. Tang Yuchong had severed that devil's right arm. Seeing the whole arm fall to the ground makes one shudder. Blood splattering everywhere is enough to cause insomnia. He was extremely suspicious. What is this? She could have killed me right then. Is she holding back because of benefactor Nangong? She smiled with contempt. Impossible. I will tear you apart. Make you regret it. I will save you. Everyone in the Tang family knows how to make a scary face to frighten others. Huh. How can one avoid fear from that guy? Damn it. Is that the face of a Taoist saving others? Before he could finish screaming, that hybrid bird flew past and swiped a few basic lines on his face. Already mad, now teased by this thing. That damn bird. She decided not to spare this guy. I don't know why the water Jiangshi spewing ghost mist did that to him. But if I eliminate the remaining ghost mist. Ghost mist. He saw that and turned pale with fear. Scared witless. The ghost magic spirit spell has been neutralized. I must find a way to escape. Hurry. Before the ghost mist disappears completely. Though exhausted, the best way is to run. But that woman over there is so belligerent. She won't let me escape. Where do you think you're running? He seized the moment. Gathered his strength. While she was blinded by anger, he snapped his fingers. That guy vanished. Tang Yuchong was surprised as well as very regretful. He had escaped. It seems Brother Huey's plan has succeeded. Brother Huey, careful. That is dark magic. Tang Yuchong ran to her. Sister, can you do me a favor? Hearing this, she was even more confused about his plans. You want me not to kill that living Jiangshi? Nodded vigorously. With this smart head it will work out. Yes, I need to extract information from him. This guy broke into the Tang family manor and used ghost mist. He is definitely strong. Can even use formations. That makes sense. Formation. Then, to stop her wondering, he tried to explain thoroughly. Yes, if he feels danger, he will use a teleportation talisman. Moreover, with my current strength, I cannot defeat him when he has deployed a formation here. If you can lure him out of the formation. Thanks for watching the video. Say girls are often very suspicious. Looking at her now confirms it. Brother Hui, if we do as you say, then this Jiangshi is an assassin sent by mother. What if I want to follow mother's wishes? Smiling slightly, Tang Yuchong stood up. Then, I am just a loser in this game. That is the Tang family, isn't it? Hearing that, she pitied the small fate even more. To Brother Hui, he has endured too much. Is the Tang family just a place full of deceit and betrayal? But the Tang family is not just that. Brother Hui will understand. And to do that, I must. A soft cry rang out. interrupting that train of thought. Which tactless creature is ruining the mood? Surely only that bird. Seeing it always look silly made her unable to help feeling annoyed. Is that water Jiangshi from earlier still alive? Hearing that, it jumped. Ugly and weak, yet so easily lured. So it turned tail and ran. Staying longer might mean getting a few more scars, poor thing. Scene shifts to a certain forest. Familiar white hair fluttering. It's that guy from Blackbone Ghost Valley. Looking quite shabby with one lost arm. He was shaking with rage. The target escaped, although the arm can be replaced. But losing the goo worm and the heightened vigilance of the Nine Dragons branch. Master will not forgive me. It is all because of that damn girl. From behind, a voice echoed. If you want to rest, you should go further. You dare to rest right in front of the manor's gate. Seeing Tang Yuchong, this guy was startled. What? They caught up to me? You mongrel, why are you here? Did you follow me? How? It because of that warlock behind him? If he can steal the goo worm, he can also find the life gate of the ghost mist formation. Anyway, this is a good opportunity. If I catch this mongrel, I can find out the warlock's identity and take back the goo worm. He thought and smiled cunningly, thinking this was his time. But who is the fox? Who is the prey is yet to be known. Looking straight at Tang Yuchong, he saw a shadow like a demon protecting him.
Evil aura.
Seems that warlock gave him a small demon for protection. But this aura, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Hazy purple smoke covered the surroundings, making him look even more mysterious. Nan Gong Shenging, what is she doing? People of the Nan Gong clan are colluding with Blackbone Ghost Valley. Hit the nail on the head. He shook like he was electrocuted. How do you know? Truly a cat and mouse game. You guess. Like a game of catch me if you can. The guy was so angry he couldn't speak. Tongue-tied. You. Wait, that is. Tang Yuchong was surrounded by dark purple aura. It engulfed his person and revealed a demon that made him scream in terror. Demon battle robe. Like wearing a dragon robe. Not some knockoff dragon robe. Confident. Majestic. Seems you are not ignorant after all. This is the demon battle robe. 10 years ago, everyone in Blackbone Ghost Valley knew of it. It is the demonic tool that the little heavenly demon Yen Yunhi always used when slaughtering. It is the truth now, old lady. He could only gape. So that evil energy was the demon spirit? How could someone like you possess that? Looking at him now, the innocence and cuteness were gone. He looked just like a demon. Bad boy outside, good boy inside. Girls would fall head over heels. His hair slightly fell over his eyes. His deep purple eyes were filled with killing intent. His teeth were sharp and white. Oh my God. He is so handsome. I would willingly die by his hand.
Tang Yuchong snơ.
Do you think he will answer your question? I have many things to ask you. The other guy tried to answer toughly, but his embarrassment and stuttering could not be hidden. Do you think I will tell you? His fingers trembled. He clenched them. Of course, you won't talk right now. Let's chat. After you die. Blackbone Ghost Valley thought that if he really was the young cult leader, he would fight desperately. While he was still hesitating, unsure if the opponent would unleash spells or the Demon King's power, the opponent attacked him in the most unexpected way, using martial arts. Just one punch sent him flying far away. If a tree hadn't stopped him, who knows how far he would have flown. By now, he realized what kind of attack hit him. He just hadn't expected Yunhui to use martial arts instead of spells. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Right? You are not the young cult leader. The young cult leader doesn't know martial arts. Moreover, he is a monster who can crush 4 swordsman-level fighters like me with just a wave of his hand. No matter how you learned the young cult leader's moves. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by another attack. The opponent used the Golden Binding Lock, a demonic tool created by Yunhui. We saw he missed but feigned regret. Tisk. Missed. What was happening before his eyes made Blackbone Ghost Valley extremely confused. A monster? More like a genius, right? Is he really the young cult leader? How is he still alive? And how does he know martial arts? Knowing he was trapped in his own questions, Yunhui asked, You are confused, aren't you? You are wondering if I am him or not? But do you have time to think? Those provocative words made Blackbone Ghost Valley more confused than ever because he didn't know what to do right now. If I keep stalling, the Righteous Wind Squad and that girl will come here. But I can't just run away like this. If he knows our identity, I must silence him at all costs. But if he really is the young cult leader. Seeing no attack coming, Yunhui sighed at the long wait. Haven't you acted yet? Do they allow weaklings like you to become 4 swordsmen these days? Seeing you carry poison bugs, I thought you were useless. Provoked, Blackbone Ghost Valley became even more furious. It seemed the opponent didn't want to stop there, so he continued the insults. Or should I go back? I intended to extract some info, but it seems this guy knows nothing. Humiliated, Blackbone Ghost Valley lost his cool. You. I will make you regret this, even if I have to burn my life force. Saying that, he attacked immediately. That purple-eyed guy showed no fluctuation seeing that. Finally willing to fight? It seems you are trying to stall time to run back to the manor. Good. If you ran away in fear, I would be in trouble. I need to test things I couldn't use in the fight with Tang Yuchong. Seeing his attack defeat the opponent, Blackbone Ghost Valley couldn't help but feel delighted. Damn it. I was too excited and forgot I need to bring his corpse back. This guy talks as much as the young cult leader. How annoying. He aimed a punch at the opponent, but it was blocked by the opponent himself before it could land. Phew. Finally at peace. After using up all your spells, you should have run further and rested. With that strength, how did you plan to bring my corpse back? Blackbone Ghost Valley was shocked to discover his attack was completely useless. Is that really the young cult leader's demon battle armor? Seeing that, he panicked even more. No, impossible. My attack enhanced by my demonic nature. No damage at all? Contrary to that confusion, Yunhui just sneered. When can I turn you into a juncture? Insulted, Blackbone Ghost Valley boiled with rage and struck at Yunhui, but was still nullified. He spoke coldly. I have tested the defensive capabilities of the demon battle armor. Now it is time to test the offensive capabilities. Saying that, he attacked again and this time took the guy down. But Blackbone Ghost Valley secretly smiled sinisterly. After that attack, I am certain, this guy is weaker than me. His attack cannot deal fatal damage to me. I just need to hold out until the demon battle armor wears off and I will win. As if reading his mind, Yunhui spoke to him with extreme contempt. What are you laughing at? Do you think my attack is too weak? Do you think you just need to wait for the demon battle armor to expire to win? Did you not notice that I knew you were a juncture of Blackbone Ghost Valley yet still dared to chase you? Do you think I came here without preparation? Are you a juncture so your brain is waterlogged? Hit where it hurt, Blackbone Ghost Valley boiled with extreme rage. Do you think relying on the demon battle armor allows you to act recklessly? If you are prepared, then show me. Before the demon battle armor runs out. Saying that, he attacked Yunhui again, but as before, Yunhui touched him before he could land a hit. However, Yunhui was a bit surprised that his attack was still not enough to take him down. The other guy attacked relentlessly. Haven't you realized yet? You cannot hurt me. Unlike your demon battle armor, my body has no time limit. Hit me all you want. I will pay you back double. Once again, just like before, no matter how angry Blackbone Ghost Valley was, Yunhui remained extremely calm. I was worried that you would dodge, making the match drag on. But I didn't expect you to be stupid enough to stand still and take the hit. Truly a Jiangshi. Is your brain flooded with water? That Jiangshi talks big. What nonsense are you spouting? How much longer can you talk big? Before he could finish his sentence, he vomited blood, a symptom of being poisoned. He was extremely shocked because he did not believe he was poisoned. Hearing Yunhui say that ordinary poison would not work made him immediately realize he had been injected with wraith poison. Furious, he immediately used every method to expel the wraith poison from his body. Seeing he could not hold on much longer, Blackbone Ghost Valley asked Yunhui to resolve his doubts. Let me ask one last thing. Are you the young cult master? Hearing that, he sat down. Hey, I told you I am not. Honestly. Then he held up the chain in front of Blackbone Ghost Valley. He immediately recognized what it was and became more shocked than ever. What happened next scared him even more because at this moment Yunhui appeared in his normal form and instructed those he considered elders. Teach this rookie a good lesson. Those people obeyed his command. Surrounded, Blackbone Ghost Valley trembled, feeling extremely terrified. Although he had defeated Blackbone Ghost Valley, Yunhui still did not feel satisfied with his own ability. It was still not easy. Perhaps because my martial arts haven't reached the level of instinct. So it's hard for me to execute formations or arts that require preparation time. I must improve my casting speed while getting used to martial arts. More work to do again. Suddenly, he felt something strange. A gaze. Is someone watching me? Who is it? Where are they? That person was Tang Yuchong. Seeing that man, Yunhui felt a bit confused. Even for a cunning member of the Tang clan, you couldn't just stand there watching me like that, could you? Although the distance is quite far so he couldn't see clearly what I was doing. But surely he saw me fighting the intruder. Truly amazing. Suddenly Tang Yuchong appeared and greeted Yunhui. Brother, you aren't hurt, are you? What happened? Seeing her walk out with the thing she was holding made him feel like many question marks were popping up in his head. I'm fine. But, sister, what is that? Knowing what he was wondering about, Yuchong quickly answered. I thought I could extract some information from it. I planned to cut its wings so it couldn't escape. But I didn't expect it to be so hard that I couldn't cut it. So I gave it a beating. Hearing that, Yunhui was a bit nervous. Looks like I must be careful not to provoke sister. The Qingqing disciple shows no mercy to heretics. Then he apologized to Guizhen for letting the enemy escape and missing the opportunity she created for him. But she just waved her hand and laughed. No, it's fine. As long as you are safe. Just beating this water Jiangshi once is enough to find their hideout. It seemed the water Jiangshi she captured understood human speech, so as soon as it heard her say that, it tried to escape. This surprised Guizhen very much. That water Jiangshi hurriedly hid behind Yunhui's back. He looked at its size and couldn't help but feel dispirited. With this size, it will be hard for me to bring it into the Nine Dragons branch. Hearing that, the Jiangshi immediately transformed itself into a miniature form. Because of that, it seemed he discovered something about it and told Guizhen that he would bring it back to the White Palace and also told her to rest. Hearing that, her expression changed slightly, but she quickly hid it. Yeah, the intruder has run away, so I should go back too. You should go back and rest as well. Yunhui had returned to his room by then and immediately interrogated the Jiangshi. So that old man White Bone Necromancer is your master? The other guy confirmed it was true. Then hearing him say that he hadn't seen White Bone Necromancer for a long time made the other guy a bit surprised because he had never heard that the two knew each other. He said he used to learn dark arts from White Bone Necromancer and from there began to tell the story of his studies to him. While telling the story, he suddenly asked him back. Wait, there are also Azure Bone Hero Spear, Red Bone Evil Valley, and Green Bone Immortal Ghost. 4 of the 12 black ghosts of Black Bone Ghost Valley are hiding near Nine Dragons County and plotting something? Hearing that question, Yunhui immediately knew the reason why they were in Nine Dragons County at this time. Welcoming ceremony for the Dark Venerable, which is the establishment of the new Shadow Guard squad led by Dark Venerable Tang Zonghe. As one of the 10 great masters, standing at the top of the demonic cult, they cannot stand idly by while the defensive wall of Sichuan is strengthened. Normally, they would plant spies in the Shadow Guard squad or find ways to reduce the squad's size. But if that was all, there would be no need for 4 elders of Black Bone Ghost Valley. Especially considering their connection to Namgong Qingying, the Grand Lady of the Nine Dragons branch, who comes from the Namgong family, it shows they are preparing a bigger conspiracy. The Shedding Society, currently holding control of the Heavenly Demon Cult. If they have strengthened the Heavenly Demon Cult, then the reckless plans from before could become reality. Those reckless plans. Thinking of this, he felt both angry and amused. They intend to assassinate the Dark Venerable? Stupid Jiangshis. With just 4 elders of Black Bone Ghost Valley, do you think you can fight against the 3 venerables? Even the sect masters of the great demonic clans cannot. Even Third Uncle, one of the 10 great masters. That's right, so they are just the vanguard, right? The Jiangshi said that although he wasn't very clear, he knew there would be reinforcements from Tianshan. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. Tianshan, isn't that the society? Suddenly he said a sentence with no beginning or end. Number 15. The other guy replied. Wraith 15. Hearing that, Yunhui knew immediately that the guy knew nothing about the society. And that is indeed the case. This stupid little demon does not know which society the young cult leader is referring to. He immediately understood. It seems even the 4 swordsmen of Black Bone Ghost Valley know nothing about the society. Then I must capture the White Bone Necromancer to get information. But with my current strength, not only can I not defeat the White Bone Necromancer, but I would also be beaten badly in his lair of dark arts. Thinking that, he stood up. Anyway, this is all the information I can extract from number 15. Suddenly, someone opened the door. Young Master Yunhui, are you all right? It was Tang Kuan. Pointed outside and asked him in confusion. The branch master wants to see you. That is why I came here. But what happened to this front courtyard? Being asked that made him just as puzzled as the man. The Chibi Jiangshi thought Tang Kuan might be referring to the traces of the battle between him and Guizhen. Although he reassured him by promising to explain everything on the way, he still couldn't escape his own thoughts. If he had the help of Tang Kuan and other experts, perhaps things would be easier. But to resolve this matter, branch master of the Nine Dragons branch,
Tang Haoshen.
I must see how much he knows and how he will act. A moment later, he met Tang Haoshan. Tang Yunhui of the White Hall pays respects to the branch master. Seeing him address him so distantly, he implied there was no need for such formality when they were alone, while also feeling a bit awkward as they hadn't met for a long time. Seeing the situation was different from what he expected, Tang Kuan felt confused and whispered to Yunhui. No. Are you crazy? I praised you endlessly in front of the master. Yet you are ruining your own image. Seeing this, he felt like teasing. Oh, The martial instructor praised me a lot? Ah, I'm so embarrassed. Knowing he was being mocked made Tang Kuan furious, but he couldn't stop his mouth. Martial instructor, just you wait and see. He turned to Tang Haoshan. If this is a reward ceremony for eliminating the intruder, it shouldn't be held so secretly. He said that, but he knew exactly why he was called here. It seems the branch master already knows the identity of the intruder and the involvement of the first madam as well. When he said it concerned the upcoming ceremony to welcome the clan master, he immediately realized he knew about the plan to assassinate the Dark Venerable. Man was the same. You are not surprised to hear me say that. That means you already knew about this. I heard you have changed a lot, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Internal energy, vision, strategy are not things that can be achieved in just 1 or 2 years. You have hidden yourself in the shadows and waited for your time. You have deceived me for so many years. Truly cunning. Truly a member of the Tang sect. Although spoken to like that, Yunhui still bowed and thanked him. Although it sounded sarcastic, it was the ultimate compliment for a Tang clan member. I am getting used to this. Then Tang Haoshan warned. But do not cross the line. I will not interfere in anything that happens between you and Xingying in the manor. But do not touch those standing behind her. Hearing that, he felt incredibly confused. You allow your wife and children to fight in the house, but you don't allow me to touch outsiders? What is this cunning man plotting? Anyway, it is hard for me to attack the white bone right now. Tang Haoshan told him he could leave now as he had said all he wanted, but he still wanted to be rewarded for catching the intruder. He immediately realized that he wanted something he couldn't make himself, so he asked what he wanted. He said he wanted to enter the bizarre forest to cultivate, believing that in that harsh environment, he could quickly restore the power of his past life. But when he heard Tang Haoshan say he wasn't sure if he could enter, he understood his plan had failed. Right after that, he handed him something. Seeing the item Tang Haoshan gave Yunhui made Tang Kuan feel extremely confused. Yunhui saw his attitude and also wondered, what is it? What kind of thing would make the martial instructor so confused? It just looks like a decorative item. Seeing him hesitate to accept it, Tang Haoshan asked, do you not like it? Little did he know, the killing intent he was emitting was preventing him from getting close. But he was quick-witted and ordered spirit number 15 to take the item from his hand. What was happening before his eyes likely confused Tang Kuan quite a bit because it happened so fast. Contrary to that confusion, his master kept a calm face and ordered him to leave. Beside him, there was someone just as puzzled, Yunhui, because he didn't know what was in his hand. The spirits were the same. It looks like an expensive ornament. Maybe it is a hidden weapon of the Tang family. Hearing their useless comments, Yunhui felt extremely annoyed. Who asked for your opinions? Follow me quickly. The spirits were so frightened that they could only obey him. Elsewhere, Tang Kuan felt incredibly confused by his master's earlier action because he knew the blood butterfly was something Tang Haoshan cherished greatly. He remained calm. That is true. But the Guangfeng squad disbanded and the Nine Dragons branch was established 20 years ago. Moreover, Huir said he wanted to inherit Guangfeng. Hearing that, Tang Kuan understood why he gave that item to Yunhui. Does the master still regret what he couldn't achieve with the Guangfeng squad? Tang Haoshan continued. I showed it to the other two, but Jenner and Chuaner were not interested in it at all. But Huir somehow has obtained the blood butterfly. I intended to give him the real one, but never mind. So, I think the boy can discover the secret of the blood butterfly. This conversation was overheard entirely by Yunhui's spirits, and they reported it back to him. One of the spirits realized that moving consumes a lot of the blood butterfly's spiritual power, so it is likely a magic tool. Hearing that, he inspected it immediately. After all, it is just an item from the Tang clan, not specialized in spiritual power. Even if it absorbs power, it won't be much. But before he could finish speaking, the blood butterfly resisted his magic. That forced him to spend the entire night wrestling with it, losing sleep. Suddenly, he thought of the Whitebone Wind Master. Whitebone will definitely take action after the failed attack. But I cannot act rashly because of Tang Haoshan's warning. How can I hinder Old Man Whitebone's plan without being discovered by Tang Haoshan? There is certainly no easy way. I must search slowly. While wondering what to do, the goo worm suddenly jumped out in front of him. The goo worm, I forgot about it. It really is a godsend. Although the goo worm is a strong water zombie, it is not strong enough to fight against many death swordsmen. I must make it stronger. Then he clenched his fist, drawing blood. I will use my blood as a catalyst, and use the Death Eye to transmit information about the Demon King into a special medicine. Call it the Demon King blood. The spirits saw the thing in his hand and went into an uproar. This is the legendary Demon King blood. I wish I were like it. Hey, don't lose face like that. We are spirits. Why keep face? Although it was noisy, Yunhui ignored them. It contains information about the Demon King, so for the Demon King's subordinates, it is an extremely precious elixir. He told the goo worm he would feed it on the condition that it tells him the locations of the Blackbone Ghost Valley's zombie breeding grounds, and as expected, it agreed. After eating, the goo worm's state changed completely. It transformed into a beast considered an omen for the rise of the demon people in legends. Yunhui asked it how it felt to be reborn, as it was now in a much better state than the spider form from before. This beast is the shell of Elder Huan, whom the spirits thought was dead. Elder Huan was just as surprised as the spirits. Young cult master, why did you? Yunhui then gave 3 reasons for his action. First, it is a reward for your loyalty. Those I defeat always curse me before dying. But you were different. That is also the second reason. You hoped I would protect your daughter. How can I protect your daughter when I haven't even seen her face? I don't even know her name. Don't trick me. Go find her yourself. With your own hands. Third reason is that spirits are more obedient than those birds. However, it seems the third reason wasn't really the case. The plague demon bowed his head. I thought I was freed from the shackles, but it seems I still cannot escape the young cult master. I lost my wife and daughter. My only treasure was my sole reason for living. Ever since Tianhu Town kidnapped her, my life has had no meaning. In the end, I betrayed the cult master and the young cult master, yet I still couldn't protect my daughter. But now I have a chance again. The plague demon swears loyalty to the young cult master. This demon soul will dedicate itself entirely to the young cult master, and my fate will be decided by you. Yunhui asked the old man if he still remembered the goo worm's memories and knew where they were being bred. The old man looked serious. If the young cult master orders it, I will immediately fly there and use my new claws and beak to tear them apart. His attitude made him feel very satisfied. Very well, plague demon. Destroy those breeding grounds and let the traitors know of the divine cult's return. The plague demon obeyed immediately and flew away. Yunhui thought that when the breeding grounds are attacked by the goo, Whitebone won't have time to pay attention to him, buying him time. Somewhere else, someone wondered. Claws and beak. The long journey made Nangong Qingying feel extremely tired. But when she saw the paper on the table, her expression changed immediately. A report from Wu Ying. Even the corner of the letter is folded. It seems urgent. Chuaner competed with that bastard? And that bastard won. Moreover, he fought Jenner to a draw? Might seen er. Right in front of the sub-branch master? What is going on? Suddenly, Tang Guasian appeared, making her feel extremely panicked, like a thief being caught. You need to go out? Unlike her mother, Guasian was very calm. Is it something you cannot tell me? Last night, a zombie infiltrated the 9 Dragon sub-branch and targeted Xian and I. Nangong Qingying asked her in an extremely stiff tone, Daughter, what? Something that terrible happened last night. She gritted her teeth in anger. It seems the person I met last night dealt with that bastard, although being discovered was not what she wanted. But when, hearing Guasian say she was determined to defeat that zombie, she became even more out of control. What? Why was it you? You weren't hurt, were you? But her next sentence made the woman lose her composure even more. That assassin hesitated when he mentioned you. She told Guasian that Yunhui was an obstacle for her and Chuaner. Upon hearing those hurtful words, Guasian looked at her mother with daggers in her eyes. I am a disciple of Qingqing, yet you used a zombie to deal with him? If you do not stop, I will stop you. Saying that, she left, leaving her mother going mad. Jeanner, why don't you understand my heart? Why are you like this? Then she blamed everything on the one she called a bastard. It's all because of that bastard. I should have exterminated him long ago. I must go to the temple immediately. That is the only way to save Jeanner. Hui was outside talking to Tang Kuan at this time. Kuan said he was bold for leaving the manor the very next morning after being attacked the previous night. Yunhui seemed tired of the nagging but couldn't chase him away since Tang Haoshan had ordered him to stay by his side. After walking for a while, the two arrived at the Luban workshop. Then they stepped inside. When Tang Kuan asked if his senior was inside, one of the blacksmiths there replied that he was. Seeming to hear a familiar voice, Tang Kuan Sr. immediately came out to greet him. He introduced him to Yunhui as the owner of the Luban workshop, Grandmaster Tang. Yunhui bowed to greet him, but he didn't expect the old man to have known him already. He even called Tang Haoshan a stiff man. This confused Yunhui a bit, as he knew the two had known each other since the Guangfeng squad days. Yet he still called Tang Haoshan a stiff man. Grandmaster Tang seemed very busy, so he told Yunhui to just hand over the blueprint and go home. He pointed to his pile of designs. I have many orders. That's right, The Tang family members surely want to check their weapons before the Dark Venerable arrives. If not for Tang Kuan, I would have been kicked out. But let's put that aside. Yunhui had no intention of leaving. He even said he wanted to explain his design, which perhaps hurt the old man's pride a little. Brat, do you think I haven't crafted things for the Tang family before? No matter how bad your design is, I can create any kind of hidden weapon. So don't worry. However, what I want to ask you to craft is not a hidden weapon, but a sword. Hearing that, Tang Kuan immediately jumped in and asked, a sword? If you came here, you must be asking me to craft hidden weapons, right? Why a sword? Why? Why though? Why? When Yunhui said he wanted a skilled blacksmith and not specifically a hidden weapon maker, Tang Kuan was so embarrassed he had to swallow his tears, fearing he would be mocked by everyone. Grandmaster Tang saw Tang Kuan's high expectations for Yunhui, so he agreed to look more closely at his blueprint. He saw the design, he was slightly surprised, but he quickly understood his intent. This made Yunhui feel very satisfied. Although he understood the intent, the man still needed him to explain the sword in the drawing. Listening to the conversation made the ghosts feel like question marks were growing on their heads, as they understood nothing. Young cult leader, you are knowledgeable about mechanics too? I don't understand anything. I don't understand why you want to make a sword shaped like a fan. I hear the sound of gunpowder. Do you plan to stuff gunpowder into the sword? Is it a secret art of some clan? Probably not. Even this Tang family guy doesn't understand anything. After hearing Yunhui explain the sword, Grandmaster Tang broke into a cold sweat. This is a greedy sword, but Yunhui was incredibly proud of his design. I just wanted it to have more functions. Then Grandmaster Tang decided to craft Yunhui's sword himself, knowing this was something only he, and not his disciples, could handle. Hearing that, Yunhui bowed his head to thank him. The old man was slightly surprised by this action, but when he heard the sword would be used in the family head welcome ceremony, he hesitated a bit, because there were only about 20 days left until the ceremony. Seeing him hesitate, Yunhui immediately goaded him with words like, sorry, and bother. Grandmaster Tang, provoked like that, got angry. Bother?
Impossible?
I am the Lu Ban Grandmaster Tang. This only needs half a month. Half a month is enough. His attitude made Yunhui smug, but it made Tang Kuan and the ghosts depressed. Another victim. Yunhui stood in the yard. Luckily, he is a talented blacksmith. Elder Huan is probably destroying the Jiangxi breeding grounds. The rest is... While he was thinking, Guizhen suddenly appeared. She wanted to ask him something. He immediately realized she was worried because the killing intent of the Azure Demon Bane root was leaking out. You are very uneasy, to the point the Heaven and Earth Chronicle Gate cannot suppress it. And the reason is probably... She asked what he thought about the past, wanting to know if he held grudges, even knowing her question was abrupt. He replied, Humph, can you grasp the wind? I can confine the wind for a moment. But I cannot grasp it, because if the wind stops, it will no longer be wind. What does the past matter? I have much work to do and many things I want to do. To me, the future is the most important. His answer seemed to help her understand something. Is that so? The future. Thank you, Brother Hui. Thanks to you, I have decided. I have work to do. I won't see you for a while. Then she just walked away. The ghosts hearing her speak were amazed. You made that young lady so kind that the killing intent of the Azure Demon Bane root has pierced through the Heaven and Earth Chronicle Gate. He didn't care about those remarks and simply ordered 2 of them to follow her. However, he also realized she had argued with Nangong Qingying because he knew how agitated Tang Chuanjin had become. At the same time, he knew for sure that Nangong Qingying would not sit still after arguing with her daughter. Suddenly his pupils changed color. Then it is time. Prepare to welcome customers. That night, at a massive place with bright yellow lights, a servant announced, Division Master, young Master Yunhui asks to see you. That room was also Tang Kuan. He was surprised.
Yunhui.
Tang Hushin was reading a report. Without looking up, he said to let him wait inside. When he entered, he stood next to Tang Kuan. They whispered to each other, fearing the division master would notice. Tang Kuan asked, Why are you here? He replied, I came to visit father. Kuan said, If you came just to speak nonsense, get out. He didn't back down and retorted, I am still the young master of the 9 Dragons branch after all. You are a subordinate, yet you dare speak to me like that. He replied, If you are not satisfied, then grow up yourself. At this moment, Tang Hushin finally spoke up. So what business do you have here?
Tang Yunhui replied.
I want to discuss business regarding the matter we spoke about last night. He called out.
Kun.
Tang Kuan replied, Yes, but his aura had completely vanished without a trace. Tang Yuchong was suspicious. The aura vanished instantly. How many people are here? Haoshan said. If you continue to meddle in this matter, the Tang family's plan could be affected. You must give me a reason. At that moment, his whole body radiated the terrifying aura of a superior. He thought, I sensed this at the martial arts arena. However, this is not an aura that a mediocre branchmaster could possess. What is the Tang family's plan? It seems you are already prepared.
Tang Yuchong replied.
Yes, of course, he said. Business requires give and take. What can you offer me? He said. Currently I have nothing to give you, but I can make you a promise. He asked. A promise? But Tang Yuchong's words shocked him to the point his face darkened. I will protect Sister Xuanjin. Do you know what kind of people the first madam is colluding with? Tang Haoshan could not say anything. He only remained silent. And he looked up, asked, Tell me. At this moment, their volume was just low enough to hear, not as loud as before. Tang Yuchong thought, sound transmission. It seems you haven't chased them all away. And said, if the relationship between the first madam and the demonic cult is exposed, then Sister Xuanjin and Yuchuan will also be implicated. Lackeys of the demonic cult. You know how the Jianghu treats those who bear that title. The branch master surely knows better than anyone. Sister Xuanjin and Yuchuan will never be able to set foot in the Jianghu again.
Tang Haoshan questioned.
I am Tang Haoshan. I once led the Guangfeng squad to fight against the demonic cult. Who dares to say my children are lackeys of the demonic cult? He replied, in front of you, no one would dare say that. This world does not always look at people with tolerant eyes. Therefore, I will protect Sister Xuanjin from those slanderous words. He said, I do not care how you will fulfill that promise. So what do you want in return? He stated clearly, I have also been implicated quite a lot in this matter, so I want to participate in your plan. Tang Haoshan was surprised. Do you think you are capable enough to participate in my plan? Tang Yuchong looked straight into his eyes. I will prove it to you. He still doubted Tang Yuchong's ability. Prove it? How? He confidently replied. It is the white bone ghost master. I will bring his head to you. At the temple, incense smoke billowed. Nangong Shannying bowed. Amitba, Amitba. Then she began questioning the hideous demon with 2 sharp fangs, 2 long horns and a stark white body covered in spikes, wearing a necklace of red beads as big as balls around his neck, holding a staff in hand. How do you people do business? I have offered so many jewels to the Divine Lord. You know what my daughter said to me? You cannot even handle a mere bastard. The demon reminded Benefactor Nangong, but she ignored it. It had to repeat itself with a raised voice. Benefactor Nangong. She was shocked. Only then did she stop. The demon leaned on the staff. I also realize I underestimated this matter. I also lost a disciple, so I will not stand by and watch. Saying that, his face looked fierce, filled with malice. Hatred. He said, this time I will personally take action, so you can rest assured. Small demon with hair in 2 buns. Pale green face. Sharp fangs and eyes that were entirely black. Red pupils burst through the door, calling out loudly, Divine Lord. He asked, what is it? Why are you making a racket while Benefactor Nangong is here? The demon made an urgent face. There is an emergency. Demon god seemed annoyed. Spoke to Nangong Shannying. Benefactor Nangong. Please sit and wait a moment. She replied. I suppose I have to wait then. Then she sat down on the floor, thinking, although I do not like his arrogant attitude, but the Divine Lord's strength is indisputable. Thinking about how the Divine Lord would personally take action this time, she could not hide her excitement. Surely this time I can eliminate that damn bastard. Small demon whispered something to him that made him extremely surprised. He thought to himself, what? The place raising the water juncture is being attacked. The secret water juncture breeding grounds I have built in Sichuan over the past 10 years have been completely destroyed by a goo, a beast with spiritual energy identical to my goo worm. He was bewildered and extremely angry. Nangong Shannying asked, what is happening? The demon god seemed to find something to vent his anger on, reached out and strangled her, then pinned her down to the floor. Breathing was difficult. She broke out in a cold sweat, but the demon god did not spare her. He cursed. You, Nangong, do you dare deceive me? A high-level warlock capable of seizing control of my goo worm and turning it into his goo. You dare say he did that just to help a bastard of the Tang family? You are truly ridiculous. Could it be that you, the Nangong family, are colluding with that warlock to harm me? In her eyes at this moment was only extreme fear and terror. She asked, what is the Divine Lord saying? I do not understand. Completely angered the demon. He snarled. Do you not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Do you think our Black Bone Ghost Valley is easily bullied? She thought. Black Bone Ghost Valley. Is that a force of the demonic cult? Is this warlock a disciple of the demonic cult? The White Bone Ghost Master thought. Looking at your surprise. It seems you truly know nothing. It seems the Nangong family intended to use you and then discard you. Thinking so, he stopped hitting her and stood up, leaning on his staff. Said, I have misunderstood you. It seems the benefactor truly knows nothing. After escaping the painful stranglehold, she had not yet recovered her composure. She thought, the person who introduced that demonic cult disciple to me is a member of the main family. Has the Nangong family colluded with the demonic cult? The ghost entity asked the Namgung clan member, startling her. It said, your second son seems to be named Tang Yuchong. Now that I notice, his name is identical to that bastard's. That bastard child and the warlock standing behind him. Now I have more reason to help them use you, regardless of your request. Inside the room, Namgung Shannying spoke to Tang Yuchong. Can I ask for your help? I was wrong. To apologize. I can help you with whatever you want. Smiled contemptuously. What a surprise. The first madam is apologizing to me. She glanced at him thinking, I don't want to do this either, but it is that devil's order. That day, the devil told her, you must curry favor with that bastard so we can distract them. She asked why she had to do that with a bastard, but the devil threatened her. If she did not agree, he had no other choice. He would turn her into a living jiangshi and control her. Terrified, she quickly cried out, wait, I understand. I will follow your orders. So facing Tang Yuchong, she thought, I must lure this brat to find clues about the warlock behind him. It is humiliating, but I must do it to survive. Tang Yuchong said to her, you were talking quite big just now. Then he lowered his voice and whispered, it seems you are still afraid the branch leader will discover your collusion with the demonic cult. She was horrified. Huh? How does this bastard know that? He isn't probing. That look is full of certainty. I only found out yesterday that they were demonic cult disciples. Yet how did he already know about it? He raised his voice. The first madam seems very confused. She buried her face in the table, trembling. I thought the one behind him had been controlling him for the past few months. But those eyes are not the eyes of someone being controlled. Perhaps the mastermind has been helping him. But the mastermind is definitely this brat. But if he only just found out. She looked up with feigned bewilderment and said, I don't understand what you are saying. But he gave her no chance to lie. He threatened, then can I go talk to the branch leader? If the Righteous Wind Pavilion starts investigating, they will find the strange temple you often visit. If they find things related to the Namgung clan in that temple's treasury, things will get very interesting. If that happens, I don't know what the Namgung clan will do. She was threatened by Tang Yuchong with one issue after another, so she was extremely terrified. She feared they would cut ties. They would dump all the blame on her head and claim they knew nothing about the demonic cult. The Namgung clan could absolutely do that. She collapsed, trying to justify herself. I am the mistress of the 9 Dragons branch. They cannot easily discard me. You can think what you want, but you are wrong. What do you want? Tang Yuchong's face showed he had achieved his goal. He smiled and made his demands. I want many things. That is the heavenly silkworm treasure armor, white tomb herb, wisdom lamp, and many other precious treasures. Namgung Shannying had no choice but to obey him, gathering rare treasures in a short time. She had to prepare hurriedly, taking items from the Namgung clan and sending people to bring those chests of goods to Tang Yuchong. His face lit up with joy, as expected of the great Namgung clan. I have looted so much, yet there is still more to take. The ghost spirits appeared and flattered him. Wonderful. You are equipped entirely with rare treasures. That Namgung hag must be drained dry by now. Serves her right for opposing the young cult leader. He said to the long-haired ghost spirit, you are the same. Though these things are quite useful, the most important thing is this. Saying that, Tang Yuchong reached into his shirt and took out a black orb, emitting a mysterious dark green light. The ghost spirits clamored around to watch, asking curiously, what is this? Why does it have such powerful poisonous energy? He replied, this is a pill concocted from spotted illusion fungus, fire poison herb, and cornus fruit. The long-haired ghost spirit said, this looks more like a poison than a medicine. The bald ghost spirit also spoke, do you intend to break through to the 6th stage of the poison dragon art? He replied, that's right. I will open the middle dantian and reach the peak realm. He walked out of the room alone with the 3 ghost spirits and explained to them. Spotted illusion fungus is used as an ingredient to refine spiritual medicines. But if used incorrectly, its toxin will spread and gnaw at the body. I combined it with cornus fruit and fire poison herb, ingredients capable of amplifying toxicity, to create an extremely potent poison. For me, who has practiced the poison dragon art, this is a wonderful spiritual elixir. The three ghost spirits were worried. Young cult leader, although we understand your intention, the toxicity is too strong. Can your body withstand it? Tang Yuchong replied, that is why I took this. Then he pulled out the Gongqing divine pill from his shirt. A spiritual elixir refined by the life and death divine physician. It has the effect of enhancing internal energy. I will use the Gongqing divine pill to enhance my internal energy. Then he swallowed the pill. He felt a stream of pure true energy spreading throughout his body. Truly a well-deserved reputation. Next is the spotted illusion fungus. As the elders said, this is a toxin that is very difficult to absorb. With my current level of the poison dragon art, I had to endure terrible pain. After swallowing that pill, he screamed in agony. The poison energy is too strong. The ghost spirits could not bear it anymore. They asked Tang Yuchong, young cult leader, are you alright? His forehead bulged with blue veins, enduring pain like dying and coming back to life. He thought, the toxicity of the spotted illusion fungus is exploding violently within my body. I must convert this poison energy into the internal energy of the poison dragon art. Although he had swallowed it, the pill still shone blindingly, emitting a terrifying green light. He widened his eyes, focusing his true energy and guiding it to the upper dantian. The pill immediately fused into his heart, emitted a stream of magical purple light, yet full of ferocity. He let out a long breath and said, I have succeeded. The purple light had not yet fully dissipated. It clung around him. That was the 6th stage of the poison dragon art. The ghost souls cheered and took turns exclaiming, congratulations, young cult master, on breaking through realms, reaching the peak realm in just 2 months. No one can match your cultivation speed. Tang Yuchong thought, although weak, I can feel the essence den forming in my middle dantian. 5 dragons embracing the saint. The peak realm. Suddenly, Tang Yuchong appeared. Standing on the roof with 2 staffs behind his back, he called down to him. I heard a loud explosion and thought there was an intruder, so I ran here. But this aura, what have you done? He replied, I just tried using the spirit elixir that the first madam gave me. Although I don't know what kind of elixir it is, surely the first madam is paying a very high price. Tang Yuchong leaped down from the roof. He tossed a staff from his hand to Tang Yuchong and said, well, forget about that. You are very eager, aren't you? You want to see how strong you have become? Catching the staff, he suddenly burst with momentum. Assuming the coolest ready stance, he exclaimed, you are truly a good martial instructor. And I won't hold back my full strength. Quick as lightning, he jumped high into the air, leaving a trail of purple-white light stretching from where he stood to where he jumped. He struck down beautifully, spreading his legs wide and channeling power into the staff, causing it to emit purple light all around, whizzing down towards Tang Yuchong. Tang Yuchong's eyes widened in surprise. You can already infuse internal energy into weapons? Just how much of a genius are you? But he quickly used the staff in his hand to defend, blocking Tang Yuchong's strike, then swinging it back at him.
Tang Yuchong exclaimed,
your strength is sufficient. Then try to block this attack. Saying that, he rushed in at the speed of light, pointing the staff towards where the boy stood in a defensive stance, surrounded by purple light. He thought to himself, I can see the martial instructor's movements, and my body is also much more agile. Just as Tang Yuchong arrived, he dodged professionally, using internal energy to move away, then gathering force to kick forward, jumping up to strike him, thinking to himself, is this the difference in realms? Finally, I can see what the martial instructor sees. If I can transfer internal energy into the weapon. No sooner thought than done. The staff in his hand suddenly emitted a more intense and incredibly powerful purple light. With imposing momentum, Tang Yuchong widened his eyes in surprise. Wait, you are using the Tyrant Tiger 12 strikes with a spear technique? He still did not answer. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of moves towards him. Tang Yuchong seemed to be at a disadvantage, only defending without attacking back. When knocked back into the distance, he sighed. It seems I can no longer take it easy. After the battle, Tang Yuchong was still ready to fight on, and the light surrounding him showed no sign of fading. He replied, I told you, I will drain the martial instructor to the marrow. Afterwards, the two sat down to talk. Tang Yuchong said, young Master Yuchong, have you heard the recent rumors in the manor? He replied, rumors? He told him, they say that you and the first madam have reconciled. And moved by the first madam's heart, You have given up the position of heir. Yunhui asked. Why would I give up the heir position just for family harmony? Tang Kuan was speechless. Young Master Yunhui, do you even know what harmony means? It must be because the first madam gave you so many gifts that such rumors arose. But why would you and the first madam do that? He replied, I cannot deny that. Then whispered, the first madam must act this way to benefit my dealing with the white-bone necromancer. He asked, who is the white-bone necromancer? And suddenly coming to his senses, he asked, wait, white-bone necromancer. Are you talking about the devil of Black-Bone Ghost Valley? He said, did you not hear the branch master speak? Tang Kuan could not answer, so he was asked by the boy, were you distracted during the meeting? He replied, well, that is true. You discovered the connection between the first madam and that man, so Tang Yunhui was suspicious. The martial instructor usually seems indifferent, but mention a devil and your eyes change. He asked, I'm saying you will deal with white bone. But the warlocks of Black-Bone Ghost Valley always turn their dwellings into magical fortresses. He asked, are you talking about the Ghost Art Formation Camp? Immediately answered, you know of it? Inside that formation camp, their living juncture will be much stronger. Honestly speaking, even if I go all out, I am not sure I can defeat that devil inside the Ghost Art Formation Camp. Tang Yunhui said, I know if we attack frontally, the losses will be huge. According to information extracted by Spirit Number 15, the forces at the temple currently include Bai Tong, Spirit Swordsman level juncture created by White Bone, and 4 of the 4 swordsmen. And the White Bone Necromancer intends to break through the realm right after I die. He must have been helped by the association. Hearing this, Tang Kuan looked suspicious. So what do you intend to do? Do you have a plan? He replied with great confidence. Of course, the final chess piece is about to fall into my hands. Nangong Shannying collapsed to the ground, no longer having the arrogant and haughty look of before, but a pathetic appearance. She bowed her head and said to Tang Yunhui, save me. He asked, you come to find me at midnight and beg me to save you. If someone sees, people will think I am about to kill you. It seems you are being tormented by the temple and the Nangong family. She sorrowfully replied, yes. You know what situation I am in. Gaunt face, soulless eyes with dark circles underneath, dry cracked lips. Looking at her now is truly disgusting. She continued, that devil threatened to turn me into a living juncture if I did not bring information about the warlock standing behind you. If this continues, I will... Before the words fell, Tang Yunhui cut in. Correct, if this continues, you will not die a peaceful death. She wept and pleaded, I will do anything you want. He replied scornfully, can you give up the heir position that you have painstakingly cultivated for so many years? She gritted her teeth. Her hands clutched her dress, crumpling it. Then she raised her voice. I will do it. I will persuade Jenner and Shenner to give up the inheritance position. If you wish, I will go into seclusion and disappear from your sight. Then she kowtowed, saying, as long as you save me. Tang Yunhui placed his hands on his hips. Looking at her, he spoke. Fine, then you must obey my words. I will do anything to destroy that devil. So there is one thing I want you to do right now. Tang Yunhui thought, the time has come. The final chess piece. To deal with Old Man Whitebone. Under the desolate, bright moonlit sky. Inside a straw-roofed house. Grandmaster Tang whispered in panic. This really isn't good. He sat on the floor, forehead sweating, arms crossed intently, staring at the large, rusty blade mixed with many fragments. The chipped one, he blamed himself. I was so focused on the blueprint that I didn't inspect it closely, just processing the black sword he brought here. Yet for half a month, I haven't been able to do anything. Looking towards the tip of the blade, sharp and curving slightly, black miasma billowed around the blade. Grandmaster Tang continued describing it. This demonic tool is made from black iron. It is filled with ghostly aura. He hesitated a bit about this blade. If he wants me to use this as raw material for the design, how can I handle this difficult task? He recalled the image of a young man with a demonic, scheming smile. This sly fox of a brat wants to make things difficult for me. I was truly tricked by that kid. Grandmaster Tang racked his brain, gazing pensively at the blade, yet his ability fell short of his will. Just following this blueprint alone has already consumed over half a month of my time. My disciples cannot handle such a difficult task. His face now clearly showed anxiety. His eyes drooped slightly, heavy with contemplation. One hand rubbed his head, trying to find a solution. His thoughts were a tangled mess. I cannot split myself in two to speed up the work, so I have no choice but to delay the deadline. From behind, a deep, thick voice rang out. Someone like you actually complains about work? Grandmaster Tang narrowed his eyes in suspicion, turning his head back. Huh? Upon seeing the speaker, Grandmaster Tang started, shot up, and backed away. His mouth gaped wide in a rectangle as he shouted, "What the hell? You startled me." Then he cursed back. "Why is a bastard like you here?" The man revealed the lower half of his face with a thick, dark gray beard. His mustache extended horizontally, unlike Grandmaster Tang's downward-pointing beard. His mouth curled into a sly smile as he spoke. "Long time no see. Why are you so angry the moment we meet?" He stood before a circle drawn with perpendicular formations, head tilted to the side, arms crossed in jest, saying, "That really breaks my heart." A large physique with gray hair and a beard growing wildly. That was Dark Venerable when he. Grandmaster Tang was irritable. He turned purple with rage, shouting loudly, "Shouldn't you be at 9 Dragons Cloud Tuo? Why have you crawled all the way here?" Dark Venerable when he gave a thumbs up, winking cheerfully at the Grandmaster. "I came here alone strictly for business." Grandmaster Tang felt incredibly annoyed by this man's playfulness. His face darkened as he growled, "Unbelievable. Just tell me the reason you came here." Dark Venerable when he assumed a serious expression, hand lightly clenched near his chin, pondering something before speaking. "But looking at this, it seems interesting. I wonder who commissioned this." Grandmaster Tang closed his eyes helplessly and replied, "It is the son of that Hao Shan." Hearing this, the man bent down to listen. Then Dark Venerable when he picked up the paper, his deep voice resonating. It must be the third son, the brat with the title Shadow Prodigy." As expected, Grandmaster Tang froze, raising 2 fingers and speaking bluntly. "It is the second young master." Dark Venerable when he asked in surprise, "Second young master Yunhui?" Grandmaster Tang replied indifferently with just 2 words, "That's right." Dark Venerable when he heard this in disbelief and wanted to deny it. "I heard he was weak and untalented, wasn't he?" Grandmaster Tang nodded in agreement but added, "Who would have known? Even I am surprised now. He is young, but truly a sly fox. Do not underestimate him. This new weapon, he wants to create something handy to execute his swordsmanship. This weapon must confuse the opponent when used." As he described, he imagined an agile, muscular young man wielding a blade, fighting another young man armed with a fan, flexibly countering attacks. The 2 sides clashed with earth-shattering force. Grandmaster Tang continued describing that young master's concept. When the opponent feels fear and retreats, he will use hidden weapons to attack from a distance. The image of the young master leaping high, his other hand agilely throwing sharp iron needles at the opponent to gain the advantage. Hearing that concept, Dark Venerable when he looked astonished. This could be considered a formidable hidden weapon of the Tang sect. Grandmaster Tang shook his head wearily. He closed his eyes to give his verdict. "If that were all, I could still improvise. But there is still a second condition." Dark Venerable one he did not expect a second condition and wanted to know. "Huh?" Saying so, Grandmaster Tang opened his hand, pointing at the rusty blade. "Look at the material he requested for the weapon." Dark Venerable when he looked at the weapon the Grandmaster pointed to, then asked, "A demonic tool made from black iron?" Grandmaster Tang replied with his own deduction. "Correct, it seems that besides mastering swordsmanship, he also knows poison curses." Dark Venerable when he held up the blade radiating miasma, wondering, "So he intends to apply poison curses to his hidden weapons and sword? Then what is the final condition?" Grandmaster Tang quickly replied, "He is the disciple of that Tang Kuan." Dark Venerable when he, full of doubt, thought of a gentle face, 2 fingers raised in a cool salute, a blade of grass in his mouth, smiling brightly. Thinking of that bratty face, he felt puzzled. Tang Kuan actually takes disciples? Master Tang then explained further to that doubtful face. "That's right, Tang Kuan taught that kid Wen Hui the violent wind and rain technique." Hearing that, Dark Venerable when he froze, he hardened his face. His face became sharp and stern as he repeated, "Violent wind and rain?" Master Tang turned to look at the blade inside. This weapon, besides those other requirements, must also suit the violent wind and rain technique. Dejection clearly showed on the master's face. He didn't know what to do. Have to craft this weapon, right? Dark Venerable when he smiled dangerously. Understood. Dark Venerable when he pieced it together and asked the master, "So you say you lack the manpower and time to craft this weapon?" Master Tang frowned. Squinting his eyes, he replied, "That's right." Then he suddenly shouted as if understanding the other's intent. "Could it be you?" Dark Venerable when he confidently flaunted his style. Sparkling light radiated around him confirming it. "True, I want to see how he uses this multifunctional weapon." At the same time in a quiet forest, 2 people stood facing each other beside a carriage chatting. The person wearing a purple dress with silk ribbons on her arms hesitantly spoke. "You said everything was prepared, but..." Ningong Shannying turned back and forth 180 degrees looking around. Seeing no one, she shyly asked, "Is it really just you and me going?" When Hui looked away, crossed his arms and said, "Ah, there is one more person. He is arriving soon." Suddenly a black shadow leaped up from the roof behind Wen Hui. Seeing that movement, he looked back and smiled brightly as everything was as he predicted. "Ah, here he is." Shadow was Tang Kuan. He gently landed on the ground. With a not-so-happy face, he asked Wen Hui, "Do we really have to go at such an inconvenient time?" Hui stood firmly with a straight back and spoke clearly. "This is the suitable time." Tang Kuan hardened his face, frowned, and reported, "The shadowless you were talking about. I have dealt with him."
Wen Yunhi proudly pressed de Tang Kun.
"You have worked hard." Meanwhile, the purple-skirted lady was surprised. "Shadowless?" "Ah." Hearing her question, Wen Hui explained further. "That guy leaked information about the Nine Dragon Division." Hearing that explanation, Nangong Shannying analyzed and understood everything, gritting her teeth in anger. "So that's it. Truly the Nangong clan's intelligence team still has many flaws." She trembled with anger, thinking, "He knows too many things. The things I hid, he can grasp them all. This guy is now turning everything around, making me dizzy." Tang Kuan foolishly reached up to scratch the back of his neck and asked, "So only us people are going?" Wen Hui quickly replied, "Right now there are only 3 people." Saying that, he took out a human face mask. Tang Kuan held the mask doubtfully. "So we need to use this mask?" Meanwhile, Wen Hui had quickly finished wearing the rough mask and replied, "Of course." Wen Hui used the face from the mask to smile sinisterly and said, "After all, the faces of us two have been recognized by everyone. Put the mask on and let's go." Tang Kuan obeyed Wen Hui and quickly put the mask on, complaining, "It is truly so miserable." After traveling a long distance, the surrounding atmosphere changed. One of the 3 spoke up. "The fog seems to have increased. This is definitely their territory." From inside the carriage came the voice of Nangong Shannying asking, "Wen Hui, you can sense it, right?"
Wen Yunhi gently replied.
"Yes." From within the forest appeared large black shadows, all shapes of animals. Wen Hui thought, "Even though they hide their aura in the fog, I can still sense it clearly." Those black shadows appeared more and more. There were many jiangshis. Through small gaps in the canopy, countless ones hid behind, looking towards the rolling carriage. It seems that since the last raid they have increased vigilance. True to the rumors, Whitebone has raised his guard with everything around. The weak formation they used before has been reinforced much more. While thinking idly, suddenly Wen Hui turned back vigilantly. It seems I can sense a flow of magic power." Hui glared and whispered a name. "Number 15, appear." A small ghost hovered and reported, "Present." Wen Hui kept a stern face, glaring and questioning. "Did that old man Whitebone take my demon book?" The small ghost, hearing that firm statement, opened its mouth in fear, unable to speak. Its face turned gray with fear, trembling and sweating profusely as it tried to explain. "I am not very clear about that, but the 12 red ghosts, when cleaning up the battlefield before, said they collected some things of the young cult master." Suddenly a few other small ghosts appeared, angrily scolding the small ghost number 15. "Truly a greedy bunch. Daring to take the young cult master's things?" Small ghost number 15 only dared to hold his head and listen to the scolding, not daring to make a sound. We had a headache thinking. I thought that, after that explosion, everything was burned down. Unexpectedly, a few things still remain. These are exactly the things I am looking for. With the techniques I mastered before. Now that I have those clues again, it is no different from finding the lock when I already have the key in hand. When Hui connected the clues and visualized them like the key he held in his hand. "Until I find all the information and improve the Twin Ghost King scripture, then I will have many interesting tricks." Carriage kept rushing along that existing trail. Then it stopped in front of a large house. Tang Kuan, who had been driving, spoke up to announce, "We have arrived." When Hui and Tang Kuan ran to the carriage door to help Nangong Chunnying, Tang Kuan called out, "Grand Madam." She stepped down from the carriage and said, "I know." That large house slowly opened its doors, causing the wind and fog to fly in. Behind the door, a little girl with messy hair tied on 2 sides spoke up.
Welcome, Patron Nangong.
"I do not understand what business brings you here today." Nangong Chunnying coldly answered the Jiangshi's greeting. "I brought the items of that kid that the demon godlord mentioned." When Hui behind tried to carry 2 heavy iron crates, the Jiangshi, having her question answered, replied, "So that is it." The small Jiangshi clasped his hands inside his wide sleeves and suggested, "Unexpected incidents have occurred recently, therefore we are more vigilant. I will carry this item in myself. You all wait here." Hearing that, she muttered to Yunhui, "Should we charge straight in?" Yunhui replied calmly in a low voice, "Wait a moment." Nangong Shannying made the offer to analyze the situation further. She also wanted to test her ability to pave the way to ensure this plan runs smoothly. Thinking so, she calmly argued. These items are extremely important. Thus, caution is needed. Who knows what might happen if someone like you touches them? She lowered her face, but her eyes, sharp as knives, did not waver as she continued. Therefore, we must take precautions. Do you think you can bear the responsibility if something happens? Hearing such persuasive words, the Jiangshi froze, not knowing how to respond. Looking around for a moment, the Jiangshi admitted defeat and made a decision. Since you put it that way, carry the items in yourselves. Saying that, it turned around and led the way for the three to enter. Standing before the large room in the courtyard, the Jiangshi bowed respectfully and reported. Spirit Lord, Patron Nangong has brought the items you requested. A loud voice echoed from within the room.
All right, come in.
The Jiangshi stepped up and opened each door of the room. Thick mist drifted out from inside, making it difficult for Madame Nangong to see. The mist gradually dispersed, revealing a gaunt body with a back full of sharp spines. He sat facing the altar holding a large staff. Nangong Shannying saw this and spoke up. Greetings, Spirit Lord. The figure waved the formalities without turning back to look at them. Enough. A shattered face wearing a piece of beast bone on its head laughed maniacally, as if celebrating a harvest, and spoke loudly. Have you brought those items? Nangong Shannying helplessly turned to look at the 4 iron crates and replied. I do not know which item contains the magic arts. Therefore, I brought everything of his that I could find here. The figure stood up in delight and continued. That is correct. Bringing everything here is the most certain way. Nangong Shannying signaled Yunhui, then spoke in a commanding tone like ordering a subordinate. Bring them over. Tang Yuchong and Yunhui slowly carried the iron crates closer to the Spirit Lord. The figure became increasingly manic, looking up at the sky and shouting in joy. I can sense the magic power before even opening the chests. You have done well, Patron Nangong. He did not forget to give her a sugary compliment. The chests arrived before him. He did not hesitate and quickly reached out to open a box. Now I will use these items to track him down. Looking into the chest, he suddenly froze for 5 seconds. Huh? This is... Inside the chest was piled high with bombs emitting a volatile aura. The figure froze and asked, Jade Thunder Bombs? Saying this, he looked up and called her name.
Patron Nangong.
Before Nangong Shannying could react, Tang Yuchong and Yunhui dragged her outside, leaving him with a stunned expression. A beam of light from somewhere shone onto that chest full of bombs. Sparks from the fuse behind the chest were burning away bit by bit. The Spirit Lord, still confused, questioned. Damn! Only then did his neural pathways transmit the information to his brain. He panicked, realizing, not good. But it was all too late. Thanks to his sluggish nerves, he could not react in time to escape. And boom! A terrifying explosion occurred in just a split second. The bombs detonated one after another, shaking the earth. Fire spread everywhere along with massive blasts of gas, incinerating everything from the house to the main gate. Ground shook violently without ceasing. Brilliant light flashed. A firestorm carrying deadly radiation began to spread. A thunderous explosion rang out, forcing those standing nearby to dodge. They covered their ears to avoid unnecessary injury. The middle-aged man named Tang Yuchong spoke, his face covered in sweat. The ghostly array has been completely neutralized. Tang Yunhui removed the mask from his face and added, however, the spell has not been completely broken yet. After the explosion passed, Nangong Shannying, terrified, peeked out from a corner. Only Tang Yuchong and Tang Yunhui remained standing tall. Together, they looked toward the fire consuming everything. He asked without turning his head, do you think that warlock, the white-bone necromancer, could survive the explosion? He is a Jiangshi. Pausing for a moment, he smirked, placed his hands on his hips, and continued. I witnessed him using magic power right before the explosion. Even if his limbs are torn apart, he will survive. And so will they. As he spoke, both looked up at the sky. Jiangshis were rushing toward them at breakneck speed. The horde landed one by one, led by a Jiangshi with the body of a child. It had 2 braids, limbs withered like dry bones, and a terrifying face. Behind it were subordinate Jiangshis wearing hats, with talismans pasted over their faces. Upon landing, it was furious, bearing sharp teeth and red eyes. It screamed fiercely, how dare you defile this sacred land? Ignored it, maintaining his posture. He turned his head and jokingly said to Tang Yuchong, who stood behind him, such a hot temper. We only destroyed a house. His face showed a hint of mockery. Tang Yuchong also crossed his arms, his expression indifferent as he replied, young master, actually, anyone would be angry seeing something like that. Realizing they were ignoring him, A Jiangshi beside him reported what had been investigated. That man is Tang Yuchong, the Hurricane Knight, considered the second strongest in the Nine Dragons branch. Beside him is Tang Yuchong, the second young master of the Nine Dragons branch. On this side, he was a bit wary of that group. He asked him in a low voice, "Their appearance here proves that the Tang sect has exposed Ghost Valley's plan. Can you handle it yourself?" He turned his head, glanced at the other person, and replied, "You just focus on your task." After learning the opponent's identity, it ordered the subordinates. "I need to check how much of the plan has been destroyed. So, capture them alive." Saying this, it prepared to attack. The subordinates behind heard the order and responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Then they all prepared to rush toward him. However, before those people could finish their answer, from behind, he swung his whip at the zombies, catching them completely off guard. Blood splattered everywhere. They fell to the ground in unison. The man holding the whip calmly approached the zombies while shouting loudly, "How dare these low-class demons impersonate humans?" He was furious, clenched his hands tight, turned to look at his subordinates lying flat on the ground, gritted his teeth and thought, although attacked suddenly, a swordsman who can defeat zombies with a single strike must be an expert, a person who has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Seeing his people gaining the upper hand, he used Qinggong to fly into the sky. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a remark. "It really is more reassuring to have someone here. See you later then." Seeing that, Tang Yuchong leaned back against the stone pillar, could only lament to the heavens, "Why is my fate so miserable?" As for his subordinate, he refused to let him leave just like that, shouting, "You, where do you think you're going?" But he hurriedly stuck out a leg to stop him. "Just let him go. That guy is not a threat." Seeing them arguing over a trivial matter, he realized, now is the time. He swung the whip in his hand with surging momentum. Seeing that he was not to be outdone, shouted orders to the subordinates, must use full strength to capture him. He bared his teeth in a cunning smile, his voice challenging, "No respect. Catch me. Just try it. You zombies." The house that was burned earlier now lay in ruins. Smoke billowed blindly, but beneath that rubble, a bony hand of the white bone necromancer reached out accompanied by a howling sound, then slowly revealed his disgusting face. He growled word by word, "That bitch dared to betray me? Damn it. Recovery is too slow." The explosion affected the pillars of the ghost formation. While he was trying to restore the formation, his whole body emitted a white light that looked very creepy. But this speed made him dissatisfied, roaring, "Before the Tang sect arrives, I need to make a choice. Restore the ghost formation or destroy all traces and retreat." While thinking of a way, he suddenly spotted the silhouette of a swordsman in the distance. So it was Tang Yuchong. He curled his lips into a sneer, spoke loud enough for him to hear. "You think I came here just to let you escape? That is terrible hospitality for a guest." He stood up amidst the rubble. At this moment, he also recognized the person in front. That face was the second son of the branch division. Growled and asked, "So, you are the one behind this plan?" Hearing that, not only was he not angry, but he also smirked, voice cold. "Long time no see, old man. The last time we met was when I was learning techniques from you, right?" Hearing the introduction as an old acquaintance, he didn't recognize him. Asked in confusion, "Long time no see? Learn what techniques? What nonsense are you talking about?" He still stood there, patiently explained further. "You don't remember? Although we are from different sections, I was your disciple for a whole month." He braced his hands, leaned his body forward, constantly digging through past memories in his head, skeptically asked back, "You were my disciple for a month?" Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, eyes glowing red. On his face, a white liquid of unknown origin flowed down, voice stuttering. Wait, that way of speaking, could it be? Waiting until he remembered. His whole body radiated purple light, looking very eerie, and that was his lion eye, walking step by step towards him. Behind his back was the image of a giant lion, eyes red as fire. The aggressive aura made the opponent terrified just by looking, emphasizing every word. "You don't recognize me even though you stole my demon book? You really make me sad." He looked towards him, staring in fear. His eyes turned completely white, bared his teeth and shouted, "Evil spirit, you are the young heavenly demon, Yen Yunhi." Having said that, he raised his hand to the sky. Tornadoes of white wind radiated around. Looking up at the sky, howling madly, he looked in that direction and assessed, "Your realm has now reached a higher level. If the ghost formation hadn't been broken, I might have been in danger." Saying that, he also got into a fighting stance. While crossing his arms in an X shape in front of his face to defend, he muttered to himself, "What is this? He doesn't look like he is casting a technique. What is he plotting? At this moment, his eyes also gradually turn purple. Thinking inwardly, no matter what he is calculating, nothing will escape the vision of my lion eye. While immersed in his thoughts, he disappeared without a trace. Waiting until he realized and approached the spot where he stood earlier, looking around. Bewildered, he said, "What? Where is that old man?"
Impossible.
He is not someone capable of stealth. I also don't sense any traces of magic, so it's not an illusion either. At this moment, from out of nowhere, ghost souls appeared around him and spoke. "Young cult master, that white bone is over there." He also looked in the direction they pointed. He had flown straight up into the sky without making a sound. It was suspicious. What? Why did he appear there? Could it be? A ghost soul floating nearby replied. It seems he has escaped. He raised his head to look at the sky, sighing. I don't know whether to criticize him as a coward or praise him as decisive. But why choose that direction? Making the surrounding ghost souls sweat in fear. Suddenly, he curled his lips in a wicked smile, coldly uttered a sentence. He is very unlucky. The white bone necromancer was being carried by the skeleton of a flying dinosaur, opening its mouth, eyes emitting blue light, clutching him beneath its feet, hovering in midair. Looking down, he saw that his group was still alive. Voice slightly worried. Is that the young heavenly demon? Really the young heavenly demon? Why is that monstrous guy still alive? Oh, now is not the time to worry about that. He dared to reveal his identity here. That proves he has a plan to destroy me. He hovered in midair, hands clenched tight, baring teeth looking very scary, gritted his teeth and said, that bastard has always been like that. Now is the time to retreat and focus on consolidating forces first. Suddenly, he was startled by a stream of blue aura. Worriedly thought, what is that? What is this aura? Down below was the path of return to truth. Her momentum was no less than any man's as she drew the sword from her waist and pointed it straight at him. A stream of golden light flew straight towards the flying dinosaur, causing its bones to shatter piece by piece. As for him, he no longer had the flying dinosaur as a support. He fell heavily to the ground. He gripped the tree trunk tight, watching him fall from mid-air to the ground, creating a huge crater. Dust flew blindly. His voice was full of glee. This is the result of you leaving me behind. Then he turned his head to look back. He smiled and greeted the older sister who had just landed. Hello, sister. She was surprised to see him appear here. She asked aloud.
UER.
Why are you here? His expression was indifferent. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He replied, I am carrying out a mission to wipe out the demonic cult together with the first madam. Hearing her mother's name, she asked in shock. With mother? And what is this about the demonic cult? He mischievously replied. That Jiangshi you just took down is a member of the demonic cult. But she didn't seem to believe it. She pointed at him as if to say, I came here to hunt him down. She bowed her head. Sweat drops rolled down her forehead. Her voice was hesitant. I heard that mother is involved in a trade with a warlock on this mountain. That is why I came here. Demonic cult? He realized she was very troubled and thought, I understand you are confused. But before that old man can escape, I must quickly stop him. Then he suggested to her, Sister, let me handle that guy. Can you go over there and support them? As he spoke, he pointed towards the fire burning over there. It seems there are many enemies over there. She also looked in the direction he pointed. Angrily, she turned and shouted, What? Is it just mother, you and Uncle Kuan here? He calmly explained, Because this is a raid. Then he muttered under his breath. You came here alone too. He thought to himself. No matter what I say, she won't be able to stop worrying. She was worried but still agreed to his proposal. Before leaving, she instructed. Because the situation is urgent, I will leave the reasons for later. If you feel danger, you must retreat immediately. He immediately agreed. Understood, sister. She turned her head to look at him. Then, see you later. Then she ran like the wind towards the other side. While I was chatting with sister, it was enough time for you to recover, wasn't it? Demonic chakra Jiangshi of the Black Bone Ghost Valley surely has regeneration capabilities to that extent. You wouldn't play tricks to make me lower my guard, would you? Suddenly, from beneath the soil where he had just fallen, a hand poked out. Next, a hideous figure gradually appeared. As soon as he escaped, he coughed violently, baring his teeth, pointing at him. A voice that sounded like it wanted to devour him alive. Hook hook. Still that annoying mocking tone as before. But you were already dead. Could it be that you truly resurrected? Extended his hand forward, emitting a powerful purple aura. He replied with a dark smile. Correct. Hard to believe, isn't it? Immortality and resurrection are things every warlock always dreams of. So is this evidence convincing enough? He was terrified. Sweat poured down his head, but he still tried to hold on. His eyes were glowing red. His mouth gaped open, covered in drool. He shouted loudly, "Devil battle robe, did you really escape from death?" His whole body radiated purple light combined with the lion eye, turning his eyes purple as well, a mask with sharp fangs. Seeing this, he called out, "Young heavenly demon Yen Yunhi." He glared, stepping towards him one by one, speaking as he walked. "Old white bone, I have many things I need you to explain. Don't run away so pathetically anymore. Let's end the battle here." Seeing his arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but concentrate power into his palm. His whole body radiated white light, ready to attack. His mouth kept shouting, "You bastard! You always make me furious. Ine, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Just as he finished speaking, he used the clone technique, attacking him. His hand became as large as an eagle's claw. Sharp teeth appeared on his face like a vampire's. His tongue became long like a snake's mouth. His head was no longer a human skull but a wolf's head with 4 very scary fangs. Each of his clones attacked him simultaneously, but he remained calm, only using the Gale Dance and Chaotic Gale Dance moves, causing tornadoes to slash frantically at those clones, making him unable to react in time. Question marks appeared all over his head. This martial art. Not stopping there, purple spheres were gradually created and thrown continuously at him, causing him to fall backward unable to counter. In his head was the thought, "Too fast. From what I know, that bastard hasn't reached the realm of a peak supreme master yet. Can't imagine he attained such strength in such a short time. That young heavenly demon didn't have such strong martial arts before. This is too absurd." While fighting, he could not focus on countering, sinking into his own thoughts, allowing him to attack his body continuously with one move after another, pummeling him with blows. He had to retreat further and further back. Loud clashing sounds rang out during the battle. After getting tired from attacking continuously, he retreated a long distance back. His voice was full of challenge. "Stupid old man, if you are hiding power, release it quickly. Otherwise, you are dead for sure." He still didn't give up, shouting angrily, "Shut your mouth for me." He looked at him with disdain, replying, "Is it the old move again?" At the same time, he also thought, "No matter how strong you are, if you keep using the same move, I will block it simply." He raised his fist towards him. Surroundings emitted huge waves of power. He shouted loudly, "Explosive fist." Bugs with hideous faces and thousands of legs. Their bellies swelled up, moving towards him as if they could explode at any moment. He saw this but did not panic. Speaking up, "He is using the corpse explosion art, hoping to find a way to escape." "Huh?" A loud explosion rang out. The exploding beetles were blown to smithereens, their fragments flying everywhere. A red light radiated outward. Seizing this opportunity, he immediately used all his strength and ran for his life. "It truly isn't worth it, but I must do this. I have to abandon such a precious identity. Anyway, with that exploding corpse art, I should be able to escape." The man, shrouded in purple from head to toe, flew in and blocked his path. His voice coldly warned, "Don't think I can't find you just because you exploded the corpses." As soon as the words fell, he kicked him hard, sending him flying backward and tumbling to the ground. Another explosion rang out. He knelt on the ground, hair disheveled, missing a few teeth. He wondered in disbelief. My exploding corpse art is so strong, yet he wasn't affected at all? Now I won't be able to recover anymore. The man's blurry silhouette approached from afar. His tone was mocking. "Is that all the power you have with that demonic tome?" He glared, gritting his teeth. "It's all because of you. You destroyed my formation. Therefore, I couldn't unleash my full power." The man shamelessly admitted, "Of course, that's right. But your meager resistance really disappoints me endlessly. I thought it would be something formidable. Now looking at you, you're truly pathetic." He was furious but couldn't refute a single word. His whole body seemed to catch fire as he rushed forward to attack. The man had achieved his goal. I've provoked him to this point. This must be the last bit of his strength. He has reached a dead end, so I cannot underestimate him. He gathered all his strength and grabbed the opponent's fist to stop the attack. His face was ferocious, claws extending from his trembling hands. He shouted, "Die!" Both unleashed their attacks, but the man gained the upper hand, sending him flying far away and creating a large crater. He now had no strength left. One hand supported him on the ground, the other clutched his chest. He looked very miserable. Seeing that appearance, the man was still unsatisfied. Killing intent radiated ceaselessly as he admitted, "Say what you will, your juncture art is quite strong." He couldn't take it anymore, coughing violently with sweat pouring down. He begged for mercy. "I surrender. I will confess everything I know." The man showed no mercy, stomping hard on his face. He declared, "Do you think you have a choice? I have the lion's eye. Even if you die, I will still get the information I need." He pressed his foot down on him, raising his hand to take his life as he spoke. "Your life ends here."
Justi.
He thought, "Will I lose my life here?" Thinking of his impending death, he decided to risk it all. His face twisted as he screamed at the man, "I can't just die like this." Before the man could touch him, a beam of light shot out, causing him to vanish without a trace once again. By the time the man realized something was wrong, At this moment he appeared in a strange place. Before his eyes was an ocean, but the seawater was black. He shouted into the void, "What kind of trick is this? Trying to blind me with the soul-capturing art." Those who practice dark magic like him always have defensive tricks saved for the very end. He snapped his fingers. A group of ghost spirits appeared around him. They constantly warned, "Young cult master, be careful. This soul-capturing art is not simple. It's a blinding technique that traps one's soul in a confined space difficult to escape from." He fell silent for a moment, then spoke. That old man couldn't have cast such a powerful spell alone. Then he thought, it seems he has connections with people from the association. He was analyzing the situation. The villain's voice rang out in midair. "Young heavenly demon Yen Yunhi, you are now imprisoned in my soul prison. This technique uses my lifespan to cast. Therefore, you will never be able to break it. I never thought there would be a day I'd have to use my own lifespan to cast it." He and the ghost spirits looked toward the source of the sound and saw the villain's faint silhouette in the flickering light. Clenching his fist, he spoke with determination. "Interesting. No matter what you do, you are already at a dead end. I guess you couldn't have cast this high-level spell alone." Where it hurt, the villain shouted angrily, "You bastard! Shut up!" The man refused to show weakness and replied, "Seems like you're getting too angry." A ghost spirit beside him chimed in, "Young cult master, be careful. What he said is partly true. This spell is not simple." The villain dragged him down, sinking into the depths of the sea. "Your soul will be assimilated by me. Everything you have will belong to me. All I need to do is burn my lifespan to stall him." The man sank deeper and deeper into the seabed. The ghost spirits followed him, constantly warning, "The land we were standing on is gone. It seems he has strengthened the magic to make the spell more powerful." He realized a few things and replied, "Below us is now an endless ocean. Here, space and time shift continuously, making it impossible to distinguish real from fake. It drives people into confusion." He floated in the sea, beginning to channel energy. "I need to focus my mind to find the gate of life. But everything must be done quickly, unless I want to drown in this sea." He let himself drift freely, thinking, "His magic has covered all directions. I need to carefully rely on the flow of the demonic domain to find the spell's weakness." Realized this endless current of magical power was the Jing Gate. If I can maneuver myself to follow this Jing Gate, I can reach the end, which is the Shio Gate, and from there observe the entire space. From there, I can identify the gate of life and the gate of death most accurately. White Bone has burned too much of his source energy and lifespan. But with his greedy and cowardly nature, he wouldn't dare burn his lifespan too intensely. He doesn't want to die. He wants to use this spell to possess my primordial spirit. If that's the case, then the gate of death must still have a path of survival. Realizing a way to escape this place, he reached out his hand. He focused power into his palm, his gaze sharp and cold. He thought, "The gate of life is always open, for he failed to push me to the absolute brink of desperation." Then he spread his palm and tucked his thumb inside. He struck a powerful palm strike against his own body, causing his whole figure to radiate purple light. Following that, blood flowed ceaselessly from his body, dissolving into the seawater. The ghosts could not help but look at their master in astonishment, shouting loudly, "Young master, why are you committing suicide like this?" He cast a reassuring look at the ghosts struggling in the water. "I have a plan. Life is death, therefore death is also life. This is my answer, isn't it, old man?" Unbeknownst to the enemy, he was looking at his own beating heart in his hand, while the enemy watched his actions closely, making him roll his eyes back in shock. His mouth stammered, You bastard, how could you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he squeezed that heart tighter, causing blood to flow out ceaselessly, dyeing his entire arm red. The gray sky and the quiet forest suddenly erupted with a loud explosion. Tang Yuchong held a long whip in his hand, the killing intent surrounding him becoming increasingly dense. He swung the whip relentlessly towards the zombies, forcing them to only dodge. But they still could not escape that whip. Only the two leaders remained, struggling to hold on. The female zombie shouted the other's name, "Bai Tong!" He was also struggling, replying, "We can't hold on much longer." Furious with nowhere to vent, she shouted at him, "I know, but we need to find an opening to put him to death. How can he be so strong?" He smiled triumphantly. With an arrogant tone, he said, "You two are skilled, but you have only stalled for time until now." The 100-meter-long whip lashed out towards her. She raised both hands to block it, stumbling back a few steps. Shrouded in killing intent, she shouted angrily, "I am not like them." He was also full of momentum, gripping the whip tightly as he said, "Fine. Then show me everything you've got." He unleashed the soft whip breaking path combined with the flower heaven counter, causing the 100-meter whip to split into small fragments covering the zombies. It struck them, sending them flying in all directions, as loud booming sounds echoed continuously. Witnessing this scene, she gritted her teeth and thought, "Even I had to use almost all my strength just to block him. Those low-level evil masters are useless. If this continues, we will be destroyed by him." Making a decision, she thought, "You all must be sacrificed so that I have a chance to escape." No sooner thought than done. She turned and glanced at the evil masters behind her. Yellow talismans appeared in her hand and she threw them at the group. As she threw each talisman, she commanded, "Explode your life force so I can absorb your demonic energy." Then she called out, "Bai Tong!" He also realized the group was acting strangely but didn't understand what was happening. With a suspicious look, he thought, "Those evil masters look different. I wonder what they are planning." Before he had time to think, the evil masters on the other side exploded one by one. A series of explosions rang out. Evil masters simultaneously rushed forward to attack. He remained subjective, failing to realize her intentions. Gallantly received their attack, saying, "Do you think simply rushing up all at once will stop me?" Then he swung the whip in his hand toward the evil masters, severing their limbs. But that only made them more frenzied. Their eyes glowed red, mouths gaping wide to their ears, as they surrounded him tightly. He was slightly astonished and could not help but worry. These bastards have had their limbs severed, yet why are they still so strong? And he finally realized something was amiss. Rolling his eyes in realization, he thought, "This is bad." Just then, at that moment, she had already rushed in front of him. He could only stare wide-eyed, thinking, "Since when did she get so close to me? She used those suicide-charging evil masters to distract me. Damn it, how can I dodge this now? At this rate, I might have to sacrifice an arm to escape." In that moment, hanging by a thread, a sword flew from afar to block her attack. The sword fell and pierced straight into the ground. He looked at the sword, which was surrounded by a stream of pure power. He suddenly realized, that sword is... As for her, her good plan was ruined by that sword. Sweat poured down her forehead. Unhappy, she ground her teeth. A demon-breaking divine artifact? Then, without speaking, both of them simultaneously thought of the owner of this sword. The Qingcheng Taoist? Is that Tang Yuchong? At the same time, he also walked over to ask about the situation. "Uncle Tang Yuchong, are you all right?" Realizing the situation was bad, she planned to throw a smoke bomb and flee quickly. But as he replied, "Thanks to you, young miss, I was able to escape danger." Then he glared and swung his whip powerfully towards the zombie. He was knocked far away, only able to utter two words, "Divine Master." She retrieved her sword and walked up behind him, asking, "Have you finished dealing with all the evil masters?" He turned to look at her, smirking triumphantly. "Yes, everyone here is dead." "But why did you come here, young miss?" She felt a bit guilty and replied awkwardly, "About that." Then she changed the subject. "But now is not the time to talk about this. We need to go help Huir." He nodded and replied, "All right." He told me to take charge out here, while he would deal with Old Man Whitebone inside the Divine Temple. Hearing Tang Yuchong recount the situation, she was momentarily startled. Both stood on the mountain peak looking towards the Divine Temple. He crossed his arms over his chest and continued, "He seems quite confident in his strength, so I guess he will be fine." His whole body bled ceaselessly as he drifted with the current of the seawater. The voice of the white-boned spirit master still echoed, "You madman, you dare to confidently gouge out your own heart? Do you think doing so can dispel this illusion technique?" Holding the beating heart in his hand, letting his body drift freely, he confidently replied, "That is the gate of life. If I drown within this illusion, then you will obtain my primordial spirit and this body. Stared with eyes wide open, streaks of red blood visible within them, and asked in astonishment. You could guess that and committed suicide yourself? He immediately crushed that heart, sending blood splattering everywhere. The man screamed in pain like a slaughtered pig. Ah, damn bastard. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared, dragging him away to another place. He looked at the surrounding scenery, enveloped by dense thickets. On the canopy were various creatures, quite large compared to normal ones with striking colors. He walked forward while assessing the situation, then remarked, "It seems the space has changed. Is this the Nether Forest? Everything here consists of extremely poisonous creatures." The man's voice echoed once again in the vast space. "No exit in sight. You will only die in pain." He was walking when he stopped beside an ancient tree. Reaching out to catch a chameleon colored like the tree trunk, very hard to spot, he spoke with disdain. "First water, now poison. You think these arts can trouble me? Stop these simple tricks." The man didn't expect him to detect it so fast, struggled to escape, and glared. "Why are you such a bastard?" Saying that, it screamed, causing the white light to open again, taking him to the next space. Floated in midair, muttering, "Huh? In the sky this time? If I guess his position, it would be..." Cutting off his words, he opened his eyes wide, reaching his hand up towards the pupil that the man was using to track his every action, causing his eyeball to pop out, looking shocked. "What? You saw through me that quickly? How about this time?" Space changed continuously from one to another, from the desert to ice mountains and then volcanoes. But time and again, he quickly found the man's position. At this final position, the man thought victory was certain and confidently said, "If so then," before the space changed again. He looked around once then spoke up, finally back to the initial space. "You have no more tricks, do you?" He was furious beyond tolerance, revealed his true form, and angrily asked the question in his heart. "You bastard, how is it possible? You could see the gate of life so simply. What did you use?" He acted like these things were nothing, spreading his hands to explain. "Well, I am the young demon lord after all. A soul as strong as mine, no matter where imprisoned, will escape." He slowly approached his true body and used the soul-reaping demon art. Seeing this scene, the man couldn't help but exclaim, "You have already learned this art?" He looked at him with half an eye of contempt and said, "You were too confident in your art, old man. Therefore you revealed many weaknesses for me to deduce." He also explained further, "Once an art is cast, the caster must always have a very strong spirit. It is completely different from martial arts, relying mainly on magic and the user's spiritual power, and warlocks always try to hide the art's name and their power source. The less known an art is, the more dangerous it is. The name of the art sometimes gives a hint about the caster's magic. Once the art is seen through, it can no longer imprison others." He began to cast the art, kneeling on one leg, one hand on the ground, one hand back, robe swaying in the wind, looking very cool. Touching the ground caused violent shaking, 2 parallel light streams appeared, and the ground seemed to crack into small parts. Seeing this scene, he was terrified, disbelieving his eyes, unable to accept this truth, and screamed, "Impossible! I sacrificed my whole soul to cast this art. How could you break it?" He was slashed into smithereens, red bloodshot eyes flying everywhere, creating a cloud of dust blinding the naked eye. Yunhui breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Finally returned to the starting place. One hand clutched the neck of the white bone wind master. The other hand clenched, ready to punch at any moment. His eyes burned with cold purple light, then suddenly looked up, eyes softening, and he said, "Thanks to that interesting art, I learned a lot. Thank you, old man." The white bone wind master screamed in despair, hands clutching his head as if to tear himself apart to escape the nightmare tormenting his mind. The old man's eyes glared, frantic and full of fear, and a scream rang out in the night. "How can I die so simply?" The night could not dim the aura radiating from Yunhui. He stood there before the white bone wind master, one hand on hip, the other relaxed, casually asking, "Meeting here is quite fun, isn't it, old man?" Contrary to him, the white bone wind master trembled with rage and gritted his teeth. "Little heavenly demon." Old man's eyes went white, and he furiously screamed, "You! How could you reincarnate? If you tell me that secret art, I will tell you all the information I know." Before he finished the sentence, the old man was stopped by Yunhui's hand. Slap, that was the sound of his hand hitting the face then squeezing the old man's face tight. Not wanting to hear more, he immediately struck, hand grabbing the old man's face and slamming it into the ground, then said, "Are you delusional acting close to me? Taking a beating like this? Do you understand yet?" The old man lay flat on the ground. He threatened, "I will ask, you just answer." He asked, "Is that clear?" Old man trembled, sweating, and stammering back, "Ah, I understand." Yunhui sat on a nearby rock, hand resting on his thigh, and started speaking. "After I died at Heavenly Wind Peak 6 years ago, his outfit was returning to normal, killing intent decreased, and the handsome face hidden behind the mask now appeared." He continued, "The things that happened at Heaven Mountain. The outfit normalized completely." He crossed his legs in a figure 4, arms crossed on his lap. Opposite Yunhui, the white bone wind master sat cross-legged waiting for him to finish. He concluded, "Tell everything, don't leave anything out." Scene returns to the past. The white bone necromancer begins to reminisce. 6 years ago, at the blood battle of Highest Heaven Peak, after I perished together with most of the elders and subordinates, a strong light radiated from the house. Behind it was a rocky mountain. The divine sect had erupted into civil war between the factions. That was the Fist Demon Wild Beast sect with the symbol of a ferocious dragon face with bright red eyes. Its mouth opened to reveal teeth threatening any opponent. Next was the True Demon 9 sect with the Yin Yang symbol in red and black, surrounded by a ring of demonic energy. The Blade Demon North Sea sect bore a symbol linked to its name, a black dragon behind a sword crossed with a crescent moon. The Killer Demon Phantom sect had the symbol of a black wolf head with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. In the midst of the violent whirlwind, 5 of the 9 great demon sects had united to rebel. The scene was chaotic. Fire surrounded the main hall, burning fiercely. Human figures were tiny before the power of the flames. Looking closely, one could see shadows of those people killing each other. They had devastated the Sun Moon sect. The loyal subordinates were still protecting the cult master's hall. Afterward, when that rebellious alliance won, they even invaded the main hall of the Divine Fire sect. Continuing the story, to capture the master, a figure was lying on the bed. "After eliminating me, if they capture the master, they will grasp the demon god sect." At that time, only the Divine Fire sect would object. Young cult master Yunhui, his mouth still stained with blood, smirked, his hand trembling slightly holding a cup of water. Remnants of a horrific battle. Combat weapons like swords and maces were blood-stained and broken, and the other sects would be forced to submit. Thus, they could continue to rule the demon god sect. However, a civil war had broken out. Yunhui's face darkened. True to the rumors, they failed to capture the master. He asked slowly, "So, master, was my master now?" His eyes, full of purple murderous aura, looked straight ahead and asked. Just one look made the old man terrified and stutter. What is that look? Is that the look of a human?" He asked himself in fear and then answered himself immediately. Yes, this guy's absurdly contradictory ability, who knows what he has gone through in the present. He stood up abruptly. The ferocious dragon symbol was behind his back. A powerful aura radiated from his eyes, terrifying anyone who looked, although he is a living person. But his strength stands powerfully above even those considered dead like me. He can truly be called the Demon King in the present. The old man's neck was locked by a chain. His whole body trembled. Fear covered the entire face of the white bone necromancer. The old man remarked, "Only when becoming an undead spirit did I clearly feel it, the irresistible fear when confronting him. If I cannot resist that power of his, then I avoid destruction by obeying him." The spiked armor could not protect the old man from Yunhui's murderous aura. He stuttered, unable to form a complete sentence. Cult master." He was terrified to the extreme. His whole body trembled. His face, originally pale white, was now even more appalled. Suddenly, his intuition sensed something unusual. His face was a bit startled. "Something is coming." He turned his face towards the noise. The soul of the white bone necromancer still sat there motionless. Black smoke surrounded the old man. He also sensed something. He cried out, as if guessing something. Could it be? The old man's face was covered in sweat. The ghost soul reminded loudly, "Young cult master, something is wrong." With agile movements, he jumped up and retreated backwards, dodging the black shadow rushing in. The white bone necromancer's face was terrified to the peak. His body trembled. He reached out his hand to beg for help. Young cult master, please save me." Something seemed to swallow his face, uttering words of begging. "I will tell you everything I know. Please save." Before he could finish the word save, a monster appeared from nowhere. It ate the white bone necromancer in its mouth completely. The monster was like a carnivorous plant dyed red. The sharp, large teeth interlocked tightly. Yunhui stood there watching the monster digest the prey. 3 ghost souls hovered next to him. He spoke slowly. "The soul of the white bone necromancer has been eaten." Witnessing the unexpected event, everyone broke out in cold sweat. He looked and remarked, "That place is very dangerous." Eating process was finished. The two jaws gradually separated. The ghost soul wondered, "What on earth is that?" Stuttering, Young cult master. You should stay away, it's better. That place is very dangerous." Close-up of the monster like a man-eating plant with long sharp teeth. Just like when it appeared. It suddenly retracted. Is that the monster the sect sent to silence that old man? It is moving. Must deal with it. The monster remained only as a black shadow. Yunhui still stood there. The ghost souls had left. The black shadow touched the ground. Only a single black dot emitting white smoke remained. The event happened in a flash. Too fast for him to catch up. He didn't know what to say. Watching silently but still vigilant. Is it gone? Did it appear only to eat White-Bone's soul? The afro-haired ghost soul rushed in quickly. Young cult master. This little demon heard White-Bone say, "Perhaps that is greed." He asked back, "Greed?" Little demon continued, "Greed is not a monster or a demonic creature, but a strange phenomenon. An inexplicable anomaly." While talking, the image of White-Bone being strangled by Yunhui, and then the scene of the old man's soul being swallowed whole. It grants the warlock who signed a contract with it great power. But if the one granted that power does not use it correctly, it will appear and eat the warlock's soul completely. Stepping closer to where the thing called greed just disappeared, he remarked, "Eat completely? So the contract with greed is prioritized even over my demon king power." The little demon continued, Perhaps so." He knelt on one knee on the ground. His hand squeezed the handful of earth tightly, gritting his teeth. "I still had a lot of information I wanted to exploit from that old White-Bone. Yet I lost such a valuable source of information. Not giving up. No, it's not over yet." He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. There is still a remnant thought of White-Bone here. There is still a little hope. He channeled his internal energy to do something, using all his strength. He gritted his teeth. "Even if it is just a fragment, I must extract your information." It worked. Fragments of memory appeared. The memories White-Bone recalled while being devoured by greed. Remnant thoughts are always etched the most clearly. This must be a memory related to the society. When he signed the contract with greed. Turning back time within White-Bone's memory. In a room, White-Bone is kneeling down. Is this the Divine Sect's Master Hall? White-Bone and the elders of Black-Bone are bowing low. It seems I have come to the right place. Manhwa descended into the memory realm. It seems in this space. His body glowed with a faint purple light. This is the air in the room, unexpectedly suffocating. He exclaimed, "Even in a remnant thought, I still feel such pressure." A figure sitting imposingly above all. He thought that person was the master of the society. That does not seem to be a human. He determined it was a body snatcher. A solid mannequin. A round, hairless head emitting light. An emotionless face. How unconsciously wondered. Can I see his face? Let's try and see. But this is only the remnant thought of old man White-Bone. He wore a heavy skull inscribed with characters on his head. Trembling in fear, only knowing to bow his head. Immersed in thought. I cannot see what White-Bone did not perceive. But there is one thing that was etched into White-Bone's memory. The mannequin's eyes were very special. They had the shape of yin and yang. He also saw it. Those were eyes containing reverse taiji. Time is limited. The room is gradually disappearing into the darkness. I can only learn this much from White-Bone's remnant thought. In any case, clues to identify the enemy's characteristics are also very important. Manhwa returned to reality, especially when the opponent possesses special power, surpassing even the bindings of the Demon King. Raising his head, he calculated the next step. Nothing left to see. I should probably go back. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, something grabbed his hand. That black thing is gradually engulfing his hand. It has spread up to his wrist. The crack where greed appeared. He alertly speculated.
Danger.
Because this is the remnant thought of old man White-Bone being eaten by greed. So it was detected by greed's master. If this continues, he will realize my existence. The only way is to escape this black shadow. He gritted his teeth to endure. No, I might have to endure something more terrible attacking. I must escape from here quickly. With my ability. He quickly removed it. His hand returned to normal. Distance first. Speed second. Thanks to his agile speed, he quickly pulled his hand out of the black shadow's grasp. He retreated a few meters from that spot. His whole body emitted streams of white smoke. The long-haired ghost on the left asked concernedly, "Young cult leader, are you all right?" The fat ghost on the right added, "In just a moment you are drenched in sweat like that." Van Hui was panting heavily but still denied it. Breathing heavily, he said, "I am fine. Do not make a fuss." Thinking about the mannequin's eyes earlier, he said, although I was ambushed quite unexpectedly while unguarded. But I have obtained important information. The two ghosts from before happily praised their master. As expected of the young cult leader. Truly amazing. You were able to get information from just the remaining remnant thoughts of White Bone. Recovering his strength. He looked up, unable to hide his thoughts. No matter how carefully you hide the information. Night sky was strangely bright. Tens of thousands of stars twinkled in the sky, punctuated by shooting stars streaking past. The breeze made the leaves rustle. And Hui stood straight. Looking up at the sky, he made a decision in his mind. I will expose everything. Just wait. My society will come find you. Late at night, all was quiet. Tang Haoshan was pensive, reading a paper, sighing softly. Long black hair, a light beard and a serious face. Somewhat cold. He wore traditional clothing. The person standing in front of him spoke up and asked, You seem to be worried about young Master Van Hui, right? Hearing someone speaking to him, he looked up and asked back. Me? Was the chief manager of the Nine Dragons branch, Cat Duong Institute, holding a familiar black fan. He continued, There is much work, yet you are not focused on handling it at all. Ever since you heard young Master Van Hui left with Tang Kuan and that madam. Haoshan sighed audibly, responding to the chief manager. You speak with quite an excited tone. Eyes shaped like crescent moons curving down. The amusement was clearly shown on his face through those eyes. Well, it is indeed a happy matter. Haoshan's eyes were unhappy. Crossing his arms, he said, Do you think that is possible? The chief manager's expression darkened at that statement. This subordinate believes the young master can do it. Kept his arms crossed and asked back. On what basis can you say that? He turned around with a radiant face and said, Can be said that lately, the young master acts quite differently from before. Through several things I have observed. A man throwing a powerful punch. Power driving straight into the opponent's abdomen. In just 2 months, the young master went from being incompetent to defeating young Master Yuchong. Then the scene of two people sword fighting. Matching Miss Guizhen in the great battle. Together with Miss Guizhen, defeating those who wanted to break into the manor. 2 people, one standing, one sitting, always ready to fight. The young master even made the first madam submit and obey him. The madam bowed her head to the ground. It was young Master Van Hui who caused all our plans to change. Thanks to his actions impacting the first madam, White Bone was distracted, thereby helping us track the secret actions of the demon sect and the Namgong family better. His face became cunning when speaking of him. Currently, with this subordinate's calculations, the young master defeats the White Bone demon, we need to reconsider him. The image of Van Hui with his hands behind his back appeared. A face with a confident smile. Hearing you say that does make me pay more attention. Van Hui has changed too much. So why didn't you intervene to stop Van Hui from doing those actions? The chief manager's face had eyes squinted shut and a bright smile, looking truly carefree and innocent. He waved his hand in a very excited manner and spoke. How could such a thing be done? But it does not matter, since he has made our work smoother. I cannot be happier. Haoshan stood silently watching. The chief manager continued. Furthermore, I have also just heard some quite interesting news. Do you currently know where the Patriarch is? Before the sudden question, Haoshan was surprised. His face clearly showed a question mark. Why do you mention the Patriarch? Ignoring Haoshan's question, he continued. He seems to be at the Luban Night Workshop. What? Haoshan wondered. The chief manager continued to ramble on. There is important news that the Patriarch is with the Luban Night Workshop forging a very important item. He seems to be crafting a weapon ordered by someone. However, the chief manager was still very tight-lipped. Could it be? Dark Venerable when he crossed his arms and Grandmaster Tang stood watching together. Although this subordinate does not know exactly what that object is, the item that young Master Yunhui needs forged is quite special. It has attracted the attention of both Lu Ban and the Patriarch. The chief manager concluded. That is why the subordinate said, young Master Yunhui's trip this time might result in bringing back the head of the White Bone Demon. Shan agreed. It is true that what you analyzed shows that it could become reality. He stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued. Then what we need to calculate next is what to do. Should we reveal our plans to young Master Yunhui so he can help a bit? The chief manager also stood in a solemn posture. One hand also placed behind his back as he spoke. If we assign work to the young master, what part should be assigned? Or is it better to just let the young master act freely as he is now? Haoshan turned slightly and said, You seem to be leaning towards letting him act freely, right? The chief manager chuckled softly. It is true that the young master always performs actions that exceed our calculations. Placing his hand lightly on the windowsill, Haoshan said, You are right, for now let matters remain as they are. If everything goes smoothly according to calculations, I should not impact him in any way. He continued, if I deliberately try to control Yunhui, it could lead to many unsatisfactory situations. The chief manager raised his hand and lowered it in a circle, continuing, what you say is truly in line with this subordinate's thoughts. We need to observe the situation a bit more. His face held a hidden meaning. So if this time young Master Yunhui destroys the white bone demon, bowed respectfully, then we also need to adjust the plan a little to suit that situation. Hao Shan left final words for the chief manager. If there are any calculations, you just go ahead and do them. Then he opened the window to gaze at the night sky. The moon today is so bright, so round. At the same time, in a forest, a desolate and dilapidated house, 3 figures stood in front of the house. Tang Kuan heard a noise behind him and immediately glanced back. It was Yunhui. He was rushing over. Everyone turned fully around. Facing him, Tang Kuan said to him, not seeing you anywhere, I really thought something had happened to you, young master. Landing on the ground, he rested his hands on his hips and smiled with a smirk. Master does not trust his disciple at all. Does he? Tang Guizhen flew slowly to the front of him and asked, are you injured anywhere? He smiled and answered her, I am fine. Seeing he was holding some kind of bag in his hand, Tang Kuan pointed at it and asked curiously, what is that, young master? Yunhui's face lit up with pride, holding the bag out in front of Tang Kuan to show off. It is the head of the white bone demon. Knowing what the blood-stained thing inside the bag was, his face was terrified to the extreme. Beads of sweat appeared and he looked pale as a sheet. He screamed out, throw that thing away immediately. He was very angry. His face was red and veins popped on his forehead. Why did you bring that back here, young master? Do you intend to use it to intimidate those demons? Yunhui still spoke gently. This is a trophy achieved with great difficulty. Of course I have to take it with me. He was still shouting in anger. That is not acceptable, young master. Our Tang sect is also one of the sects following the righteous path. Since when do you behave like that? His face did not care much about the other's attitude. Eyes looking elsewhere, Tang Guizhen stood by witnessing. She thought to herself, he really has defeated a demon cult elder. In her eyes, there was only his figure. She continued her train of thought. Clearly, a few days ago when he fought me, he hid his true strength. Just a few days and he has become much stronger. This surprises me endlessly. His martial arts achievements advancing is one thing, but what is even stranger is, he persuaded mother to join this mission to destroy the white bone demon. She turned her head to look at her mother, who was acting awkwardly. The two of them were opposed like water and fire. Talking to each other was hard enough, let alone coordinating to face the white bone demon. Ghost Soul appeared and remarked, can be said that guy is quite like me. She asked back, are you saying he also has a spiritual root? This Ghost Soul had jet black horns, long wavy hair, crossing arms over the chest and speaking. His aptitude has not reached that level yet. She wondered and asked again, no spiritual root, then what do you mean by same kind? With his talent like that, you still have not acknowledged him? The Ghost Soul explained, what is like me is that he scares me. Can be said that he is a great demon king. Anyone who touches him will be eaten alive by him immediately. Accompanying the words was the image of a treacherous young master Yunhui, terrifying, true to the title of Great Demon King. Ghost Soul continued to speak. But the confusing thing here is that he is a living human being right there. Why do I feel he is quite like me? Truly a strange thing. Tang Guizhen could not stand her Ghost Soul talking too much. She covered her ears with both hands. So noisy. It did not stop the Ghost Soul from continuing. Therefore, if you know what is good for you, temporarily do not provoke him. I can be the predator. A moment ago she was covering her ears. Now she opened them slightly to listen carefully to the Ghost Soul's words. The face of this ghost girl grimaced. Sharp teeth parted slightly as she spoke. I certainly do not want to become prey for that demon king. Guizhen looked on thoughtfully. Even Ghostface is somewhat afraid of him. She looked at his back. She thought, it seems the demon sect's power is rising again. And junior brother Yunhui has destroyed a small sub-branch here in Sichuan. Soon he will be famous in Sichuan. This is a difficult achievement I haven't reached yet. I need to try harder. This way, the advantage in the succession for the Patriarch position will surely tilt towards Yunhui. Guizhen's mother revealed worry and a bit of panic. She bit her thumb. She looked at her mother and thought, how will mother act then? Hand gripping the sword. Things will be quite chaotic then. Yunhui rushed into the ruins.
Tang Kun wondered.
I blew everything up. What are you looking for? He answered without turning back. I'm finding clues about what White Bone said before dying. He turned to ask Ghostface. Hey, number 15. Where is the room White Bone could enter here? Ghostface flew ahead. It's here. This is the place only White Bone could access. I think the item young master is looking for might be near here. Yunhui approached where Ghostface pointed. He bent down and touched it like he did with White Bone's remnant will, then said, "There really is a mechanism here. Must be a secret tunnel." A light touch moved the rubble, revealing something. Tang Yuchong was surprised. "This place is," he replied firmly. "Yes, this is where he hid everything. Secret chamber deep underground." The room wasn't affected by the destruction above. Yunhui and Tang Yuchong jumped down together. Tang Yuchong looked at the books on the shelf, still neat, and spoke in astonishment. "The letters and treasures are preserved intact." Picked a random book to read and commented, "This is almost the secret code of the demon sect. These letters cannot be decoded immediately." Seeing Yunhui silent, he asked, "Young Master Yunhui, what do you think?" His eyes were glued to the letter. Note: currently in the capital, 3 remnants of the demon sect have been detected at the secret altar. Capture them quickly before the sect master arrives in the capital. His hand gripped the letter. His eyes didn't leave it for a second until he found it. Searching the secret chamber for a while, the two gathered quite a lot. A chest full of neatly stacked silver ingots. After searching the secret space in the underground chamber, we obtained letters Whitebone exchanged with demon sect members and a diary recording his work in Sichuan. Of course, plus a lot of assets he accumulated under the name of the Divine Hall. Seeing Yunhui carrying things up one by one, Tang Yuchong's mother couldn't help but startle and ask. Furthermore, this time he carried a box of documents related to the Nangong family. Looking at the 2 boxes in his hands, he said, "Before the demon sect or the Nangong family discovers the chaos here, we need to move everything back to the sub-branch quickly." He assigned tasks. "With this amount of stuff, it's hard for just us to move. So just in case, Master, please stay here to guard. Senior sister, you and Madam go back to the sub-branch to find support." Guasian asked him back, "What about you?" He answered her, "I will track the clues Whitebone left behind." She surprisingly repeated, "Clues?" He explained, "True, when defeating Whitebone, I obtained some clues about the information I was looking for. Before they delete those clues, I need to find the thing I've been looking for all this long." Worried for Yunhui's safety, "You're going alone to find those things? That could be a trap." Despite her reminder, he remained firm. "Even if it's a trap, I must risk it. The accuracy of the information I'm seeking could greatly affect the future of the Tang sect." Tang Yuchong crossed his arms and sighed at his disciple's decision. Indeed, no one can stop what the young master does. But there might be more powerful demon heads appearing to obstruct you. So for safety, shall I go with you to find that information? Facing his master's unexpected offer, he started considering. It is true that other more powerful demon heads of the 12 evil ghosts might appear. But if I have a companion, finding the demon sect's item will be quite troublesome. He concluded, "Master, please stay here temporarily to watch over these secret documents. If these things are recovered by the demon sect, we will suffer a huge loss." Surprised at being refused, Tang Yuchong was startled but accepted. "I understand then." Receiving Tang Yuchong's answer, he continued to his senior sister. "As for running back to the Jiaolong sub-branch to call for help, of course, no one has credibility like your words at the sub-branch. So you should hurry back there." She let out a sound. "Ah!" She realized Yunhui's intention and turned back to look at her mother, thinking. Also simple and easy to understand. Madam was thinking of something and trembled all over. Guasian thought. If Uncle Yuchong or Yunhui went with Mother back to the sub-branch, the current situation and the secret letters of the Nangong family would affect Mother's reputation. Therefore, only I can accurately convey what is happening here to Father without affecting Mother. Yunhui smiled and said, "I will search for more information here. So if anything happens, I will contact everyone later." Tang Guasian sighed and agreed. "All right," she continued. "Hurry up and arrange everything. Then withdraw to do your jobs, everyone." Tang Yuchong also spoke up. "I will definitely protect the letters and items here well before people from the sub-branch arrive." Yunhui rejoiced. "Indeed, with Master here, I am much more reassured." Finished speaking, he turned and said, "Then I'll go first." Just finishing the sentence, he zoomed away, as fast as how he appeared, leaving 3 people standing there watching. Yunhui dashed through the canopy in the forest. The demon face with 2 tufts of hair spoke. "It seems there really are 2 people here who treat you sincerely." The bald demon face also chimed in. "I also saw that they are quite loyal to you. If we are on the same side, we can coordinate with them later." He laughed and said, "They really are good people that are hard for me to come by." He began to transform. Without their presence at this 9 Dragons branch, then with the identity of Tang Yun, it wouldn't be Tang Yunhui's business, but mine under the name of the young sect master. The eyes were firm, serious when mentioning this issue, with the responsibility of a heavenly demon young leader. "I need to accomplish this faster to save even more people." After speaking, he dashed away into the wind. At Daoqing County in Sichuan, Yunhui arrived here the next day, standing with hands on hips, looking into the city where many cultivators passed by. Could Daoqing County be this lively? Surrounding him were the spirits of those he had absorbed last time. The twin-tailed spirit spoke up. It seems due to the journey of the Dark Venerable. The inns in Nine Dragons County were packed, causing people to drift to the neighboring county. This Daoqing County. He replied. Looks like it will take more time to find them. He immediately ordered the spirits. Everyone spread out. Bring back anything that could be a clue. Whether survivors of the Divine Transformation sect, pursuers from Blackbone Ghost Valley, or any traces they left behind. Must find them at all costs. The spirits flew past him towards every corner of the city and replied, "As you command." He looked up and pondered. If it is this crowded, the only way is to observe from a higher vantage point. He aimed for the second floor of a tavern in front. That place looks very suitable. Yunhui immediately entered that tavern. A waiter happily stepped out to welcome him, rubbing his hands together ingratiatingly. "Welcome, dear guest," he asked. "Any seats left on the highest floor?" The waiter replied, "Only one seat left, but..." He threw a silver ingot to the waiter. "Just arrange that seat." The waiter's eyes lit up. He reached out with both hands to catch it, laughing like a true profiteer. "Oh my, I will serve you attentively right away." And he bowed and gestured with both hands for him to go this way. Bowing respectfully. Just in time, there is a convenient seat to look outside. He walked up the stairs to the upper floor, thinking while walking, if demonic practitioners are walking in this place, they must be capable enough to hide their aura. Sitting in his seat, he looked out the window to assess the situation. Fortunately, everywhere there is still a faint lingering scent of demonic energy. They must not have left Daoqing County yet. Just as the waiter was bringing up a pot of tea, the voice of a scouting spirit reported, "Found the hiding assassin. The assassin is using a concealment technique." He immediately ordered, "Determine the direction they are going. There should be their believers there." The twin-tailed spirit spoke up, overheard the conversation of the pursuers. He asked in surprise, "What is it?" He poured tea while listening to it recount. It seems the believers of the Divine Transformation also know the pursuers are following them. They constantly change direction within 100 miles, so it's hard to be caught. He asked, "How many believers are being pursued?" It answered, "According to the report, it seems to be 3 people." He asked further, "And the number of pursuers?" Bringing tea to his lips, he was startled hearing it continue, and though not clearly determined, there seems to be a person who is a demonic practitioner belonging to the 9 great sects. Putting the teacup down, he thought in a daze. A sect of the 9 great demonic sects capable of being with the Blackbone Ghost Valley. He said aloud, "Must be the North Sea Saber Demon sect." The North Sea Saber Demon sect is located on the extreme northern edge, a place of only ice mountains and frozen seas, a barren land covered in ice. This sect was formerly famous as the North Sea Ice Palace, but after its destruction, they submitted to the divine cult. The cold wind and chill they create are powerful enough to turn the surrounding heaven and earth into ice and snow. Thanks to this power, not long after setting foot in Tianshan, they were quickly ranked among the 9 great sects. A round, shiny pearl-like gem appeared, specifically the ice crystal, the divine object of the North Sea sect, containing a massive amount of Yen energy, considered an essential material for Blackbone Ghost Valley to refine the strongest zombies. Because of this, Blackbone Ghost Valley has faithfully served the North Sea Saber Demon sect for a long time, acting like loyal watchdogs. In short, the plan to assassinate the Dark Venerable was arranged by the one standing above Blackbone Ghost Valley, the North Sea Saber Demon sect. Yunhui asked, "So what is the strength of that North Sea sect member?" Reported rapidly. He hid his internal energy perfectly so his level cannot be assessed. He thought with a start. Return to simplicity. An expert of the North Sea Saber Demon sect has reached the peak realm? He is harder to deal with than I thought. Then he continued to order the spirits. Locate the believers more specifically. It immediately flew away and replied, "As you command." Looking out the window thinking, "Huh? Has the sun already set?" Searching for the believers took more time than I thought. Suddenly someone spoke up. "No seats left?" The waiter apologized guiltily. "Sorry, sir, but as you see, outside is too crowded." The green-shirt man shouted, "Ah, you can say that? Look at these people who just entered." He assessed. All 3 seemed to be my age, dressed luxuriously, must be descendants of prestigious families. As for that man, it is unclear. But 2 women beside him radiate extraordinary internal energy. They are capable enough to make a name in the Jianghu, perhaps on the same level as famous experts like my sister. The green-shirt guy pointed his thumb at himself and spoke arrogantly. "Don't you know I am Hiyuchi of the Golden Sword sect? I will ask an acquaintance among the guests to give up a seat respectfully. So let me in. Hearing that made him remember. Golden Sword Sect? If I'm not mistaken. Heard this name in news from Sichuan when at Tianshan.
Anuli Rising Sect.
About 30 years old. Thanks to trade with the western regions, they possess financial power. Martial power and authority, turns out to be a descendant of this sect. Hiyuchi rushed forward to grab the waiter's collar and stared at him. From afar, he was still watching them. The black-haired woman behind him hurriedly spoke up to intervene. Young Master Hao, we are truly fine. It is a pity we cannot enjoy the specialty tea. Right, junior sister? She thought angrily. Was planning to make a good impression on the ladies but lost points instead. He replied, if the two young ladies have said so. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the man's seat. Ha! He exclaimed happily. Who is this? Isn't it Tang Yuchong of the Nine Dragons branch? Long time no see. Being named, the man flinched and thought angrily. Damn it, met an acquaintance of Tang Yuchong right now. This is trouble. Approached and asked. Yunhui, this tea house is out of seats. I will sit with you. You don't mind, right? The man pretended to drink his tea, calmly thinking. Tone is imposing and condescending. Clearly not friends, but it's not strange for Tang Yuchong to have no friends. If it were a normal day, I would have taught him a lesson, but he spoke up to answer him. Suit yourself. He looked down at his teacup and told himself. Right now, I have no energy to care about that kind of person. Just wait for the spirits to bring news of the believer's location. Then I will leave immediately. Hearing his answer, the guy waved excitedly to the two women. Ha ha ha, that's right. Must be so. Miss Xie, Miss Lu, we have seats here. The two girls spoke up. Thank you for letting us sit. Young master, pardon the intrusion. He continued. Waiter, bring the menu. You two take a look. The tea flavor here is truly wonderful. At this moment, a wind spirit flew in from the window. Seeing him, it reported. Master, found the believers of the Divine Transformation sect. According to the report, it is indeed 3 people. He rejoiced inwardly. Finally, while thinking, he was distracted by the commotion at the front. His eyes opened wide. Old shop owner rubbed his hands together, stuttering. Dear guest, you really cannot do this. That man shoved the old man aside and shouted. Get lost. The person was huge with a fierce face. His hair was tied in a high bunch on top. Short strands stuck out around it, making his face look like a lion's head. He carried a large saber on his back and spoke. I have some business. You all do not move. His subordinates also crowded the door. Seeing that, Hao Wuchi was startled and whispered. What is that? The spirit commented. This pressure, plus the uniform equipment from head to toe, seems to be a saber user of the Lion Sect.
Lion Sect.
Just like the name, this sect is famous in the Guizhou area for a personality that is sharp and warlike like a lion. The lion-headed man asked. White Sword Magnolia of Azure Flower Manor. Is it the young miss of the Xie clan? He looked at the brown-haired woman sitting opposite and asked. Azure Flower Manor? The bald spirit replied. Heard rumors that the Clear Sky Sword Emperor had a daughter in his old age. Perhaps this woman is that prestigious daughter. He looked at the Xie miss who was also looking at the guy and said. Who is the Clear Sky Sword Emperor? The one who holds a position in the 10 great masters of the world alongside Master and the Dark Venerable. So, this is the beloved daughter of that figure. The bald spirit continued. The sect master of the Lion Sect, the Lion Saber King, challenged the Clear Sky Sword Emperor a year ago. He interrupted. Surely he lost miserably. It replied. Heard it was an utterly humiliating defeat. He asked. So now they target the Sword Emperor's daughter for revenge? Miss Xie turned to answer him. If that is true, then what? He clasped his hands in a fist and introduced himself boldly. Greetings. I am Bai Daoyang of the Lion Sect. He grinned fiercely. On behalf of the Lion Sect, I challenge the young miss of the Xie family. Guests in the restaurant whispered in shock.
Red Lion Saber.
The one whose blade is always stained with human blood? Didn't expect the second disciple of the Lion Sect master to appear here. The girl next to Magnolia spoke up. Aren't you too rude? Suddenly appearing and bluntly issuing a challenge. Daoyang glanced over and asked. Seeing you walking with the Xie miss, you must be the youngest disciple of the Amei sect leader, the Serene Moon Mystic Maiden, Miss Lu Shuimin. He was surprised. The other one is indeed a rare talent of the Amei sect. He looked at Miss Lu. This matter is between the Lion Sect and Azure Flower Manor. I think the Amei sect need not interfere. He continued. But if the Xie miss finds it hard to guarantee victory alone, Miss Lu can also join. I don't mind facing both at once. Both young ladies were startled hearing him speak. Xie stood up angrily. Fine, this so-called challenge. I accept. Min hurriedly stopped her. Junior sister, Miss Xie calmly replied. Do not worry. She looked at him with eyes full of fighting spirit and replied confidently. If I avoided such challenges, I wouldn't be worthy of being called the daughter of the Clear Sky Sword Emperor. Hearing that, he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Truly the bloodline of the Sword Emperor. Indeed straightforward and bold. He looked down at Miss Xie with sparks flying from his eyes. Then let's move elsewhere, he suggested. The backyard of this tea house is quite spacious. Very suitable for comparing saber and sword skills. Twin-tailed spirit looked at him and said, Master, the situation here seems stable. He agreed with it and postured to stand up. Right? Wasted time on trivial matters. Continued. The believers have left the main road, split into small groups. After hearing it, he left the table and headed towards the entrance. One of the Lion Sect disciples saw him approaching. He raised his hand to block him. Sincerely apologize, but guests must stay put until the duel between the young master and Miss Xie ends. He asked in surprise. What? The guy laughed loudly, declared clearly. Come, guests here please stay, and become witnesses to the challenge between me and the Xie Mississippi. After speaking, he pointed at him. Specially, I respectfully ask Lady Xie's companions to be special witnesses for this match. His face darkened. Angrily shoved the shoulder of the guy blocking his way and shouted. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a sword was placed against his neck, followed by a command. Sit still right there. It's the guy whose shoulder he had just bumped. He warned him. Only speak when the young master speaks. The guy had just finished speaking when his face was grabbed by his hand. Then he was immediately thrown to the side. Seeing this, he scowled. The two young ladies stood watching with wide, shocked eyes. One hand holding his head, he shouted angrily. I told you to get out of the way. There was a bit of blood from the guy just now on his face. He smiled, tilted his head, turned around, and said, Why won't you listen? A spirit appeared. Seeing him like that, it was equally angry and muttered. Truly a bunch of fools to dare touch the demon youth when he is annoyed. The people from the Lion Sect were full of rage. Raising their swords and sabers high, aiming straight at him, they shouted loudly. This guy! You dare touch our Lion Sect! Two of them, having just shouted, swung their sabers. They leaped up in front of him, probably intending for each to give him a chop. Yen Yunhi's face was cold. However, his eyes darkened. Veins popped out from his temples to his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he asked, What did you people say? Finishing his words, he crouched down, legs spread wider than his shoulders, eyes looking straight at the two ahead, a mysterious smile on his lips. Power surged out from his body like a hurricane. His left hand clenched into a fist. The bald guy chopped his saber down. He quickly swung his left hand to punch back, using his fist to clash directly with the blade. The bald guy's face was furious. He roared. Those who dare oppose the Lion Sect must die. Suddenly, when he looked at the saber in his hand, he saw the entire blade had shattered. His eyes widened, feeling that something bad was about to happen. He was busy thinking. Yunhui rushed in and kicked him right in the middle of his neck. When the bald guy was sent flying, the ponytail guy also rushed in. He held his saber tightly with both hands and charged, shouting, You bastard! He also roared, Ah! Then jumped up high, swinging the saber down at his head. His right hand clenched into a fist again, face looking up at the approaching attacker. Bang! This guy's saber was also punched into pieces by him. Using the momentum, his fist continued straight into the long-haired guy's face. Blood sprayed everywhere. In the end, he was also punched flying away just like the bald guy. The Red Lion Saberman by Tu Yong. Watching his two subordinates get taken down by the guy in front of him in just one move, his aura flared up. He was surprised in his mind, thinking cautiously. The elite blade squad that once easily dominated the martial arts world of Guizhou. Yet they were taken down so simply? On the opposite side, Yunhui still stood there, two hands clenched tight. Blood of the people he just defeated stained his clothes. Standing calmly, staring at the Lion Sect group. Tu Yong swung his right hand over his shoulder, grabbing the hilt of the saber on his back, and spoke coldly. I really didn't want to act because I still have to compete. But I have no choice. Now I will show you what the Red Lion Saberman is. Finishing his words, both his hands gripped the saber hilt. Face ferocious, he rushed towards Yunhui, looking at the person in front. He thought while charging. Usually I would just beat someone up, but today I'm annoyed. You dared to mess with me, so you must die. He rushed in, slashing continuously without rest. However, his hands remained crossed over his chest. Just gently moving, he could dodge them all. The other guy continued to slash and talk. But just one hit from me lands, and you're dead. Just one time. One time. He slashed and slashed but never hit. He got angrier and screamed. Bastard. Do you only know how to run like a rat? Fight me. I wondered what the Red Lion Saberman was like. Yunhui looked at him and sighed. I'm bored of you. Opposite him, the guy still aggressively swung his saber down. His subordinates and White Sword Lushan Mei were astonished to see him not dodging anymore. In fact, not dodging was the scene where his left hand raised up to grab the blade, causing the blade to crack and shatter. He spoke up. You landed a slash on me, but you still couldn't take me down. What now? His face looked as dumbfounded as if he had swallowed a fly, muttering, That's impossible. Impossible my foot. Yunhui's right hand pulled back, clenched tight and punched towards him. Bam! An uppercut to his chin. Blood sprayed from his nose. His entire body was punched into the air by that single strike. Lushan Mei's face was sweating, horrified. A top martial artist of Guizhou defeated just like that? Shocking. His head smashed through the roof. From the neck down, his body hung suspended from the ceiling beam. Terrifying as it was, he still thought, how could that be? Fucking ridiculous. His remaining subordinates exclaimed in horror. Young master. So they joined hands, drew their sabers and charged, shouting, Bastard, dare to touch our young master? You want to die. Looking at the sabers advancing towards him.
Yunhui Siged.
You guys really like trouble, don't you? So he rushed up to combat the remaining members of the lion sect. He spoke up. Now only you are left. The remaining guy's face was drained of blood. He looked at him in fear, then said, Monster. Yunhui, in that guy's eyes right now, was no different from a dark monster, staring at him and saying, You people wanted to die. Now you blame me? The guy shrank back and begged, Please spare this lowly one's life. He lowered his face, got closer and replied, Fine. But. He grabbed the guy's hair and continued, Remember to pass this on to those lying over there. Today I spare your lives. But next time you see me, know to run away. Understood? Or else you will know what hell is. The guy was so scared he foamed at the mouth. Eyes rolled back, replying, This lowly one will definitely pass on the message. Too terrified, he fainted, and he, without saying another word, left. Young Mei was astonished, stammering, That young master just caused a scene and left? She covered her mouth, looking at the people lying unconscious on the floor, and said, Looks like we can't drink tea today, sister. White Sword Lushan Mei also stood stunned and replied, Yeah. Her heart. She looked ahead and thought, This is truly a master I have never known. Did that young master call himself Yunhui when fighting? Scene shifts to another place. A curly-haired boy was being chased by an assassin. The assassin swung his right hand, throwing a hidden weapon forward. The weapon flew and hit straight into the back of the curly-haired boy wearing a robe. By this move, he fell and lay on the ground. The assassin raised 2 fingers of his left hand to pull down his face mask and spoke. Finally caught you. Dealing with you first will make those mice simpler to handle. The curly-haired boy's face was furious. Glancing back, he shouted, Traitorous bastard. The assassin's face looked like a demon. His teeth were sparse, missing one every few teeth. Yet he bared his teeth in a smile and said, Keep cursing. Later you will be begging me for mercy. He then touched 2 fingers to his right temple to inform his accomplices. This is Xiao Zhu Quebec. The target has been neutralized. Come here quickly. Seeing no response from the other side.
Xiao joue que muteur d'une surprise.
Huh. Why is no one saying anything? This is Xiao Zhu Quebec, someone say something. Damn it. Why is no one answering me? And so he stood there trying to transmit his voice to his accomplices, waiting for a response. But he heard absolutely nothing. He was confused in his head, thinking, That's strange. No matter how busy, someone should have replied. So he drew his sword, worriedly asking himself, Could it be? Suddenly a voice came, making him freeze. You seem startled because no one is answering you, right? He hurriedly turned around and exclaimed, Who are you? How can you intrude into the Black Command art? The voice continued, Truly an outdated communication method you guys still use? Impressive. And you dare call it the Black Command art? He was stunned, thinking anxiously. He knows about the Black Command art communication method? And why does his tone sound so familiar? On a high wall, a black shadow appeared. The person spoke up. Your response reaction when facing danger is too slow. I find your friends from earlier seemed a bit sharper than you. He turned to look up at the wall in astonishment, exclaiming, Since when were you there? Person wearing purple clothes, wearing a mask on his face, sitting on the wall looking down. Xiao Zhukei's face was sweating. Scared, he asked himself. Black demon violet eye. That shape. You are. The person in the purple robe jumped down to the ground and replied. Earlier, I saw you were quite excited chasing the believer of the divine fire sect, weren't you? Finishing his words, that person rushed in, grabbed the guy by the neck, and dashed away. The guy couldn't even react before being attacked by the person in purple. Pressing him down. That person continued. But now it's the opposite. The ones who should become prey are not my sect members, but you traitors. Understand. Not far away, on a roof, a white-haired man stood silently looking into the distance, his robes fluttering in the wind. Young Master Jomin Tai. Jomin turned to look at the white-haired man. Baishan hurriedly replied. Subordinate is incompetent. There are too many enemies, so cornering them is a bit difficult. Jomin glared down in another direction and said, Humph. Useless black bone zombies. Baishan hurriedly clasped his hands to apologize respectfully. Baishan has made young Master Jomin wait. Jomin crossed his arms and sighed. Baishan called out in confusion. Young Master. Jomin closed his eyes slightly and continued. I know this is pathetic, but... While speaking, Jomin gritted his teeth and continued. I still remember vividly the face of that bastard Yen Yunhi. He recalled the scene of the battle years ago between him and Yen Yunhi. At that time, Jomin Tai was the loser lying on the ground. At that time, Yen Yunhi was arrogant, holding a purple spiritual chain in his hand. Jomin Tai was unconvinced. Sitting up, wiping the blood from his mouth, he said angrily. Not using martial arts but only using evil arts to achieve this level. What exactly are you? Not only did he not answer, but he also raised a hand to cover his mouth, continuing to insult him. Hey, stop talking. Watch out or you'll infect me with your weakness. He stood there frozen, collapsing. He held his neck, turned away, and said, You have to be worthy to fight me. You are too annoying. Get lost. Min lowered his head, thinking, just one defeat, and I lost everything. Struggled so hard to reach the transcendent realm, yet that bastard dared to leave me, dying in humiliation, yet he still hasn't lost everything. Saying that, Jomin gritted his teeth, face ferocious. If I slaughter all the foolish disciples worshipping him, will he feel some of my grievance? Suddenly, while talking, the two of them sensed an aura and hurriedly turned to look in one direction. Min Tai spoke up. Although this evil aura is far inferior to his, the four-sword envoys of Blackbone won't be able to deal with it. Just as he finished speaking, Baishan turned into a streak of light and rushed away in the blink of an eye. He stood there, hands clasped behind his back, muttering, resembles that hateful Yen Yunhi. Yen Yunhi was the person in purple, using his left hand to squeeze Xiao Zhukei's face hard and lift him off the ground, then spoke coldly. Daring to touch my believer right in front of me? The guy was both in pain and fear, begging. Young sect leader, this lowly one only followed orders from above. The guy continued to beg. Young sect leader, please forgive this lowly one. I would be extremely grateful. Just as he finished speaking, his right hand stabbed hard into the guy's abdomen. Blood sprayed out like rain. He groaned in pain. Why? He coldly raised both hands, shrugged and replied. You have to be punished. Don't worry. Your friends will follow you soon. I'll kill all of you quickly. With a hole in his stomach. The guy had many cracks appearing on his body, then slowly collapsed and groaned. A mask on his face, two eyes flashing. Saw the curly-haired boy poking his head out. He exclaimed in surprise. Demon va robe. Violet demon eyes. Are you really the young sect leader? He bared his teeth in a smile. Boy was moved. Asteri then ran over to hug him tight and said, You're really okay. This is truly wonderful. He hugged and patted the boy's head, saying, You don't need to say anything. I understand your heart. Don't overexert yourself. Suddenly Yunhui looked up to the left where someone was coming, holding the boy's hand. He spoke. I really want to catch up with you, but there's a disturbance. Go to the back. In the air, there was someone diving down from the sky. It was Baishan. He landed on the ground, looking at Xiao Zhukei, whose upper body had exploded, lying on the ground. He spoke. Didn't expect someone this strong to have infiltrated. Caught a bigger fish than expected.
Yunhui remained calm.
Replying coldly. Long time no see, Baishan. The half-dead guy from the North Sea sect is still alive. Baishan frowned, glancing at him and muttering. I've seen this outfit somewhere. Seems like there was someone who dressed like this before. As if suddenly remembering, he opened his mouth and screamed. Little demon. The spirits beside him panicked and hurriedly warned. Terrifying cold aura. Young sect leader. Careful. Baishan. Guard of the second young master of the North Sea sect. Heard he is the second strongest among the demon disciples. Didn't expect him to be this strong. Baishan bared his teeth and said, all this time, I, Baishan, have sent countless disciples of the divine fire dark demon sect to the netherworld to serve you. Pity we missed the chance to meet. Yunhui turned his head slightly to glance at the curly-haired boy hiding behind the wall. He was trembling, about to cry, whispering to him. During the young sect leader's absence, the second young master of the North Sea sect, aura on his body dispersed. Voice cold, he said, You Min Tai. Baishan's right hand froze into something like a weapon. He shouted loudly, Looks like you can only live lingeringly like a useless waste. You aren't even half of the young master's strength. Humph, you don't even match up to me. How could I miss such an opportunity? Yunhui asked, seeming surprised. You are misunderstanding something. His head, he thought. That is my life. With what I have gone through, I do not allow myself to fail. Raising his right hand, taking a stance. Shan raised the ice blade in his hand. Cold energy erupted violently from his whole body. He shouted, I want to see how long you can remain arrogant. He flew quickly towards Yunhui while screaming. D. He frowned and said coldly, You guys were defeated by my hands just like this. Haven't changed a bit. His eyes flashed, seeing Baishan swinging his hand to slash. He was surprised not to see him defend. The surroundings turned gray and windy. Baishan was both angry and confused. He shouted, When was this formation prepared? Gradually, the fire of rage in him burned brighter, continuing to speak. Did you think I would attack and prepared this formation beforehand? Or somewhere else? Yunhui's voice rang out, cold to the extreme. Baishan, looks like you're close to death, so you're overthinking things. Why would I dare rush headfirst into a martial artist like you without a plan? Shan stood frozen, hand holding the saber. His mouth uttered a sound. Damn! He staggered, reaching his hand forward to sense, using his annoyed tone to deduce. This fog belongs to the formless ghost. Could this be the formless formation of the Black Bone Ghost Valley? Then, he used his annoyed tone mixed with mockery to continue. Do you think this simple formation can imprison me? Yunhui replied in a provocative tone. Try it and you'll know. Baishan reached out to prepare to counter when a burst of purple light flared up. He was stunned, screaming, This is... Before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked far away by that light. Baishan fell to the ground in pain. At this moment, he realized what terrifying thing he had been despising all along. He gritted his teeth and spoke up to probe the opponent. This isn't just a simple formation but also mixed with a formation causing obstruction? Yunhui was happy that Baishan had guessed it. He said, Correct, this is a formation where I combined many different formations to deal with you. The soul-seizing Oblivion Great Formation. A high-level formation combined from many different formations. Formation has many effects hindering the enemy, but to execute this formation requires a huge amount of internal energy. With my current strength, it's hard to maintain this formation for long. However, to make the execution simpler, I modified the soul-seizing Oblivion Great Formation a bit. With my violet demon eyes, I can execute any technique simply, and can activate the effects of that formation quickly, causing the opponent to lose direction and judgment when trying to find a way out of this formation. Thanks to the characteristics modified to suit my current strength combined with the violet demon eyes, now the formation execution is much more perfect. Along with less internal energy consumption, the formation space is expanded much more. This can be considered an improvement of the soul-seizing Oblivion Great Formation to create a formation according to my will. With this new formation, I can temporarily call it the Violet Oblivion Great Formation. Baishan laughed gloatingly, pointing the saber forward. Acting as if no one could touch him, he spoke. Maybe it's true you mixed many different formations in here, but do you think a massive formation like this can be maintained? I just need to simply sit quietly and wait for you to run out of internal energy, and the formation will dissolve. No matter how gloating Baishan acted, Yunhui was still the one who grasped the situation best. He sounded like he was watching a puppet show, mocking. I know what you're thinking too, but do you think this formation is simply for trapping? Baishan seemed to realize something. Before he could orient himself, cough, blood gushed from his mouth. Veins popped out on his forehead, eyes bulging. But Baishan quickly recovered his state. Wiping the blood from his chin with his hand, he realized the situation and shouted, Poison! Yunhui gleefully let him know the cruel truth. With the death spirit poison added to the formation, as long as you are inside, the spirit poison will slowly seep into your body. At this moment, the poison seeped more and more into Baishan's body. He could only groan a few times. Ugh! Yunhui noticed something and continued. If you use internal energy to expel the spirit poison, you will only die faster. Then the spirit poison will spread much more strongly. Thinking of using internal energy to expel the spirit poison is completely wrong. This death spirit poison has an explosive nature. Its spreading speed in the Great Formation is too fast and powerful. Just regulating breathing cannot stop the spread of spirit poison in the body. Furthermore, your body carries extremely strong yin energy. This is too good a condition for the spirit poison to develop and maximize its effects. Shan began to panic, covering his mouth to prevent blood from spraying. But that couldn't stop him from shouting curses. You bastard! Don't hide in the Great Formation anymore. Come out here and face me. Yunhui acted as if he just heard a cowardly rat squeaking. Why do you think I have to go out there and face you? I'll wait until the poison affects your whole body and you lose your strength. Then I'll appear. Shan's body lost more and more strength. He screamed in despair. Anyway, my lifespan is nearly over. Therefore, I will use all the life force I have to fight to the death with you. Shan seemed to go mad. His eyes glared, emitting sparks. Both hands holding the saber, swinging madly. Ice Wind Saber Technique. Ice/Spirit. After each of his saber swings, large rocks gradually shattered. Dust and smoke rose to the sky. At this time, Yunhui appeared standing in front of him. He stood from above looking down at Shan as if looking at an ant. He spoke lazily. Seems like you're at a dead end. Even if you use up all your life force and internal energy, it's the same. Poison has already seeped into your body. Your condition is no different from a fish on a chopping block. Seeing him gloating like that, Shan shouted angrily, Bastard! The technique hasn't been broken yet, you can still appear? You must want to die. Although his body was physically exhausted and soaked in blood, Shan stubbornly swung his saber towards Yunhui. Seeing this, he simply provoked him back. You think it's that simple? Then raised his hand to block Shan's slash. Not stopping, he added another sentence. There are still many surprises waiting for you. Shan gritted his teeth and rushed in like a madman. Facing me with might? Do you think after executing such a high-level technique you still have internal energy? So you don't think I can use many methods to replenish lost internal energy? Then both rushed at each other fighting like two fierce tigers seeking prey. Mighty internal force enhancement, great art. Now I am much different from before. Shan was surprised. What? Before he could understand what was happening, Yunhui unleashed a move towards him. Raging Wind Dance Chaotic Demon Suppression Attack. Shan was immediately knocked far away. Questioned in surprise, voice carrying much doubt. Martial arts? Your Dantian was crippled. How can you use martial arts? Yunhui acted as if he just heard a joke. Continuing to launch attacks, he thought to himself, this martial art is not simply for show. It has reached the realm of appearing and disappearing like a ghost. How can that bastard be so strong? The moment Yunhui's attack struck down, heaven and earth seemed to quake. Boom boom noises resonated. Light shone everywhere. Rocks and soil flew uncontrollably. With my internal energy enhanced. Thanks to the inner demon mental cultivation method and being inside the Great Formation I cast. Meanwhile, Shan has been hit by the spirit poison. His internal force is depleted, and as he fights explosively, the spirit poison ravages him even more. This is truly my time to act. Both fought each other frantically, but it was easy to see that Shan's strength had long faded. He groaned in pain. Heh! Suddenly, he unexpectedly swung his blade at Yunhui. Bam! He was knocked sliding backward by that blade strike, creating a sunken trench in the ground. At this moment, several ghost spirits appeared around Yunhui. The long-haired ghost spoke first. Young cult master, are you all right? Next, several other ghosts also spoke up. He has depleted his vitality and internal force, yet is still so strong. It seems he wants to fight you to the death. Suddenly, his eyes seemed to emit sparks. His whole body rushed forward like an arrow. The ghost shouted in surprise. Be careful, master. But he smiled, thinking to himself. The stronger this guy is, the more interesting I find it. This way, I can verify the extent of my current power. From there, I can see my weaknesses and fix them in the future. This is the lesson I have been waiting for. Only in life and death battles like this can a martial artist unleash their full potential. Hui rushed in, but unfortunately, Shan quickly jumped up to dodge his punch. He became even more excited, throwing punches at him. In this battle, Shan, be a prey for me to hunt. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. As for your White Tiger 12 method's signature move, I have already seen through part of it. I will analyze the weaknesses in your power bit by bit, so I can bring out the essence of myself. Martial arts become much stronger through actual combat. With this demonic force fist in just a moment, you will perish without understanding why by Shan. With what I have learned, I cannot keep blindly using other people's martial arts forever. I need to combine the strengths and weaknesses of those moves to make them my own. Although I have comprehended some things, I still need creativity and innovation to transform them, making the chaotic wind rain and this basic formless formation stronger and more imposing. In a way, it helps me execute them according to my own ego without restraint. Right now before my eyes, you, by Shan, are the perfect prey for me to demonstrate my learning and transformation of moves. Your demonic ice blade method has a cold ice attribute accompanied by ghostly force. However, he has refined and altered it from the original, executing it in a different way. Bai Shan's current ego is the snow wind demon. Fast, sharp, powerful, and violent. These people cannot stop the snow wind. He uses his entire body and soul to turn into stone, freezing to death before they know it. With ice attribute blade techniques infused with magic power, every blade hum carries a chilling aura and deadly sharpness. But thanks to my demon eye, I can see through this move and execute it myself. Yunhui and Bai Shan rushed in, executing their martial arts, tearing at each other like two hungry wolves. Bai Shan cursed in disbelief and resentment. How can you execute my ice blade method? You did it after just one glance. Behind Yunhui appeared the silhouette of a massive tiger with large, round eyes filled with rage and fangs sharp as knives. When combined with this violent tiger 12 soul palm force infused with Yin energy, the palm force becomes incredibly powerful. Snow Tiger 12 blades. Suddenly, Yunhui rushed toward Bai Shan, looking exactly like a fierce tiger pouncing to tear a person apart. Bai Shan could not dodge in time. Blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were filled with disbelief and a desire to devour the other alive. How can you combine my blade method with your palm method like that? This is impossible. You truly are a monster. Damn it. Immediately, Bai Shan coughed up blood. Yunhui only felt more amused seeing this. Monster is a word I have heard many times. But hearing you say it, I find it a bit interesting. Then he rushed at him once again. But Bai Shan screamed in pain. At this moment, one of his arms was no longer attached to his body but had been flung far away. He gritted his teeth in agony. I cannot die like this. How can I face the young master like this? He screamed furiously and ran straight at Yunhui, as if wanting to perish together with him. Ice Soul Divine Palm. He could not defend in time and was knocked flying far away. Bai Shan laughed gloatingly. Cack cack, little heavenly demon, you let your guard down. At this moment his hair was disheveled, his body covered in wounds, mouth full of blood. But he did not stop there. Not waiting for Yunhui to realize anything, he continued screaming madly. How does it feel? The ice poison of our North Sea Sex blade demon. Now no one could know what Yunhui was feeling. He just stood motionless, hand touching his chest. The place Bai Shan had hit, that spot was currently emitting a blinding light. Ghost spirits anxiously flew over, wailing. Young cult master. Several others also flew in shouting. Dao Chonghao, do you dare betray us? If this continues, your blood vessels will freeze. Then, Yunhui spoke as if he understood something. This ice poison is different from the ice poison the North Sea sect used to use. Bai Shan laughed choking and spoke. Cack cack, you realized it? This is the heart-eating ice poison. It will gradually gnaw at the heart. And finally, it will take your life. Suddenly he screamed madly. There is no way to cure it, because it was created to kill. Yunhui realized the meaning in Bai Shan's words. I wondered why the North Sea sect targeted the Tang sect. Turns out it's because they have this. He spoke to probe the opponent to confirm his deduction. Is this the weapon you received from the association? Bai Shan realized he had said too much, speaking things he shouldn't have. He continued hesitantly. You know about the association? As expected of the little heavenly demon. Fortunately, we eliminated you early. Shan stood in the middle of a large crater, crippled and pathetic, while Yunhui stood before him, high and mighty like a lord, looking down at him. Eliminated? Who gave you permission to do that? At this moment, Yunhui opened his rough hand. On it were a total of 5 round pills like marbles, pale purple, emitting a purple aura around them. I killed 5 of the 4 swordsmen of Black Bone on the way here. Suddenly, he put all those pills into his mouth, swallowed them all down to his stomach. The surrounding ghost spirits were terrified as if they had just seen a demon, wailing loudly. You absorbed so many revenant pills like that? It's too dangerous, young cult master. As soon as the little ghosts finished speaking, inside Yunhui's body, there seemed to be chaos. He grunted. His body seemed to feel the pain. Around him appeared streams of purple aura, competing to absorb into his body. Sean acted like someone who didn't care about life, not needing to understand what was happening, only believing he was right. Cack, you are struggling in vain. Didn't you hear? Heart-eating ice is an incurable poison. Yunhui didn't bother paying attention to him, just immersed in his own quiet thoughts. Just as Baishan said, this type of ice poison cannot be cured. But I do not intend to cure the poison. I will use the poisonous gas of the revenant poison, the thing I have absorbed too much of, to circulate blood in the blood vessels that are freezing, and absorb the ice poison. Heart-eating ice poison, truly a formidable secret technique of the association. But its strong Yin energy and toxins are just top-grade spiritual medicine to me. At this time, Yunhui's heart beat incessantly. His body seemed to be transformed, absorbing spiritual energy. A white light emitted around his body, as if his power had been raised to a new level, emitting a massive stream of power. Currently, the sky was gloomy. Strong winds made his robe flaps fly high. Streaks of white-blue light swirled around him, multiplying his aura. Baishan screamed in confusion like a frog seeing the outside world. What is this? Has he converted the cold energy of the heart-eating ice poison into internal force? Yunhui remained strangely calm and terrifyingly extreme. You dared to use ice poison, something based on Yin energy, to attack me. Faced with Yunhui's bone-chilling voice and devilish smile, Baishan seemed to realize that what stood before him was truly something more terrifying than a demon. He screamed in pain and helplessness. From the silver ice blade method to the ice poison. Did you people deceive me from the very beginning? After screaming, he truly became a madman standing on the brink. His eyes rolled back white, veins popped out, skin pale as a corpse. His face gradually stiffened. And then, thud, he fell forward, which also meant he would have no chance to meet his respected young master again. Yunhui stood there, his face gradually revealed gloating for achieving his goal. He mocked relentlessly. Oh my! What an anticlimactic death for a four-blade demon. What do you think? Baishan. After a while, he held a cloth bag in his hand. It was easy to see he had obtained useful things. His face showed clear satisfaction. Now then, I have obtained the spoils of war. I will use the true fire technique to incinerate your corpse, to avoid being traced. In just a blink of an eye, Baishan's corpse began to burn, consuming everything, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a boy's voice rang out from behind. Yunhui turned his head back. A white-haired boy poked his head out, eyes shining brightly, mouth smiling cheerfully. Witnessing the young cult master's power with my own eyes. It is truly an honor. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly startled. Quickly looking up at the high sky, he screamed in panic, pointing at a large bird in the sky. He couldn't speak coherently. The chi, this aura, young cult master, it's the aura of the Black Bone Ghost Valley. A new enemy. After listening, Yunhui slowly raised his head. Contrary to the panicked, trembling appearance of the young boy, he remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Don't worry. The bird flew in front of Yunhui and chirped once. He immediately spoke. It's an ally. The bird immediately replied. Young cult master, when Ba has completed the mission to destroy the breeding grounds and returned. Several ghosts flew in from somewhere, shouting loudly. It sounded like praise, causing the bird to puff out its chest and raise its head triumphantly. Oh, Elder Huan, long time no see. How many monsters have you eaten? Your body and aura are completely different from before. The more they spoke, the noisier it got. Yunhui waved his hand to chase the ghosts away. Be quiet. Then he turned to the large bird and asked, You have destroyed all the breeding grounds, right? The large bird replied immediately. Yes. But there is one thing I must report. I found this while destroying the breeding grounds. Finishing the sentence, a sparkling red gem appeared from its sharp beak. Yunhui took the gem and examined it. This is... A thought flashed through his mind. We must leave here quickly. And then, no trace of them could be seen anywhere. At this moment, Jomin and Chigu were moving quickly. Jomin asked Chigu, Are you sure we are tracking the right target? He smiled confidently. Please rest assured. The water juncture of our Ghost Valley carries the dark demon crystal, so it cannot escape my spectral star tracking melody. I am Chigu, the cruel of the 12 black ghosts of Black Bone Ghost Valley. Listening to him, the boy didn't bother speaking pleasantly. If it can't escape, then why haven't you caught that monster yet? Seeing Jomin glance at him, he hurriedly made excuses. There was someone interfering, it's not our fault. Seeing him frantically explaining, the boy criticized him in annoyance. I don't need excuses. Lead the way. Hearing the criticism, he was annoyed and cursed silently. Tch coward. Though he cursed, he still answered properly. In that alley. Both landed on the ground. He continued. According to my tracking art, that monster hasn't moved from this alley. What is this? At this moment, he was bewildered and looked around frantically. Is this cold energy from the blade demon of the Black Sea sect? Jomin remained silent for a moment before speaking. I assigned the mission of tracking the Divine Fire Demon sect to Bai Shan. Chigu glanced at Jomin, seeing him frown. He involuntarily spoke. If he could fight many rounds with the 4th Blade General Bai Shan, then he is definitely a master. The boy didn't bother listening to his nonsense, only busy looking for clues. Traces of ice poison. Moreover, it's the heart-eating ice poison. To use the heart-eating ice poison, one needs profound internal energy. If used incorrectly, it can reduce one's lifespan. Yet Bai Shan, a dying man, used it. Chigu kept babbling, ignoring Jomin's current emotions. But it's strange. Clearly, according to my spectral star tracking melody, that monster should be here. Before he could finish his sentence, Jomin's hand was already on his neck. Immediately after, he was lifted up by the boy, only able to utter a few faint words. What is this? Jomin didn't care about his state and spoke. Kigu. The sect master ordered me to come here to catch the monster that destroyed the breeding grounds. Following you here, not only is there no monster, but there are also traces of Bai Shan's battle. I assigned the tracking mission to a warlock of the Divine Fire sect. And now, there are traces of heart-eating ice poison, but no sign of movement. The master of the monster and the remnants of the Divine Fire Demon sect. I need to investigate the connection between the two. You must tell me everything you know about the master of that monster. If you don't want to test the sharpness of this life-taking blade. At this moment, Jomin seemed to lose all composure, eyes rolling back, teeth gritted. Regardless of how Chigu struggled, he tightened his grip, pointing the blade at him. He screamed in fear. We sent it to assassinate the 2nd son of the 9 Dragons branch. The boy remembered something. Tang Sect's 9 Dragons branch, the place where the assassination plan against the Dark Lord will take place. He stayed silent for a moment, then ordered. Tell me in more detail. He continued in fear. To infiltrate the 9 Dragons branch, we ingratiated ourselves with the branch mistress. And at her request, we sent people to assassinate the bastard child, the 2nd son of the branch master. But that 4th swordsman went missing. And for some reason, the goo worm turned into a goo and attacked our breeding grounds. Jomin annoyedly let go, throwing Chigu down as if throwing a cowardly rat. Don't you know the reason? Useless bunch. He clutched his neck in pain. Yes, the white-bone pharmacist is investigating. But as you know, we still haven't been able to completely infiltrate the 9 Dragons branch. The boy snorted coldly and said, everyone knows the Tang sect is hard to infiltrate. He didn't dare delay and continued explaining. Because of that, the investigation is taking a lot of time. The problem is that bastard has no power backing him. Just a few months ago, he was still abandoned by the 9 Dragons branch. But suddenly he changed and started sabotaging the plans of the Blackbone Ghost Valley. Hearing this, Jomin turned to Chigu with a suspicious look and interrogated. That bastard is very suspicious. What is his name? Stammered in fear.
Tang Yuchong.
Hearing this, Jomin frowned. He gritted his teeth tightly, feeling frustrated inside. The warlock who killed Bai Shan. The warlock who could seize and evolve the goo worm of the Blackbone Ghost Valley. The one standing behind the warlock turns out to be Yunhi. In the dense darkness of the ancient forest, 3 small figures clad in dark brown cloaks stood in a horizontal line. Their hair was red, green, and silvery white, standing out against the dark background. Their faces were solemn, eyes sharp, as if focused on waiting for something. The voices of the 3 rang out simultaneously, trembling but determined. Gu Luan San Lu. A beam of blue light suddenly shone down from above, illuminating their pale, anxious faces. Encroaching darkness quickly dissipated, replaced by a majestic, mysterious scene. A mysterious figure, wearing a dark purple cloak, emerged from the mist. The face was hidden in shadow. The deep voice of all 3 echoed through the forest. Greetings, young cult master. The 3 of them knelt down in unison, bowing their heads in reverence before the mysterious power they had been expecting. The world around seemed to shake. A powerful energy radiated from the body of the person in the purple cloak, causing even the surrounding trees to tremble. Hui, his tall figure hidden in the darkness, his purple eyes glowing like ghostly fire, looked down at the Gu Luan San Lu kneeling on the ground. He said nothing, only silently observing the anxious, fearful expressions of his 3 loyal servants. The air was suffocating, with only the sound of wind whistling through the leaves and the rapid breathing of the three trembling in fear. After a long while, his deep, cold voice finally rang out. So, the cult master, is he still healthy? Yunhui stood there in the dark purple cloak, his face hidden behind the hood, revealing only deep purple eyes. He feigned worry mixed with a bit of uneasiness. He repeated the question, his voice still deep but carrying more urgency.
Impossible.
Did something happen to the cult master? The Gu Luin San Lu, 3 teenagers with colorful hair, still knelt on the ground. The one with white hair seemed to be the leader. Trembling, he replied, his voice choked.
No.
We thought that if the young cult master was alive, you would be by the cult master's side. His voice trailed off, seemingly suppressing tears that were about to spill. Yunhui was told the events by the Gu Luin San Lu. As he listened, he visualized the image of the Gu Luin San Lu standing at the foot of Tianshan Mountain. The cold wind bit to the bone. The flag of the divine fire demon sect, once fluttering proudly, was now tattered, hanging limply on the pole, symbolizing the weakness and chaos engulfing the sect. The 3 teenagers, faces pale from cold and anxiety, looked into the distance, eyes sad with helplessness. He spoke again. Because the cult master and young cult master were absent, the divine fire demon sect was, his voice choked up, unable to speak, was expelled from Tianshan and scattered throughout the central plains and foreign lands. Those words were like a death sentence for the divine fire demon sect, a sect once famous, now on the brink of collapse. On the topographic map of the central plains with red arrows pointing in many different directions, he pointed at the map, his voice sad. To search for master, the divine fire demon sect evaded the pursuit of the Union and searched everywhere in the world. 6 years later, the sign you left at the inn in Kowloon County was found. Gu Luin San Lu, Tianshan sect is no longer our home. We were driven away. We had to run everywhere, searching for master. Yunhui spoke again. The duty of a sect master is to care for the believers, even when disaster strikes. Yunhui, still in the purple cloak, his face still hidden, but his deep purple eyes shone with a profound sadness. He bowed his head slightly, his voice warm, mixed with a bit of guilt. I have truly wronged you all. Gu Luin San Lu, the 3 children were still trembling, but in their eyes, there was no longer the desperate fear as before, but astonishment mixed with indescribable joy. The white-haired one, acting as the representative, stammered. Young cult master, please don't say that. We are very happy that you have returned. The other 2 nodded repeatedly, tears welling up. The green-haired one hugged the white-haired one, and all 3 burst into sobs together. Yunhui looked at the Gu Luin San Lu, his eyes containing a deep, abyssal sadness. He said, You have also realized. I am not with master. His voice lowered, every word heavy with sorrow. The Gu Luin San Lu fell silent, tears still streaming down their cheeks. They understood. The absence of Master Yunhui was not just a personal loss, but a heavy blow to the entire sect. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the 3, only their soft sobs could be heard. After a long silence, Yunhui continued. And I also cannot yet restore my state from 6 years ago. Yunhui stood there, a solitary figure under the dim moonlight. The Gu Luin San Lu sat still, sadness and disappointment covering the faces of the 3 children. The cruel truth had been exposed. Yunhui thought, although the demon guards also disappeared with Master, the opponent is the Union and the 5 great demon sects supported by them. Yunhui thought on. Moreover, if Master is still safe, he would have gathered everyone in the past 6 years. Yunhui turned around, his sharp gaze piercing through the night. The cold moonlight shone down, as if enveloping Yunhui's anguished soul. He stood there, amidst the silent space, his heart filled with memories of his master. Master, he thought. The image of the master with white hair and a dark purple cloak appeared in his mind, clear in every detail. The kindness, the strictness, the strength, all existed in deep memory. What must we do now? Yunhui asked himself, gazing forward, his heart full of helplessness. Young cult master. The trembling voice of the white-haired one rang out, asking Yunhui, So what must we do? Yunhui was startled and remembered. His eyes looked towards the Gu Luin San Lu. He thought to himself, I have only been back for 2 months, but they have waited for 6 years. He recalled the words his master once said. The cult master of the heavenly demon god sect exists for 10,000 demons to submit to and look up to. Yunhui stood with his arms raised, his body surrounded by a brilliant purple energy. The light emitted strongly as if he was summoning power from a massive energy source. A purple flame, vivid and intense, radiated from Yunhui's body, as if he was the center of a giant energy universe. His face was mostly hidden, revealing only sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. He continued. The divine flame burns from Sichuan and incinerates all enemies. He spoke 4 words loudly. Divine fire demon sect. Yunhui stood there under the cold moonlight, his body covered by a faint purple aura. His sharp gaze pierced the night. Gu Luin Sanlu remained kneeling, eyes showing a mix of admiration and anxiety. He was not the Yunhui of 6 years ago anymore. I will lead you on behalf of Master, Yunhui said in a deep voice, echoing in the silent space. And I will prepare for his return. His words carried an iron determination, but also hid a deep sadness. Yunhui stood there, his tall figure covered by the purple cloak, brilliant purple eyes appearing behind the veil, radiating a cold and powerful aura. Gu Luin Sanlu knelt on the ground, bodies trembling, but their eyes looked steadfastly towards Yunhui. To do that, Yunhui said in a deep voice, his voice echoing in the quiet space, the sound seemingly piercing through the thick cloak. Will you trust and follow me? All 3 of the Gu Luin Sanlu bowed deeper, voices choked. Please lead us. Yunhui nodded slightly, a rare warmth appearing in his eyes. Thank you, he said, his voice still low but carrying sincere gratitude. Yunhui stood there in the dark purple cloak, sharp eyes looking down at the 3 Gu Luin Sanlu. He thought, first, I must reassemble the divine fire demon sect, those who have scattered everywhere. Yunhui said deeply, his voice echoing in the silence. Currently, who is commanding you? The white-haired one, representing the Gu Luin Sanlu, replied trembling. It is one of the 5 great sword generals, the blood-sucking ghost demon. The vampire sect master is still safe? Truly thanks to the grace of the first heavenly demon. Yunhui continued, a sharp glint in his eyes. We will return and report this good news to the blood-sucking ghost demon. White-haired one replied, bowing slightly. Only 2 of us can go. The red-haired one spoke. The green-haired one nodded in agreement. Yunhui nodded. He understood the decision of the Gu Luin Sanlu. They wanted to leave the white-haired one behind to help him consolidate his forces. He said, then, go meet him and say that. The new sect master of the Divine Fire Demon sect is waiting for him at the Tang family estate. Inside the ancient horse carriage, a flickering, weak light illuminated Yunhui's pale face. Do you not like that place? Yunhui asked the ghost. Your condition is very critical. You could undergo chi deviation at any time. A hoarse voice rang out from one of the ghosts. The fusion between your soul and body is unstable. Another ghost spoke up, its voice cold and emotionless. You overexerted yourself absorbing the poison. I really don't understand how you can still keep your sanity. Another ghost's voice rang out. The believers, I am not just a ruler or a power holder, but a god. Yunhui opened his eyes, his gaze sharper than ever. His voice was still weak but carried a firm decision. That is what Master told me. Yunhui whispered, his voice very gentle. Worship means looking up at someone noble. If that person lowers himself, the eyes of the believers will also look down. Yunhui pondered, his eyes looking towards the mysterious figure. When Master is absent, I must become a lamp shining from above, so the believers can trust and rely on it. Even if it is a road of poison and thorns, he thought, when hearing these words. I couldn't understand Master's feelings. Now I somewhat understand that loneliness. Yunhui whispered, his voice gentle but full of sadness. Anyway, the important thing now is to treat this body. Yunhui continued, his voice firmer. A ghost said, you need to rest for at least a month. Yunhui shook his head. I don't have time to rest. There are only a few days left until the ceremony to welcome the Dark Lord. The ghost said to him, then the important thing is to refine the yin qi and use it with your comprehension. Is that the only way? Yunhui sighed and said, I have no choice then. Young cult master, do you intend to meditate in a moving carriage? The ghost screamed. Yunhui said, I must handle this yin qi before the internal injury becomes more serious. He thought, the cause of this internal injury is my unstable mind due to the comprehension, and I absorbed too much energy, causing the qi sources to become unbalanced and mixed together. Yunhui thought, I should separate them, remove the unnecessary streams of qi, and refine them into a new essence suitable for myself. The surrounding ghosts panicked and said to him,
Impossible.
You separated each stream of qi and then refined them? That task is incredibly difficult. The ghost spoke again. This incredible concentration. Only the young cult master could do it. The yin qi is under control. You have finished it. Ghosts all congratulated Yunhui. Congratulations on your achievement. You have created a new middle dantian mental cultivation method yourself. Yunhui was also surprised by this. The ghosts explained to him, didn't you just control the true qi in the middle dantian at will? That That is the purpose of cultivating the middle dantian mental method. You have controlled the true qi in the middle dantian, which contains a mixture of sorcery power, internal energy, and the cold energy of the heart-eating ice poison, controlling it at will. So you have created a middle dantian mental method of your own, letting the essence operate and rearrange what you have comprehended. That is the young cult master's own middle dantian mental method. Thought about the past. The Demon King's Tome, the mental method I used in my past life, is stored in the upper dantian. The Heavenly Demon Heart Protection Art, the secret manual I practiced in the future, is in the lower dantian. If I master both, I can become one of the 10 great masters. But he thought, at that time the enemy will be people from all over the world. My enemy is the Union, those who are said to have entered the heavenly nature of demons. If I only use the Demon King's Tome and the Heavenly Demon Heart Protection Art, I cannot defeat the Union. But if I combine both with the middle dantian mental method I just created, I might succeed. Because it carries the water attribute and moves like a dragon. So I name it Black Dragon, and it is as pure as true qi. So I call it Black Dragon Water True Qi. Tang Yuchong bowed to send the Pavilion Master off and did not forget to add a word of thanks. Thank you, Pavilion Master, for coming all the way here to assist. The Pavilion Master turned around, smiled gently, and said to her, this is what I should do. If only I had been reported to in full detail, things would have been much smoother. Suddenly, someone from behind shouted loudly, oh, it's still early, who is arriving? A person stepped out and asked Yunhui's convoy. Stop for a moment. What are you people coming to this Tang sect branch for? Yunhui stepped down strongly from the carriage and said, what for? I've completed the mission and returned. The guard suddenly exclaimed, young Master Yunhui. From afar, Guizhen was surprised by his sudden return. But she still ran to hug him and said loudly, Hui, are you hurt anywhere? Not only asking, she also checked all over his body. He immediately replied in surprise, no. Guizhen thought, true, if he came back this early, surely the work made no progress. Anyway, it's good that he returned safely. She immediately comforted Yunhui. It's good that you're back. But Yunhui smiled and handed her a bag containing a head. He said to her, it's fine. I have eliminated the demon blade of the North Sea sect. Now the county town has no more problems. Guizhen couldn't believe it, started, and screamed, huh? You mean you finished the job before returning? In the large room, a scream echoed everywhere. Young heavenly demon, Yunhui sternly said to the soul of the demon blade currently in chains. You should be grateful to me because I let you die at this level only. Yunhui used a method to torture his soul slowly until it was about to dissipate, then used spiritual power to restore it and repeated the process. With the screams of the demon blade echoing, the ghosts around Yunhui thought, becoming a wandering soul is still considered light. Yunhui said, all right, the information on the North Sea sect that Bai Shan held, I have obtained. In his heart, Yunhui thought, the sun has reached high noon. They must be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, a person walked in with an urgent expression and shouted the name. Young Master Yunhui. It was Tang Yuchong. He asked Yunhui, I heard you caused a big incident. He replied naturally, what big incident? I just destroyed the demon cult. This also helps raise the reputation of the Tang sect. Tang Yuchong, with a dissatisfied face, said to him, I'm not talking about you destroying the demon cult, but that you gave those Lion Gate Taoists a beating. Yunhui immediately said, ah, so that's it. With a calm face, he raised both hands and replied to Tang Yuchong, a little skirmish. Could it be that the Lion Saber King has come to demand punishment for me?
Tang Yuchong replied in surprise.
That's right. The Lion Saber King has come in person. Asked Tang Yuchong in dissatisfaction. Why would a hegemon of a region care about a clash between small juniors? Tang Yuchong didn't explain, just added, you heard right. Anyway, please come to the main hall. He scratched his head in dissatisfaction and said to himself, I thought I would hear praises. Who knew I would hear complaints? In a room, Tang Yuchong stood behind Yunhui, who was clasping his hands in greeting to the branch master Tang Haoshan. He said, your son Yunhui has completed the mission and returned. Haoshan said nothing, just nodded slightly, and Yunhui continued to report the completed mission. Said, besides the head of the elder of Blackbone Ghost Valley I brought back, there is also the head of the demon blade Bai Shan of the North Sea sect. Tang Haoshan's face remained cold and solemn, but his voice showed a bit of surprise. You even brought back the head of the demon blade Bai Shan of the North Sea sect? Yunhui, his expression unchanging, just replied, that was unavoidable. In the process of doing the mission, a little collision is common. He also said there was something he wanted to give to Haoshan. At this moment, Hao Shan could no longer stay calm. He started and said, "What else do you want to offer?" Yunhui took a stack of papers from his shirt and said it was the entire plan of the North Sea sect to harm them. In a tunnel, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only small flickering flames enough to see the way down, creating a ghostly feeling. Yunhui, with Tang Kuan behind and Tang Haoshan in front, was slowly walking down each step. In his heart, Yunhui thought, "If I had known there was a place like this, I would have turned Haoshan into a wraith long ago." But he thought he shouldn't because monitoring Nangongshan was already too troublesome. If he did anything more excessive, it could lead to exposing himself. The three of them walked to a door. Haoshan gently pushed the door in front. A bright light shone through the crack, blinding everyone. Hui was extremely surprised by this scene. He didn't expect such a huge space to exist underground. The ghosts were equally surprised. They shouted and said to him, "Look, young cult master. This is the map of the central plains and the outer regions. Everything is very accurate." Above, the map showed clearly. The center was Sichuan. Outside was the northern Gang Palace. To the right were the central plains. To the left were Tibet and vast Xinjiang. Slightly to the left were the western regions and even India. They were all extremely surprised to see large and small sects marked on the map. He was also surprised to see even Tianshan, the location of the heavenly demon god sect, and the location of the demi-immortals' new heaven and earth recorded. Now he understood what these people were plotting. Lost in thought, a figure from behind spoke loudly, startling him. "I didn't think the Lord would let young Master Yunhui in here." It was none other than the general manager of the branch, Tang Jian. He asked him what he thought about the Fenghua Pavilion plan. He just needed to look at the map hanging on the wall to figure out where this place wanted to head and act. Conquering the world, even the regions outside the central plains. For words appeared in his mind, grand strategy for the world. After hearing Yunhui speak, Tang Jian happily said to Haoshan, "Please hand him over to me for instruction, because he is not only good at martial arts but his strategy, intelligence, and vision are superior to others, rarely seen before." He pledged that he was like a rough gem. With just some polishing, in a few years, he would be the one standing at the top of the world. The Tang sect would then become the leading force in the Central Plains martial arts. But Tang Kuan suddenly objected, believing that he had always been on the right path. Believing that he was not the type of person to just read books and calculate like Tang Jian. Tang Jian disagreed, arguing that for the Tang sect, martial arts were of course important but not enough. He needed a clear mind and an iron heart. Only then would he qualify to hold the world in his hands. Both of them argued continuously, with Tang Kuan thinking they shouldn't lock him up because his martial arts were outstanding. Tang Jian thought he was a leader so he must train his strategic command vision. Shan stood by, unable to listen anymore, and could only step in to stop them. He thought the path he wanted to take should be chosen by himself. He asked him, had he realized this was the place the Tang sect established to conquer the martial arts world? In Jianghu, people often said the Tang sect was the place to stop foreign forces from invading the Central Plains, like the heavenly demon god sect. But Haoshan believed that he and the Tang sect master would not stop there. Their plot was larger, to rule the martial arts world, and he also wanted the Tang sect to become an impregnable fortress. He wanted to place the whole world at his feet. He told him, to do that, first they needed to turn the Tang sect into an inviolable force, including against the heavenly demon god sect. Half a year ago, he received news that the demon cult, those fanatics, had secretly planned to assassinate the family head. He thought this was the plan of the Nangong family using the demon cult to do it. Initially, he wanted to block it, but the Tang sect master didn't think so. The family head told him that he would be the bait because if they blocked it now, they could only stop a small group. The family head wanted to slowly catch them all. The plan was set. Haoshan and the Tang sect master devised a plan to use the assassination plot against the Dark Lord to destroy the demon cult. Yunhui couldn't help but be surprised by the madness and scheming of Tang Yuchong in using his own life as bait. He thought that with decisiveness and clear action, accompanied by a huge information network, the Tang sect had done things other sects couldn't. With a solemn and cold face, he said to Haoshan, "This plan will fail." Tang Yunhui said, "It cannot succeed," causing Tang Haoshan to startle. He glared at him and replied, "Impossible. What do you have to confirm that? You better think carefully before speaking." The overseer of the Nine Dragons Pavilion suddenly stepped in between them and told him, "Perhaps the young master is unaware, but we have prepared meticulously for this raid. From formations and mechanisms to troop deployment in the manor, even the movements of the 6 venerables guarding the family head, everything has been carefully calculated." But Tang Yunhui replied to him, "The documents ranging from tactical formations to orders are all spread out on this round table. They are clear proof that the Wind Transformation Pavilion has built a detailed plan based on an excellent intelligence system." The overseer was surprised. "You know that clearly?" Yet you still speak baseless words? Then, Tang Yuchong handed him a piece of paper which he said was information I extracted from the ghost disciple. The overseer of the Nine Dragons Pavilion excitedly flipped it open. Here, data on the current location of the Northern Sea Sect and the Black Bone Ghost Valley. Both are infiltrating Nine Dragons District along with a preliminary action plan. Tang Luoshan, with a rather unhappy expression, asked him, "What is the match rate?" He said, "Compared to what the Wind Transformation Pavilion has collected, this information matches up to 90%, with only a small deviation. Their strategy also almost coincides with one of the backup plans I calculated. With this accuracy, it is highly likely this source comes from inside." Then he glanced at Tang Yuchong meaningfully. Tang Dashan waved his hand and asked, "Queer, do you mean to supplement the entire plan proposed by the Northern Sea Sect?" He looked at him and replied, "That is correct." He pointed at the map and said, "The information you brought has been confirmed as accurate, and you yourself admitted the Wind Transformation Pavilion strategy is reasonable." Then he glared at Tang Yuchong. "Then, with everything you know, what makes you believe this plan of mine will fail?" He lowered his head. "The reason is very simple. The strength of the demonic cult has been underestimated. Currently, the demonic cult's power has far exceeded what the Sub-Branch Master and the Wind Transformation Pavilion predicted." He stared angrily at him. "Underestimated their power? Do you think the former members, and the Hurricane Squad have never faced the Northern Sea Sect? The possibility of them becoming stronger after their internal war was calculated beforehand." Tang Yuchong reached out and said, "But it is still not enough. This makes the Sub-Branch Master ponder. It is truly amazing, even though you have cautiously raised the threat assessment of the enemy to a very high level. Yet you can still arrange a strategy to win. However, that is only true when the opponent is an ordinary enemy. White Bone and White Mountain have been blessed by the cult. Their realms are currently far higher than 6 years ago when I captured them. Once falling into the soul-taking delusion, without profound magical power, there is almost no chance to escape. Power of the ice poison, although it consumes significant internal energy, is nearly irresistible once unleashed. Moreover, they receive support from the cult, making the current situation completely disadvantageous for us." Tang Dashan fell silent, asking Tang Yuchong, "Do you mean that ultimately, the Sichuan Tang sect is not capable enough to confront the demonic cult head-on?" He replied, "Exactly, that is my assessment." He asked, "If you dare to affirm that, then prove it. Prove that all our calculations are wrong and only you are right. Bet with your own life." Suddenly, a turquoise light surrounded him. He continued, "Now I have adjusted my power to equal the general rank that the Wind Transformation Pavilion predicted for the Ghost Disciple. If what you say is true, that the demonic cult is stronger than our calculations, then someone who killed the Northern Wind Ghost White Mountain like you should be able to defeat me." He clenched his fist, the light becoming more dazzling, mixed with blue. He said, "But if everything is still within our predictions, then you will perish under the Tang sect's esoteric technique, the Heavenly Poison Hand." The words barely fell when the overseer of the Nine Dragons Pavilion and Tang Yuchong panicked. They spoke up for Tang Yuchong. "My lord, this condition is too harsh." He said, "Young Master Yuchong, if you admit your mistake now, the lord might." But before they finished, he said, "It seems the Sub-Branch Master has made a miscalculation." Then he unleashed his magical power, causing a dazzling blue light to surround him. Tang Yuchong was surprised, jaw-dropping. "What? He just opened his middle dantian less than a week ago." Tang Dashan was also surprised. He stared intently at Tang Yuchong. "Where exactly does the problem lie? The power and aura you are displaying right now are truly astounding." Then he stood opposite him, speaking, "But compared to the Ghost Disciple I evaluated, you are still a level lower." He looked up and said, "That's right. The Northern Wind Ghost White Mountain, who fell by my hand, possessed power a level higher than the aura the Sub-Branch Master is currently emitting." Tang Dashan frowned and asked, "Then how did you defeat him?" He confidently replied, "Why not let me demonstrate personally?" Words just falling. He unleashed his power, preparing to attack Tang Dashan. Seeing that, he also raised his hand to summon his power to strike him, saying, "Good. I appreciate that caution." Then the two rushed into a fight. Tang Yuchong and the overseer of the Nine Dragons Pavilion could only stand there watching the two rush into combat, energy illuminating the room, booming sounds echoing, dust flying blindly. The overseer of the Nine Dragons Pavilion, somehow having pulled out a hand fan, covered his face, then saw his documents torn into tiny pieces. He was heartbroken. Wailing, he was stopped by Tang Yuchong. He screamed miserably, "My documents! Release me immediately! I said release me!" The battle between the two had not ceased. Tang Yuanhui dodged continuously, thinking to himself, he hasn't used his full strength yet. His eyes have already tracked my movement path to the very end. Yet his strikes are a beat slower. He is still maintaining power at the level of the ghost disciple Great Elder that he established himself. The reason is, he wants to confirm that the information collected by the Wind Transformation Pavilion and by himself is completely accurate. Thinking this, he got angry, so annoying, and unleashed a full-strength strike at Tang Dashan. Tang Dashan looked at that strike, asking, is this the blade technique of those ghost disciples? He used his energy to block, thinking, not simply mimicking, but blending into the learning method proficiently. He said to him, your strength seems verified, but it is not enough to convince me. Then he launched a strike into Tang Yunhui's chest. Huge explosion occurred. Dust flew blindingly. Tang Kuan stood outside, pale with fear, screaming, young Master Yunhui. Tang Dashan exclaimed, truly an eyesore. The poison of the heavenly poison hand when activated will block a blood vessel. Then he looked at Tang Yuanhui, who was injured on one shoulder but still refused to yield, glaring at him. He continued, it hasn't stopped there. Even though you took a portion of the Tang sect's poison, you still recklessly rushed in. If it were the demons of the Northern Sea sect, they probably would have collapsed long ago. He looked at him and smiled. I understand that in the sub-branch master's eyes, I am only at that level, which is why you struck like that. Tang Dashan said, that is precisely why I feel annoyed. The overseer of the 9 Dragons Pavilion screamed, stop it immediately. If you both intend to destroy the Wind Transformation Pavilion, just kill me first. Here, you once said the Wind Transformation Pavilion's plan would certainly fail. He looked at Tang Yuanhui and asked, even though I am suppressing my internal energy, have you found a countermeasure yet? Tang Yuanhui looked up at him. Of course I have a way. He asked, what is it? At the Heavenly Demon God sect, a voice spoke up, then I ask permission to go first. Tang Dashan looked down at his hand still coursing with energy, sighing, even though I intentionally suppressed my internal energy, you still had the audacity to poison me? The pavilion members were miserable. All the documents I painstakingly collected all night, now I have to rearrange them? As for Tang Kuan, he said, my lord, words were not finished when Tang Dashan cut him off. No need to speak further. I understand your intent. Making him cry without tears, saying, my lord, you are truly unfair. He said to him, from the moment Yunhui revealed his talent and was chosen as the successor of the Hurricane Squad, deep in your heart, you already favored him, didn't you? Tang Kuan was surprised. That matter.
Tang
Dashan continued, the reason you stayed here is precisely because of the Hurricane Squad. Tang Kuan looked sorrowful. My lord. He told him, I promise. There will be a day I help you return to that place. Until then, trust and accompany me, because I cannot become the new master of the Hurricane Squad. The overseer of the 9 Dragons Pavilion asked, my lord, before discussing our plan, I want to ask one thing. Do you intend to choose young Master Yunhui as the successor? Tang Dashan wondered, why discuss the succession at this time? He said, if you do not truly trust young Master Yunhui yet, then do not assign him any heavy responsibilities. If you doubt, do not use. If you use, do not doubt. The most dangerous thing is to distrust yet assign authority. If you still do not trust what young Master Yunhui brought back, then let him act on his own as he always has. We just need to rely on our own preparations to stop the demonic cult's raid. But if you have decided to trust young Master Yunhui, then trust him completely. Moreover, Lady Guasian does not care about the succession, and young Master Yoxiong is not qualified for that position. He said, are you probing my reaction for amusement? Tang Dashan fell silent. Trust. He called the incident earlier. He had asked Tang Yuanhui, so do you have a countermeasure? The boy replied, of course I do. He asked further, what is it? He smiled and replied, this matter is simple. Entrust it to me. I will take full authority to execute the entire plan this time. He said, then let it be decided as such. The next morning, at the main hall of the 9 Dragons sub-branch, a large board was hung up. Second young Master Tang Yuanhui officially assumes the position of the new sub-branch master. To prepare for the inauguration ceremony of the new Tang sect sub-branch master, a decent tray of food with fully presented beautiful dishes was laid out before Yuanhui. He stood with arms crossed. It was unclear if the wound on his shoulder had fully healed. He widened his eyes in admiration and uttered an "oh." The smell of food rose steaming hot, creating a glistening atmosphere of drool, making it hard for one's heart to resist. The delicacies of the mortal world seemed wrapped up only in this. Standing to one side was the eldest of the Kunlun trio disciples. A young boy with white hair, wearing a light brown robe inside and a gray robe draped to his feet outside, bowed slightly, showing a worried yet respectful look, clasping his hands. This subordinate truly apologizes to the Lord because today is the inauguration day of the little sub-branch master. But currently, ingredients in the kitchen are lacking significantly, so this subordinate could only prepare this much. Yunhui did not reveal any special emotion. He just crossed his arms and replied faintly, "Is that so?" But the gloom did not last long before he was bursting with spirit. He widened his stance and clenched his fists, eyes filled with the enthusiasm of youth, both childish and glowing with sincerity and loyalty. Just now, this subordinate scolded that incompetent Xing-san. He will quickly replenish ingredients, so soon there will be enough food to cook for the Lord. Finishing his words, it felt like a dazzling aura lit up around him, bling-bling everywhere, making Yunhui unwittingly bewildered too. Not letting his master speak another word, he darted away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a faint back figure, decisive and resourceful. Immediately, the ghost surrounding Yunhui appeared suddenly, dropping a comment. He truly is a devoted subordinate. Such flattery, conversely, did not sweeten Yunhui's heart. Conversely, his face darkened, his words carrying an oppressive aura that made the ghosts sweat cold sweat, scared out of their wits, stammering to justify themselves, even though it's unknown if they had any wits left. This subordinate is different from before now. Yunhui scolded back, signaling them that was enough, perhaps thinking of the tasks ahead to resolve. Yunhui somewhat didn't understand why Tang Haoshan entrusted all management rights to him this time, then pushed all the work of the little sub-branch master onto him right before the grand ceremony. Because now, instead of just focusing on resolving plots related to foreign forces discussed in the secret chamber, Yunhui also had to take responsibility for his own succession ceremony. From the Northern Sea Sect's plot, to guests arriving here to negotiate matters with the Tang sect, and then preparing the banquet for the Dark Venerable, adjusting the schedule of the 6 Great Venerables, and finally managing the preparatory rituals. Just a preliminary listing made Yunhui's head ache. He gritted his teeth and ran his hand through his hair to dispel some pressure. Meanwhile, the paper door slid open wide, waking him up. A pleasant female voice mixed with a bit of liberality accompanied it. "Oh, I didn't think a whole banquet table was set up like this. Queer. Congratulations on being appointed as the sub-branch master." On the round window frame, the size of a person was Guasian, coming to congratulate her younger brother on rising to a new position. Behind her, the morning sun coated her in a layer of light, pure and brilliant. Her cheeks were flushed from alcohol, making her tipsy appearance even more radiant. The wine jar in her hand was carved with ancient strokes. She rested one leg on the frame, her posture liberal and casual but not causing an unpleasant reaction. Yunhui at this moment was surely a bit helpless. He bowed and cupped his hands in thanks, obediently and resignedly. Perhaps seeing the forced and reluctant nature of her brother, Guasian immediately got annoyed. She leaned over and asked what his expression meant. Did he not like her coming here? Making him only able to smile it off, not daring to talk back, so he hurriedly denied, "It's not like that." It seemed wine made Guasian comfortable and unusually happy, so she didn't bother calculating or bickering anymore, still maintaining her sitting posture on the round window frame. She excitedly raised the wine gourd high, lips grinning like a harvest season. "Today is truly a joyous day, the day you are recognized by our clan." Her words were natural and matter-of-fact, but they made Yunhui stunned for a moment. He pursed his lips and retorted sarcastically, "This is also the day you escape the position of heir in the clan, a position you never desired." His hand spread out as if grasping a truth hidden in Guasian's heart. Having his spot hit by Yunhui left Guasian no choice but to admit it, unabashed, not guilty, just naturally uttering, "Oh my, discovered by you?" He added that she seemed to suit Qingcheng more than the Tang sect. At Qingcheng, things were gentler and less pressured than in this Tang sect. Hearing that, she just turned her head toward the horizon, her clear eyes seeming to contain only freedom. "It can be said that those years of arduous training at Qingcheng were also my happiest time." Her smile was proof of the statement above. Happy, comfortable, and serene. On the other side, Yunhui was observing her. He thought to himself, "I see that Tang Guasian is not an irresponsible person. She surely also trained hard at Qingcheng, intending to have enough strength to inherit the Tang sect head position. But efforts have now gone to waste. Yet she isn't angry because of it and came to congratulate me." Her face showed no sign of hatred, only sincere happiness. After a while, Yunhui pulled out a chair to invite his sister to eat with him. "The servants are preparing food. Why don't you sit here and eat together, sister?" Holding the wine gourd, Guasian shot down like lightning upon hearing food mentioned. "All right, I was just waiting for that sentence. She slammed the wine gourd onto the table with a loud thud. Hands on her hips, she raised her voice excitedly. Sister may also arrive just in time to bring a jar of good wine here. Yunhui was shocked to the core. He felt like he lost his voice. This is... Guasian poked the wine gourd, introducing it with a slightly sleazy expression. Daughter's red. Surely you know of this type of wine. According to Sichuan custom, after a baby girl is born, people will brew wine and bury it in the ground. The wine gourd is covered and aged carefully. Daughter's red is contained in an exquisitely glazed wine gourd. Only when that girl gets married or achieves some great merit do they dig up that aged wine to celebrate. Yunhui could deduce from her words that this must be the wine meant to celebrate Tang Guasian becoming the little sub-branch master. For herself, but instead it was now to celebrate Yunhui. Her eyes wavered slightly. He was a bit concerned. Is it okay for the two of us to drink wine at this hour, sister? Guasian hummed softly, then comforted her younger brother. Well, I came today to congratulate you on becoming the little sub-branch master. Having said that, seeing his sister still determined to use wine for entertainment, Yunhui did not stop her anymore. All right, since you said so, let's drink together. Just then, also from outside the window frame, a tall man flew in, hugging 4 or 5 other wine gourds in his chest. It was none other than Tang Kuan. He quickly spoke up, excitedly congratulating. Congratulations, young Master Yunhui. Seeing that, Yunhui could only give a dead fisheye stare. There's a door over there. But old man Tang Kuan nonchalantly whistled and grinned, showing his teeth. Today is a joyous day, so no need to nitpick about that. I also brought a lot of wine. Let's all drink together. Like meeting a kindred spirit, Guasian greeted first. Hello, Uncle Kuan. He conveniently greeted back. Hello, Miss Guasian. But barely a second later, suddenly he himself felt something strange. Then he immediately turned around, wanting to leave. Almost ruined someone's private atmosphere. Since the miss is here, I'll come another time, young Master Yunhui. But before he could step, he was held back by the shoulder by Yunhui. You don't need to go anywhere. She just came to drink wine to congratulate me. He sat down at the table, scratching his head, laughing. I thought I interrupted your business, scared me to death. Suddenly the jar of daughter's red caught Tang Kuan's eye. He wondered, oh, the wine has been opened? Yunhui also calmly replied, it's the daughter's red she brought, causing him to be struck by lightning, completely shocked. Seeing that, Guasian gently reassured him while thoughtfully pouring wine into his cup. Don't worry, Uncle Kuan. I have escaped the burden of the air position, so I am very comfortable. He also gradually accepted, receiving the goodwill from her. The liquid rippled with blue and pink light, falling drop by drop into Tang Kuan's cup. All right, since the miss has invited, I won't be polite. Finished. She turned to Yunhui. Next is you. The pink color of the daughter's red rippled attractively. He spoke politely. Let me pour wine for you, sister. Guasian uttered a hmm. Liquid surface in the cup reflected her satisfied face, still flushed from alcohol. Smells so good. Suddenly, Guasian raised her cup high, spoke somewhat loudly, extremely happy. For the future of Huir and the Tang family. The 3 cups touched, making a clinking sound, was also when they shouted, Cheers! Guasian and Tang Kuan were pure excitement, while Yunhui seemed to go along with them, though he was also being affected by this overly bright atmosphere. Having drained the cups, they got to the main business. Eating and drinking. Yunhui ate leisurely, contrary to the girl Guasian who innocently enjoyed and praised. Hui brother, you have a subordinate who cooks really well. While immersed in food, Guasian, with a mouth full of food, turned to Yunhui. She startled and said, Ha! When hearing him ask, Sister, since the daughter's red has been opened like this, what will happen to your relationship with the eldest disciple of Qingcheng? His face lowered slightly, eyes sharp, lips curling into a smile. Tang Kuan beside them was about to pick up food and didn't know the head or tail of the story. Only Guasian's expression changed distinctly. She coughed violently, coughing until tears came out. Why do you mention the eldest senior brother? While speaking, she slammed her hand on the table in dissatisfaction, crying silently, making Yunhui's smile even more inhumane.
Tang Kun wondered, who?
Guasian was so urgent she wanted to cry. She waved her hand. Ah, it's nothing, uncle. Suddenly, Tang Kuan looked cool. Then I need to report to the sub-branch master so they can go matchmaking. Guasian slammed the table even harder. Hey Uncle Kuan, don't do that. Then, she softened her voice. I won't get married. After the grand ceremony ends, I will go up to Qingcheng to become a monastic. Words just falling, the atmosphere suddenly sank, her body seemingly surrounded by complex emotions, making Yunhui unable to adapt in time. while Tang Kuan became completely serious. He gasped, "Huh? Miss, why is that? Is it because of the first madam's matter?" Guizhen fell silent, then calmly replied, "Not really. This is a problem I have pondered for many years." Recalling her teenage years practicing diligently and enthusiastically, holding a sword, practicing martial arts, Guizhen returned to reality and continued, "In the Tang sect, there are many issues to ponder, and it is the same in the Qingcheng sect." Meanwhile, the other two stood quietly listening to her pour out her honest words. "I can say I fit better with practicing the sword at Qingcheng." Tang Kuan spoke up wanting to advise. "Honestly, I cannot understand the Mississippi. I have spent my whole life in the Tang sect, considering it my reason for living. But as for the miss, there is no need for that." Guizhen hearing that wavered slightly. "Uncle Kuan." Yunhui could not keep silent anymore, so he stepped forward. "Sorry for disturbing the party you dedicated to congratulating me." She replied, "Huh." He continued, "On the profile, the darkness is refracted, causing his expression to be gloomy. Sister, before going to the Dark Venerable's manor, I still have a battle. Can you help me?" She frowned and asked back, "Destroying the demonic cult? I am willing." Suddenly, a hand of Yunhui cut through the wind and rushed out, fingertips only centimeters from her face, making Guizhen startled. "This sword does not only destroy the demonic cult." The image of Madame Nangong appeared, implying the person Yunhui wanted to mention. Guizhen seemed to understand too, so she switched to astonishment. Seeing that, he went directly to the point, "But there are other targets too. Can you strike them down?" He then grabbed his wrist tightly, lowering her face. "If I cannot strike, then find someone else." He replied, "All right, if you feel you don't have enough strength later, choosing to become a monastic then won't be too late." Hearing that, she was a bit saddened. "I see you are truly cruel now. Before, I always stood by your side even if I had to confront Mother." Yunhui replied, "Precisely because of that matter, I reminded you, fearing that later if you get involved deeper, you won't be able to withdraw." She released his wrist. "Whether in the Tang sect or Qingcheng, the only thing I learned is chivalry." She placed her fist on her chest, straightened her back, and looked steadfastly forward. She walked up in front of Yunhui, her eyes sharp, believing the standard for whether she decides to do something or not relies on the word chivalry. "If what you want to do aligns with my intent, I will follow. If not, I will refuse, right?" Yunhui bluntly replied with equally sharp golden irises. Guizhen was not inferior in comparison. "That is correct. Because Mother went against moral righteousness, I acted according to you. If whenever you act against chivalry, then I will not be able to follow you anymore." Her words evoked quite a few thoughts for Yunhui. The two stood opposite each other, each carrying their own private thoughts. For him, chivalry was something he used to think about because the heroes he met before also had this word. Contrary to it, images of those greedy for profit and fame appeared in his head, making him think. However, there are also those who ignore morality for self-interest, but Tang Guizhen is a bit different. He slowly raised his hand to his chest, slowly recalling when she spoke about her own righteousness, feeling her words move him a bit. He nodded slightly. "I misspoke to you." Saying so, he thought to himself, Tang Guizhen is willing to confront Mother because of this chivalry, so I also need to respect her. Hearing that, Guizhen seemed to understand him. Her face was steadfast and determined. "You have become the little sub-branch master, so you need to act decisively. If you can follow chivalry, I will become a sword for you." She chivalrously raised her cup, speaking righteously. "During this time, I will assist you." He also touched cups with her. "I will definitely respect you." Tang Kuan, standing outside with hands on hips, also exclaimed, "True indeed. You two acting makes me truly respect you. How can your business lack someone like me?" So a third person added a toast. The three of them raised their glasses together for a common ideal. At that moment, outside, the morning sun covered the courtyard roof. Lanterns swayed in the gentle wind. Leaves could not stop the essence of light shining on the ground. Far away were immense mountains, all blended into this important day. Night came, the sky was a deep blue strip. At the Golden Sword sect, the space in all four directions was silent. Quiet. The name Tang Yuchong was screamed out like the howl of a rabid wolf. A man was thrown hard onto the ground. The perpetrator was none other than Xiao Mintai. He hissed in anger. "That trash became a sub-branch master? He even made me lose face in front of Miss Su Min and Miss Qianyi." Recalling before, he was beaten by Yunhui until lying flat on the ground in front of Min Mei and Chen Mei, giving birth to hatred. He was furious, screaming even louder, two hands curled into fists, almost insane. Now they even force me to bring gifts to the Dark Venerable's place to apologize personally? The fault is his, not mine. He crushed the paper in his hand. If I were born in a powerful orthodox sect like the Tang sect, I would definitely be many times stronger than that Tang Yuanhui. Ball of paper just dropped when he startled upon hearing a deep male voice from behind. A man's shadow gradually appeared.
Tang Yuchong.
Then I found the right person. Newcomer brought a source of dazzling power into the darkness. Blue energy swirled and exploded, lifting Mintai floating into the air. He was shocked and shouted, "Who are you?" The other person only said, "That you do not need to know." After that, only seeing him flick his hand. He was pushed around by cold air brought from eternal ice and snow. In the air, patches of snowflakes and ice mountains flew around. Heaven and earth seemed painted a cold blue. Inside the cocoon of ice mountains and cold wind created by the stranger, Chiu Mintai fell to the ground, breathing heavily as he watched him slowly approach. A tall man with wild, pitch-black hair, just to meet Tang Yuanhui for a moment. He revealed his face. One side of his bangs covered an eye, leaving only a dangerous gaze visible, cold to the bone. Beneath, he wore a white fur coat. It made him look as if he had stepped out of some icy realm. His voice was smug, revealing insidious contempt. "Don't be so scared, human." Under the bright moonlight amidst the hazy night sky, Guizhen and Yunhui sat together on the roof drinking wine. They looked carefree and completely relaxed, like two people without a worry in the world. He joked, "Qingqing, can you really drink like that?" Guizhen was quite drunk by now. She raised the wine gourd high. Her face flushed red as she retorted, "Who is Qingqing? You should call me Taoist." Yunhui, with his hand resting on his thigh, laughed frivolously. "Yes, Qingqing, the poker-faced Taoist." Yunhui tilted his head. "Sister, I have wondered for a long time, why do you treat me so well?" Guizhen was a bit surprised, so her drinking motion paused. Her eyes widened slightly. It seemed she did not expect Yunhui to ask her this question. But she still slowly put the wine gourd down. "I intended to tell you someday. Seems that day is today." On the roof, the siblings faced each other. The night scene outside the courtyard was still immersed in silent darkness, setting the background for the sincere conversation about to happen. She comfortably rested her hands on the roof, tilting her head toward her brother. Before Yunhui's suspicious eyes, she simply began, "Because I once promised." Yunhui couldn't help but ask back, "Promised?" Guizhen replied, "Yes."
Promise du URS modeur.
She bowed her head slightly. Her eyes softened as if remembering the most beautiful things. With Little Mother. Little Mother was a very warm person. At that point, beautiful memories opened up once again in Guizhen's mind about the days when she was a small child, often running and jumping everywhere. She would often come to play with Little Mother. "Little Mother, I am back." In her memory, Little Mother was recreated as a graceful woman, elegant in pure white clothes with long, flowing dark purple hair. Back then, she would giggle when seeing Guizhen. "Oh my, Lady Guizhen." The flow of memory continued as she recalled times she was tired from hard training in the Tang family. She told her about the vast world outside the manor, about the immense Jianghu, about the majestic Mount Qingqing, about the solemn beauty of Mount Amei. She also gave her delicious food, enjoying the sweet fragrance of candied fruit, satisfying her hunger while keeping her company. Even when seeing her voraciously eating like a child, she would gently pat her head, like her own daughter. Then, one day while in her private room, she accidentally saw something strange in a bowl of medicine that was a gloomy gray color. "What medicine is this?" She was horrified to realize that her own mother had poisoned Little Mother's medicine. Holding the bowl, she felt as if she was drowning in the harsh reality. This scent. Guizhen wanted to speak immediately, but just as she called out to Little Mother, she was signaled to be silent. Her eyes held a sadness, clad in thin green clothes, resigned yet strangely desolate. She felt indignant. "You knew, yet you still drank it?" But the Little Mother only replied gently. She was calm but weary. "Lady Guizhen." Little Mother slowly approached her. "I have had a terminal illness for a long time." Guizhen was young then, so naturally, she could not accept it. She opened her eyes wide, stunned. Seeing this, she softened her voice to explain. "Thanks to the branchmaster, I was able to hold on. But after giving birth to Yunhui, the illness relapsed. This medicine only makes me leave a little sooner. That's all." But Guizhen still did not accept it.
Impossible.
"At least live a little longer." But Little Mother showed no sign of lingering attachment to life. She just refused while avoiding Guizhen's earnest, glistening eyes. "I do not want to cause unnecessary trouble just for this little bit of time." Guizhen bit her lower lip tight, wanting to suppress her emotions, but she seemed unable to hold it back. Tears flickered with the sincere emotions of a child. Suddenly, she held her two small hands and asked softly, Lady Gijin, what I am about to say might be a bit difficult for someone in the Tang family. But can you promise me one thing? Please always treat Yunhui well. Two people. An adult at this moment sincerely bowed her head to rely on a little girl. At this point, Guaxian's restraint snapped. She burst into tears. No, I won't promise. So please don't die. But hearing the tormented thoughts of both. Outside, heavy rain poured onto the roof of the courtyard, splashing onto the slender figure of little mother hugging Guaxian tight. Lady Guaxian, later when you grow up, you will become a very wonderful person. She slowly and gently held the back of her head, whispering as if sending a message for her future life. So please keep this warm heart forever. That was also when the deeply imprinted memories in her mind ended. Also under the towering black sky, she reminisced deeply, and so, little mother left just like that. Her voice gradually became gloomy, worn down by disappointment and frustration. But even so, after that, my mother still did not stop, continuing the flow of reminiscence. After little mother's death, slanderous words about Yunhui's mother and son spread by Nangong Shanying were widely propagated as a matter of course in the Nine Dragons branch. Rumors filled the city. A child born by the tricks of a servant while the branch master was drunk. Thinking a little makes it ridiculous. Because someone like Tang Hushan, calm and rational, who had reached a supreme realm, could he really not control his drunkenness? Although the rumors damaged Tang Hushan's reputation, but Nangong Shanying still used it to bring down Yunhui's mother and son because they were people who could threaten the position of her and her children. She probably didn't care about her children's feelings at all. Only power and reputation could stop her steps. Returning to reality, Gijin then carefully asked Yunhui, fearing he would feel pained about the past. Sorry, hearing me say that, do you feel uncomfortable? But Yunhui suddenly pointed out, Sister, the order of events is somewhat wrong. That made her startle. For knowing about my mother's request or the first madam's mistake, you already treated me well, right? Because you are just that kind of person, sister. Hearing this, Gijin's heart filled with joy and warmth. She smiled sincerely. Thank you, brother. Seeing this, Yunhui didn't forbid it but thought to himself. I really don't understand how someone like her could be born between that stone-faced man and that woman. He replied, It is I who must thank you, sister. He suddenly thought. In the remaining memories of the true Tang Yuanhui, there was an emotion he could not understand. About Nangong Shanying, he really didn't care what would happen to her. The tables had turned. Even if he did nothing, after the Dark Lord's visit, she would be dealt with as a traitor. Even so, he reacted with an emotion that did not belong to him. A completely unfamiliar reaction. The biggest difference between Yen Yunhui's soul and Tang Yuanhui's body was Tang Yuanhui's resentment. In his past life, he was an orphan, could not understand that feeling of loss and resentment, surviving alone, climbing up from the bottom of the abyss alone. But recently he began to understand. The image of his master standing by his side flashed through his mind like a reminder of the aching loss. He stood up, hands clenched tight. Sister, I have business and must go first. Guaxian smiled and said, All right, go ahead. Flew off. Meanwhile, not forgetting to instruct, if you are still drinking by the time I return, I will tell the eldest brother. She was shocked, screaming back, No, why drag eldest brother into this? When Yunhui was gone, she slumped down, exhaling sharply. Then she hugged her sword tight to her chest. Down in the courtyard, the wind rustled. An overwhelming emptiness. The next day, at the first madam's hall, Nangong Shanying sat before her desk, her expression dejected, almost insane, growling. That bastard son just returned and was not only made a candidate for inheritance but also declared the young branch master. She trembled with anxiety, biting her nails. Behind her were objects shattered into pieces, showing she had vented her anger on them, because this was no different from declaring her son completely eliminated. She muttered, ice fierce, gritting her teeth. What to do? Must think of a way. Hearing the door slide open, she cursed silently in her head, thinking the Wind Pavilion people were acting on their own again. She shouted loudly, Didn't I say there is nothing left to discuss? But when Yunshuang called mother, she calmly turned around, clicking her tongue. Shwangya. The main door is guarded by the Orthodox Wind Pavilion's men. How could you get in? Yunshuang said that because he begged father, he allowed it. She hummed. So that's it. You came at the right time. Shanying suddenly grabbed her son's shoulders, gripping hard. Shwangya. Listen carefully. Now that the bastard son has become the young branch master, he certainly won't leave me and you alone. You should go to your maternal grandmother's home to plan for the future. Yunchuang quietly informed her that those who followed her from the Nangong family were already being monitored by the Orthodox Wind Pavilion. Still not noticing his strange expression, she calmly pulled something out from her lapel. True, those who followed me from the Nangong family are certainly being watched. But there is still another link between the Nangong family and the Orthodox Wind Pavilion that I haven't revealed. Hurriedly shoving a letter into Yunchuang's hand, she urgently told her son to leave the letter at the Crimson Hall pillar along with a mark at the south-north corner behind the Orthodox Wind Pavilion. When night falls, that person will come find him. But he suddenly crumpled the letter, gritting out, "You still planted another spy of the Nangong family without telling me?" Shanying still didn't understand what he meant. Yunchuang continued, "Even if mother doesn't believe in sister who opposes you, I thought you would at least trust me." Thinking he was just playing a petty game, she immediately said she was sorry, but this wasn't the time to talk about this. When suddenly he slammed his hand on the table. Why'd you join hands with the demon cult?" Tears streamed down his face, shocking her. "How do you know this?" Yunchuang argued as if going mad. "I wanted to prove myself, whether in martial arts or family politics." Screaming until the veins on his neck popped. "Accepting help from the maternal Nangong family was only to promote my growth. I wanted to prove that myself." "Why?" He helplessly rubbed his temples, jaw clenched tight. "Mother, I wanted to win as a member of the Tang sect." Shanying softly called her son's name. Then, Tang Yuan's voice rang out, making her jerk her head up. "The Orthodox Wind Pavilion still has a spy from the Nangong family. What does the manager think about this?" The trio of Guizhen, Yunhui, and Tang Yuan slowly walked in. Tang Yuan also sighed. "I thought I had caught all the spies of the Nangong family. Truly shameful." Nangong Shanying was completely shocked at being exposed. She stammered, "Why are you here?" Both the manager and Jin'er too. At this moment, she turned to the son standing next to her. He was unusually silent. Could it be? As if realizing the problem, she turned to Yunhui and shouted, "Did you instigate Schwanger?" He simply replied calmly, "First, madam, before, you promised me, when I wanted it, you could retire into seclusion and force your children to give up inheritance rights." Yunchuang trembled with rage, and she was also determined to explain.
TSK schwanger.
Do not let his words bewitch you. Guizhen now couldn't take it anymore. "Mother, stop it. Schwanger has witnessed the evidence with his own eyes." This was the final bucket of cold water extinguishing her hope. She lapsed to the ground, face looking down. Tang Yuan spoke up to advise her. Surely she knew she had no way out anymore. Facing the gazes, from disappointment, blame or disgust from her own children, she muttered, "No way out anymore? So it's over?" She bowed her head lower, muttering meaninglessly. Then, she suddenly went mad. A loud scream was drowned out by red energy. "I cannot let everything end like this." Intense red internal energy exploded powerfully and suddenly, causing a small blast right in front of her. Everywhere seemed to be engulfed in dark red flames. Yunhui recognized it immediately. This aura, demon chi. Both Yunchuang and Guizhen were extremely surprised. The bearded ghost also quickly stuttered. "Young master, could that be?" His entire body was now surrounded by demon cult aura. Wave after wave continuously surged. Other ghosts also recognized it. The power of the reverse blood violent demon art. It can temporarily amplify internal energy many times over. But the price is losing one's reason, viewing everyone around as enemies. And when the time ends, even one's life is swallowed up. Now being swallowed by the power, her face scrunched up into ferocious lines, baring teeth and growling to resist the impulse devouring her blood vessels. Her hair also flew in the surging demonic energy. Yunhui faced a demonic force with a grotesque shape burning up to the sky. It was a demon art for those who wanted to struggle in their final moments. Shanying screamed in madness. Veins bulged on her distorted face. "Tang Yunhui, if it weren't for you." Facing that rage, Yunhui's eyes remained cold, his voice calm. "The one who introduced the white bone necromancer to the madam must be someone from the Nangong family." He coldly questioned, "Why do you vent your anger on me for that?" The sentence seemed to touch her madness. Shanying lost control, eyes completely white, extending a hand with red claws to grab the table. She used all the strength she had since birth, throwing the table at him, her face distorted like a demon. Yunhui calmly reached out to catch the table. Without hesitation, he threw the table back at Shanying, looking super cool. The table flew past Yunchuang, making him pale with fear.
Bang!
Yunchuang lowered his head. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, "Mother, why did you even use demon arts?" Guizhen walked from somewhere to shield him. Schwanger stepped back. Yunchuang was surprised to have someone shield him. "Sister." She did not turn back, just quietly faced Shanying's crazy gaze. Every word spoken cut into one's heart. Mother, stop it, don't create more bad karma. Yunhui behind indifferently advised. Sister, it's too late. Don't try to persuade her anymore. His face darkened in warning. The madam's brain is already destroyed now. Anning became twisted. More veins bulged on her body. Blood from her eyes, nose, and mouth spurted out everywhere. She arched her back, hair standing on end, raising her hand preparing to attack, uttering threats. Even if it's my daughter, if she doesn't obey me. Anning swung her arm hard. Her body flew quickly towards Guasian, declaring, I will kill too. She calmly drew her sword. Light shone on the sword, increasing its sharpness. Guasian swung the sword. A beam of light struck her, making Shanning struggle to raise her hands to block. The terrible power knocked her flying far away. 3 ghosts appeared. The bun-haired one exclaimed, Truly the Qingqing sect. Righteous Qi meeting demon Qi is truly the nemesis of the demonic path. Yunhui looked up in agreement. She is really skilled. In his heart he felt a bit vague. This situation is hard to speak of. Yunhui was a bit worried, knowing the reverse blood demon art is harmful. He attentively observed the fluctuations in front of him. Red energy radiated around Shanning. But since Nangong Shanning deliberately used it, she was at a dead end. Seeing her face turn purple, black patterns appeared on her body. Shanning gritted her teeth and growled. He had almost guessed her purpose. She surely wanted to kill him here. Yunhui glanced at the expressions of those around, but she calculated wrong. Suddenly Shanning swung her hand, shooting out terrifying power. She screamed like a beast. Red energy poured out surrounding the people in the room. The energy source grazed Guasian's cheek, causing her blood to flow. Guasian lowered her head. Her expression was unclear. Mother, in the end, still acts out of selfishness like this. Her tears suddenly flowed. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Clearly knowing what I have chosen. Guasian determined. She encouraged herself. Therefore, even in this situation I still have to walk the entire path I chose. A drop of water fell, disturbing the still water surface.
Qingqing sect.
Guasian drew her sword. Eyes determined. Celestial Masters Tao, Heaven and Earth One Qi. She gripped the sword tightly, held it in front of her face, beginning to gather power. Don't, Guasian. Tears welled up along with blood. Her determined eyes stared at the sword. I will act on behalf of heaven to exterminate evil. Shanning on the opposite side radiated red energy. 2 people who used to call each other mother and daughter, now fought against each other. Kill. Her eyes turned pitch black with red pupils. The red blood had now turned into black ichor. Shanning screamed. In madness. Kill all of you. She was like someone running out of time, turning into a beast rushing towards Guasian. She stepped back to gain momentum. Guasian jumped up and slashed her with a strike, knocking Shanning backwards. She landed on the ground, turning away, not wanting to look back. Her eyes mixed with many emotions. Guasian closed her eyes to stabilize her mind. Everything around her became silent. Outside, the rain poured down, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. The long-haired ghost frowned. Did you see the face of the Nangong woman before being slashed? Bald Ghost looked at Yunchuang, who was holding a box. Gloomily replied, Saw it. Truly a bitter situation. He recalled Shanning's terrifying appearance in all that I witnessed. Her face appeared like a fierce demon with glowing red eyes. Then finally, when about to go, Shanning's face became gentle. Her eyes glistened with tears as if about to fall. The bald ghost exclaimed. That was the time she looked most like a mother before dying. Yunhui turned away, leaving a solitary back. He answered the bald ghost's question in his heart. Greed and jealousy made her want to kill Tang Yuchong. Finally, he concluded. And in the end, that action hurt her own child. Chest suddenly glowed. Yunhui placed his hand on it. The long-haired ghost called out loudly. Cult leader. The bald ghost was surprised and speechless. This is. Both ghosts said in unison. Your spiritual power is merging. Yunhui closed his eyes. Hand placed on the light that emitted stronger and stronger. He slowly felt it. The distance between the soul and the remaining body had finally completely disappeared. The light vanished. Yunhui slowly opened his eyes. His eyes looked down pensively. Finally, you are free, Tang Yuchong. At this moment, Yunchuang walked past him holding the box. Yunhui glanced after him. He walked to the door. The manager covered his mouth with a fan. His sharp eyes watching Yunchuang pass by. We will announce that the first madam went to recuperate with Master Yunchuang at the Nangong family home. Hearing that, he blushed. Thank you for keeping the last bit of honor for my mother. He looked forward thoughtfully without looking away. Guasian still kept her posture. She stood still without any movement. Guasian lowered her head in silence. Not knowing what she was thinking, Time passed quickly. After Nangong Shannying was dealt with, the Orthodox Wind Pavilion simultaneously wiped out the spies of the Nangong family. The manager covered his mouth with a fan, smiling at the areas that had been purged. Tang Guizhen also gradually calmed down and supported the young branchmaster. Just like that, the day the Dark Lord visited arrived. Yunhui and Guizhen stood checking the entering sections. The Diansong sect had arrived. Suddenly, Yunhui spoke up. Sister. He turned his eyes to look at her. I have something to discuss with you. Guizhen listened attentively. What is it? Yunhui frustratedly extended his hand to show his grievance. I think this position should not be held by a child inexperienced like me, but should be mastered by you whom the family loves. Guizhen grinned, asking back. What are you saying? Bun-haired ghost remarked. Seeing the young cult leader say that is truly losing face. Hearing that, Yunhui turned to glare at the ghosts. But they didn't care, turning into gossipers, chatting animatedly. This is the first time I've seen him so sincere. Some ghost also agreed. Hope his relationship with her becomes good. Yunhui's face darkened as he squeezed a nearby ghost tight, growling. Perhaps I need to teach you guys a lesson. Huh. He squeezed so hard its eyes popped out, almost sent to the coffin. Sorry, sir. From afar, someone approached. Minmei waved, greeting happily. Sister Guizhen. Seeing the two, Guizhen warmly welcomed. Minmei and Shanmei, you two come here. The girl ran over, face beaming with excitement. Long time no see, sister. While Shanmei following behind just smiled gently. Suddenly, Minmei stopped. Her eyes widened, hesitant. That person is strange. Yunhui heard the voice and turned his head, but his hand still hadn't let go of the ghost. Shanmei, who had been silent since arriving, suddenly spoke up. Master Yunhui. Both Guizhen and Yunhui stared in surprise. She asked, do you three know each other? Minmei recalled the image when meeting Yunhui. She spoke innocently. We met at the tea house in the district town. Hearing this, Guizhen gaped, turning to look at Yunhui, her head full of question marks. Being looked at, he turned his face away, pretending to cough. Letting two ladies see this appearance of mine is truly shameful. Guizhen smiled brightly, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. But let me introduce formally. She gestured towards Minmei, introducing. This is a friend I made at Mount Shijing, Mystic Maiden of the Pure Moon, Amaze Lu Shuimin. The girl shyly greeted, truly honored to meet the young master. Next, Guizhen gestured towards Shanmei, who was lowering her eyes. Would Wolf 100 Swords of Green Mountain Manor see Miss Yen? She placed a hand on Yunhui's shoulder to introduce him to the two. This is the one who just became the young branch master, my younger brother Tang Yuchong. He bowed politely. Hope for guidance from you too. Minmei wondered. It's your brother who is the young branch master, not you, sister? Guizhen smiled widely, answering. That's right. The girl realized something. Before, it was true that you said you didn't want this position, turns out it was real. Guizhen raised a finger to remind. Hey, Minmei understood. I will be tactful. While the other two watching this scene could only look at each other speechless. Yunhui suddenly asked, is something wrong? Making Shanmei unable to react in time. She turned her head away, hesitantly answering. I know. Minmei, unknown when, appeared behind Shanmei. She placed her hands on her shoulders. Oh, startling her. Not letting Shanmei react. Minmei dragged her away running. She didn't forget to wave goodbye. I'm very busy now. See you later. Guizhen was also helpless with this cheerful girl. Alright. Seeing the two had gone far. Yunhui was dead tired. Those were the last two. He rested his hands on his knees, breathing hard. Truly tiring. She urged him. Hurry inside to handle things there. Pausing a moment, Guizhen continued. It's getting dark now. Wait, something made Guizhen stop. Huh? A distance. Several horse carriages were approaching the two. She wondered, what are those horse carriages? On the roof of a carriage there was writing. Golden Sword Sect. Fat old man stepped down. On behalf of the sect leader and madam, this humble one respectfully greets the two of you. This humble one is the manager of the Golden Sword Sect, Luo Zhenbai. Yunhui also clasped his hands in return greeting. I am the young master of the Nine Dragons branch, Tang Yuchong. You have traveled far and worked hard. Pausing a moment, he pointedly asked. But these chests are. The manager patted the chest, explaining. Before, the young branch master visited the district town. But you left before the sect leader could receive you, so he still regrets it. He opened the chest. This is the apology gift the sect leader sends to the young master. Inside was full of shining gold. Hope this gift will help the two sides have an increasingly close friendship. Suddenly the manager changed his expression. His eyes slyly glanced behind. Besides, someone rushed in from somewhere, kneeling on the ground. Last time this humble one committed an offense. Hope you forgive me. Yunhui realized the intent of these people. So this guy is from the Golden Sword sect. He calculated in his heart. I will accept the gift. I also need to warn this guy a bit, then send him away. Yunhui turned to look at the manager, agreeing. Many thanks. Yunhui couldn't react in time, eyes wide open. Then he went to the back to instruct the servant. Take the guests from the Golden Sword sect to the guest room in the south. The servant replied, yes. After instructing, Yunhui pondered deeply. Just for a moment I felt it. He looked into the distance, the remnant of demon chi on him. When the guy earlier walked past Yunhui, he seemed certain, the owner of that demon chi. Turned his head looking after that guy. Is it you? Yunhui's eyes flashed, reflecting on that silhouette. Cho Mintai. Shanmei was standing watching the group enter. When Minmei appeared from nowhere. Oh my, or Shanmei. She poked her finger into her cheek, staring at Master Yunhui intently. Shanmei struggled to justify. I did not. Minmei turned to look straight at her, grinning broadly. You didn't? You say you didn't? She delightedly pinched Shanmei's cheeks. Why not? Shanmei, having both cheeks pulled, struggled to explain. He has sword scent. Hearing that, Minmei let go wondering. Sword scent. Shanmei lowered her eyes explaining. From Master Yunhui's person right now, there is sword scent. Last time meeting him at the tea house I didn't see it at all. Still didn't quite understand. You mean he has learned sword arts? Shanmei lowered her head, looking away, feeling a bit confused in her heart. But saying that is not correct. Because that sword scent resembles someone who has cultivated for at least. Saying this, Shanmei paused, her face pensive. No, not a few years, but like he has cultivated for over 10 years. Suddenly a scent wafted by making Shanmei open her eyes round. Shanmei's eyes shone brightly. Shanmei felt a bit urgent in her heart. This sword scent. Shanmei hurriedly grabbed Minmei's hand. Minmei. The bewildered girl was dragged away, running like flying by Shanmei. What's suddenly wrong with you, Shanmei? Shanmei had guessed somewhat. This sword scent is the sword scent of the one who fought with father. Scene change. On a road. Yunhui stopped. He turned his head to look at the group that had just run past him. It seemed Yunhui had recognized this group. So it is you, Cho Mintai. He recalled the man's face, his eyes scheming, sinister. You hid the demon chi at a significant level, but still not enough to fool my eyes. Cho Mintai. 3 ghosts appeared again. The long-haired one wondered. Young cult leader, who are you looking at so intently? Yunhui's eyes overflowed with purple energy. He still observed attentively without looking away. That guy is Cho Mintai. The long-haired ghost stared wide-eyed and asked back. You mean the 7 steps soul-stealing Cho Mintai? The bald one hearing these words was equally surprised. When did the second son of the North Sea sect master infiltrate the guests? The long-haired one wiped his face, lamenting. I knew the North Sea sect people would infiltrate the guests, but I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. The bald ghost stroked his mustache and asked, what should we do, young cult leader? Yunhui's eyes looked into the distance. What to do? Dealing with him now is a bad move. He raised his hand to cover his face. Anger in his heart. He really wanted to immediately tear apart the bastard who made his believers suffer. Purple energy overflowed from his eyes. But if the North Sea sect abandons the plan to assassinate the Dark Lord, the loss will be very heavy. Yunhui's hand clenched tight. Veins popped up. So I will let you live a bit longer. You Mintai. Guizhen walked closer and asked. The Golden Sword Gate is probably the last group to arrive, right? He regained his composure and replied. Yeah, it's almost completely dark. If they knew etiquette, they would come tomorrow morning. The 2 walked back together. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared. Both stopped simultaneously. Yunhui was a bit surprised. Ha! A strangeness rose in his heart. This feeling. Yunhui gritted his teeth, reaching out to accumulate a sphere of power. Swung his hand, hitting the place where everyone hung their swords. Seeing Yunhui's strange action, Guizhen softly called out.
UR.
He reached behind, giving an order. Spear. 2 ghost souls spoke in unison. As ordered, they gritted their teeth and hugged the spear tightly. The remaining blades flew away. Yunhui swung the blade up, creating a dazzling line of light in the air, looking incredibly cool. Purple energy erupted from his body. Seeing his strange action, Guizhen immediately asked, what's wrong? She spoke her guess. Could it be an enemy? Guizhen suddenly turned her head to look back. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Yunhui disappeared, leaving only a trail of purple aura. Guizhen couldn't react in time. What is this? He rushed into the sky. A very despicable laughter rang out in the space. Ka 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 ka. The echoing sound made everyone below clutch their heads in pain. Hoarse voice rang out, making everyone look up. Clearly you sensed my killing intent, warning you to stay away. Yet you still rushed here. Wei Qi laughed with interest. I like you now.
Brat.
Saying that, he raised his fist. Wei Qi struck towards him. The burning light seemed to tear the whole sky apart.
Yunhi frowned.
Gritting his teeth trying to resist. His hand tightly grasped the blade. Trails of purple energy gradually accumulated. Yunhui used all the strength he was born with to strike towards him. Two sources of energy collided like wild beasts. The battle above caused no light impact below. Everyone underneath struggled to resist the dust and dirt. Guizhen gritted her teeth. Ugh! She couldn't believe such terrible power. Just from the aftershock of the collision in mid-air, the dust is already this blinding. People there tried to shield themselves. Someone shouted, "Hey, what is going on after all?" Someone else asked, "Is the demon sect attacking?" Among the crowd standing there appeared a very strange person. His face was gloomy. His eyes flashed with calculation. Wei Qi landed on the ground laughing happily and remarked, "Ka ka ka ka, although I only casually threw it out. Yet you could block it." Yunhui stabbed the blade into the ground, breathing heavily. Ha! Ha! A while after recovering, he clasped his hands and bowed to introduce himself. I am Tang Yuchong, the young branch master of the 9 Dragons branch family belonging to the Tang sect.
Yunhi politely greeted.
Respectful greetings to the supreme of the martial arts. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Master of the Lion Gate, Lion Blade King, Hero Wei Qi Ho Ming.
Wei Qi laughed loudly.
I heard the Gale hero has some good-looking children. He slammed his sword into the ground, remarking, Indeed it is true. Wei Qi did not stop praising. Your strength is enough to make my incompetent disciple bow his head. Swung his sword up in challenge. Seems like it's worth a try. Yunhui gripped the blade tightly. Although calm on the outside, his heart was pounding. Damn it. I only blocked one blade energy strike. Yet my internal injury that was recovering has become serious again. Yunhui couldn't understand. Is this the power of a super grandmaster who has reached the peak of the supreme realm? Something flashed by, making his eyes widen in surprise. Yunhui smiled, evaluating Wei Qi. Looks like he has no intention of stopping. He calculated in his heart. But surely I don't need to respond anymore. Somewhere a voice rang out. If I knew Senior Wei Qi would personally grace us like this, then I would have personally come out to welcome you. On the roof appeared a group of people standing in a row. Green aura surrounded them. Hao Shan clasped his hands behind his back, looking down majestically. Why did you suddenly grace us without a word of warning? The long-haired ghost couldn't believe his eyes. How is it possible? The long-haired ghost looked up, eyes wide and mouth open. This aura, it's not inferior to the Lion Blade King at all. I knew he was hiding his strength, but I didn't expect he reached the peak realm.
Wei Qi laughed mockingly.
Ka ka ka. I heard the world calls you the 9 Dragons' hidden hero to lower you. He based. Although you have secluded yourself, but the gale of yours is still as before. Coming here, Wei Qi spoke loudly to provoke.
No.
I must say it is even stronger than before. Gale Chaotic Hero. Shan looked down, seemingly unconcerned. Chaotic Hero is fine. Hidden Hero is also fine. He suddenly turned serious, his eyes threatening. The important thing is meeting Senior again safe and sound like this. You must have business with my son. Around Hao Shan, streams of green energy continuously radiated. Pausing a bit, he continued seriously. Instead of standing here, why don't we go inside to talk further? Qi was furious hearing these words. What? You think I will harm your son or something? Hao Shan tried to soothe the temper about to flare up. I said that because there are many people watching here. I fear you might be uncomfortable. Two opposing energies created a tense scene. Qi stared at him and replied indifferently. Is that so? He waved his hand to signal the group behind.
Wei Qi challenged.
But I like this place. Shan was not to be outdone. He waved his hand for the people beside him to prepare for attack. If so, then I have to treat Senior accordingly. Shan's eyes glowed, speaking a threat. If Senior Wei Qi cannot keep any face for himself and wants to interrogate Huir about the grudge in Ducheng County, he continued to threaten. Then unless you break the neck of this Tang Hao Shan, it will be hard to achieve what you want. Wei Qi ground his teeth in anger. You think saying those righteous words? He directly declared. Then this Blade King wouldn't dare to do anything? Seeing the situation going too far, Yunhui didn't know what to do. Hey, wait a minute. Two confronted directly. Their eyes met, shooting sparks at each other. He looked at the scene gradually losing control. thinking to himself, why did they push everything into a total war like this?
Yunhui cursed silently.
These madmen. Both sides emitted raging energies confronting each other. Everyone got into a fighting stance. Noticing the situation getting more tense, the long-haired ghost soul worriedly whispered in his ear.
Yunhui spoke softly.
The people on the Light Wind Squad side even brought out weapons like explosive killing bolts to use against us. Seems they really want to start a great war. He glanced at it, asking back, explosive killing bolts? Long-haired ghost used all his mother tongue trying to describe for Yunhui to understand. That is the type of weapon the Light Wind Squad used in the battle between Xiangu and Deqi. The ghost paused to take a breath, then continued explaining. They replaced the arrowheads with explosives and fired continuously. After speaking, the three ghost souls hung their heads, faces looking utterly miserable, while Yunhui crossed his arms and sighed. Truly hateful, these crazy Tang sect people. Wei Qi was furious. Using explosive killing bolts. The Light Wind Squad has broken the commitment in the treaty. Hao Shan frowned, his face serious. Right now they are inside the Righteous Wind Pavilion. He continued to analyze. Moreover, these explosive weapons have not left Nine Dragons County since the treaty, so it is not considered a violation. Wei Qi was scornful, not believing Hao Shan's words. Your tongue is indeed clever, but do you think others will believe the words you say? He was not to be outdone either, sarcastically replying. Senior has such an impression of me. It truly makes me regretful. The unhaired ghost soul quickly explained. Since the disbandment of the Light Wind Squad, the righteous sects had a common treaty. Yunhui heard these words, understood a part of it, meaning other sects set limits for the Light Wind Squad. He pondered in silence. But that old story is not the crux of the problem. Yunhui realized the plot of these people. But right now, those people are secretly creating an excuse to start a war. Wei Qi opened his mouth to speak slowly. Consider it temporarily accepting your words. He pointed his sword in front of Hao Shan's face, frankly stating his purpose. Indeed, my target is to punish the one who assaulted my stupid disciples. Wei Qi's eyes were full of killing intent as he declared. I want to see if your son has enough skill to make someone like me bow my head. Shan was not weak either, coldly confronting. If you want that, you must defeat me first. He was furious, grinding his teeth like a tractor, eyes spewing fire. If you have chosen so, I have no way back. Struck first, releasing green power like a giant snake rushing towards Wei Qi. The Great War had begun. Yunhui slammed the spear into the ground, letting out a long breath. Seems like I have no choice but to accept this battle. He slowly took steps preparing to join the fight. Yunhui gritted his teeth and swung his hand back, his eyebrows furrowed, eyes determined. Yunhui raised the spear to the sky. Energy exploded, pouring out heavily like a flood. Gujin looked up at the situation. In her heart, she silently evaluated. Although both are holding back, but the aura of two experts at the peak level is still tugging very fiercely. The Red Lion Swordsman, looking up to observe. Back in Duchang County, he was never this strong. The Pavilion Master saw that, couldn't help but feel confused. Since when did the Branch Master reach this realm of power? Mintai turned his head to look at everyone around. It was unclear what emotions he had. Suddenly something passed by making him startle. Eyes vigilant. What is this cold aura? Yunhui looked up and called out. His words carried a reminder. Branch Master, Great Hero Wei is an important guest of ours. Hao Shan looked down seriously, speaking without reservation. But once killing intent is released, he is no longer a guest of the Nine Dragons branch family. He tried to soothe the atmosphere. Great Hero Wei also made his purpose clear coming here.
Yunhui coldly reminded.
The person he wants to find is me. He spoke bluntly without saving face. So, whether to treat him as a guest or not, only I can decide. These words made Wei Qi startled in surprise. Tried to hold back his laughter, making Wei Qi's mustache twitch as well. Finally he couldn't hold it in. He laughed maniacally, disregarding Yunhui's words. You want to treat me as your own private guest? Your guts are not small indeed. Gale Chaotic Hero. Hao Shan silently observed intently for a long while. Jumped, landing next to him lightly. Hao Shan turned and asked worriedly. You saw it clearly too. This person doesn't know how to behave. Can you withstand his power?
Yunhui calmly replied.
I will try my best to deal with it. He closed his eyes, sighing and temporarily accepting. Then fine. Hao Shan waved his hand to signal. The group behind immediately disappeared. Wei Qi drew his sword. He got into a ready fighting stance. Treating me as a guest means you accept the challenge, right? Yunhui lowered his eyes and answered, "That's right." Suddenly he placed his hand on his chest. "Only one thing is." Yunhui bowed his head, recounting his hardship. "During a special mission in Ducheng County, I suffered internal injuries that haven't recovered. So now I cannot fight with full strength against great hero Wei."
Wei Qi frowned, scrutinizing.
Humph. He fell into deep thought. "Your internal injury sounds quite serious." And Wei Qi turned around abruptly, scolding the disciples behind with fierce eyes. "And yet you let him easily attack and defeat you like that?" He shouted curses loudly. "Truly idiots," making the disciples tremble like leaves. "Please forgive us." Wei Qi stroked his beard, asking him, "You need more time?"
Yunhui bowed respectfully.
"Yes, that is correct." His eyebrows furrowed. "So how long to recover?" "Speak," he calmly answered. "If possible, I need about 10 days. Qi did not agree. He bargained. "Using Tang sect medicine and it takes 10 days to recover? Absurd. 3 days at most." He reluctantly had to lower the price. "At least 5 days." Wei Qi held out 4 fingers. He haggled. "For days. I cannot wait any longer." Yunhui reluctantly could only agree. "No other way then. So I will fight you after 4 days." Shan stepped forward to warn. "Great hero Wei, if anything happens during those 4 days in the Nine Dragons branch, you understand what I mean?" Wei Qi waved his hand agreeing. All right, I know." Everything was considered settled. Yunhui stepped forward to say goodbye. "Now I will handle a few things, then take great hero Wei inside to rest." After that he turned to walk inside. Passing by Tang Kuan, he stopped. "Martial Master, I have a favor to ask." He stood there with crossed arms. Couldn't help but wonder. "It's almost dark. Still have work?" Yunhui approached close to Tang Kuan's ear and whispered, "Please check if the item I ordered is finished yet." He helplessly agreed. "Understood." Yunhui turned and gestured to invite. "Please come inside, great hero Wei." Wei Qi followed him inside. Reaching the door, he was surprised to see Shan Mei and Min Mei standing there. Both bowed their heads at the same time, clasped hands in respectful greeting. Yunhui turned around. "Surely you are hungry. I will tell people to prepare food."
Wei Qi laughed heartily.
"Truly know how to welcome a guest. I am starving." Two left. Shan Mei looked at their backs, unknown what she was thinking. Then Guizhen walked in and asked, "Min Mei, Shan Mei, you must be very worried, right?" Min Mei looked interested. "Yeah, this is also a rare opportunity to see the strength of the seniors." Shan Mei had been silent all this time, cautiously reminded, "Great hero Wei not paying attention to me can be considered lucky." Hearing this, Guizhen also realized, "Oh, thinking back now, that's true." She lowered her head, reviewing the event. After all, Yi Shunmei, disciple of the Lion Gate, daughter of the Jing Tian Sword Emperor, was defeated by Huir, causing the Lion Blade King to appear personally. Guizhen only realized now but still had some doubts in her heart. Being Guizhen silent, Shan Mei called out, "Sister Guizhen." She was startled awake from her thoughts by the call. "Ha?" she asked directly. "Do you know what swordsmanship young master Yun Hui uses?" Guizhen was dumbfounded hearing the question. "Huh? Swordsmanship? Huir never learned swordsmanship." Shan Mei was shocked hearing Guizhen's shocking words. How is that possible? Seeing her dumbfounded face, she propped her chin, recalling. "Very strange. A few days ago Uncle Kuan also asked me a similar question." Shan Mei asked back. Guizhen rubbed her chin in thought. "Correct. He is Huir's martial master." She recalled that scene, when Guizhen was practicing in the arena. Tang Kuan walked over from the start. "Miss Guizhen, honestly speaking, have you ever taught young master Yun Hui swordsmanship, or gifted him sword manuals?" Guizhen approached and spoke slowly. "I never gifted any book. Since childhood, Huir wasn't keen on martial arts either." Tang Kuan crossed his arms, looking at her, face suspicious. Yet now he proficiently uses the violent Tiger 12 strikes despite never being taught. Could someone have secretly taught him? Guizhen was skeptical. "Why do you suddenly ask about that?" Tang Kuan scratched his head. Guizhen was confused, repeating, "A sword," spoke the problem giving him a headache. Shan Mei was shocked by Guizhen's story, meaning even though never touching a sword, yet he actively wanted to have one. She replied with a vague face. "Exactly. He said so." She clenched her hands, body trembling. "Sister Guizhen, I cannot stand it anymore." Shan Mei lunged forward, grasping Guizhen's hands tightly. "Please let me meet young master Yun Hui." She was suddenly raided, couldn't react in time. "Ah."
Guizhen pet Shan Mei's hand agreeing.
"Ah. All right, Shan Mei, I will help you ask Huir." Xiang Mei was grateful, eyes sparkling looking at her. Thank you so much, Sister Guizhen. While she turned away, Min Mei jumped over to her, excitedly whispering in Guizhen's ear. Sister Guizhen knows right? I have been watching young Master Yunhui for a long time. She was also curious. Xiang Mei. Min Mei was extremely interested in this topic. The girl chirped telling the story. Really? Before she only cared about flowers and swords. Never paid attention to anything else. Yet she looked at young Master Yunhui without blinking. Those eyes seemed overflowing with affection. Min Mei covered her mouth, laughing excitedly. We are just talking privately between us, okay? But if this marriage really happens, it would be very reasonable. Guizhen was speechless with the girl. Eldest daughter of the Jing Tian Sword Emperor. Who wouldn't want to become relatives? Suddenly, she changed her tone, eyes glued to Min Mei. However, being looked at with suspicious eyes, the girl broke out in a cold sweat. Min Mei screamed loudly, but coincidentally turned to look at Xiang Mei with sparkling twinkling eyes. In their heads appeared two words. Xiang Mei. As for her being looked at by four eyes like that, her heart was full of question marks. Somewhere a voice rang out. I respectfully greet the old man. Guizhen turned her head to look, feeling confused. What? Someone is still coming at this hour. She suddenly realized. Wait, isn't that old man Tang Yuchong? Servant at the door respectfully asked. Sir, where do you want to go? Tang Yuchong clasped his hands behind his back, entering. He didn't care about the servant's words. Where is the second young master? The servant gestured to invite Yuchong. Yes, please come to the White Hall. Guizhen, standing nearby, heard the story. White Hall. Could it be he personally forged the sword Huir ordered? Xiang Mei looked on, equally curious. Who is that person? Min Mei remembered his identity, shouting loudly. It's Tang Yuchong, the one who forged the sword for me. The girl thought back. Isn't he that famous Lu Ban? Guizhen moved close to the two. She whispered, revealing. Xiang Mei, Min Mei. This time perhaps we will get to see Huir's swordsmanship. The three whispered to each other. Let's follow and see. Changing scene to the White Hall. Yunhui clasped his hands, greeting respectfully. Didn't expect you to come personally. Old man Tang. Yuchong handed the bundle to him, asking angrily. Wasn't it you who sent that arrogant young brat to rush me?
Yunhui bowed explaining.
Because the completion day is near, so I just wanted to know the progress. He didn't listen to his words, continuing to be grumpy. Too many words. Your mouth is truly clever. A trace of cunning appeared in Yunhui's eyes. He smirked. But for this matter, to have you come here personally. Yuchong was still annoyed. It's also because everything is finished. He reached out to open the box. Inside emitted a dazzling light. It was a meticulously carved sword. This is exactly what you requested. A sword. A dark room. Dark Lord Yunhi with a serious face. As not leaving a drawing. Right hand squeezing a water cup tight, he spoke. It's been a long time since such an interesting item was crafted. On the drawing was an exquisite item. Only seeing him carefully stroking the edge of the paper. It was a fan-shaped drawing with many complex patterns. The exterior of the fan was specially designed with sharp points pointing outward. Holding the drawing in his hand, he couldn't help but say. Not yet reached old age, but already thoroughly understood Tang sect martial arts. And even poured it all into a single weapon. The center happens to be a sword. Correct, this is the result of that drawing. After the fan on the drawing is folded back completely, its shape transforms into a sharp sword. Dark Lord Yun, he stroked his beard, his mouth blooming with a very interested smile. Really don't know if how Shan's son can handle this thing. Truly makes one want to know more. Full moon night. The round moon hung in the middle of the night sky. The full moon on the roof illuminated the yard and the old house. In another place, the sword had reached the hand of the person who needed it. Under the moonlight, two people stood facing each other. In Grandmaster Tang's hand was a wooden box, and Yunhui held a black sword. No mistake, this is the special sword. What is this? Grandmaster Tang continued. Well, feel satisfied? Yunhui with a smiling face, hand tightly gripping the black sword body. Truly exceeds what I imagined. Old man. Grandmaster Tang also smiled brightly in reply. Of course. Yunhui looked at the sword in his hand in deep thought. Looking at it, it is a fan, but can be used as a sword. Moreover, it contains Yen energy. Truly the perfect sword as the idea I drew. What I admire most is the center of gravity is extremely precise and delicate. Usually iron fans. As if sensing the difference, his quick thinking discovered it. But this fan sword has its center of gravity adjusted near the middle to display the function of a sword. Yunhui opened the fan again, surprised in thought. Its excellent center of gravity position is also calculated so that when opened it still keeps the effect of a fan. Not only that. Yunhui poked the hard black frame with his finger, asking curiously, "Is this elephant ivory?" Grandmaster Tang seemed to be answering the question as well as introducing a bit about this weapon. Young brat also knows that amount of material. The left frame, the central part are all made from black spirit elephant. Yunhui asked surprised. Black spirit elephant? Meaning using black elephant ivory? This material is extremely rare, helping to limit magic consumption when using this tool in combat. Grandmaster Tang seemed to realize Yunhui's thought, so continued. Its handle is not ordinary either. It is rosewood with a steel core. Grandmaster Tang just finished speaking when the ghost soul of one of the elders exclaimed with uncontrollable surprise. Young cult leader, this is a type of rosewood over 500 years old. Truly rare, I have never seen it. Grandmaster Tang continued to speak of the outstanding points of this fan sword. And the tassel hanging below the fan is animal fur. Yunhui, after self-discovering and continuing to hear Grandmaster Tang's words, felt his head sprouting countless question marks, thinking. All top-tier materials, yet he speaks like it's just ordinary stuff? What on earth did that old man craft? Right now he looked at the fan like seeing a treasure emitting sparkling light. Grandmaster Tang coughed, then continued speaking about the special point after these luxurious materials. Let's say materials are not up for discussion. The main thing is still its function. The tassel at the end of the fan handle. Just pull hard and the mode will change. Try pulling it. Yunhui looked at the 3 special tassels at the handle, didn't say much, and decided to pull hard on the first string. The outer edge of the fan body immediately changed to a new shape, which was sharp points like arrows attached to the fan. Grandmaster Tang pointed to the vast ground in front and said, "Aim the head towards that ground and gently pull the tassel." Yunhui followed instructions, starting the operation. Immediately the ground had countless sharp points stabbing deep into the floor. After witnessing the scene just now, Yunhui said, "When pulling hard it will switch modes, and when pulling gently it fires." Correct. Grandmaster Tang, hearing that, also confirmed immediately. Correct. The first mode is continuous flying needles. Moving flower needles. Now try the second mode. Yunhui immediately pulled the second tassel string of the fan. This time Grandmaster Tang pointed behind and said, "This time, aim towards the wall behind." Just a swoosh sound, a series of small needles flew fast towards the wall.
Granmets tang smai brali in chao sung.
The second mode is scattering needles continuously. Torrential pear blossom needles. Yunhui also agreed. Truly domineering. Grandmaster Tang's next action was quite strange. He immediately rushed forward far away from the wall, then started to get serious. And now comes the most essential part. Yunhui asked in surprise, "Still have another mode?" Grandmaster Tang calmly raised 3 fingers, telling Yunhui, "The third mode is not a firing type, but a special feature." Yunhui immediately pulled the string, but strangely this time was different from the previous 2. This sound is completely different. What mode is this? At this moment Grandmaster Tang didn't beat around the bush like at the start. He said, "It will explode."
Yunhui seemed unexpected.
Cold sweat dripping. What? Grandmaster Tang spoke with an extremely delighted and aggressive tone. "Those needles you just fired earlier, they will go boom when you activate this mode. Try and see, you will see how amazing it is." Yunhui's face turned pale, thinking, the needles pinned in the target can actually explode afterwards? This function surpasses imagination. The point of not even thinking of it, because inside those small needles explosives and a trigger mechanism were installed to explode after firing. Truly extremely toxic in energy, sneak attacking and surprising the enemy twice. Both efficiency and destructive power reach the peak. This is the true essence of the devil path. Yunhui's whole body holding the fan trembled slightly, but right after he laughed very happily and delightedly. Worthy of being a masterpiece. Truly old man Tang Shu Rong. Grandmaster Tang also laughed along. "I knew you would love it." Having said that, he wanted to see the fan's next power, so he pulled the tassel string. "Then I will try pulling it." The small needles on the ground from the first mode trembled slightly, then were pulled up, flying toward Yunhui as if conscious. But with agile movements he dodged all the small needles in front. "Let's see." As soon as he spoke, the small needles seemed controlled and continued flying toward him. His eyes showed clear surprise. Appearing again? This time, with internal energy added to the fan, he used it to deal with these small needles. With just one sweep of the fan passing through the needles, faint sounds were made, but they did not fall down. Master Tang smiled slightly as if he had foreseen it. Just as predicted, with only that level, they can be easily dodged. Yunhui looked forward and said to him, "Master Tang, you surely brought that old man out. What exactly are these things?" Before him were the small needles he had just dodged with his fan. He pondered in his heart. The needles just fired were still suspended in the air. At this moment, Master Tang's reply came. He told Yunhui that the sword was not created by him alone. My collaborator wants to test your strength a bit. Yunhui also stated his view. That person is truly an extremely sinister fellow. Master Tang crossed his arms and calmly admitted. Sinister? Correct. Very sinister. The small needles once again transformed strangely. Each one could be seen carrying a streak of purple light like lightning. Looking at these small needles, Master Tang remained leisurely with his arms crossed and commented. To him, that is still not satisfying enough. Immediately, a ghost soul seemed to recognize them and said, That is dark lightning. It is the Dark Lord's dark lightning. When the ghost soul explained, Yunhui seemed to guess. Damn it, the one collaborating with Tang is the Dark Lord. Did he attach dark lightning containing his intent into those needles beforehand? Unexpectedly, the Dark Lord has reached the heaven-observing Saint Ghost realm. Master Tang, holding a pipe, puffed out smoke. He said, Just pull the string again. The lightning will strike where you stand. Being hit by that lightning means suffering pain until death. One hit is enough to prevent you from channeling energy for 10 days. Yunhui thought suspiciously. Dark lightning also carries poison, and it is the Dark Lord's poison too. Even if I use the Poison Dragon Heart mantra, I cannot fully dissolve this poison of the Dark Lord, which means just being hit once. Mr. Tang took out a medicine tube and said, If you cannot bear it, just withdraw from that position. Yunhui did not rush to act but asked back. But once I withdraw, what will happen to this sword? Master Tang continued smoking and replied, Quick reaction there. You don't pull the string within a certain time, or if you pull it but don't use the sword to counter and deflect the lightning bolts, then the sword will explode. Yunhui seemed to recall. So that's how it is. Tang Tsurong and the Dark Lord of the Tang sect had said, If you cannot slash and explode those dark arrows, then you are not worthy of possessing this sword. Mr. Tang spoke up, interrupting Yunhui's thoughts. So what do you plan to do now?
Yunhui smiled.
His eyes were determined as he said, Of course I will face it head-on. Master Tang did not stop him and said, Having a chance to own such a sword, how could I miss this exciting show? It seems my eye for people hasn't failed yet. The profound internal energy of Yunhui seemed to be rising. His eyes closed tight. His mouth gently emitted a sound. Who? Immediately after, his eyes opened. His body took a powerful stance. He thrust the sword forward. I'm coming. On the roof, 3 heads lined up and looked up. Perhaps they had been peeking from the start. Number 2 couldn't help but exclaim. Truly a strange weapon. I didn't expect hidden weapons could be fired from a fan. Number 3 looked doubtful. Could the iron fan contain hidden weapons? 3 of them poked their heads up completely out of curiosity. Only now did they truly reveal themselves. They were the 3 Shan Mei, Min Mei, and Tang Guizhen. Shan Mei spoke up to deny what the other 2 were saying about the iron fan. It's a sword, the other 2 said in unison. Ha! Shan Mei added. That is a sword. Min Mei beside her also looked doubtful. How can it be a sword? It is clearly a fan. Regarding Min Mei's words, Shan Mei had a thought. I also only see it as a fan. But ever since young Master Yunhui held that fan, sword intent just radiated everywhere. It is true sword intent. At least his talent in the way of the sword is outstanding. Her train of thought was interrupted when Min Mei said, Something is happening, it seems. Shan Mei replied. Black sword thunder. Dark lightning. Guizhen said curiously. Why is the Patriarch's dark lightning appearing here? The large space was covered by a purple color full of dangerous breath. Below, Yunhui held the sword in one hand and tightened the tassel string on the fan handle with the other. Then he spoke without hesitation. Let's go. After the tassel was pulled, clusters of dark lightning began to gather into a series of small pitch-black round eyes. They were like eyes in the dark night. Immediately, from those black holes, streaks of dark lightning were fired, aiming straight at Yunhui. Yunhui poured internal energy into the fan sword and unleashed decisive counterattacks. After a few rounds, the hand holding his fan trembled, but he did not give up. Instead, he continued swinging the fan without a shred of hesitation. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Every single move is terrifyingly heavy. Truly worthy of being the Dark Lord's dark lightning. Watching Yunhui straining to swing the fan and counter each bolt of dark lightning, Master Tang remained leisurely with arms crossed. He said, He has grasped the 8 methods of Qi guiding basic technique quite firmly. Yunhui stopped for a moment. He discovered the pitch-black lightning rings were changing. The quantity from just now had increased. Thanks for watching the video. Blocking the moves, I can feel it. The angle and sequence of the moves have been calculated carefully. It's just like a master teaching sword arts to a disciple. Using those sword moves to engrave the optimal sword path into my body, teaching me how to resolve the opponent's attacks. Countless swings of his fan, and it seemed he was also comprehending the strangeness in those dark lightning bolts. While swinging the fan to dodge and counter, his mind was sharp enough to discover this uniqueness. After swinging the last fan stroke, he let out a breath. Then, the small black holes created by the dark lightning continued to increase again in terrifying numbers. He smiled bitterly and thought, the problem is, this level of teaching has surpassed normal boundaries and reached a realm of madness. To block an onslaught like this with my current skills, I cannot resolve it all. But if it is Master's sword art, then, I seem to think, ever since my reincarnation, in the heavenly demon library of my memories, I have read it no less than 100 times. Master's sword art, Heavenly Demon 9 Wounds, in which there is a move with an absolutely overwhelming number of slashes. But with my current internal energy, having not yet cultivated the Heavenly Demon Heart Protection technique, I cannot bear the terrifying energy consumption of the Mara Heavenly Sword form. Therefore, I will modify this Mara Heavenly Sword form to suit the present, using the Gale to compensate for the number of slashes, using the cold energy of Black Dragon Chi to expand the attack range. Thinking took long but happened fast. Right after finding a suitable method, Yunhui quickly swung powerful slashes creating a net shape pushing towards the dark lightning. But still not enough force. My swing must be stronger, thicker, faster, just like Master's Mara. Each large and powerful bolt of dark lightning struck Yunhui's net, creating a powerful shockwave, dust flying everywhere. A while later, as the dust settled, Yunhui's voice came out gently. Since I have passed the test, this sword is now mine. Master Tang was also extremely surprised but still spoke of all that remained of the fan sword. In the box, there are explosive hidden arrows, and the paper sheet is the formula to mix explosives for activation. Yunhui respectfully received the box from his hands and said gently, gaining a wonderful weapon and also receiving guidance. Thank you, Elder. Master Tang did not accept Yunhui's words but said, the one teaching was not me. The person who created that object with me is the one you should thank. Yunhui also nodded slightly and said, it is all thanks to Lu Ban creating this sword that I met such a destiny. Master Tang did not refute. He only said, if you truly think so, then I would like to offer a word of advice, may I? Yunhui nodded and replied, Junior washes his ears to listen. Seeing this, Master Tang also became serious. Originally, the Gale is something only those who harbor deep resentment can control skillfully. But in your Gale, there is a regret far beyond ordinary people. A brat who hasn't seen clearly of the world. Why harbor such deep injustice? Yunhui heard this and only thought silently, regret? Huh. But he still answered Master Tang. Perhaps, my heart is burdened with too many matters. Master Tang heard this and did not force it. It seems you don't intend to tell me, that's fine too. Who doesn't have their own pain? Anyway, I want to name that fan sword. Do you find it acceptable? Yunhui calmly replied, of course, it is acceptable. Master Tang recalled Yunhui's fan swings and said, the footwork you just performed was like a black gale sweeping everything away. So let's name it Disaster Wine Tail Fan. What do you think? Yunhui looked at the fan sword in his hand and repeated the name. Disaster Wind Fan. A very good name, thank you, Elder. He thought, not gale but sword wind? Perhaps that is truly my path. In the dimly lit shop, a waiter was cleaning tables when a guest entered. Sorry, dear guest, we are currently out of seats. Master Tang waved his hand slightly. Don't worry, I booked a table under the name Lu Ban Workshop. Hearing this, the waiter exclaimed, oh, it turns out to be Lord Lu Ban. Please invite you and your entourage to the private room over here. Saying that, the waiter led the way. While following, Master Tang calculated silently. So dark yet still so crowded. Are they all guests from afar coming to find my foolish big brother? Scene change, a large hairy old man sat before a table of lavish food. It was the Dark Lord Tang Yuchong, the giant who protected the Central Plains from dark plots of foreign invaders. Master Tang stood at the door, slapping his forehead in frustration seeing his big brother holding a wine cup, face red as a tomato, laughing drunkenly. The rumors are truly uncomfortable. To me, Big Brother is always just a foolish big brother. Seeing Master Tang had arrived, the Dark Lord laughed heartily. Arriving too late. I waited too long so I drank a cup first. Master Tang sat at the table grumpily. Just worked all night and you still expect me to arrive early? So how is the situation now? The Dark Lord replied. Still observing. But I want to hear your opinion. Master Tang took a sip of wine and frowned, commenting. That child will overcome the gale, becoming a terrifying storm for the chaotic world. Not only that, he might even sweep away the martial alliance. Hearing this, the Dark Lord's eyes also became sharp. Once he unleashes his full power, what will he become? Master Tang shook his head. Unleash full power? That kind of power is not easily revealed like that. Later when you meet him, you will recognize it immediately. Master Tang closed his eyes to rest his mind, bringing the wine cup to his lips. He recalled the appearance of the young man with short black hair. His rage, though appearing fierce and cruel on the outside, but inside it carries resentment, screaming miserably and violently. Suddenly, Master Tang's eyes widened. Waiter, bring another jar of white liquor. The waiter's loud yes responded. Master Tang continued. Anyway, the next person to inherit the Gale Grand Master title can only be him. Talent, uniqueness, manpower, strength, personality, even the identity of Hao Shan's son. Every aspect, he is a worthy successor. The Dark Lord stroked his beard that reached his chest. You say that, but your eyes don't fully agree. Is there something wrong? One must harmonize everything to sit in that position. Picking up a piece of meat on the table with chopsticks, Master Tang pondered. His rage can shatter everything. No one can stand beside him. Of course, that storm can also open a path for those following behind. Then wouldn't it be better to let him be the Castellan from the start? Turn him into the storm's eye for this entire martial world. The Dark Lord replied. If only being skilled alone was enough to sit there, then I would have sat there already. Master Tang raised his eyebrows slightly. So you already have someone chosen for the Castellan position? The Dark Lord stroked his beard, speaking slowly. Qingcheng Divine Sword.
Li Chazan.
You crazy? Master Tang stood up abruptly, ignoring the descendants of Mu Shi and Yuaner, to let a disciple of Qingcheng sect sit in that position. Dark Lord just silently brought the wine cup to his lips to sip. You also know he is the #1 swordsman of the world in the next generation. Leaving someone like that outside is a waste. Master Tang still wanted to argue. Appoint him as Gale Grand Master to build a close relationship with the Tang sect, both competing and stimulating the Tang sect not to be arrogant but to strive forward. Truly a poisonous snake. The Dark Lord laughed heartily. Indeed, my younger brother understands quickly. Master Tang finally sat down, putting his hand on his forehead. Is there no way for that Yunhui to shine? There is still one position. The Dark Lord replied. Very simple. It is my position. As he spoke, the Dark Lord poured more wine into his cup as if he didn't care. The Dark Lord continued. If he becomes the eye of the storm, he doesn't need to integrate with anyone. Naturally, the world will integrate with him. Master Tang lowered his head in thought. Truly worthy of the Tang sect leader. Usually arrogant, but his thinking is truly different. Suddenly, the Dark Lord froze, clutching his chest with his hand. Ha! What is this? Master Tang laughed loudly, taking out a small tightly sealed bottle. It is paralysis poison. 1 drop can make a buffalo collapse. Bastard! You know I can detoxify, yet you still poisoned me? Master Tang kept smiling with squinted eyes. Haha! Truly worthy of the Tang sect leader. I thought your tongue would be numb for a bit longer. Compared to usual, you seem panicked. Didn't realize I poisoned you right away. Who do you think gave me this poison? Looking at his big brother's dumbfounded face, Master Tang continued. Do you know who I met just now? Before he finished speaking, the sound of the door being kicked open. 6 figures standing against the light appeared at the door. The Dark Lord could only hiss. Damn it! You dared to sell me out. Instantly, the whole eatery went into chaos. Tables and chairs flew everywhere. Doors and pillars fell continuously. Diners screamed and fled. Can't be caught like this. The Dark Lord took a step to rush to the window. But the beautiful woman standing in the middle of those 6 people stepped gradually into the light. Where are you rushing to? Because of finding you after you fled. Our schedule has been delayed a lot. Rustle. Scene. Change. The 3 beautiful sisters Guizhen, Shan Mei, Min Mei were hiding on the roof tiles peeking. Tang sect's gale dance is truly formidable. First time I've seen such sublimated sword art. In the courtyard below, Yunhui's shadow danced with the sword skillfully, emitting purple lightning streaks that were blinding to look at. Guizhen thought to herself. Gale dance is not a Tang sect sword art. How did he learn it? Shan Mei read her inner thoughts and was surprised. Huh? Not of the Tang sect? But they quickly fell silent to continue observing. In the courtyard below, Yunhui continued performing difficult movements. On the roof tiles, the 3 sisters couldn't help but worry. Continuing like this, he might get heavily injured. Seeing Yunhui push his feet to jump into the air, a ring of purple electric fire covered him. His eyes were closed tight. On the roof, Guizhen was horrified. It is 10,000 sword fragrance. Young Master Yunhui's sword chi has erupted completely, but after executing it, the sword chi is extremely unstable. Shan Mei turned slightly to ask, Sister Guizhen, is that thing of Yunhui truly effective? Looking toward Yunhui, who was now wrapped in purple fire, Guizhen shook her head. I have never seen such dense killing intent. Little zombie appeared at this moment. I told you he is the Demon King. The Demon King chorus again. Min Mei was bored. The zombie was annoyed. Don't you see that dense killing intent? Shan Mei put a finger to her lips. Be quiet for a bit. Guizhen on the side continued deducing. Even if he is the Demon King, the chi vessels are too unstable. In the courtyard below, Yunhui had realized the presence of the three sisters long ago. He silently communicated with the wisps beside him. Trouble here. I thought when Lu Ban withdrew, they would also leave. Who expected? Seeing the wisp smile cunningly, they were mesmerized by the divine cult's strongest sword art that they forgot about tracking you. Yunhui remained darkly cold. Though the martial foundation is demonic arts, I mixed Gale Dance with Poison Dragon Heart Mantra to perform. Likely won't be detected. The problem is using them without Heavenly Demon Heart Protection technique will have many consequences. Though successfully integrated, but still more or less fluctuating. If I don't quickly consume or suppress this internal force source, chi deviation will happen in an instant. Suddenly, thanks for watching the video. What's the matter? Flashing. A handsome dashing smile. Sister, Miss Yenny, Miss Su Min, how long do you intend to stay? The three people pulled their heads back like turtles. Ahaha. Greetings young Master Yunhui. Sunny smile still bloomed on Yunhui's lips, but his mind was silently calculating. Taoist Qingcheng sect, Amei, and also the daughter of the Orthodox faction's strongest swordsman. All gathered here, right? Truly excellent subjects for me to suppress this internal force source. The three ladies had now landed in the courtyard, standing opposite Yunhui. Guizhen pointed at herself. Sparring. With us. Yes. Yunhui nodded. Please, three of you, perform a continuous sword duel with all three people as a part of the fee for observing me perform the move just now. Tang Guizhen touched her chin slightly. Secretly watching was indeed our fault. Is it okay? Your current breathing state doesn't seem very good.
Yunhui smiled.
Precisely because of that, I presume to propose this. Because my knowledge of the sword way is not deep enough, not yet able to merge with understanding, so my breathing became disordered. If I have the chance to spar with three people proficient in sword arts, it would be good for me. I believe that will make comprehending sword arts smoother. In his head, he thought. Of course, that is also important. But more importantly, relying on the Taoist aura of Qingqing sect will help me purify the demonic qi. If it can help dissipate part of the demonic qi in my body, thereby making it easier to control my breathing. Guizhen tilted her head. Sounds reasonable. All right then, Sister Min, Sister Shan. What do you think?
Min Mei nodded decisively.
Anyway, peeking at others practicing is wrong. We have to accept it. Shan Mei also agreed. I don't mind. Yunhui's eyes revealed a look of madness. Then, please come in, three of you. Two figures stood opposite under the moon. Guizhen waved her hand.
UR.
Don't push yourself too hard. Yunhui said gently. Yes, I understand. Guizhen got into a ready stance. Then, let us begin. As soon as she spoke, Guizhen immediately rushed into battle. Her eyes flashed with strength and determination. Each movement was graceful and beautiful. The sound of tearing wind whooshed in the quiet late night. Silver light from the sword kept flashing and flashing again, mixed with the sound of regulated breathing. Yunhui also did not hold back and fought very vigorously. A scene full of martial spirit under the moonlight. Suddenly Yunhui's sword came right up to Guizhen's neck. She violently brought her sword out to block. Teeth clenched tight. The wind hissed loudly under their feet along with dust flying up into the sky. Guizhen's eyes revealed sharpness. He quickly took a stance for another attack. Two swords clashed again, clanging in the air. Standing outside observing, Shan Mei and Min Mei couldn't help but wonder. This is just a sparring match, but the attacks are no different from real combat. Indeed, if initially it was just a few beautiful gentle moves, now, every sword strike they unleashed aimed at the opponent's vital points, like a life-and-death duel. Guizhen continued holding the sword rushing in. Yunhui agilely retaliated with a series of dangerous sword swings. Guizhen, while bringing her sword to block Yunhui's rapid moves, was secretly panicked. Unbelievable.
Confronting progresses very fast.
But compared to the hand-to-hand fight half a month ago on the martial stage, this is a completely different level. Yunhui with eyes cold as coins continued rushing in. Guizhen struggled to keep up with his pace. She thought to herself, moreover, when my sword touches his sword, Huira's sword art becomes even smoother. Is he observing my moves and absorbing how to use the sword to improve his own strength? Finally, the two accepted to drift to two sides. Both were panting heavily after the decisive battle. Yunhui placed his hand on his chest. Thank you, sister. The match just now truly helped me a lot. Guizhen gave a soft agree sound. Turning back.
Yunhui smiled.
Next, please instruct me, Miss Su Min. If I knew the fight would be this intense, I would have refused. Min Mei held her sword and stepped up. Yunhui said gently, please instruct me.
Misumin punto.
Min Mei calmly drew her sword. But on the contrary, I won't go easy on the first move either. Min Mei bounced a few steps light as wind to Yunhui's front. Her eyes widened before his moves. The two continued to spar tensely. One move of Min Mei reached close to his neck, making Yunhui grit his teeth in tension. Next moves were equally dangerous, making the spirits worry and ask, young cult master, are you okay? Indeed, someone from a Mei sect. The Buddhist demon-breaking aura is truly the nemesis of the demonic cult, not simply just countering. Yunhui pursed his lips tight thinking, I know, that's why I asked to spar with her. Yunhui unleashed a sword strike, continuing to calculate. Luckily Mara's killing intent hasn't turned into true demonic chi, so it doesn't cause internal injury to me. But every time swords clash, I clearly feel a large amount of aura being consumed. Seeing Min Mei rushing in again.
Yunhui s'enliguest.
If the Taoist sword chi counters demonic chi, then Buddhist sword chi is the natural enemy. True to the words the seniors once said. Skillfully dodged the attack, while responding while still thinking. Precisely for that reason, I need to get used to and find a method to deal with this countering. Moreover, Mei's unique sword path is also very impressive. Yunhui continued calculating silently, a type of sword art practiced entirely by women, compensating for the weakness in strength, body shape compared to men, simultaneously utilizing the advantages of women. Because of the small stature, forcing the opponent to attack the lower part. Concentrating centrifugal force to increase power, then unleashing powerful attacks, not allowing prolonged struggling. Yunhui silently exclaimed in his heart. This is an extremely effective sword art when facing enemies with larger bodies than oneself. Slightly stepping to gain momentum, Yunhui displayed his graceful sword path in the air. His eyes were sharp cold as he circled the sword around Min Mei's body. It didn't take long for Min Mei to realize something was wrong. The more they fought, her aura became weaker, and Yunhui's moves became more graceful and rhythmic, like he was taking her aura and turning it into his own power. Finally, Min Mei still had to retreat, wiping sweat from her face with her hand. She sighed. Stop, I'm out of strength. Handing it to Sister Shan. Thank you, Miss Su Min. Yunhui did not forget to bow. Min Mei just waved her hand laughing. Young Master Yunhui focuses obsession into sword arts. Hard to win the hearts of ladies that way. Truly miraculous. Shan Mei stepped up. Her heart ceaselessly analyzed Yunhui's learning and absorbing behavior. Young Master Yunhui originally did not have innate martial talent. That matter suits Sister Guizhen more. If only considering talent, he is even inferior to new disciples of our sect. However, when observing the sword arts of Sister Guizhen and Sister Min. His speed of absorbing and transforming it into his own is superior to those with talent. The two began to rush at each other while Shan Mei still silently analyzed. That is because he has an understanding of the sword way surpassing the normal level to be able to do so. Yunhui's eyes remained extremely serious. Shan Mei worriedly watched him easily take her moves. But strange that his sword holding is still clumsy. Yet his ability to comprehend is so proficient. Shan Mei hummed softly then reminded Yunhui. Sword fragrance is not used like that. Shan Mei stepped up to remind Yunhui. If used like that, it will damage the sword fragrance. Not suppressing, but must approach with a broad concept helping the body quickly access the newly changed aura in the body. Yunhui asked back curiously. Sword fragrance? But Shan Mei only shook her head saying,
Sorry.
I spoke meaningless things again. Please forget that matter. Seeing this, Yunhui silently speculated. In old investigation documents of the demonic cult it was mentioned, Sima family of Qinghua Villa has the ability to recognize others' potential. Perhaps thanks to that she recognized I have the thing called sword fragrance. Sentimental Heaven Sword is a supreme expert. comparable to master. Judgment based on that clan's special ability cannot be underestimated. Yunhui coughed once to clear his throat, then gently asked, Miss Tian, just now, what did you mean by broad concept? Looking at Shan Mei's slightly reddened face, Yunhui said, Can you explain more specifically? Shan Mei confusedly called for help. Min. Sister Min. Min Mei said, Ha, and scratched her face slightly. If young Master Yunhui wants to know, let me explain to make it easier to understand. However, Shan Mei's eyes brightened and she spoke up first. Sword fragrance is just something easily dissipated. Yunhui said, Ha, in confusion. Shan Mei continued, Once it has completely dissipated, it cannot be restored. Even if recombined, it cannot emit fragrance as before. But conversely, if used well and the fragrance is kept long enough. Shan Mei excitedly poured out a stream of words without stopping. Then the scent will become deeper, and when transferred to the sword, the effect will correspond. The principle is like that. She ended her long, very long speech. Yunhui heard this and stood frozen, absorbing the massive amount of information about his own sword. He muttered, What on earth is she talking about? It was late at night when Yunhui returned to his room. The lights inside were still bright. He stood outside, confused, thinking, The trial of the Dark Venerable in the sphere of fear and sparring with those three made me later than expected. I hope he doesn't complain. And he closed his eyes, clasped his hands in a respectful fist, and called out, It is rude of me to keep you waiting. Please forgive me, great hero Wei Ji. Seeing him open the door and enter, the old man smiled happily, holding a cup of wine, and asked, You have arrived? He swayed his body and continued, making a guest wait while arguing outside in the courtyard. You are certainly not an ordinary person, are you? Yunhui sat down on a chair opposite him. I am about to fight one of the top swordsmen in the world, so I must prepare thoroughly. He felt relieved inside. He doesn't seem annoyed. That's fortunate. The old man rested his arm on the table, looked straight at him refreshingly, and praised. Preparing like that is no small matter. Surprised, his eyes widened as he looked at Yunhui. Yunhui's silhouette, full of aura, reflected in his pupils. In just over 2 hours, you have already achieved the sharp claws? Yunhui smiled happily and replied, You noticed it too? The old man said, How many battlefields do you think I have fought on? He bowed his head and sipped his wine. Even among the 10 great masters, I fear few have stepped through as many battlefields as I have. Yunhui looked at him contemplatively. From a wanderer to the supreme of a martial arts region, a figure who built a power on his own. He looks simple on the outside, but his inner self is absolutely not to be underestimated. Yunhui curled his lips in a confident smile. Relying on the old man's attitude so far, he said, Great hero Wei Ji, please allow me to ask one thing. He asked refreshingly, What is it? Yunhui replied, Great hero, the real reason you visited the Tang family this time. What is it exactly? Hearing him speak, the old man was startled. The hand holding the wine cup suddenly tightened. He slammed the wine cup down on the table, his voice filled with angry questioning. Are you implying that I am lying? He immediately channeled his internal energy. Both his eyes and body were enveloped in a fiercely burning aura. And lying to a fledgling like you? Yunhui looked at the opposing aura without flinching. His face was full of confidence and interest as he mused. Indeed, the momentum is terrifying. The old man did not bother to retract his aura. He stroked his beard and laughed. Interesting. You dare to ask that, so you must suspect my purpose is different from what I said. His internal force was pushed to a climax, engulfing him from the bottom up like a raging fire. Speak. Depending on what that speculation is, you might have to pass the test right here, rather than waiting 4 days. The spirits around Yunhui became angry. They spoke up to defend him, even though no one heard them but him. The chubby-faced spirit was indignant. That is too insolent. The spirit with 2 hair buns worried. But now the young master is not strong enough to face this person. Yunhui pondered, slightly bowed his head, and answered him. Then this humble junior would like to presumptuously present a guess about the reason for your arrival. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, revealing a sharp will. Great hero Wei Ji, the pinnacle of Guizhou martial arts, suddenly visited the 9 Dragons branch of the Tang family right before the Grand Assembly without any prior contact. Yunhui sat up straight, facing him steadily, and continued. You must also understand how much of a shock this event will create. If you really came in the name of protecting the reputation of the Forsex, perhaps you would have chosen a different time. The old man involuntarily asked, Then, why is it this time? Yunhui calmly replied, Because you were forced to come at this time. Hearing this, the old man was startled. Yunhui's eyes bored into him. The Four Gates Blade King has not yet achieved it. But the Dark Venerable, whom you are about to visit at the Nine Dragons branch, has already comprehended it. The old man's eyes darkened. He must have been hit right in the mark. His hand still gently stroked his beard as he listened. The Heavenly Star Trajectory Realm. Did you come here to find a clue to lead to that realm? The hand stroking his beard suddenly stopped. He lowered his hand, and his internal energy aura also retracted. He spoke contemplatively. This reason is perhaps too superficial to deal with the people of the Tang family. Yunhui immediately replied, if there is anything I can help with, please speak. Seeing him close his eyes and lower his head, Yunhui continued, because I think you are still hesitating to speak your heart out. Spirits chimed in. After all, he is a person who once stood at the peak. The spirit with two hair buns rubbed her chin with short fingers, voicing her thought. He must also keep some self-respect. He cannot easily reveal his inner self like that. He frowned and replied, but you know, I was originally a wanderer. The spirits, hearing him speak, were dizzy inside. That speed of discarding self-respect. Face suddenly became resolute. Clenching his hand into a fist, he spoke firmly. I have no illustrious background, so every passing day is a struggle for survival. Yet, I founded a sect and reached the Windless Realm. And that happened a year ago. He knelt on the ground, his face darkening. In front of him was a great blade lying beside him. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of unwillingness. Can there really be such a huge gap? He looked up at the person standing proudly in front of him and asked, Sword Emperor, what exactly is the difference between you and me? The man turned back and answered, your way of the sword has merely touched the Windless Realm. You haven't even seen through what is right beneath your feet. So how can you delusionally hope to look up at the star trajectory? He raised a hand high, stammering, Star trajectory? Do you mean the Heavenly Star Trajectory Realm? Does that realm really exist? The man clasped his hands behind his back, stood silently for a moment, and replied to his question. Tracing the orbit of the stars operating in the celestial sphere, reading the heavenly mechanism, and beginning to accumulate the chi of the sky into the dantian. Having spoken, the man turned to face him. His mouth gaped in astonishment, stammering, Star trajectory actually exists. The man glanced at him. His eyes at that moment looked as if he felt pity. He truly, from the bottom of his heart, felt sorry for me. That emotion was even deeper than the humiliation I tasted that day. The desire to become strong completely swallowed me. And so I retreated into seclusion for bitter training to examine myself. From a wanderer with empty hands, I fought countless masters and forged my own golden lion blade technique. However, in the end, I realized that compared to martial arts distilled over many generations, the martial arts created by a single lifetime like mine are truly too shallow. Internal energy overflowed from his eyes. He gritted his teeth tightly. And then I heard that you had easily defeated my disciples. You even established many feats when confronting the demonic cult. So I started thinking, if it is the Tang family, a clan with the Dark Venerable, you are evaluated as equal to, or perhaps even surpassing, the Sword Emperor. I believe that you hold the secret to achieving the sharp claws, the thing I have never obtained. And today, after witnessing your martial arts with my own eyes, I can confirm that. Yunhui's eyes did not leave him. He stared and heard him continue. That you have possessed the sharp claws. He said, originally in the martial arts world, most die without ever touching that thing. The majority are ignorant people who don't know how to obtain it. His eyelids drooped. And I am just one of those ignorant people. Yunhui involuntarily said nothing. Curling his lips in a smile, he continued, I didn't expect you to be this frank. He looked straight at Yunhui and replied, that's right. What I just said is the reason I came here. Help me find the sharp claws. The chubby-faced spirit frowned. A person who was once the supreme of an entire region, now not only reveals his shortcomings to a junior, but also directly begs for help. Yunhui stroked his chin in thought. So the so-called sect self-respect you mentioned at the gate today was never something the Four Gates Blade King cared about. Then he looked at the man who was very determined and resolute, showing him the truth of his words. He told himself, only a fierce desire for strength remains, pure and unadulterated. Yunhui told himself, how rare it is to see a manly man like this. Then he closed his eyes, smiled and said, I will help you. Surprised, he asked back, help me? Yunhui replied, instead, I have a condition. He asked, what is the condition? Yunhui crossed his arms, smiling. Please lend me your blade, great hero. He asked back, huh? My blade? Hearing Yunhui finish, yes, although I don't know when I will borrow it. If it is the Lion King's claw, it surely has great value. right? He burst into loud laughter. You speak as if I have already obtained the claws. Yen Yunhi's eyes looked sharply at him as if he didn't believe the words just spoken. I am certain you will obtain the claws. Two sat opposite each other. Hearing Yen Yunhi's words, he was stunned, because Yen Yunhi's state contained not a shred of deceit. Then he laughed loudly as if he had a bumper crop. Ha! Without any basis, yet you make me believe it. Truly strange. He slammed his hand on the table. But you also know, my schedule isn't something you can just borrow from whenever you want. It depends on my mood too. Yen Yunhi closed his eyes in contemplation. Of course, if the Supreme of Guizhou martial arts accepts a request without considering the consequences, that would be a major problem. Then he refreshingly held out his hand in front of Yen Yunhi, speaking warmly. But hey, if you accept me as your brother, I won't mind giving you the first blade. Yen Yunhi asked back in surprise. Huh? Both Yen Yunhi and the spirits instantly turned to stone at his statement. All four of them spoke in unison. Wait, what the hell did he just say? Another development, a subordinate entered. His master, a fat wealthy merchant, glanced at him and scolded. I clearly told you to be careful in every action, yet it's midnight and you're still sneaking around somewhere? That person was not afraid but put his hands on his hips and sighed deeply. The wealthy merchant, angry and flustered, said, Who is your direct superior? Are you planning to argue forever? The person's eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. Looking back, the old man trembled, eyes widening in terror. Keish. That look is? He only managed to utter a huh before his face gradually cracked into small pieces of ice, and then his whole body followed. He died like a glass doll falling and shattering, small ice crystals scattering all over the room and around the man. Immediately, a person appeared behind him. The man leisurely clasped his hands behind his back. His face looked very much like the monkey son Wukong, and he even wore 2 earrings. He leisurely walked to the side, speaking as he went. Brother, if you handle everything so messily like this, what are we to do? There are so many eyes watching this place. He stared straight ahead and said, I intended to change everything anyway. Consider it taking a step ahead. His face was immediately reassembled by the tiny ice crystals into the wealthy merchant from earlier. He had used the ice disguise technique to impersonate him. In the end, all the trouble falls on my head. After transforming completely, he asked, What about the matter you said you would personally check, sir? The man replied, Indeed, it is very tight, not letting a single gap slip through. The fake wealthy merchant glanced at him. Could the information have leaked from somewhere? If you keep targeting the Tang Yuchong line like that, I fear there will be danger. He released internal energy from his 2 eyes, calmly replying, Do you think I act without considering that? Fake wealthy merchant nodded in agreement, respectfully replying, Sir, it seems I have been rude. Please accept my apology. His hand clenched into a fist, his tone threatening. Insolent attitude. I will not overlook it a second time. The man stammered. I will remember. Suddenly, a person appeared from above, landing right behind the 2 of them. Both turned to look simultaneously. The man asked, Is that Blue Bone?
Impossible.
One of the 12 Black Bone demons, Guardian General Blue Bone, said, The sect master has a matter he wants to instruct directly. Just as he finished speaking, Blue Bone moved his internal energy and clasped his hands. His face also mutated accordingly. Both of them clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. We seek an audience with the sect master. Blue Bone's internal energy surged. His whole body was like a raging fire. The voice of their sect master asked, Send word to those who follow the snow law of the North Sea, the harsh frozen land. How far have you prepared? Both knelt on one knee. He replied, The merger between the Silent Hand Hidden Squad and the Silent Hand Beheading Squad is complete. We only need the holy decree. Your subordinates will smile entering the holy war and are ready to embrace martyrdom. Blue Bone held up his 5-fingered hand in front of him. Good, then, I will entrust you with a sacred mission, to open the first chapter of the holy war. He loyally replied, Please bestow the command. Their sect master spoke clearly. In the name of the Snow Law, the central envoy of the Tao Law, and also the sect master, I want to send a small gift to an old friend, the person I am about to meet again after decades of separation. Blue Bone's eyes remained unusually wide open, and his pupils flashed. His mouth continued to ask, Choose one of the 2, the head of tyrant brother Nan or the head of his son. Cut it cleanly. Hang it before the gate as an example. It doesn't matter how many grand disciples must die for justice. Can you do it? He frowned, replying confidently, There is no place so safe that it cannot be done. Blue Bone narrowed his eyes. Very well, then I will wait and see. the internal energy extinguished. The two of them stood up one by one. He said, "Gather all the red bones and blade demons." Suddenly became fierce and aggressive. "Tonight, we will attack the Tang Yuchong line at the Tang family building." Yunhui clasped his hands, looking at the map in front of him, and asked, "The North Sea sect master has arrived in Nine Dragons district. Faster than expected. Surveillance and monitoring. It seems impossible to do, right?" The branch general manager of the Tang Hall fanned himself with a bamboo fan and answered him, "If we do, all the supervisors will explode." Yunhui placed a cylindrical block on the map. "Never mind. The North Sea sect master probably won't act personally before the event day." The hall member calmly replied, his hands still using the bamboo fan. "Yes. Instead, the rats hiding in the shadows have started to stir." Yunhui turned back, looking very surprised. "Oh!" He touched his chin and thought, "The family head hasn't even arrived at the Nine Dragons branch, yet they are already acting?" Holding the block from earlier high, he glanced at it while continuing to ponder. They must have cancelled the assassination plan since the White Bone Chariot was taken down. Since the plan was exposed, what's the point of assassinating? Then he slammed the block down onto the map spread flat on the table. "But we cannot retreat either. Besides preventing the demonic cult from returning and spreading terror throughout the Central Plains." He looked at the block he had just placed, standing parallel to another block, and said, "We also have to stop the family head from establishing a new special task force. If it is, as I predict, to demonstrate the might of the demonic cult, they will launch a total attack at the moment the event is most lively." The hall member replied, "We at the Windflower Pavilion guessed the same." Yunhui glanced at him. "You still don't understand why the rats are acting now, do you?" His eyes lit up. The eye on the crescent-shaped mask glowed. "Yes, no matter how you look at it, those hiding rats have no reason to act at this time." Yunhui replied, "They probably want to humiliate the Tang family, the place that ruined their plan. They are trying to seize the initiative." The hall member was startled. He immediately folded his fan and asked urgently, "What? Giving up a strategic advantage just for a grudge?" Yunhui slightly raised his eyebrows and thought, "That is how they are." His finger pointed at the sharp tip on the block, saying, "And the most effective target for this grudge would be the branch master of the Nine Dragons branch. But since striking the branch master is difficult, the target will be me, the young branch master." The hall member asked, "Ho ho, how do you feel about becoming a target?" Yunhui calmly answered him, "Humph, being a target is no big deal." Hall member seemed to bloom. He happily flattered, "Indeed, the appearance of a monarch. How should the Windflower Pavilion officially welcome you?" Yunhui grimaced and shouted, "Stop it." He spread his arms wide over the map table and said seriously, "Anyway, General Manager, there is something I need you to prepare immediately." He smiled confidently, his eyes shining with interest. "Since I am the target, I must make good use of it." In the evening, lanterns hung all over the streets. The roads in the city were flooded with the brilliant light of lanterns. Lu Shuimin raised both hands high, ran quickly forward, and cheered excitedly, "Wow, the night market is so crowded and fun." Her face was full of comfort, and her voice became much gentler. "Indeed, when the Tang family organizes an event, the scale is completely different." Tang Guizhen scratched her cheek, confused. "Originally, I intended to take you sisters out yesterday, but I was held back too tightly by Huir." Shuimin thought back to the scene last night, her head full of black lines, and exclaimed, "Honestly, we just arrived. Yet we already had to have a sparring match." Xie Xianshan also replied, "It was truly wonderful." Shuimin heard this and repeated, "Truly wonderful." Seeming to realize what she was saying, she turned and angrily shouted in Xianshan's face, "No, normally, that's not how it is." Guizhen reconciled the two of them. Now, we've arrived at the night market, so we must enjoy it, right?" Both sisters agreed. Yes. 3 of them ate candied hawthorns together. Each person had a skewer, eating happily. After that, they went to choose masks. Xianshan was still hesitating whether to buy one, while Shuimin next to her seemed very afraid. She was startled, her face pale. Guizhen stood afar, crossing her arms and smiling as she watched the 2 sisters, reminding her of her younger brother. After a moment of silence, she thought, "I wish my brother and I could also play happily like this." Nger must be returning to her maternal home safely, right? Hearing Shuimin's call, "Sister Guizhen, let's visit that place over there this time." She was startled and replied, "Ah, yes." Suddenly, a stream of evil energy flew from somewhere, right behind Guizhen. She detected it and asked herself, "Oh, this energy." The other 2 also approached, their faces solemn. Shuimin asked back, "You sensed it too, sister?" Immediately, All three jumped up, following the trail of that evil energy. When all three landed on a nearby street, Guasian looked around and exclaimed, "It was clearly near here." Shuimin also said, "Damn it, did it hide?" Xianchan looked around and involuntarily said, "Sister Min's sister, it's very strange here." Shuimin turned back. "Eh? What?" Hearing Xianchan continue, "There is no trace of human presence nearby. Absolutely none." Guasian seemed to have realized something. He also said, "Although this area has few people passing by in Nine Dragons District, being this deserted is abnormal." Suddenly her eyes widened. She thought, "This is a trap." Guasian immediately turned around and shouted, "Sister Min, Sister Xian, let's get out." Shuimin quickly replied, "Yes." Before the three could leave, the sky where they stood suddenly filled with falling snowflakes, and three shadows of internal energy appeared. They became alert. The three figures split up, each raising a sword to strike one person. The three women were not weak either. They raised their swords to block. The three attackers immediately retreated simultaneously, putting some distance between them and Guasian's group. Guasian held her sword in front of her face, frowning at them. This cold energy and demonic energy, the demon puppets of the North Sea sect that Huir faced. From behind the three masked people wearing black robes, a person appeared, leisurely walking with hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Indeed, the juniors who will lead the future of Sichuan martial arts." He was the one who had impersonated the dead wealthy merchant's subordinate. At this moment, he was slowly removing the layer of ice disguise on his face. The face of a normal person disappeared, revealing the face of Zhou Mintai. His eyes flashed with cold ice energy. He smirked and said, "To be able to easily block the ice arrows of the North Sea sect's demon puppets like that." Guasian frowned at him. This abnormal demonic energy. He must be at least a supreme peak master. Mintai's body suddenly crackled as if possessing a magnetic field. He very leisurely and calmly clasped his hands behind his back and said to Guasian's group, "Worrying won't help much anyway." He immediately advanced toward Shuimin first. After all, the demon-subduing sword of the Amei sect is quite troublesome. He held out his right hand. "Must deal with it first." Shuimin, surprised, said, "What?" His hand, full of internal energy, struck Shuimin's chest. Her eyes widened, and blood gushed from her mouth. Then he straightened his arm and lifted her high. Internal energy blasted out. Her whole body flew back a long distance. Guasian and Xianchan looked back in worry simultaneously. Xianchan now asked in astonishment, "Deal with?" Mintai retracted the internal energy in his hand, smiling cunningly. "The daughter of the Nine Dragons branch and the beloved daughter of the Blue Sky Sword Emperor. Having these two is enough." Xianchan's eyes widened in shock as she mused. He knew who we were before approaching. Simultaneously, both girls jumped up and rushed to where he was standing. Facing the two sword points aimed at him, his face darkened, and he smiled leisurely in a bizarre manner. Then he used his two hands to strike both of them simultaneously with palm strikes. Both gritted their teeth in horror. "What? Ugh!" He delivered the decisive blow. His internal energy pierced through their backs. Both fell down painfully. "Ugh!" Shuimin looked from afar. She clutched her chest in pain and shouted, "Sister Xian, Sister Guasian." He slowly approached Shuimin, shouted at him, "You demonic cult scum, what have you done to Sister Guasian and Sister Xian?" He released internal energy all over his body. The immense pressure forced Shuimin to bow her whole body down. He shouted back, "Shut up, you Amei sect brat." She cried out in pain, "Ugh." He stared at her. "Go to the Nine Dragons branch and deliver a message. If they want to retrieve these two hostages." His eyes suddenly became terrifying. The power from his eyes dispersed into two blue flames in a horrific manner. "Then tell Yunhui to come here alone." Having spoken, all four of them flew away. Guimin was left alone. She called out tragically, "Sister Xian, Sister Guasian." She slumped over. The pain came. Ugh! Her eyes had dark circles. Her body had no vitality left. Her hand tried to take an object out from her robe. Honestly, it was a signal flare. She blew a tune. The sound of the flare flew far away. At blowing it, she gasped for breath. Her whole face was pale and bloodless, but she smiled with satisfaction. "If I've gone to this extent and still fail, I won't forgive you. Young Master Yunhui." Vision gradually blurred, and she fell into a coma, no longer knowing what would happen next. Yunhui pushed the door open from the outside and entered the living room of the Chiton Hall. The healers were on duty beside a girl's sickbed. Tang Kuan went over to greet him. "You have arrived?" He didn't beat around the bush but asked straight into the main topic. How is Miss Yu's condition? He also honestly explained her situation. Although only injured externally, she has been poisoned with ice poison. The young lady used the great vessel sealing method to stop the poison from spreading. However, he stopped abruptly. Yunhui also tacitly understood and continued. The Yu family can hardly deal with this type of ice poison. The healer also nodded in silent agreement with what he just said. Yes. After grasping the situation, he analyzed worriedly. If it were just ordinary ice poison, I could soothe and cure it, but the heart-devouring ice poison from the North Sea sect is completely different. Then he turned to order the healers. Let me handle it. Everyone withdraw. The two healers, whose foreheads were covered in sweat, packed their belongings and replied, Yes, understood. Then they also left. As soon as they left, the ghost spirits appeared around him. One saw her condition and assessed in astonishment. Compared to the heart-devouring ice poison of Baishan, this type of poison is much more harmful. Another also sweated profusely, exclaiming, Fortunately, thanks to the great vessel sealing method protecting her meridians, she kept her life. Otherwise, he stopped there as everyone understood what followed. He tried using his hand to transmit energy to her, but it had no effect. A bit of knowledge dissemination. The great vessel sealing method is a technique to block internal energy in all meridians and blood vessels where true energy flows, including the dantian. It prevents toxins from invading the meridians extremely effectively. But the weakness is that the user will fall into a coma. Therefore, without outside support, the great vessel sealing method cannot be undone. He and three others were discussing a plan to wake Miss Yu up. He sat in the presiding chair, stating the problem they were facing. If it goes according to their plan, she won't die immediately. But having been poisoned with ice poison, sooner or later she will lose her life. If it seems too dangerous, then... He spoke up to hear when Xianchan bowed with arms crossed over her chest, cutting off his next words. I understand. Shuimin raised her hand in agreement. Me too. Huaxian turned to smile gently to encourage him. You wouldn't propose a strategy against ice poison without anticipating the consequences, right? He nodded as if confirming what she just said. Using the great vessel sealing method can prevent the toxin from spreading. As long as she is alive, I can cure the ice poison. Immediately, Xianchan raised her index finger, stating her opinion. So as soon as we are poisoned, just use the great vessel sealing method, right? Replied. That's right. But his expression was a bit strange. Xianchan saw that unfriendly look of his and asked in bewilderment. What's wrong? You're the one who proposed it, yet you make such a strange face. He also honestly explained. Because I didn't expect you to easily agree to entrust your life to someone you met just yesterday. I didn't expect you to accept so quickly. She frowned and retorted. Quick. Yes. But not easy at all. Last night, when we were buying swords together, I personally evaluated young Master Yunhui as a person worth entrusting. She smiled emphatically. So, please don't fail, okay? Receiving everyone's trust, he also became confident in starting his treatment method. He probed the poison in her body while thinking. Since the young lady trusted me and played her role perfectly, I must keep my word. However, the stream of cold energy in this poison. He took out a bit of the cold poison to examine closely. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. He smirked eerily. That Jomintai, he surely still keeps that object. Possessing such a treasure yet not fully merging with it. He just carries it around. Yu slowly opened her eyes. Her face was still pale. She called out weakly. Young Master Yunhui. He didn't seem surprised, as if he had predicted this. He asked gently, Are you more awake now? She struggled to sit up. Holding her stomach, she frowned in discomfort. Although I believe in you, young master, I didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying expert. She groaned softly. Ouch, my stomach hurts. He asked, half laughing, half crying. Did that guy leave any message? She didn't need to think long. She answered immediately. He said, If you want to save the hostage, Yunhui must show up alone. He asked again. Did he say where the location is? She was stunned by this question. Thinking back, he didn't reveal the location. Truly the evil sect. She didn't understand this matter much. She repeated his words. Yes, a challenge. He rubbed his chin, analyzing. He hid the method to find the location. He wants to see if the Shao family has enough skill to find it. But deep down he thinks otherwise. More precisely, he wants to test me. She asked doubtfully. So can you find it? He nodded confidently. Of course. Then he looked at Tang Kuan and asked. Instructor, have you caught that guy yet? The man hurriedly replied. Yes. He is being detained in the interrogation room at Zhengfeng Pavilion. She stood up, sheathing her sword, and praised. Oh, the Xiao family is indeed formidable. Then let's go too. Seeing her condition, he worriedly advised. You are still under the effects of the closed meridian art and the ice poison. Rest. But she insisted. My personality doesn't allow me to just sit and wait for you all to return. Seeing he couldn't stop her, he helplessly instructed the servant. Since she said that, is there any vitality surge pill left in the medicine chest? Bring it here. The servant was startled. Yes, as you command. When the servant left, he took a pill from his person and held it out to her. Miss you, the vitality surge pill is a poison that slightly numbs the nervous system. It helps you temporarily forget fatigue. She looked at the pill in his hand. She asked doubtfully, a poison that helps forget fatigue? Reminded her of its uses and side effects. In exchange, it allows normal movement for half a day. But afterwards, fatigue will accumulate for many days. Even your mind will be groggy, hard to concentrate. He confirmed again. Do you still want to use it? She quickly snatched the pill from his hand. She affirmed firmly, give it to me. Better than being unable to do anything. 1 hour later, the manor of the Jinjian sect in Jiaolong County. He and his subordinates were lined up waiting there. Tang Kuan spoke up, confirmed the bodies of Jinjian sect members in the inner courtyard. He also confirmed, this is indeed the place. He recalled the scene of torturing that henchman, being tortured until ragged, his face swollen like a dumpling. He confessed, north, the northwest outer courtyard. That is the manor Jinjian sect bought long ago to manage land around Jiaolong County. Back to reality. A ghost soul appeared behind him and announced, young cult master, ahead is the Beihai sect's array. He replied to it, correct, they have set up the North Wind Glacial Prison Array. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, as instructed, everyone wait here for orders. No one is allowed to act on their own. Tang Kuan also spoke up to advise, sub-branch master, if you encounter danger, do not hesitate, retreat immediately, fire the signal flare at once. Then he turned to his own subordinates and instructed, in an emergency, the first person we must protect is the sub-branch master. He smirked, praising, you really know how to care for others, huh? I'm going. He rushed off like the wind, crossing over rooftops and disappearing from everyone's sight. Just as he stepped in, the ghost soul informed him, the array has been activated. Strands of cold white snow fell, covering everything in white. Outside the weather is cool, but inside here it's tens of degrees below zero. Can't see the path anymore. This is the North Wind Glacial Prison Array. This array was painstakingly researched by the Beihai sect for many years, recreating a frozen hell in the human world. It causes those trapped to lose direction, leading to freezing to death. At the same time, it creates a favorable battlefield for those who use cold energy like the Beihai sect. He easily recognized the direction to enter the formation, shattering every barrier on the way, killing all those blocking his path. He only needed to use a fan to easily defeat them. After dealing with those small fries, he criticized harshly. Even though they belong to the demonic path, compared to Bashan, they are still far behind. He evaluated the man sitting in front of him. But the important thing is that guy seems. Seeing the other guy ignoring him, he boldly approached. He spoke first. I have come alone as you requested. Where are my sister and Miss Sima? He kept his head down but replied with a meaningful sentence. I noticed something strange. He was stunned, not understanding what he meant. He glared at him, questioning. What? He slowly explained. When kidnapping the hostages, I simultaneously ordered the shadow assassins to assassinate the key position holders of the Nine Dragons branch. I wanted to see, amidst the chaos when the important positions in the branch collapsed, how long it would take you to find this place. He recalled the reports from his subordinates which were not as he had predicted. His voice was full of anger. But when they returned, I learned that it was all a failure. He stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. He continued recounting. The divine cult strategy to conquer the Central Plains. The righteous destroying strategy. Even the famous strategists in the divine cult took a long time to understand this plan. Yet you not only understood, you applied it in reverse perfectly. His expression gradually changed. No longer the gentle jade-like appearance, replaced by an eerie smile. Gritting his teeth, he emphasized every word. If you weren't the one who devised the righteous destroying strategy, then it would be impossible to break it so simply.
Impossible.
Cannot be, no matter how calm I stay. The only conclusion that keeps repeating is a crazy absurdity I cannot understand. He lost patience, his tone icy. What nonsense are you babbling about? He didn't expect him to react like that. He was a bit unsure how to respond. Pointing at him, still keeping that arrogant attitude. Looking down on everyone, he spoke. You are Yen Yunhi, aren't you? He was exasperated, not knowing what else to say. Smirking. From his sleeves, dozens of dagger tips appeared, forming a fan shape pointing at him. Discovered, huh? Inside the dark warehouse, Kuei-jin woke up uncomfortably, looking around. Ugh, where is this? At that moment, a large figure entered and stood at the door. He stood there and spoke. Seems you've woken up. Seeing the cruel smile on his face.
Kuisen realized.
You are the general manager Na Jinbei of the Jinjian sect. He stood there looking at her lying on the ground, unable to move. Ah, I'm so forgetful. The smile on the manager's face became even more eerie. Still keeping this form, am I? Saying that, he immediately transformed into a different shape. Kuei-jin looked at him in fear. Her face darkened, her eyes fixed on the manager. It's a living Jiangshi. No, that robe is the alien Jiangshi type. Just like the white bone prince. The manager laughed loudly. His face was now gaunter than before, but the terrifying eeriness radiated ceaselessly around the small room. He spoke in a rather satisfied voice. True to being a disciple of Qingqing. Really sharp. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, placing his hand in front of Kuei-jin's face. This body is the bone-accumulating evil Toon. She was terrified. What do you want to do? That large hand stopped in front of Kuei-jin's small face, making her tremble in fear. Can't move. Acupoints sealed? No. This is... He laughed loudly, looking satisfied. Seems you've realized. That is my magic. As he spoke, his hand cast magic on her. Kuei-jin screamed in panic. Take your hands off, you filthy demon. Before her screams and panic, he replied annoyedly. Ah, this bitter-faced girl is really loud. Suddenly, he used his large hand to squeeze her face and turn it to the side. Look at the person next to you. Learn a little from her. Forced to look aside.
Kuisen shouted.
Shang-yi.
Seeing Kuei-jin finish speaking, the demon removed his hand from her face. He laughed loudly. This girl from the Sima family was also very quiet when she woke up. Seeing her silent, he gently patted her head, showing satisfaction. Looking at this is so pleasant. Suddenly, a loud noise from above made the demon startle and look up. He showed annoyance when he heard it. Humph, the array has been activated. Demon coldly turned and walked away, leaving the two girls lying on the ground immobile due to his magic. Seems that Tang Yuchong or whatever has come to save you. He walked slowly to the door. Do you feel excited? Do you see a ray of hope?
Keskiviikko, 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 keskiviikko.
He laughed like a madman. Before stepping out of the room, he turned back, flashing a savage smile. Don't worry, when this is all over, I will turn all of you into a group of intimate living Jiangshis. Once outside, that demon slammed the door shut, returning the quiet space in the small warehouse to the two girls. Kuei-jin glanced over, gently asked, Shan-yi, are you okay?
Shang-yi replied dejectedly.
Yes, Sister Kuei-jin. But, before Shan-yi could finish, Kuei-jin continued, the security here is very strict. Besides that damn Jiangshi, there are probably 2 or 3 more Beihai sect monsters. If there's also an array set up then... Shan-yi seemed to understand. Her dejected face from before changed. Because of this magic, my body can't budge. Kuei-jin looked at Shan-yi gently. The situation is much worse than predicted. Shan-yi sadly glanced at Kuei-jin. Sister Kuei-jin, is Minmei okay? Seeing Shan-yi worried, Kuei-jin comforted her. Brother Yunhui surely has treated her. Hearing these words from Kuei-jin, Shan-yi felt a burden lifted. I hope she's okay.
Kuisen encouraged Shan-yi.
First let's wait for the time Brother Yunhui mentioned. Hesitating a moment, Kuei-jin continued. If it really doesn't work, I still have a final measure to escape from here. Outside, the snowstorm grew stronger. Yunhui and Jiomintai stood looking at each other. Jiomintai spoke first. It is you, Yen Yunhi. He used cold eyes to look at him. I am Tang Yuchong. He laughed lightly.
No.
You are Yen Yunhi. He stood there, looking at him quizzically, not understanding what this despicable demon was babbling about. Suddenly, he gripped his sword tightly with both hands. Stop pretending. Not letting Yunhui answer, he drew his sword and rushed to slash at him. Because of the surprise attack, he didn't have time to prepare. He let out a sound. Thud. Looking at the sword in Jiomintai's hand, he realized it was the life-escaping demon blade. It's the treasure of the Beihai sect, the Beihai demon blade, forged from dozens of thousand-year-old ice blocks, and honed further. Is the condensed Yin energy really that abundant? Yen Yunhui laughed coldly. Truly a living elixir block, huh? The ghost spirit appeared, whispering in his ear. Young cult master, I'm afraid no one views that divine weapon as an elixir. Yomintai held the sword, showing impatience. At first I just felt annoyed because your name resembles another unlucky guy's name. Then I felt you knew too much about the new cult. Suspiciously so, you even once rescued believers of the demon god fire sect. Suddenly, his face became ferocious. He shouted loudly. But when facing you directly, I understood clearly. That arrogant attitude, the way of speaking, the eyes, the habits, even your walk. Mintai pointed his sword at him. You are Yen Yunhi. Hearing him say that, he was indifferent. Ah. He chuckled softly, glancing at Joe Mintai. I didn't expect you to like me that much. You zombie. Hearing him speak in a mocking tone, he became incredibly angry. Yen Yunhi continued to chuckle, raising the knife in his hand. Seeming not to notice the person in front of him was shaking with rage. I thought you must have wanted me dead to the point of madness. While I was alive, you could never become the young cult master you desired. So what now? Think you can be the young cult master? Even if it's your turn to be the young cult master, surely it won't be simple to achieve. Hearing this, Joe Mintai's face darkened, grinding his teeth. His teasing voice continued. Truly a zombie. You really are. Haven't changed a bit. The sentence seemed to touch Joe Mintai's limit. His power exploded. Joe Mintai laughed, shouting loudly. That damn provocative style is exactly Yen Yunhi. At this moment, he seemed to go insane. Yen Yunhi, Yen Yunhi, Yen Yunhi. Seeing him like that, he just smirked, ice cold. Stop calling, you lunatic. I'm getting goosebumps. Hearing him speak, Joe Mintai raised his sword to the sky frantically. Seeing this, his henchmen rejoiced, holding swords in combat stance. The snowstorm grew stronger. The mob gradually approached him. Joe Mintai stood behind the henchmen, smirking at him. As you know, within the North Wind Glacial Prison Array, my Beihai sect is invincible. His eyes darkened, screaming, in this snowstorm, I will trample you and make you die miserably. Yen Yunhi looked at the crowd in front. He wasn't afraid, clenching his fists, looking at them coldly. Seems like you are the one who hasn't realized it. He paused. What did you say? He unleashed his power. If you already suspected I am Yen Yunhi, then you should have paid more attention to the array you are using. Having said that, the array that Joe Mintai was proud of was destroyed by him. Seeing this, the mob immediately looked at each other in panic. They looked at Yen Yunhi in fear, then looked down at their feet, screaming. What? The ground is cracking? The mob panicked. The North Wind Glacial Prison Array is collapsing. Yen Yunhi saw the chaotic scene before him, standing laughing and looking triumphant. You think I don't know how to break these old-fashioned arrays? But anyway, the Yen energy of the ice crystals used to build the array is quite a waste to lose. He raised a finger in front of his face, starting to chant. Ghost King's Silent Nightmare. Violet Aberration. I will use it well. Finished speaking. A massive power radiated from Yen Yunhi. That power seemed to blow away everything around. Evil Demon Hell Array. Joe Mintai looked at him, grinding his teeth in anger. Not only destroying the North Wind Glacial Prison Array, he is even reconstructing it with his own array. Cough cough. The coughing sound of a minion. That guy had been poisoned by the snowstorm. Another one spoke up. Joe Mintai glared, shouting angrily. Yen Yunhi. Hearing him call his name, he just calmly replied. From just now it's Yen Yunhi. Yen Yunhi, don't keep calling my name like that. He raised 2 fingers in a provocative gesture. Didn't you call me out to fight? You zombie. The subordinate stood in front of Joe Mintai and shouted. If he gets poisoned further, the young master will be in danger. Attack him quickly. While speaking, that guy pointed at him. Hearing the order, all of them grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Yen Yunhi. He wasn't panicked at all, drawing out dozens of daggers forming a fan shape. You guys really are thick-headed idiots. Saying that, he swung the fan towards the mob. They screamed in panic. Ah! Yen Yunhi flew into the sky, looking down at the crowd. You guys can fight me because there's a lot of white snow blocking vision. In the air, he pointed the fan downwards. Now, I see you all clearly. Seeing the source of power radiating from Yen Yunhi, Joe Mintai hesitated a bit. That stream of energy, could it be? It belongs to the Heavenly Demon Sword. A variation of the Heavenly Demon Sword. Demonic shape sword wind. He swung the fan. The crowd below stood frozen in fear looking up. Thousands of blades slashed down to the ground, wiping out the crowd. Only Joe Mintai could withstand it. Though blocking that slash, Jomintai also became exhausted, looking at the corpses lying scattered on the ground. He raised the fan to cover his face. Jomintai shook with rage, gritting his teeth tightly. Jomintai shouted loudly, "Herg! Ah!" Held his sword and rushed in front, swinging it at his face, but he blocked it. Jomintai shouted, "Yen Yunhi!" Yunhi with glowing eyes, holding a sharp weapon. The opponent's blood sprayed out. It seemed in this battle he held the upper hand. Jomintai trembled, grinding his teeth. "You haven't seen the coffin, so you haven't shed tears." Roaring, he held the sword and rushed at him, and used all his might to slash down. Yunhi was not afraid at all and gently blocked it. Both sides looked at each other furiously, emitting terrifying pressure. Jomin struggled to defend. He said in confusion, "Although I can't explain why you can use martial arts. My martial arts realm is still a level above you." Words just finished. He knocked out Jomin with a single blow, sending him flying a distance away. He used his hand to slide on the ground to stabilize. Smirked and asked, "So do you feel happy about that? Living corpse?" He was shaking with anger, clenching his jaw, unable to speak. "You!" Disregarding his own life or death, he continued to rush towards him. The battle took place fiercely, slashing strikes everywhere. Figures couldn't even be seen. Yunhi calmly dodged. His face didn't have a single scratch, while Jomin seemed to go mad, attacking ceaselessly on all fronts. His eyes widened in surprise. Then he straightforwardly retaliated against his barrage. Both sides seemed to show no sign of stopping, fighting to the death. Jomin gritted his teeth and growled, using rocket-like speed to thrash him. Yunhi stood there watching him rush over, and agilely leaped up high to dodge. He deftly avoided the attacks. Jomin still didn't give up, chasing closely after him. "Where are you running?" Suddenly an ice block formed, blocking his way. He coolly somersaulted in the air. A series of hidden weapons rained down from above like a storm, making Jomin stunned. Hidden weapons? He clenched his jaw, continuously dodging. But there were too many hidden weapons stabbing straight into Jomin. Blood sprayed out. He tried to stand firm. His mouth groaned softly in pain. Jomin's face was black as soot, muttering, "Poison too." Hui rushed over and asked, "How is it? Is the taste of the broken soul poison pleasant?" See him approaching, he asked softly, "Why?" Jomin used all his strength to defend, thinking incomprehensibly inside. "His martial arts are far below the realm I painstakingly practiced to achieve. Yet, why am I being overwhelmed by him?" He stared at Yunhui's fresh face, glaring eyes speculating wildly. "Is it because he finds my moves funny, compared to the supreme experts of our cult that he faced when he was the young cult master? Then the moves of a person who just reached the supreme level like me. You were too subjective." Jomin strained himself, sweat pouring out. Jomin felt humiliated. He roared, "You mean I'm not worth your concern?" Saying that, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, face furious, slashing wildly, like a blinding light flashing across Jomin's face. Blood sprayed out. The arm holding the sword was also severed. Jomin couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "What?" The battle seemed to stop. His sword also flew into the air. Dust and smoke blinded a whole area of the sky. Sword spun dozens of times, and plunged heavily into the ground. Amidst the gradually dissipating smoke, Hui's face appeared with full confidence, saying, "Now do you understand why I didn't use the demon war armor from the start?" He held his head high, emphasizing, "I know. For you, the priority is still understanding the opponent's situation first, right?" Min held his bleeding arm and asked, "Ugh, what is this?" He frowned, breathing heavily. "Did he intentionally lure me to swing the sword really hard? But why?" He smiled with amusement. "You realized that much already?" He recalled the moment he swung the sword really hard, then used the weapon he was holding. "Correct. I deceived you about my speed limit. Then used that thing to slash off Jomin's arm." He pointed that thing at him, a source of purple power wrapped around it. He continued, "You dared to let your guard down before me? Really bold. You zombie. Thinking since you reached the supreme level you can be so arrogant." Now he transformed into a new appearance, mouth constantly despising the opponent. "From the beginning, you should have been wary of the fact that I hadn't worn the demon war armor yet, you blockhead." Jomin was mad as hell, grinding his teeth. Little heavenly demon. Held his head contemplating. Receiving power from the support people in the church, then opening the supreme realm. He glared unconvinced. "While that guy is no longer as majestic as 6 years ago, his martial arts are now a level below me. Yet, no matter how much I struggle before him, can I still not win? How can I accept this?" Min opened his mouth wide and roared. A terrifying power began to release. On Min Mei's side, she ran while thinking. The demon guards on the outer ring have started to act. She discovered a demon perched on the large tower. Is it that place? She took out a pill and put it in her mouth. Daring to release a monster bird. Have they forgotten I am from the Buddhist sect? She hid behind a wall. Suddenly she remembered the instructions. The swarm of demons coming will be handled by Zhengfeng Pavilion. But the guarding demons must be dealt with by Miss Min Mei. Then she carefully observed. In front are 3 demon disciples of the Black Bone sect guarding. They chattered with each other. Isn't that the monster bird the Black Bone Ghost Valley is looking for? The person next to him hurriedly reminded. Whatever it is, be alert. At this moment, Min Mei appeared and disappeared, rushing forward. Knocked out one guy in a single note. The remaining ones panicked and shouted. Enemy attack. One recognized. That energy is the Amei sect. Min Mei landed next to the enemy and whispered. One has been dealt with. Then coldly swung her sword to eliminate the nearby one. 2 left. She thrashed the next guy. He growled in defense. Seizing this opportunity, a guy who hadn't seen the coffin to shed tears, sneak attacked her from behind. Min Mei reacted quickly. 1 slash killed him. This also startled the monster bird above. The last one used his sword to defend. He still arrogantly cursed. This damn Amei bitch, she retorted. Speaking so filthily. Truly the demonic cult. Gritted his teeth, decided to resist to the end. Suddenly a voice rang out, making her startle. I knew you would take advantage of the chaos to act. Words just fell. He immediately shot hidden weapons at Min Mei. She was hit and frowned. A man with hands clasped behind his back slowly walked out of the shadows. He asked, but only one person? He was with 2 subordinates. His tone mocking, he continued. Underestimating us too much. Min Mei now trembled and slumped to the ground. She took a deep breath, then sighed. Then grabbed her sword and stood up, face full of determination, saying, Indeed nothing is easy. He crossed his arms over his chest, calmly emphasizing, Only one person dares to barge into this place? You guys really look down on me too much. Words just finished, he took out a golden bell. Then stood there shaking the bell, mouth muttering a series of spells. Suddenly a source of sound shock attacked Min Mei. She gritted her teeth, gripping the sword in her hand to resist. And created a pink barrier blocking his attack. The opponent began to worry. Humph. Indeed not easy to subdue people of the Amei sect. Min Mei had no patience to chat with him. She sternly rushed up. Luckily there was a sword blocking in front of him. She fought while glaring and thinking. Just relying on the mutual incompatibility between cultivation methods makes it hard to win. What to do? Just like that, they ganged up on her. Min Mei quickly dodged. One guy even muttered. Thud. Ah, this bitch is really good at blocking. Suddenly her eyes went wide in surprise. Huh? Why does this Beihai sect swordsmanship look so familiar? She recalled. This bandit swordsmanship. I encountered it when facing young Master Yunhui. Could it be? Since then, he had arranged for me to deal with these bandits. She smiled softly. Huh? The Tang sect people are indeed sinister. I've heard of their reputation for a long time. Min Mei slashed a bright path. Shouted. But there must be a limit. That guy gritted his teeth, cursing. Humph. Ah, this bitch. But before he could do anything, the monster bird flew over and pierced through him. The other person said, The totem you have been looking for so long. Unexpectedly it's here. The monster bird used full speed to rush forward. He glared and rang the golden bell in his hand. Mouth again muttering the spell. The monster bird slammed into it and became dizzy, then flew unsteadily in the air. Min Mei defended while realizing. Young Master Yunhui's monster bird subduing technique. He laughed confidently out loud. Kaka, you will be dealt with soon. Another development. Tang Yuchong felt the disturbance outside and asked, This vibration, could it be that Yunhui has arrived? Shan Mei was startled, staring wide-eyed in rebuttal. No, this is Min Mei's sword energy. She looked over in confusion and asked, Min Mei? Is Min Mei really here? What about Huier? She replied calmly. Although I sense young Master Yunhui's sword energy, this is not him personally. He added, Strange ability and the time interval is too long. Could it be? Tang Yuchong suddenly realized and continued. Is it the monster bird that Huier once caught? Did it come along too? Shan Mei closed her eyes to sense. From afar, I sensed the faint sword energy of young Master Yunhui, along with a few others with distinct auras. But around here, I don't sense anyone else's sword energy. She shouted worriedly. Does that mean it's only Min Mei and that monster bird? She nodded slightly. She probably hasn't recovered much yet. At this moment, it was Tang Yuchong's turn to close her eyes. She focused on calling out a name, Gue Mianjin. He quickly appeared in her subconscious. Yeah. Did you call me? He straightforwardly proposed. If I lend you my body, can you take action? He patted her shoulder and laughed like a madman. Kek. Have you gone crazy? She kept a cold expression and said, answer seriously. Gue Mianjin's eyes glowed. He bared his teeth and giggled. That works? Why not? Kek. Those cheap curses or poisons on your face are nothing. It's just that the body will be shattered. Kek. Her eyes were full of determination as she replied, it doesn't matter. As long as Shanmei and Minmei are saved, that's enough. He didn't believe it and asked for confirmation. Heh, are you actually serious? Unable to wait any longer, Gue Mianjin raised his claws high, laughing loudly. Good. All right then. Tang Yuchong still did not regret it. Clenching her fists, she said, I am also craving a satisfying fight. Having said that, her eyes turned completely white, her mouth gaping open. Body jerked violently. A black light enveloped the surroundings. Seeing this, Shanmei lying next to her was astonished. Demonic energy, Sister Yuchong. Could it be? He had completely controlled her body. Horns grew on the head, fingernails became long and sharp. Kek, honestly. He bared his teeth in a wild grin. I can't understand what you are calculating anymore. Picked up the sword, not forgetting to mock. Stupid zombie. Even if you use curses, you should put your weapon far away. Why leave it here? Kek. He stood up and hoisted Shanmei onto his shoulder. As promised, I will do what was said. He gripped the sword in his hand, his face full of confidence as he asked, by the way, where is the strongest guy in this area right now? Shanmei pointed. Right now, if we go by the Z direction, then it's that way.
Z direction, 2 o'clock.
He heard this and was extremely amused. Kek, that place, huh? He used his power to swing the sword and slash wildly. Haha. Noise was so loud that the person fighting Minmei paused. What is this? Minmei stared at the light in front of her. Could it be? A large explosion formed. Stone walls flew in fragments everywhere. And there, Gue Mianjin flew up and escaped with Shanmei. But Minmei, knowing nothing, innocently called out, Sister Yuchong. Suddenly Shanmei was thrown towards her. She spread her arms to catch her. Oh! Luckily she caught her. Shanmei lay snugly in her arms. She asked anxiously, Ha, Shanmei, are you all right? This time, Shanmei was still tightly bound by the curse and couldn't move. She said, Minmei, can you break this curse? She immediately closed her eyes, channeling her internal energy. Ah, I know we are in a hurry. On this side, Gue Mianjin in Tang Yuchong's body smiled lewdly and rushed straight towards the enemy to attack. The opponent struggled to defend, mouth still roaring curses. You bastard, it's a Saiyan Gue Mianjin. Such a precious material. Yet, not letting the enemy finish the sentence. Gue Mianjin lost patience and thrashed him. Shut up. Standing outside. You haven't seen the coffin, so you haven't shed tears yet, you loudmouth. Then he was struck by Minmei and Shanmei. Chopped him to pieces. So the whole group rushed forward to pummel the remaining enemy. A sword stabbed straight into his body. He was seriously injured, gritting his teeth and hissing, Ugh! These damn women. He didn't have a chance to counterattack before he was thrashed by Gue Mianjin. Covered in blood, he intended to flee. Perhaps Chiu Mintai has already destroyed the division leader's beast. We must hold our forces here. Before he could run far, he was sucked in by the demon bird without missing a beat. He fell with a thud to the ground, screaming in madness. You damn bird! Looking back, he was chased closely by Minmei's group. Countless slashes pierced through his body, causing him to cough up blood. Back on this side, the battle was also taking place fiercely. Countless sharp ice branches formed continuously. Amidst the stormy smoke, Yen Yunhi's cool silhouette appeared. The two faced each other. Jomin growled after a heavy blow. He was unharmed, even mocking. Ha! Slashing and feeling nothing at all. Jomin didn't say much. He clenched his fist and rushed forward again. Very quickly, he grabbed him. A fierce battle ensued, ice and snow covering the whole sky. A black shadow appeared and asked, Are you all right, young cult master? He replied calmly, TCH, I didn't expect this to happen. Jomin's eyes were bloodshot. He screamed while rushing forward madly. Ah! Causing him to be shocked. This bastard. He lost consciousness but fights even more aggressively. Before the phantom shadow steps could be used, the two sides fought like a storm. Seeing him like a madman, he exclaimed, It makes sense. Even though my realm is lower, I was never at a disadvantage against Chiu Mintai despite his higher realm. Because this guy only knows how to execute the North Sea sex martial arts mechanically to the point of stupidity. Thanks to knowing the moves he would use, even with a higher realm I could still cope. Not stopping there, Jomin slashed wildly in all directions. He raised his hand helplessly to block. However, when he loses his reason, the chaotic and unexpected attacks make it hard for me to defend. Moreover, I consumed too much internal energy when executing the Mara Sword Wind, so now I am also in a dangerous situation. He frowned and exclaimed, "Dang, I thought it would end more quickly." Thinking, he increased his speed to escape. He did not give up, chasing close behind. The two continued playing cat and mouse. He ran a long distance, but Jomin still persistently chased. Ahead, a sword was stuck in the ground. He forcefully pulled the sword up, then dragged it in a long line. He closed his eyes tight, sighing, "I originally intended to handle everything in a safer way." A stream of purple power was released powerfully. Yunhui coolly crushed the sword into fragments. But now, I have no choice. Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go channel.